In the quiet of the Qingzhou courtyard, the rain falls softly, intertwining with the lives of its inhabitants. Shen Qingci has been married to Lin Mo for 3 years, yet her husband often wanders the world, leaving her in the company of Lu Jinghan, a disciple adopted by her master. What starts as simple care for a younger student soon transforms as she witnesses the boy grow into a striking young man. As their interactions deepen, Lu Jinghan's gaze shifts from innocent admiration to something more intense, igniting a fire within Shen Qingci's heart. The lines of propriety blur as she navigates her feelings, torn between her role as a mentor and the undeniable attraction that simmers beneath the surface. When a rain-soaked night brings unexpected confrontations, Shen Qingci must choose: adhere to the rigid codes of conduct or embrace the chaotic emotions that have taken root in her soul. In the midst of longing and restraint, a story unfolds, exploring the complexities of desire and the struggle against societal expectations. Chapter 1. The Bamboo Courtyard in Motion. The rains of late spring possess an enchanting tenderness, saturating the eaves of Qingzhou Yuan, the stone steps, and even the wind chimes hanging in the corridor. Shen Qingci sits at the window, meticulously recording accounts, her fingertips gliding over the yellowed pages, while the sound of rain pattering against the banana leaves fills her ears. Having married into the Lin family for 5 years, her husband, Lin Mo, renowned in the martial world as the sword and brush master, is often away, returning to the courtyard only a few times each year. This vast Qingzhou Yuan feels more like home to her and her few disciples. Shinyang. This month's purchasing account is incorrect. A voice as crisp as a warbler's song calls from behind. Su Wanshan approaches, cradling a wooden box, the silver bells in her hair jingling softly with her movements. She is Lin Mo's youngest disciple, only 15 years old, her eyes gleaming like a fawn in the woods, often clinging to Shen Qingci. As Shen Qingci turns, she catches sight of the young girl on tiptoe, reaching for the account book atop the table, the pale blue hem of her dress brushing against Shen Qingci's knees. What is incorrect? Shen Qingci inquires, taking the account book, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against Su Wanshan's warm hand, causing the girl to flinch as if scalded, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink. The account from the rouge shop has recorded 2 more coins, Su Wanshan murmurs, twisting her handkerchief, her voice as soft as a whisper. Shinyang, you mentioned the other day that one must be frugal in life. Shen Qingci chuckles softly, about to respond, when a heavy thud from outside the courtyard interrupts, accompanied by a muffled cry of pain from a youth. It must be Jinghan. Her heart tightens, and as she stands, her chair scrapes lightly against the blue bricks. Water has pooled in the corridor, and as Shen Qingci takes a couple of steps, Su Wanshan grabs her wrist. Shenyang, be careful, the ground is slippery. The young girl looks up at her, genuine concern shimmering in her eyes. I shall check on it. Before she can finish, a figure clad in dark attire rushes in from the direction of the training ground. Lu Jinghan clutches his left shoulder, hastening through the curtain of rain, the silver tassels of his sword flicking water droplets behind him. Upon seeing Shen Qingci standing in the corridor, his steps halt abruptly, his throat bobbing nervously. Shenyang, I am fine. His robe is already soaked with blood, indicating an injury sustained during practice. Shen Qingci furrows her brow, about to call for someone to fetch medicine, when a flash of pale green darts past her. Brother, you are being reckless again. Lu Shuing approaches, carrying a medicine box, her delicate fingers resting on Lu Jinghan's shoulder, her movements sharp and efficient, betraying no hint of femininity. She is Lin Mo's second disciple, the most skilled in medicine within the courtyard, yet her demeanor is as cool as jade, save for the unusual patience she shows towards Lu Jinghan. It's just a minor injury. Lu Jinghan evades her hand, but his gaze remains fixed on Shen Qingci. Shenyang, do not worry. Shen Qingci, flustered by his stare, turns to retreat into the inner room. I will fetch clean bandages. Just as she reaches the steps, her foot suddenly slips, and she instinctively falls backward. The anticipated pain does not arrive. Instead, she lands in a warm embrace. Shinyang, 2 voices exclaim in unison. Shen Qingci looks up, meeting Lu Jinghan's gaze, which is alarmingly close. His pupils reflect her fluster, the scent of rain-soaked grass mingling with a hint of youthful heat wafting from him. His arms encircle her waist with a grip so firm it feels as though he wishes to meld her into his very being. Let go. Shen Qingci pushes him away forcefully, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Lu Jinghan releases her as if shocked, his fingertips lingering on the softness of her garment. He opens his mouth, seemingly to speak, but notices Su Wanshan has rushed over to steady Shen Qingci, her small face tilted up in indignation. You are quite bold, Xixiang. Lu Shuiying steps forward, her gaze flitting between the two before settling on Shen Qingci's flushed ears, a flicker of complexity dancing in her eyes. She retrieves a jar of ointment from her medicine box and offers it to Shen Qingci. Shenyang, please tend to your injury first. I will take care of Lu Xixiang's. Shen Qingci accepts the ointment, her fingers trembling. She dares not look at Lu Jinghan or at Su Wanshan's inquisitive gaze, nor does she wish to ponder the implication of Lu Shuiying's earlier glance. The rain in Qingzhou Yuan has rendered her heart in turmoil. Returning to her room, Shen Qingci stares blankly into the copper mirror. The woman reflected appears gentle, yet the redness in her ears refuses to fade. She recalls the strength of Lu Jinghan's embrace, Su Wanshan's fierce protectiveness, and the undercurrents in Lu Shuiying's calm demeanor. When did Qingzhou Yuan become so inscrutable? The rain continues to fall outside, the wind chimes ringing softly, like whispers in her ear, unsettling her thoughts. Shen Qingci closes her eyes, wishing fervently for the rain to cease, for her husband to return soon, to wash away the inappropriate sentiments that have quietly taken root within this courtyard. Yet, unbeknownst to her, some seeds, once sown, will sprout in the shadows of propriety, nurtured by this lingering rain. Chapter 2. The moonlit corridor. As the sound of the midnight bell faded, Shen Qingci remained seated beneath the lamp, perusing medical texts. The shadows of bamboo swayed on the papered window, elongating her silhouette, while the flickering flame of the oil lamp cast a clearer shadow beneath her eyes. After Su Wanwan dashed away during the day, she had been unable to calm her mind. The image of the child, with her reddened eyes, lingered before her, and the unfinished words "I also" pricked at her heart like a fine needle. She had believed she was fulfilling her duties as a Shermu, yet she had not anticipated that the connections within this Qingzhou courtyard had woven an unbreakable thread. With a soft creak, the window was gently pushed open, allowing the chill of the night air to sweep in and tilt the flame. Shen Qingci looked up to see Lu Jinghan half-crouched in the shadows of the bamboo outside, his dark robes blending with the night, save for his remarkably bright eyes, fixed intently upon her. "What are you doing here?" she whispered, a hint of unease in her tone. "It's late. You should go to bed." The youth did not move. Instead, he leaned closer, his nose nearly touching the window paper. "Shermu, hasn't he slept yet?" His voice was deeper than during the day, tinged with the huskiness of the night. Was he reflecting on the events of the day? Shen Qingci tightened her grip on the pages, her fingertips digging into the creases. "No. Shermu is lying." Lu Jinghan chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "Your fingertips are trembling, just like when you pricked yourself while sewing the sword tassel for me." He always seemed to see through her facade with ease. Shen Qingci turned her face away, no longer gazing at him, only hearing the soft rustle of fabric as he shifted his position. After a moment, he suddenly murmured, "Shermu, it wasn't intentional." "I know," she replied quickly, though her conviction wavered. "No, you don't understand." His voice bore stubbornness. "When I supported you, my thoughts were not of Shermu, but—" "Be quiet." Shen Qingci interrupted sharply, her heart pounding like a drum. She feared he would utter that transgressive word, and if she heard it, she might no longer uphold the fragile barrier of propriety. Silence enveloped the night. The flames steadied, illuminating the words on the pages, yet Shen Qingci could not absorb a single character. She could envision the youth's expression, lips pressed together and jaw clenched, much like when she had responded to him with coldness, defiant yet aggrieved. Time slipped away, and suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, as if someone were tiptoeing past. Shen Qingci's heart tightened, and she was about to warn Lu Jinghan to hide when she noticed the figure outside the window shift. The youth had already melded into the deeper shadows of the bamboo. A gentle knock sounded on the door, and Su Wanwan's voice, still laced with sleep, called out, "Shermu, your lamp is still lit. Are you thirsty? I brought you some water." Steadying herself, Shen Qingci replied, "Come in." The young girl entered, holding a blue and white porcelain bowl, her hair slightly disheveled, clearly just risen from bed. She set the water on the desk, her gaze quickly sweeping over the window, and upon seeing it well covered, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and whispered, "Shermu, it's chilly at night. Don't read. Just sleep." Shen Qingci picked up the bowl. her fingertips brushing against the cool porcelain, realizing how damp her palms had become. Yet, Su Wanwan did not leave. Instead, she nestled beside her, gently clutching her sleeve. Shermu. She looked up, her eyes glistening with moisture. I spoke out of turn during the day. Please don't be mad at me. I was just afraid someone would bully you. Shen Qingci's heart felt as though it were struck by something, both aching and softening. She stroked the little girl's hair gently and replied softly, Shimu is not angry. Then please ignore Shixing. Su Wanwan pressed further, leaning closer into her embrace. He looks at you strangely, and I don't like it. As soon as she finished speaking, a soft thud from outside announced the fall of a medicine box. Both girls turned to see Lu Shuing standing at the door, her pale face expressionless, yet the box in her hand had tipped, spilling several packets of herbs onto the floor. Lu Shiji? Su Wanwan exclaimed, startled, and quickly stood up from Shen Qingci's lap. Lu Shuing did not look at her. Her gaze was fixed on Shen Qingci as she spoke calmly. Shermu, have you slept? I just prepared some calming medicine and thought to bring it to you. Her tone was tranquil, yet Shen Qingci noticed the fingers hanging by her side were slightly curled. You are too considerate, Shen Qingci said as she stood to gather the scattered herbs, but Lu Shuing stopped her. Shermu, just sit. Lu Shuing bent down to pick up the medicine with swift efficiency. Yet Shen Qingci distinctly noticed that when she retrieved a packet of Hahuan flowers, her fingertips paused momentarily. The herbs were soon collected, and Lu Shuing placed the packets on the table. I will go brew it and bring it back. That is unnecessary. Shen Qingci called out to her. It's too late. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Lu Shuing turned back to glance at her, her eyes deep and seemingly harboring an unresolved cloud. She did not press further, merely nodded, and as she turned to leave, the edge of the box lightly bumped against the doorframe, producing a muffled sound. Once she departed, Su Wanwan no longer dared to linger, quietly uttering, Shermu, good night, before hastily exiting. The room fell silent once more, save for the soft crackle of the lamp's flame. Shen Qingci approached the window, gently pushing it open a crack. The bamboo shadows revealed no one. Only on the stone tiles of the corridor lay a fresh bamboo leaf, likely from where Lu Jinghan had just stood. The night breeze carried a chill, tooling the loose strands of hair at her temples. Shen Qingci gazed up at the moon, half shrouded by clouds, casting a faint light that enveloped the corridor in a hazy glow. Suddenly, she felt that the night in this Qingzhou courtyard was more difficult to endure than the persistent spring rains. Unbeknownst to her, around the corner of the corridor, Lu Jinghan leaned against a pillar, clutching a freshly broken branch of a flowering crabapple. The buds had yet to bloom, yet he had squeezed them into misshapen forms. He had heard the conversation within, listened to Su Wanwan's words, and witnessed the fleeting hint of disappointment in Lu Shuing's eyes as she turned away, a sentiment she herself had not noticed. He suddenly felt that the moonlight in this Qingzhou courtyard was unbearably cold. Cold like the way Shimu had looked at him moments ago, chilling enough to make him wish to repress the warmth hidden deep within his heart, yet he found it impossible to contain. Chapter 3. The hidden currents. On a sunny day on a clear morning when the rain had ceased, a thin layer of dew cloaked the stone path of Qingzhou Yuan. As Shen Qingci stepped onto the corridor, she noticed Su Wanwan squatting beside the begonia tree, a small shovel in hand, burying something in the soil. Curious about her task, she approached and found the young girl with a smudge of dirt on her nose, resembling a little squirrel caught in the act of stealing. In a fluster, Su Wanwan hurriedly concealed the shovel behind her back, her cheeks flushed. No, it's nothing, just burying some flower fertilizer. Shen Qingci glanced at the paper bag at her feet, which bore the words Tongxin Jie and was adorned with an embroidered half-blooming lotus vine, clearly the same one she had seen Su Wanwan stitching days prior, intended as a gift for someone special. Be careful with your hands. She chose not to reveal her knowledge of the bag's contents, instead reaching out to brush the dirt from the girl's nose. As her fingertips grazed the warm skin, Su Wanwan flinched as if scalded, yet her eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. Shermu, there will be sugar paintings at the market today. May I buy some for you? The girl looked up with a smile, the silver bells in her hair jingling with her movements. You mentioned liking the rabbit-shaped ones last time. Before she could finish, a sharp sound of swords slicing through the air resonated from the direction of the training field. Lu Jinghan was practicing swordplay with his bare torso glistening with sweat, each swing infused with a fierce intensity, as if he aimed to shatter some emotion in the morning light. Su Wanwan's smile faded slightly, and she murmured, making noise so early in the morning. Shen Qingci remained silent. observing how Lu Jinghan's gaze occasionally drifted in their direction, filled with a mix of rivalry, grievance, and an incomprehensible stubbornness. The silence of the previous night hung between them like a thorn. "I'll go check on the medicinal garden," she said, deliberately avoiding that searing gaze as she turned to head towards the backyard. Indeed, Lu Shuang was in the medicinal garden. Squatting by the beds weeding while wearing a gray short coat, her fair hands stained with a bit of soil, adding a touch of earthy warmth to her demeanor. Hearing footsteps, she glanced back without pausing her work. "Shermu, good morning." "Good morning." Shen Qingci approached her, noticing that the mint in the bed was thriving. There was enough to dry a basket full. "Yes, we'll save some for tea in the summer." Lu Shuang pinched a leaf and offered it to her. "Smell this. The fresh ones are invigorating." As Shen Qingci was about to accept it, she suddenly felt a gentle grip on her wrist. Lu Shuang's fingertips were cool, carrying a hint of earthiness, yet her hold was not forceful, as if afraid to break something. "Did you not sleep well last night, Shermu?" She raised her gaze, dew still clinging to her eyelashes, shadows beneath her eyes. Shen Qingci's heart skipped a beat, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, but Lu Shuang pressed it down gently. "I prepared a calming incense." Her voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. "It's placed at the bottom of your makeup box. Light it at night for a more restful sleep." Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Shen Qingci's inner wrist, where the skin was delicate enough to feel the pulse beneath. Shen Qingci felt a jolt, abruptly pulling her hand back, her fingertips tingling. "Thank you." She turned her face away, unable to meet Lu Shuang's gaze. This woman always concealed her deep emotions beneath a calm exterior. Unlike Su Wanwan's candor or Lu Jinghan's fervor, yet it tightened Shen Qingci's heart all the same. Lu Shuang fell silent, returning to her weeding, though a faint blush crept to her ears. At that moment, the sounds of the training field ceased. Lu Jinghan stepped over the dew-laden grass, water droplets cascading down his muscular calves, his dark trousers rolled up to his knees, revealing well-defined muscles. He held a clean cloth and strode directly towards Shen Qingci, his eyes gleaming with determination that surpassed the morning light. "Shermu." He halted 3 steps away, his throat bobbing nervously. "Yesterday, I was too forward." Shen Qingci did not look at him. Her gaze fixed on the mint in the garden. "There is no need to revisit past matters." "There is a need." Lu Jinghan took a step closer, the moisture from the cloth splashing onto her skirt. "Shermu, I know I should not harbor such thoughts, but I cannot control myself." "Lu Jinghan." Shen Qingci interrupted him sharply, her voice trembling. "If you speak nonsense again, I shall inform your master." Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, draining the color from Lu Jinghan's face. He gripped the cloth tightly, his knuckles whitening. "Do you truly intend to do that?" "I am your Shimo," she emphasized, yet her eyes began to well with unshed tears. In the tense silence, Su Wanwan suddenly dashed out from behind the begonia tree, arms outstretched to shield Shen Qingci, resembling a protective little beast. "You shall not bully Shimo." She still clutched the small shovel, pointing it at Lu Jinghan. "If you say another word, I shall use this to hit you." Lu Jinghan regarded her, a flash of complex emotions crossing his eyes before he merely tugged at the corners of his mouth, remaining silent. Lu Shuang, who had been unnoticed until now, stood up holding a bundle of freshly cut mugwort and calmly remarked, "Master's letter should have arrived. Lu Shixiao, will you not wait in the front yard?" Her words served as an escape route. Lu Jinghan cast a lingering glance at Shen Qingci, his gaze filled with reluctance and grievance, then turned to leave the courtyard, his steps heavy. Once he departed, Su Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, setting down the shovel and rushing into Shen Qingci's embrace. "Do not be afraid, I am here." Shen Qingci stroked the top of her head, though her heart was in turmoil. She glanced at Lu Shuang, who was now focused on arranging the mugwort. Sunlight illuminating her fair profile, rendering her expression somewhat indistinct. "Shuing," she spoke softly, "you mentioned. Master has a letter?" Lu Shuing nodded. "The postman delivered it this morning. It is on the stone table in the front yard." Shen Qingci's heart fluttered. It had been half a year since Lin Mo last wrote. This sudden letter piqued her curiosity about its contents. Perhaps he intends to return? The thought surfaced momentarily before she suppressed it. She was uncertain whether she yearned for his return or dreaded it. "I shall go take a look." She gently pushed Su Wanwan aside and hurried toward the front yard. On the stone table lay a letter, the envelope adorned with Lin Mo's familiar handwriting, bold and vigorous. Just as Shen Qingci reached out to take it, a firm grip seized her wrist from behind. Startled, She turned to find herself ensnared in Lu Jinghan's fathomless gaze. Unbeknownst to her, he had returned, his palm burning, the grip strong enough to cause her pain. Shermu, his voice was hoarse. Do not wait for him any longer, please. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting flickering patterns of light across his face. Shen Qingci, captivated by the determination and anguish in his eyes, felt her throat constrict, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan tightened her grip on the small shovel, her knuckles turning white. Lu Shuang lowered her eyelids, squeezing the bundle of mugwort until it distorted. Under the sunny skies of Qingzhou Yuan, the hidden undercurrents were destined to surface at last. Chapter 4. Turbulence in the letter. Lu Jinghan's fingertips felt as if they were ablaze, gripping Shen Qingci's wrist with an intensity that caused her pain. She abruptly wrenched herself free, stumbling back and colliding with the stone table, causing the unopened letter to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground with a soft thud. Have you lost your mind? Her voice quivered, a mixture of anger and panic. Morning light spilled onto her slightly opened collar, revealing a small patch of pale skin, marred by a lingering red mark from the previous night, an imprint left by Lu Jinghan's embrace when her silver chain inadvertently pressed against her neck. Lu Jinghan's gaze fell upon that mark, his throat constricting as a tumultuous wave of emotions surged beneath his unreadable eyes. Shermu, tell me, do you harbor any feelings for Shifu? These words struck Shen Qingci's heart like a dull knife. She had been wed to Lin Mo for 5 years. He treated her with utmost respect, yet had never uttered a single word of tenderness. He remembered to send gifts during festivals, but forgot her aversion to the cold, often delaying the warmth of the charcoal fire in winter. He knew of her passion for medical texts, but remained oblivious to the times she would get lost in thought over illustrations of longing herbs. But how could she share such sentiments with Lu Jinghan? Impudent. She bent to retrieve the letter from the ground, her fingers turning pale from the exertion. My affairs with your Shifu are not for you to meddle in. Lu Jinghan, fixated on her tightly clenched hand, suddenly let out a low, self-deprecating laugh. Ah, how foolish of me. I forgot. I am but a disciple. He turned to leave, his dark robe sweeping over the moss-covered stone steps, scattering a few fallen leaves. Su Wanyuan, eager to pursue her reprimand, was halted by Shen Qingci's grasp. Do not follow. The young girl turned back to her, noticing the pallor on her Shermu's face and the redness around her eyes. She ultimately swallowed her words, murmuring, Shermu, he is only trying to provoke you. Shen Qingci remained silent as she unfolded the letter. The paper was of the finest Xian paper, Lin Mo's handwriting still vigorous. Yet the content sent a chill through her fingertips. He wrote that during his travels, he had encountered the daughter of an old acquaintance, with whom he felt a deep affinity, and had arranged to bring her back to Qingzhou Yuan shortly, where she would be properly settled. The word settled pierced through the fragile tranquility she had painstakingly maintained over the past 5 years. It dawned on her that 3 years of waiting and 5 years of respect could not compete with the mere notion of shared sentiment. Shimu, Su Wanyuan, seeing her remain still, leaned closer to glimpse the letter's contents. Upon reading, she gasped in disbelief. How could Shifa do this? Shen Qingci folded the letter neatly and tucked it into her sleeve, her fingers icy. She suddenly recalled Lu Jinghan's earlier words, do not wait for him, which pierced her heart like a thorn, causing her chest to constrict. I am going to the herb garden. She turned towards the back courtyard, her steps wavering. Lu Shuang was still in the herb garden, binding dried mugwort into bundles. Hearing footsteps, she turned, and upon seeing Shen Qingci's troubled expression, she set aside her task and approached. What troubles you, Shimu? Shen Qingci opened her mouth to respond, but noticed Lu Shuang's gaze fixated on her tightly clasped sleeve, where the bulging outline of the letter was evident. Has Shifu sent a letter? Lu Shuang's voice softened. Shen Qingci nodded and handed her the letter from her sleeve. You may read it for yourself. Lu Shuang accepted the letter, her fingers trembling slightly. She read slowly. Each word savored as if it were a morsel to be digested. Once finished, she folded the letter with precision and returned it, her eyes devoid of emotion. Then let us proceed as Shifa wishes. Do you not think? Shen Qingci began to voice her dissent, but Lu Shuang interrupted. Shifa has his reasons. Lu Shuang lowered her gaze to organize the mugwort, her tone flat, as if discussing someone else's affairs. If Shermu feels burdened, I can move to the herb cabin at the foot of the mountain and vacate the west wing for that young lady. Shen Qingci watched Lu Shuang's downcast eyelashes and suddenly recalled the calming soup Lu Shuang had prepared for her days prior. infused with an excessive amount of hehuan flower, a remedy for unrequited affection. No need. Shen Qingci tightened her grip on the letter. If anyone is to leave, it shall be me. At her words, Lu Shuang abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, swift as an illusion. Where does Shimu intend to go? Qingzu Yuan is your home. Home. Shen Qingci smiled faintly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. Once he brings a new bride back, this place will no longer be my home. As the two conversed, a sudden sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the front courtyard, accompanied by Su Wanyuan's cries. It must be Shixiang bullying Wanyuan again. Lu Shuang furrowed her brows and hastened towards the front. Shen Qingci followed closely behind, and upon reaching the moon gate, she beheld Lu Jinghan standing in the corridor, shards of a broken celadone bowl scattered at his feet, the sugar painting of a rabbit, something Su Wanyuan had mentioned wanting to buy, now trampled into ruin. Su Wanyuan crouched on the ground, sobbing with her small hands covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling. What have you done now? Lu Shuang demanded sharply. Lu Jinghan did not acknowledge her, his gaze fixed on Shen Qingci, the redness in his eyes more vivid than the morning dew. Shimu, I heard everything. He had overheard her conversation with Lu Shuang, the declaration of, if I must leave, then I shall. And what of it? Shen Qingci turned her face away. It is none of your concern. How can it be none of my concern? Lu Jinghan stepped closer, nearly pressing against her. If you leave, what will become of me? Lu Jinghan. Lu Shuang interposed herself between them, brandishing a pair of scissors, tool she had used to trim flower branches. If you continue to pressure Shimu, do not blame me for my rudeness. The glint of the scissors reflected in Lu Jinghan's eyes, yet he did not retreat. I merely wish for her to stay. Stay to witness your Shifu marry a new wife. Lu Shuang's voice trembled. You know very well that, Shimu. Enough. Shen Qingci interrupted, her voice hoarse and strained. Cease this noise. She gazed at the shattered porcelain on the ground, at Su Wanyuan's tear-stained face, at Lu Jinghan's unwavering determination, and at Lu Shuang's tightly gripped scissors. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming weariness. This Qingzu Yuan, this master-disciple decorum, this inexplicable entanglement feels like a net, suffocating me. I will not leave. She took a deep breath, her voice steadying. If he wishes to bring a new bride, let him do so. I am Lin family's legitimate wife, and it is not up to others to drive me away. Lu Jinghan stood frozen, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes, quickly followed by unbridled joy. Lu Shuang released her grip on the scissors, her fingertips pale. Su Wanyuan ceased her sobbing, raising her head to look at Shen Qingci, her eyes gradually brightening. Without acknowledging them further, Shen Qingci turned and walked back towards her own courtyard. Sunlight cascaded through the eaves, casting a long shadow beneath her feet, a shadow that stood upright, akin to a bamboo that, weathered by tempest, yet steadfastly refuses to bow. She understood that this tumult was merely at its inception. The newcomer brought back by Lin Mo, Lu Jinghan's fervent gaze, Su Wanshu's tenacious protection, and the undercurrents concealed beneath Lu Shuang's calm demeanor would ultimately stir a greater tempest within this Qingtai courtyard. And she could only face the oncoming waves, stepping forward with unwavering resolve. Chapter 5. The newcomer. On the day Lin Mo returned, the begonia blossoms in Qingzhou courtyard were in full bloom. Shen Qingci sat in the corridor, engrossed in reviewing the account books, while Su Wanwan squatted at her feet, weaving a colorful net, occasionally glancing up at her like a frightened little beast. Lu Shuang was nearby, drying herbs, her delicate hands deftly handling the medicinal plants, albeit at a slower pace, her gaze drifting towards the courtyard gate. Only Lu Jinghan had left early, sword in hand, heading to the back mountain, returning only when the sun reached its zenith, his robes speckled with grass and morning dew still clinging to his hair, clearly having practiced for an extended period. Yet, the agitation in his eyes remained unabated. Master must be here. Shen Qingci closed the account book, her fingertips gently tracing the entwined patterns on the cover. No sooner had she spoken than familiar hoofbeats echoed from beyond the courtyard gate, accompanied by Lin Mo's warm voice. Qingci, I am back. Shen Qingci rose to greet him, and as she approached the moon gate, she saw Lin Mo holding the hand of a young woman clad in red. The girl, around 16 or 17, possessed bright features, and when she smiled, a tiny mole winked at the corner of her eye. She was curiously surveying Qingzhou courtyard, and upon spotting Shen Qingci, she immediately performed a respectful bow, her voice crisp and clear. I have met the master's wife. This is. Shen Qingci's gaze fell upon her, a chill creeping into her fingertips. This was Qin Su, the daughter of an old acquaintance. Lin Mo spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely brought back an ordinary guest, instructing her to take good care of the girl. Qin Su looked up at Shen Qingci, her eyes glimmering with unabashed curiosity, even secretly assessing the jade hairpin nestled in her hair, a faint smile gracing her lips. Shen Qingci lowered her eyelashes, murmuring, "Understood, I shall prepare the west chamber. No need to trouble yourself, Master's wife." Qin Su stepped forward, affectionately grasping Shen Qingci's wrist. Her fingertips radiated warmth, yet it inexplicably reminded Shen Qingci of the forceful grip Lu Jinghan had on her that day. "I can manage on my own. If you do not mind, I can stay in the side courtyard." Her sudden intimacy caught Shen Qingci off guard, and she instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, only to find it held even tighter. Su'er is quite straightforward. She does not mind such things. Lin Mo chuckled, attempting to ease the situation. "Let it be." At that moment, Lu Jinghan emerged from behind the begonia tree. His gaze fixated on Qin Su's grip on Shen Qingci's hand, the chill in his eyes nearly crystallizing. "Master." He uttered her title, yet said nothing more, but the aloofness in his tone was palpable enough for Lin Mo to sense. Qin Su, seemingly oblivious, smiled and waved at him. "You must be Jinghan, the senior brother, right? I often hear Uncle Lin speak of you, saying your swordsmanship is exceptional." Lu Jinghan ignored her. Striding to Shen Qingci's side and subtly distancing her from Qin Su, his voice cold and firm. "Master's wife, the kitchen has brewed soup. We should go check on it." Shen Qingci found herself shielded behind him, the faint scent of grass and wood enveloping her, imparting an inexplicable sense of tranquility. She nodded. "Yes, we should go." The two walked side by side towards the kitchen, leaving Lin Mo and Qin Su behind. Su Wanwan, observing this, hopped along after them, deliberately bumping into Qin Su as she passed, making a silly face. Lu Shuang remained by the herbal rack, watching everything unfold. She observed Shen Qingci shielded by Lu Jinghan, and noticed the fleeting stiffness on Qin Su's face, her fingers absent-mindedly crumbling the mugwort she had been holding. In the kitchen, Lu Jinghan assisted Shen Qingci in adding firewood, the flames casting a warm glow on his profile. "Master's wife, do not pay attention to that Qin Su." He suddenly spoke, his tone gruff. "I find her displeasing." Shen Qingci sprinkled goji berries into the pot, her movements pausing momentarily at his words. "She is a guest brought by your master. Do not lose your manners." "A guest?" Lu Jinghan scoffed. "I see her as someone here to take advantage." "How absurd." Shen Qingci shot him a glare, yet waves of unease rippled through her. The look Qin Su gave her was scrutinizing, even tinged with hostility, far from mere curiosity. As they spoke, Su Wanwan dashed in, holding an empty bowl. "Master's wife, Qin Su is rummaging through your dressing box." Shen Qingci's heart tightened, and she set down the ladle, rushing outside. Lu Jinghan followed closely, his footsteps creating a gust of wind. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, they found Qin Su holding a jade hairpin, a gift from Lin Mo last year, which Shen Qingci had never worn, kept at the very bottom of her dressing box. Spotting Shen Qingci, instead of relinquishing it, Qin Su raised it triumphantly, smiling. "This hairpin is truly beautiful, though a tad outdated. How about I gift you a new one, Master's wife?" "Put it down." Shen Qingci's voice turned cold. The hairpin's aesthetic was insignificant. What mattered was that it was her possession, not to be handled by others casually. Qin Su, appearing not to hear, walked towards Lin Mo with the hairpin. "Uncle Lin, do you not think this hairpin should be replaced? The pearl pin my father gifted me would suit Master's wife perfectly." Lin Mo furrowed his brow, about to speak when Lu Jinghan swiftly stepped forward, snatching the hairpin from her grasp. "This belongs to Master's wife. You have no right to meddle." His grip was firm, causing Qin Su to stagger back, her eyes welling with tears. "How can you treat me this way, senior brother? I only wish to get closer to Master's wife." "Get closer?" Lu Jinghan sneered. "Rummaging through another's dressing box is considered getting closer?" "Enough." Lin Mo's voice cut through the tension. "Jinghan, apologize to Su'er." Lu Jinghan tightened his hold on the hairpin, his knuckles whitening. "I did nothing wrong." "You." Lin Mo's face turned pale with anger, raising his hand as if to strike. "Master." Shen Qingci stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lu Jinghan. "It is my fault for not safeguarding my belongings. Do not blame him." She met Lin Mo's gaze, her expression tranquil. "Miss Su is new here. She may not understand the courtyard's rules." I shall teach her. Lin Mo regarded her, then glanced at Lu Jinghan, ultimately lowering his hand. His tone weary. Everyone disperse. Seeing her intentions thwarted, Qingci pouted, turning to follow Lin Mo, casting a final glare at Shen Qingci before departing. The corridor fell silent at last. Lu Jinghan handed the hairpin back to Shen Qingci, his fingertips trembling slightly. Master's wife, I am sorry for causing you trouble again. Shen Qingci accepted the hairpin, feeling the warmth of his touch, shaking her head. It is not your fault. Su Wanwan leaned closer, whispering, Master's wife, that Qingci is a bad person. Lu Shuang had approached unnoticed, holding a small porcelain bottle. This is a mosquito repellent. Master's wife, please place it on the windowsill to prevent anyone from entering the courtyard at night. Her words held a subtle implication, and Shen Qingci accepted the porcelain bottle, softly thanking her. Thank you. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the corridor, the shadows of the four individuals elongated dramatically. Shen Qingci gazed at the jade hairpin in her hand, and suddenly realized that the tranquility of the Qingzhou Yuan had truly been shattered. Qingci's arrival was akin to a stone cast into the already tumultuous waters, stirring ripples that concealed jealousy, animosity, and also a protective instinct that sent shivers down her spine. Lu Jinghan stood at her side, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, revealing an unmistakable concern. Su Wanyuan clutched the hem of her garment, her youthful face marked by wariness. Lu Shuang lingered a little further away, appearing calm, yet her eyes harbored an inscrutable depth. Shen Qingci exhaled softly, aware that the days to come were unlikely to be peaceful. Caught in the middle, she was compelled to contend with Qingci's provocations while also navigating the fervent affections of these three young hearts. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. The evening glow painted the horizon in fiery hues, enhancing the brilliance of the begonia petals. Yet Shen Qingci's heart felt as though it had been steeped in twilight, tinged with an indescribable chill. Chapter 6. Undercurrents. On the third day after Qingci settled in, the atmosphere in Qingzhou Courtyard became inexplicably tense. When Shen Qingci rose in the morning to manage the accounts, she discovered that the recently calculated purchasing list had been tampered with. Several crucial medicinal items had been obscured, and the only individuals responsible for safeguarding the accounts were herself and Qingci. Master, could it be that the one surnamed Qin is up to no good? Su Wanwan entered with a cup of freshly warmed tea and, upon seeing Shen Qingci frowning at the ledger, immediately exclaimed, I saw her lingering beneath your window for quite a while this morning. Shen Qingci remained silent, her fingertips gliding over the altered characters. The ink was fresh, the edges trembling as if deliberately imitating her handwriting, clearly the work of Qingci. Her intention was merely to make Lin Mo doubt the clarity of the accounts, thereby putting him in a difficult position. There is no need to make a fuss, Shen Qingci said, closing the ledger. I will double-check everything myself. Yet the frustration was hard to swallow. Su Wanwan stomped her foot in exasperation, the silver bells in her hair jingling. Should I inform senior sister Lu, and let her? Enough, Shen Qingci interrupted her calmly. If she wishes to create a stir, let her do so. After she has had her fill of it, she will naturally cease. Despite her composed demeanor, a weight pressed heavily upon her. She had intended to maintain a distance, but Qingci's blatant provocation reminded her of what Lu Jinghan had said. The woman was likely after more than just Lin Mo's attention. As she pondered, a lively voice floated in from outside. Is the master busy? I have prepared some bird's nest for you. Su Wanwan was about to intervene, but Shen Qingci held her back. Let her come in. Qingci entered, carrying a food box, her water-green dress accentuating her snow-like complexion. She placed the box on the table and smiled as she opened it. This bird's nest is a tribute I brought. Master, would you like to try some? The bird's nest in the white porcelain bowl was thick and smooth, garnished with red goji berries, looking exquisite. However, Shen Qingci noted that there were ink stains beneath Qingci's nails, mirroring the alterations in the ledger. Thank you, Shen Qingci replied, not touching her chopsticks. I do not have a taste for sweet foods. You may keep it for yourself. Qingci's smile faltered momentarily before returning to its usual brightness. Is master displeased with my culinary skills? After all, I cannot compare to your remarkable ability in managing Qingzhou Courtyard. Even senior brother Jinghan listens to you without question. She deliberately emphasized the words senior brother Jinghan, her gaze darting between Shen Qingci and Su Wanwan, laced with a hint of mischief. Su Wanwan's face flushed with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Master is senior brother's elder. Respect is only natural. Oh, just respect? Qin Su raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting outside the window. Speaking of which, I saw senior brother Jinghan standing beneath your window until late last night, holding a begonia flower, as if. That is enough. Shen Qingci slammed her hand on the table, splashing some tea. If Miss Qin has nothing else, please take your leave. It is against the rules of Bamboo Courtyard to gossip about elders. Qin Su was taken aback by her sudden stern tone, her eyes welling up with grievance. Master, why must you be angry? I was merely speaking casually. Casual words should also have their limits. A cold voice came from the doorway as Lu Shuang stood there, holding a medicine box. Her pale face bore no expression, yet her gaze was as sharp as ice, fixating on Qin Su. I just came from the master. He requests your presence to inquire why you unilaterally altered the medicinal records in the pharmacy yesterday. Qin Su's face turned pale instantly. The pharmacy's records corresponded with the ledger. Having altered the ledger, she had inevitably tampered with the pharmacy's documents. She thought she had done so unnoticed, yet Lu Shuang had discovered her. I didn't do it on purpose. It was a mistake, she stammered in defense. A mistake? Lu Shuang stepped forward, placing the medicine box on the table and retrieving the list of medicinal items. Is this alteration here, mimicking the master's handwriting, also a mistake? The alterations on the list mirrored those in the ledger, and as Qin Su gazed at the characters, her lips moved, yet she ultimately remained silent. The master is waiting in the study, Lu Shuang continued, her tone still flat, but carrying an undeniable pressure. Miss Qin should go and clarify matters promptly. Biting her lip, Qin Su shot a fierce glare at Shen Qingci before swiftly departing, her skirt brushing the threshold as she left in a rush. Once she was gone, Su Wanwan let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. Lu senior sister is indeed impressive. Let us see if she dares to cause trouble again. Lu Shuang did not respond, instead turning her gaze to Shen Qingci. Is master all right? I am fine, Shen Qingci replied, regarding her before suddenly asking. Did you specifically check the pharmacy records? Lu Shuang lowered her head to organize the medicine box, her ears slightly reddening. It was merely a routine check. I happened to discover it. Shen Qingci did not pursue the matter further. She understood that despite Lu Shuang's seemingly aloof demeanor, she always looked out for her in these subtle ways, just like Lu Jinghan's straightforward protection and Su Wanwan's boisterousness, each in their own manner, warmed her heart. Thank you, she said softly. Lu Shuang paused momentarily, then replied in a hushed tone, it was nothing. In the afternoon, as Lu Jinghan returned from sword practice on the back mountain, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Su exiting the study, her eyes red as if she had been wronged. He frowned and ignored her, striding directly toward Shen Qingci's courtyard. Senior brother Jinghan. Qin Su suddenly called out to him, her voice tinged with a whimper. Does master dislike me? I just wanted to get along with her. Lu Jinghan turned to look at her, his gaze as cold as ice. You know exactly what you have done. Do not bother the master again, or do not blame me for being impolite. His tone carried an unmistakable warning, and Qin Su felt a twinge of fear under his glare, yet she still mustered a defiant response. I merely envy master for being well-liked by everyone. Unlike me, my father is gone, and though Uncle Lin took me in, there remains a distance. Her words carried a hint of sincerity, softening Lu Jinghan's expression slightly, yet he replied, affection cannot be seized. If you remain well-behaved, there will naturally be a place for you in Bamboo Courtyard. With that, he turned and left, leaving Qin Su standing in place, watching his retreating figure. A complex light flickering in her eyes, jealousy, unwillingness, and a stubbornness she was even unaware of. Upon entering Shen Qingci's courtyard, Lu Jinghan saw her, and Su Wanwan drying herbs in the corridor, while Lu Shuang sat at the stone table grinding ink. Sunlight bathed the three of them, creating a strangely harmonious scene. He paused, suddenly feeling that this moment was beautiful, free from Qin Su's provocations, devoid of the master's distance, just the three of them, and him. Master. He stepped forward, extending towards her a freshly plucked white crabapple blossom, its petals still adorned with morning dew. As Shen Qingci gazed at the flower, memories of Qin Su's words from earlier that day flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, and she refrained from accepting it. However, Su Wanyue, quick and agile, snatched it away and tucked it behind Shen Qingci's ear, exclaiming with delight, "It looks lovely on you, Shiji. Far more pleasing than that Qin fellow dressed in red and green." Lu Shuang lifted her gaze momentarily, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes, before she resumed grinding ink, the sound of the ink sticks softly rasping against the inkstone filling the air. Shen Qingci, feeling a sense of helplessness, attempted to remove the crabapple blossom, only to have her hand gently restrained by Lu Jinghan. The warmth of the youth's palm, tinged with the faint sweat from sword practice, was surprisingly tender. "It looks beautiful on you, Shiji," he said, his gaze fixed upon her, radiating a brilliance that outshone the sun. "Do not take it off." As Shen Qingci met his eyes, she found no trace of distraction within them, only pure admiration and affection. Her heart fluttered unexpectedly, leading her to acquiesce without further protest. The breeze in the corridor carried with it the fragrance of herbs, causing the petals of the crabapple blossom to quiver gently at her temple. Beside her, Su Wanyue chattered animatedly, while Lu Shuang's ink grinding slowed, her attention drawn to Shen Qingci's face, and Lu Jinghan's gaze remained steadfastly upon her. In that moment, Shen Qingci suddenly felt that perhaps there was no need to overthink. Whatever the future held, whatever Qin Su's intentions were, whatever her master's fate may be, it could all wait. At least for now, the sunlight streaming into the Bamboo Courtyard was warm, and the presence of those around her was genuine, and that was enough. Yet, unbeknownst to her, not far away, behind the moon gate, Qin Su stood in the shadows, observing the scene in the corridor, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Chapter 7. Moonlit Thoughts. As summer descended, the nights carried a sticky warmth. Shen Qingci lay restlessly on the bamboo couch, tormented by the incessant chirping of insects outside. Resolute, she rose and pushed open the window to seek some fresh air, only to behold a familiar silhouette standing in the corridor. Lu Jinghan, clad in a pale moon-white garment, held a lantern in his hand, its warm light casting a gentle glow at his feet. Upon hearing the windows creak, he abruptly looked up, the lantern's light illuminating his face and accentuating the crimson veins in his eyes. "Has the Shermu not retired for the night?" His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he had awaited this moment for quite some time. Shen Qingci recoiled slightly, her fingers gripping the window frame. "What brings you here?" "I brought you something," he replied, stepping closer and producing a small cloth pouch from his bosom, extending it toward her in the lantern's glow. "I've noticed you scratching your wrist during the day. It seems you were bitten by mosquitoes." Inside the pouch were dried mugwort leaves mingled with a few mint leaves, a concoction for repelling mosquitoes taught to him by Lu Shuang. Just as Shen Qingci reached out to accept it, a soft sound emerged from the corridor. Su Wanyan rushed out, clutching a light blanket, her hair tousled from sleep. "Shermu, I heard you open the window. Are you unable to sleep due to the heat?" The young girl approached the bamboo couch, thrusting the blanket into Shen Qingci's arms. "This is the blanket I soaked in well water. It will keep you cool." As she spoke, her nose nearly brushed against Shen Qingci's neck, her words imbued with the innocent breath of one just awakened. The silver bells in her hair jingled softly with her movements, stirring a flutter in one's heart. Lu Jinghan tightened his grip on the cloth pouch, the lantern's light flickering across his face. "Wanyan, Shimu needs to rest." "I'll stay with Shimu a while longer," Su Wanyan insisted, clutching Shen Qingci's sleeve while casting a playful glare at Lu Jinghan. "You should return to sleep. You need to practice swordplay tomorrow." As they exchanged playful banter, a figure suddenly descended from the wall. Lu Shuang, carrying a medicinal box, landed gracefully. Her pristine white robes glistening with dew, evidently just returned from the dispensary at the foot of the mountain. "What are you two arguing about?" She approached the corridor, her gaze sweeping over the pouch in Lu Jinghan's hand, then landing on Su Wanyan's grip on Shen Qingci's sleeve. "Shermu must rest. You have accounts to settle tomorrow." Su Wanyan pouted but dared not defy Lu Shuang. She whispered to Shen Qingci, "I'll leave the blanket with you," before bounding away, casting a final glare at Lu Jinghan. Lu Jinghan placed the pouch on the windowsill. "Shermu, remember to use it." He then turned to leave, the lantern's glow flickering against the window paper, resembling a lingering gaze filled with reluctance. The corridor was now left with only Shen Qingci and Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang retrieved a small porcelain bottle from her medicinal box and poured out 3 pills. "These are tranquilizers. They will help Shermu sleep more soundly." Shen Qingci accepted the pills, her fingertips brushing against Lu Shuang's hand, cold and imbued with the bitter aroma of herbs. "Have you been to the dispensary again?" "Yes, the mint I dried a few days ago needed to be collected." Lu Shuang looked down at her, the lantern's light illuminating her face and revealing faint shadows beneath her eyes. Is Shenmu troubled by something? As Shen Qingci swallowed the pills, the bitterness unfurling in her mouth reminded her of the events of the day when Qin Su had deliberately toppled her drying herbs. Lu Jinghan had helped her tidy up, suffering a cut on his hand from a shattered porcelain piece. Su Wanyan had hurried to fetch medicine, only to find Lu Shuiying tending to Lu Jinghan's wound, their proximity intimate, strands of Lu Shuiying's hair brushing against his hand like delicate threads. At that moment, an inexplicable pang stirred within her. Nothing's the matter. Shen Qingci evaded Lu Shuiying's gaze, turning to the moon outside. I merely find this night excessively long. Suddenly, Lu Shuiying stepped closer, lifting her hand to tuck Shen Qingci's stray hair behind her ear, her fingers brushing against her earlobe, cool as dew-kissed jade. If Shenmu cannot sleep, I can keep you company. Her fingers lingered at Shen Qingci's ear, her gaze fixated on Shen Qingci's lips, where remnants of the tranquilizer clung like delicate snowflakes. Shen Qingci's heart raced, and as she instinctively moved back, Lu Shuiying withdrew her hand first, turning to retrieve something from the medicinal box, her ears subtly reddening. This is a newly made mint balm. She offered a small ceramic jar, claiming it was more effective than mugwort and would provide a cooling sensation when applied. As Shen Qingci accepted the jar, their fingers brushed once more. This time, Lu Shuiying did not retreat. Their hands lingered in the lantern's glow for a fleeting moment, akin to two tender shoots inching closer in the night. Thank you, Shen Qingci spoke softly. Lu Shuiying merely nodded, carrying the medicinal box toward her courtyard, her footsteps slower than before, the box clinking lightly against the stone slabs, as if counting something. As Shen Qingci closed the window, she noticed the pouch of mugwort and the balm Lu Shuiying had left side by side on the sill, suddenly perceiving that these two items mirrored their owners, one passionate, the other refreshing, yet both concealing the same heartfelt sentiment. She lay beneath the blanket, warmed by Su Wanyan's touch, the coolness rising from beneath, yet her heart felt cozy. Recollections of Lu Jinghan's injury, Su Wanyan's fierce glare, and Lu Shuiying's flushed ears danced in her mind like beads strung together, shimmering in the moonlight. After an indeterminate time, as she drifted toward slumber, the faintest sound from outside caught her attention. She cautiously lifted the curtain and spied Lu Jinghan once more standing in the corridor, holding a freshly picked white crabapple blossom, gently placing it on the windowsill, his movements so delicate as if afraid of disturbing her. Not far away, a fleeting shadow of Lu Shuiying passed by, still clutching a sprig of freshly gathered mint, clearly intending to place it on the windowsill. Upon noticing Lu Jinghan's presence, she quietly retreated. Shen Qingci withdrew into her curtain, her heart brimming with a soft ache, as if filled with something tender. She understood that the night in the Bamboo Courtyard might be long, yet these sentiments hidden in the moonlight resembled scattered sparks, illuminating the extended darkness. She turned over, the fragrance of mint lingering in her nose, the sound of silver bells from Su Wanyan's hair still echoing in her ears, and the warm glow of Lu Jinghan's lantern flickering before her, ultimately transforming into a blanket of tranquility. That night, Shen Qingci slept deeply, her dreams sweet and serene. Chapter 8. The heat of fingertips on a misty morning during the Mayu season. The haze enveloped the Qingzhu Yuan, leaving the begonia flowers in the corridor dampened. Shen Qingci, draped in a moon-white outer garment, stood at the steps, observing Lu Shuiying squatting by the herb garden, turning the soil. Her pristine white sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, revealing a delicate wrist slightly soiled with damp earth, which added a hint of vibrancy. Even more so than freshly sprouted mint. Be careful not to catch a chill. Shen Qingci approached and offered the azure garment resting on the stone table. The fabric had just been warmed by the charcoal fire, emanating a gentle warmth. As Lu Shuiying looked up, loose strands of hair brushed against her nose, and in the moment she raised her hand to push them aside, her fingertip inadvertently grazed Shen Qingci's hand. The sensation felt like cool jade touching warm porcelain, causing both to pause. Lu Shuiying, recovering first, took the garment and draped it over herself, her voice as soft as the mist. Thank you, Shenyang. She lowered her head to continue her work, but the sound of the silver hoe striking the earth suddenly slowed. Shen Qingci noticed a faint blush creeping up to her ears, reminiscent of peach blossoms tinged by the morning fog. At that moment, the practice field resonated with the sharp sound of a sword slicing through the air. Lu Jinghan, bare-chested, was practicing his swordplay, his sun-kissed back glistening with sweat, droplets cascading down his taut muscles and disappearing into the folds of his dark trousers. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure in the corridor. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the silver sword towards her. Yet it halted steadily 3 steps away from Shen Qingci, the tassel entwined with a freshly plucked begonia, glistening with his sweat. "Shenyang, catch." His voice was slightly hoarse from practice, his gaze intense as it fixed upon her. Before Shen Qingci could extend her hand, Su Wanyuan leaped out from the moon gate, catching the tassel but deliberately hiding the begonia behind her back, playfully making a face at Lu Jinghan. "Brother, your flower is too ugly to match Shenyang." The young girl, clad in a pale pink short jacket, had a half-blooming gardenia nestled in her hair. As she approached, its fragrance enveloped Shen Qingci. She tiptoed to pluck the gardenia from her hair and tucked it into Shen Qingci's temple, her fingertips brushing against her ear, warm as a flickering flame. "Shenyang looks beautiful with this. It smells lovely." The sweet scent of the gardenia mingled with the herbaceous bitterness from Lu Shuang's garden and the salty scent of Lu Jinghan's sweat, intertwining in the morning mist, causing Shen Qingci's breath to tighten unexpectedly. Enough of this nonsense. She attempted to remove the gardenia, but Su Wanyuan pressed her hand down. The warmth of the young girl's palm contrasted with the needlework marks left from the previous night, gently stroking the back of Shen Qingci's hand. "Just wear it for a while." Shenyang said she likes the scent of gardenias. When Lu Jinghan approached, droplets from the tips of his hair dripped onto the bluestone slab. He held a clean cloth, yet did not wipe his sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the gardenia at Shen Qingci's temple. "Wanyuan's flower cannot compare to the begonia I picked for Shenyang." "Not true." Su Wanyuan retreated slightly behind Shen Qingci, the silver bells in her hair jingling. "Shenyang likes mine." As the two prepared to bicker, Lu Shuing suddenly rose, her silver hoe thrusting into the soil. "Shifa wants us to convene in the front courtyard." Her gaze swept over the gardenia at Shen Qingci's temple and then landed on Lu Jinghan's tightly clenched cloth. "If we do not hurry, Shifu will be displeased." In the bamboo hall of the front courtyard, Lin Mo was reviewing the account books, while Qin Su sat beside him. Peeling an orange, the sweet scent wafting over with an air of deliberate intimacy. Upon seeing Shen Qingci enter, Qin Su suddenly smiled. "Shenyang, the gardenia at your temple is lovely. Did Wanyuan put it there?" Unlike some people who only know how to present thorny begonias. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Lu Jinghan, only to find he wasn't looking at her at all, his attention entirely fixed on Shen Qingci, as if he intended to burn a hole through the gardenia with his gaze. Lin Mo closed the account book, his brow slightly furrowed. "For next month's martial arts tournament, we need to send 2 people to deliver the invitations. Qingci, whom do you think would be suitable?" Before Shen Qingci could respond, Qin Su interjected. "Let Brother Jinghan and I go. I happen to want to see the outside world, and Brother's swordsmanship is excellent. He can protect me." She leaned closer to Lu Jinghan, her fingertips nearly brushing against his sleeve. "I shall not go." Lu Jinghan stepped back slightly, his voice cold as ice. "I want to stay in the courtyard with Shenyang." "You." Qin Su's face flushed instantly, her eyes glistening. "How can you say that, brother? What if I go alone?" "I will accompany you." Lu Shuang interjected unexpectedly, her silver hoe still at her waist, speckled with mud that fell onto her azure garment. "I know some herbs. If anything happens on the road, I can manage." Su Wanyuan immediately raised her hand. "I will go too. I will bring back sweet cakes from the south of the city for Shenyang." Just as Lin Mo was about to nod in agreement, Lu Jinghan suddenly grasped Shen Qingci's wrist with such force that it made her frown. The warmth of his palm against her hand was overwhelming, causing her heart to race. "Shenyang, please let me stay. Just this once." In his youthful gaze, a tumult of emotions swirled, akin to the sea before a tempest, filled with pleading, obstinacy, and a hint of fear of being abandoned. Shen Qingci noticed the thick calluses on his hand from sword practice and recalled the previous night when he quietly stood beneath her window, clutching a warmed hand warmer. Yet he did not dare to knock until dawn broke. "Since Shifu has asked you to go, you should comply." As she withdrew her hand, the warmth from his palm lingered, leaving her fingertips tingling. "Be cautious on your journey." In an instant, Lu Jinghan's expression darkened, akin to extinguished embers. However, Su Wanyuan tugged at Shen Qingci's sleeve with a smile. "Shenyang, do not worry. I will keep a close watch on brother." Lu Shuang bowed her head, arranging her medicinal box, her fingers brushing over the cold copper lock, lost in thought. The group tasked with delivering the invitations departed in the afternoon. Shen Qingci stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching as Lu Jinghan mounted his horse. Suddenly, he turned back to look at her, his gaze piercing through the crowd, locking onto her. In his hand, he had somehow acquired a begonia, stealthily slipping it into her hand while no one was watching. His fingertip lingering in her palm for a moment, the warmth nearly causing her to drop it. "Shenyang, wait for my return." His voice was a low whisper, meant only for her ears. Su Wanyuan tugged at Lu Shuaing's sleeve as they climbed into the carriage, but not before turning back to wave at Shen Qingci, the gardenia in her hair swaying, a petal fluttering down to rest on Shen Qingci's hand. Lu Shuaing was the last to board, and as she lifted the curtain of the carriage, her gaze lingered on Shen Qingci, clutching the begonia, before she slowly let it fall. The sound of the carriage wheels faded into the distance, and the silhouette of Qin Su on horseback grew smaller. Shen Qingci remained rooted in place, grasping the begonia, the sweat on its petals long since cooled, yet the warmth in her palms stubbornly lingered. The morning mist had dissipated without her notice, and the sun climbed to its zenith, casting vibrant light upon the mint in the herb garden, making it appear even more spirited. Shen Qingci lowered her gaze to the mark left by a gardenia petal on the back of her hand, and suddenly felt that the Qingzhou courtyard was overwhelmingly vast, spacious enough to accommodate an entire garden of flowers and grasses, yet it could not contain the subtle, bittersweet emotions that quietly crept into her heart. She turned to retrace her steps, and beneath the corridor, the fallen begonia petals blanketed the ground, resembling a scattering of delicate snowflakes. The breeze slipped through the bamboo curtains, carrying with it the fragrant scent of the distant lotus pond, and in a moment of reverie, it seemed to have swept those recently heated fingertips deep into her soul. Chapter 9. Shadows of light. As twilight seeped through the window like water-soaked cotton, Shen Qingci was busily arranging her hair in front of a bronze mirror. The peachwood comb glided through her hair, eliciting a gentle itch at the ends. She gazed at her own reflection, her long hair cascading down. Since entering the sect, she had not allowed her hair to fall freely for quite some time. The inky strands draped over her shoulders, kissed by the evening light, transforming into a warm golden hue, resembling a silken fabric flowing with light. "Is the mistress busy?" A soft knock echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the voice of Lu Shuaing, slightly lower than usual, laced with an imperceptible hint of hesitation. Shen Qingci paused, her hand gripping the comb, as Lu Shuaing's figure appeared in the mirror, clad in a light blue short jacket, holding a dark wood lacquer box. She stood 3 steps away from the mirror table, her gaze fixed on Shen Qingci's hair, as if drawn by a magnet. A slight itch formed in Shen Qingci's throat, and she deliberately lifted the comb. "I was just about to style a double-loop bun, but my hair is too long and keeps tangling." As she spoke, her fingertips brushed against a strand of hair, observing Lu Shuaing, who had taken to visiting her courtyard ever since assisting in the medicinal garden. Sometimes she brought freshly dried herbs, other times she borrowed needles and threads. The uncontainable warmth in Lu Shuaing's eyes spread quietly in Shen Qingci's heart, much like the melting snow of early spring. Lu Shuaing stepped closer, gently placing the lacquer box on the mirror table. The box was adorned with entwined lotus patterns, an old artifact she had discovered at the market a few days prior. "Let me assist the mistress." Her fingertips brushed against the crown of Shen Qingci's head, and as the coolness of her touch mingled with the strands, Shen Qingci couldn't help but retract her neck. The sensation was akin to the chilly waters of a spring creek, both refreshing and enticingly ticklish. "Don't move." Lu Shuing's voice was a whisper near her ear, carrying a breathy quality. To style a double-loop bun, one must first part the hair. If it becomes tangled, it will not look good. Shen Qingci obediently remained still. The reflections of the two girls in the mirror were closely intertwined. Lu Shuaing's lashes brushed against Shen Qingci's ear, sending a delicate shiver down her spine. She watched as Lu Shuaing's deft fingers wove through her hair, as graceful as a butterfly flitting among blossoms. First, she divided the hair into 2 sections, securing them with a red string, then artfully entwined a pearl chain, each knot tight and even, clearly the result of practice. "How do you style hair so well?" Shen Qingci couldn't resist asking, the scent of herbs lingering in the air, a mixture of mint and the subtle bitterness of mugwort, surprisingly pleasant. "I often help my junior sisters with their hairstyles." Lu Shuing's fingertips grazed Shen Qingci's chin, retreating slightly as though burned. "The mistress's hair is softer than theirs. It feels delightful." Suddenly, she fell silent, her ears flushing crimson. Shen Qingci's heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to speak, a tinkling laughter burst forth from outside the courtyard. Su Wanshan burst in with a food box, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars upon seeing the two before the mirror. "Mistress, senior sister, I knew you would be here." She set the food box on the table and opened the lid to reveal chilled sour plum soup, served in a glass bowl, the ice clinking melodically as the refreshing aroma of sourness and sweetness wafted through the air. It was freshly made in the kitchen, sweetened with honey. The mistress will surely love it. Su Wanshan first offered a bowl to Shen Qingci, then handed one to Lu Shuang, playfully brushing her fingertips across Lu Shuang's hand. "Senior sister, why didn't you go to the medicinal garden today? Were you secretly here to keep the mistress company?" Lu Shuang accepted the bowl, her fingertips grazing the ice but not drinking, merely gazing at Shen Qingci. "If the mistress does not mind, I could warm the sour plum soup. Drinking it cold at night is hard on the stomach." No. Su Wanshan interjected eagerly, taking a large sip from her bowl, the coldness making her gasp. "The mistress is not afraid of the chill. Last time she even snuck some of my chilled rice wine," turning red and clutching the pillar, claiming to be a peach blossom fairy. Shen Qingci's face flushed instantly. She indeed had stolen half a jar of rice wine that night, feeling dizzy as she leaned against the corridor, and it was Lu Shuang who helped her back to her room. She remembered clutching Lu Shuang's sleeve, babbling about how fragrant the cloak was. When she awoke the next day, she was covered with Lu Shuang's cloak, which still carried the scent of herbs. Suddenly, Lu Shuang smiled, a faint smile that rippled like a spring breeze across a lake, creating gentle circles of waves. The mistress, after drinking, would cling to the pillar and speak nonsense, and would. "Don't say any more," Shen Qingci playfully chided, reaching out to cover Lu Shuang's mouth. Her fingertip accidentally brushed against the corner of Lu Shuang's lips, the soft sensation sending a jolt through both of them. Su Wanshan laughed, clapping her hands on the table. "Senior sister is blushing. The mistress is blushing too." Just as they were in the midst of their playful banter, the sound of footsteps approached from outside, belonging to the maid responsible for cleaning. "Mistress Shen, Miss Lu, Miss Su, all the lights in the front courtyard have been lit. Master would like to know if you wish to stay for dinner." "Yes," Su Wanshan exclaimed eagerly. "I want to eat the mistress's peach blossom cakes." Lu Shuang, now composed, helped Shen Qingci adjust the pearls at her temples. "The mistress's peach blossom cakes must be paired with hot tea. I shall go brew a pot." With that, she turned towards the kitchen, and Shen Qingci watched her retreating figure, suddenly realizing that the flush on her ears had yet to fade. It appeared that this child was not as composed as she seemed. Shen Qingci lifted the sour plum soup to her lips, taking a sip of the icy sweetness that spread over her tongue, yet it could not suppress the warmth that quietly bubbled up within her. The double loop bun in the mirror was beautifully styled, the pearls swaying gently with her movements, enhancing the softness of her cheeks. She reached up to touch the pearls in her hair, and in that moment, she thought that perhaps this twilight spring night might be warmer than she had anticipated. Su Wanshan continued to chatter about amusing stories from the medicinal garden, the sounds of Lu Shuang brewing tea emanating from the kitchen, occasionally interspersed with her soft replies. As Shen Qingci glanced at her flushed cheeks in the mirror, she suddenly recalled the fleeting touch of Lu Shuang's fingertips against her neck earlier, that coolness, that tantalizing itch, akin to stones cast into the lake of her heart, creating ripples that lingered long after. Chapter 10. He foamed dew as the moonlight from the lotus pond seeped through the window panes. Shen Qingci sat at her desk, meticulously organizing her herbal prescriptions. When Lu Shuang entered, she brought with her the refreshing fragrance of lotus leaves and cradled a bamboo basket filled with freshly picked lotus pods. Water droplets cascaded from her hair, dampening the blue bricks beneath her feet. "Shermu, these are the tenderest lotus seeds, just harvested from the pond," she declared, placing the basket on the table. With her fingertips still smeared with mud, she carelessly picked a lotus seed, peeled back its shell, and held it to Shen Qingci's lips. "Try it. This year's rainfall has been abundant, making them sweeter than last year's." Shen Qingci opened her mouth to catch the seed, its sweetness melting upon her tongue, accompanied by a hint of bitterness at the core, reminiscent of the flicker of nervousness hidden within Lu Shuang's bright gaze. Suddenly, she recalled their visit to the pond earlier that morning, where she had seen Lu Shuang tiptoeing to reach the lotus leaves, her skirt splattered with mud, nearly slipping into the water before Shen Qingci had caught her just in time. "Take your time eating. No one is going to snatch it away," Shen Qingci said with a smile as she took the lotus pod from Lu Shuang's hands and began to peel it. "Doctor, Zhang mentioned this afternoon that your sprained ankle hasn't healed properly. Why did you go to the lotus pond again?" Lu Shuang shuffled her feet on the ground, her voice barely above a whisper. I was thinking about how much Shermu enjoys lotus seed soup. Shen Qingci's heart felt as if it had been drenched by the dew on the lotus leaves, softening with affection. She set down the lotus pod and stood to retrieve her medicine box. Come here, I need to change your bandage again. Lu Shuang obediently walked over and sat on the stool, rolling up her pant leg. Her ankle was still wrapped in bandages, though the swelling had subsided somewhat. The bruising was still evident. Shen Qingci gently unwrapped the bandage and applied ointment with her fingertips, the coolness of the herbal remedy soothing against the injury. Does it hurt? She inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Shuang shook her head, her gaze fixed on Shen Qingci's serious profile, the light casting a delicate shadow on her eyelashes, akin to lotus leaves resting upon the surface of a tranquil lake. Shermu, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft. Will you be attending next month's lotus flower banquet? Of course, Shen Qingci replied, continuing her work. The annual banquet involves offerings to the river deity, praying for favorable weather. How could one miss such an occasion? Then, Lu Shuang bit her lip. May I accompany you? I wish to witness the sacrificial ceremony. I've heard it is quite grand. Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, as radiant as starlight, Shen Qingci couldn't help but smile. Certainly, it would be a perfect opportunity for you to learn the sacrificial procedures. Perhaps one day, it may even be entrusted to you. Lu Shuang's eyes lit up instantly, akin to a lantern ignited. Really? You mean I will be able to participate in the offerings in the future? As long as you wish to learn, there is nothing stopping you. Shen Qingci reassured her while securing the bandage. She patted Lu Shuang's knee. You have been learning under my guidance for 3 years now, gaining knowledge in pharmacology, rituals, and agriculture. You are more than qualified. Lu Shuang abruptly stood up, only to forget her injured ankle. Letting out a small gasp of pain before returning to the stool, her face blooming with joy. Thank you, Shermu. I will study diligently and not let you down. Watching her exuberance, Shen Qingci felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that her 3 years of mentorship had not been in vain. When she had first found the injured girl by the lotus pond, Lu Shuang had been timid, scarcely able to speak. Now, she stood confidently, looking forward to the future like a lotus flower gradually unfurling. By the way, Shen Qingci remembered something and retrieved a weathered book from the cabinet. This is He Feng Ji Dian, which I found last year in the old ancestral hall. It details the steps for the lotus flower banquet. Take it and study it. Feel free to ask me whenever you have questions. Lu Shuang accepted the book, her fingers brushing over the lotus design on the cover. Suddenly, she looked up and swiftly kissed Shen Qingci's cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, before blushing and darting out, leaving behind a breathless, "Thank you, Shermu. I will read it carefully." Shen Qingci stood frozen, her hand grazing the spot where Lu Shuang had kissed her, still warm with the essence of lotus leaves. She shook her head in exasperation, yet her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Outside, in the lotus pond, a late-blooming lotus quietly unfurled its petals, glowing softly under the moonlight. Lu Shuang rushed back to her small courtyard, leaning against the door and breathing heavily, her hand pressed against her flushed cheek, her heart racing. She gazed down at the book in her hands, the lotus on the cover seeming to come alive, swaying gently before her eyes. Next year, the year after, and every year to come, she whispered to herself, I will participate in the lotus flower banquet with Shermu. The breeze from the lotus pond wafted through the window, carrying with it the distant croaking of frogs and the rustling of lotus leaves, akin to a gentle nocturne. Shen Qingci sat at her desk, resuming her task of peeling lotus seeds, placing each one into a dish as the moonlight illuminated them, each seed appearing to be wrapped in a layer of silvery brilliance. She understood that certain emotions, much like the lotus flowers in the pond, do not require deliberate nurturing. They will flourish gradually with time, eventually covering the entire lake and becoming the most enchanting scenery. All she could do was safeguard this growth, ensuring that it remained forever clear and fragrant through the passage of time. Chapter 11. The movement of lotus wind as the morning mist lingered over the lotus pond. Shen Qingci was roused from her slumber by a faint sound. Peering through the window, she spotted Lu Shuang crouched on the stone steps at the corner of the courtyard, clutching the tome He Feng Ji Dian, her fingertips dancing swiftly across the pages while she murmured incantations, evidently having risen early to memorize the ritual. Up so early? Shen Qingci donned a light coat and approached, the morning dew dampening the hem of her skirt and adding a chill to the air. Lu Shuang suddenly looked up, her cheeks flushed, hurriedly closing the book. Shermu, I want to memorize the ritual process early to avoid making mistakes. Her fingers lingered on the page depicting the Heifeng dance, illustrating a graceful figure whose flowing skirt resembled a blooming lotus. Shen Qingci sat beside her, the morning light filtering through the mist and casting a golden hue on the tips of Lu Shuang's hair. There's no need to rush, she said, brushing off the grass clippings from Lu Shuang's shoulders. I can teach you this dance, I know it well. Lu Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to dew-kissed stars. Shermu, you can dance the Heifeng dance? Indeed, Shen Qingci affirmed, lightly tapping the illustration on the page. When I was your age, I learned it from your master as well. Although it appears challenging, it truly emphasizes the softness of the waist and abdomen, akin to lotus leaves swaying in the breeze. As she spoke, she stood, lifting her skirt and twirling gracefully. In the mist, her figure unfurled like a lotus leaf, the arc of her skirt perfectly concealing the moss at the edge of the steps. Lu Shuang gazed in awe, oblivious to the book slipping from her grasp. As Shen Qingci's sleeve brushed past her, it carried a faint scent of lotus, not the heavy aroma of the pond, but the delicate fragrance of dried lotus leaf tea, both bitter and sweet. Are you mesmerized? Shen Qingci chuckled, bending to retrieve the book and placing it back in Lu Shuang's arms. Come, I will teach you the basic steps. Lu Shuang hastily rose, but her nerves got the better of her. As she took a step, she twisted her ankle and stumbled into Shen Qingci's embrace. Shen Qingci instinctively supported her waist, feeling warmth like that of soft clouds. The proximity between them narrowed, allowing Lu Shuang to catch the scent of mugwort from Shen Qingci's garment, while Shen Qingci noticed the blush creeping to Lu Shuang's earlobes, resembling ripened cherries. Take it slow, Shen Qingci spoke softly, steadying her. This dance requires grace, not haste. Lu Shuang nodded, hesitant to move with Shen Qingci's hand still resting on her waist. The warmth of her fingertips seeped through the fabric, igniting a gentle fire that traveled from her abdomen to her heart. Stealing a glance, she noted Shen Qingci's collar slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of fair skin illuminated by the morning light, akin to jade. Shimu, her voice trembled slightly. Only then did Shen Qingci release her grip, stepping back with a smile. Let us practice the waist turn first. She demonstrated the motion, her skirt swaying gently, envisioning herself as the stem of a lotus leaf, rooted in the mud while the leaf danced in the wind. Lu Shuang followed, though her movements were stiff as a bamboo pole. Shen Qingci positioned herself behind Lu Shuang, gently guiding her waist, encouraging her to relax. Loosen up, don't tense. Yes, just like that, a bit softer. A warm breath brushed against Lu Shuang's neck, causing her eyelashes to flutter, inadvertently brushing against Shen Qingci's cheek. Both paused for a moment. The morning mist thickened, enveloping the croaking frogs in a haze. Shima's hands are so soft, Lu Shuang suddenly whispered. Shen Qingci's fingers briefly stiffened before she chuckled. Once you master it, your waist will become supple too. She withdrew her hands, taking a few steps back. Now, give it another try. Lu Shuang inhaled deeply, recalling the warmth from earlier, and surprisingly found herself able to turn with a hint of grace. The hem of her skirt swept across the stone steps, splattering droplets that sparkled like crushed diamonds at Shen Qingci's feet. Your progress is remarkable, Shen Qingci praised, her eyes twinkling like melted honey. Lu Shuang halted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and trickling down her cheek. Shen Qingci produced a handkerchief to wipe her brow, and as her fingertips brushed against Lu Shuang's chin, Lu Shuang suddenly grasped Shen Qingci's wrist gently. Shermu, her voice barely above a whisper, on the day of the Lotus Blossom Banquet, may I perform the Heifeng dance for you? Shen Qingci gazed into her eyes, which sparkled brighter than the morning light. She reciprocated the grasp, their palms fitting perfectly together, sharing warmth akin to the spring waters of the lotus pond, neither too cold nor too warm. Very well, she replied, I shall eagerly await your performance. As the morning mist gradually dispersed, the lotus flowers began to reveal their pointed tips, with dragonflies landing upon them, their wings flapping harmoniously with the rhythm of their breathing, weaving an unfinished poem. Lu Shuang watched Shen Qingci's silhouette as she turned towards the kitchen to fetch lotus leaf porridge, holding the Heifeng ji, dian, even tighter. The illustrations within the book seemed to spring to life, the figure within merging seamlessly with the memory of Shen Qingci's graceful turn, forever intertwined. Chapter 12. The fragrance of lotus. The afternoon cicadas chirred lazily as Shen Qingci reclined on the bamboo couch by the window, idly fanning herself with a freshly plucked lotus leaf. Laughter floated in from the courtyard, where Lu Shuiying and her maid were engaged in playful banter, likely rehearsing the dance he Feng Wu. Shifu. Lu Shuiying suddenly burst through the bamboo door, her skirt dusted with grass clippings, her cheeks flushed. I seem to still struggle with that final turn. I always feel like I might fall. Shen Qingci glanced up and noticed a freshly picked lotus flower nestled in Lu Shuiying's hair, its petals still adorned with droplets of water, quivering gently with her words. Come here, she beckoned, patting the empty space beside her. Once Lu Shuiying settled next to her, Shen Qingci spoke slowly. When turning, your weight should rest on the ball of your front foot, as if stepping on the dewdrops of a lotus leaf, light and steady. Ball of the front foot? Lu Shuiying immediately stood up, attempting to rise onto her toes and turn, but she stumbled slightly, nearly toppling the nearby tea table. Quick as a flash, Shen Qingci reached out and grasped her waist, pulling her back, their bodies now intimately close. Lu Shuiying's nose brushed against Shen Qingci's collarbone, catching a faint fragrance of lotus from her garment, reminiscent of freshly brewed herbal tea. Accidentally, her hand pressed against Shen Qingci's chest, feeling the steady rhythm of her heartbeat, strong and tranquil, like the gentle ripples on a lake. Shifu, her voice came out slightly hoarse, uncertain whether from exhaustion or other emotions. Shen Qingci remained silent, her hand still resting on Lu Shuiying's waist, her fingertips grazing the delicate skin beneath the thin fabric, akin to holding a cool piece of jade. Relax, Shen Qingci instructed, her voice low and husky. She gradually loosened her grip, not to let her go, but to slide her hand down the curve of Lu Shuiying's knee, gently cradling it. I'll support you. Try again. With Shen Qingci's support, Lu Shuiying found her balance much improved. She attempted to turn again, her skirt blooming like a lotus flower before Shen Qingci. Shen Qingci's gaze fell upon the tips of her dancing hair, which still held bits of lotus leaf, brushing against her cheek and bringing a whisper of a tickling breeze. Yes, just like that. Shen Qingci's voice brimmed with mirth, her touch adjusting with Lu Shuiying's movements, as if cherishing a fragile treasure. Lu Shuiying could sense that Shen Qingci's touch was even gentler than before, imbued with an unspoken indulgence. As they paused, both slightly breathless, Lu Shuiying's hairpin came loose, causing her long hair to cascade down, brushing against Shen Qingci's arm like a soft silk ribbon. Shen Qingci reached up to reinsert the hairpin, her fingers inadvertently grazing Lu Shuiying's earlobe, which radiated an astonishing warmth. Your fingertips, Shifu, they're so cool, Lu Shuiying remarked suddenly, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at her. Shen Qingci hesitated for a moment, her fingers lingering behind Lu Shuiying's ear, feeling the warmth beneath. She leaned in, whispering softly in Lu Shuiying's ear, is it cooler than the water in the lotus pond? The warm breath brushed against Lu Shuiying's neck, causing her to instinctively shrink her shoulders, yet she did not pull away. Shen Qingci's south lips were so close that she could discern the delicate peach blossom makeup Lu Shuiying had applied that morning. Shuiying, Shen Qingci's voice lowered, tinged with an unrecognized huskiness. On the day of the lotus flower feast, what flower do you wish to wear? Lotus flower, Lu Shuiying replied without hesitation, but upon realizing the straightforwardness of her answer, her face flushed. Whatever Shifu wears, I shall wear as well. Shen Qingci smiled, her eyes reflecting a tenderness akin to unmelting honey. She retrieved 2 entwined lotus flowers from the flower basket beside the bamboo couch, placing one in Lu Shuiying's hair and the other at her own temple. Then let it be the entwined lotus, she said, gently twirling the flower in Lu Shuiying's hair, like flowers blooming together. Lu Shuiying gazed at the lotus perched beside Shen Qingci's temple, then touched the one in her own hair, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Suddenly, she hugged Shen Qingci's waist tightly and buried her face in her neck, murmuring, Shifu, I think I quite like being with you. Shen Qingci's body stiffened momentarily before she gently encircled Lu Shuiying's back, resting her chin atop her head, inhaling the familiar scent of lotus. Silly girl, she whispered, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Haven't we always been together? It's different, Lu Shuiying nuzzled closer, like a spoiled kitten. It's the kind of fondness that wishes to be together forever. The cicadas fell silent, and the distant croaks from the lotus pond echoed in the stillness of the courtyard, enhancing the tranquility surrounding them. Embracing Lu Shuang, Shen Qingci felt her warmth and the rapid beat of her heart, suddenly realizing that this summer seemed unusually long enough for unspoken words to gradually take on a gentle form. She softly patted Lu Shuang's back, as if soothing a child, yet she was acutely aware that some things had changed from this day forward. Just like the two entwined lotus flowers, seemingly nestled together, their roots had long since intertwined tightly in the soil, inseparable from that moment onward. Chapter 13. Lu Ranhe from the twilight enveloped the lotus pond, reminiscent of cotton soaked in water, gradually descending into a haze. Shen Qingci stood in the corridor, holding a lotus leaf lamp, its wick flickering with delicate light, casting her elongated shadow onto the bluestone slabs, reminiscent of a silk ribbon dampened by water. "Shenyang, it is time for dinner," called Liu Shuang from behind the moon gate, her voice carrying a hint of breathlessness from her hurried steps. She held a food box in her hands, the jade-green bowl on the wooden tray still steaming with lotus seed soup, its sweet aroma mingling with the subtle bitterness of the lotus leaves, wafting in the evening breeze. As Shen Qingci turned, the lamp's shadow fell perfectly on Liu Shuang's face, the wisps of hair at her temples dampened by sweat, clinging to her cheeks like ink stains on wet paper. "Just returned from the lotus pond?" Shen Qingci raised her hand, gently tucking the stray hairs behind Liu Shuang's ear, her fingertips brushing against her warm earlobe. "Look at you. Have you gone to catch that little crayfish trapped in the wilted lotus?" "Not at all." Liu Shuang placed the food box on the stone table, her cheeks puffed like she was holding a lotus seed. "I went to pick fresh lotus leaves to wrap glutinous rice chicken for Shenyang." She lifted the lid of the food box, revealing 2 green lotus leaf parcels, the steam rendering the leaves translucent. "Aunt Zhang said that only freshly picked lotus leaves will carry the fragrance." Shen Qingci observed the traces of mud on her fingertips and suddenly laughed. "There's no need to work up such a sweat." She turned and entered the kitchen, returning with a warm cloth, gently grasping Liu Shuang's chin to delicately wipe away the beads of sweat from her forehead. The cloth, infused with mint water, felt cool against Liu Shuang's skin, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck, yet she did not retreat, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings in the lamplight. "Shenyang's cloth smells so fragrant," she murmured, her gaze falling upon the silver bracelet on Shen Qingci's wrist. A gift she had presented the previous year, adorned with entwined lotus patterns, now glowing softly in the lamp's light. "Tomorrow is the lotus flower feast." Shen Qingci set down the cloth, tapping the parcel lightly with her fingertip. "How is your performance of Hefeng Wu coming along?" Liu Shuang's face flushed suddenly, her toes shifting on the stone slab. "It's, all right. It's just that I often lack the strength while turning. Unlike Shenyang, who dances like the lotus leaf floating in circles." Shen Qingci picked up a lotus leaf lamp and handed it to her. "Come, let us practice by the lotus pond." The stone steps by the pond still held the warmth of the day. Lu Shuang walked ahead, the hem of her skirt brushing against the lotus leaves that drooped toward the water, startling a cascade of droplets that splashed against the lamp, creating a shower of fragmented light. Following her, Shen Qingci gazed at her silhouette, suddenly recalling their first meeting 3 years ago when the girl stood timidly by the pond, clad in a faded cloth dress, clutching a wilting lotus and shyly asking if she could learn the dance. "When turning, your waist must be as supple as the lotus stem, yet hold a core of resilience." Shen Qingci approached her from behind, gently supporting her waist, her palm warm against the curve of her body. "Observe these lotus leaves. No matter how fiercely they turn in the wind, their roots are firmly anchored in the mud." Liu Shuang's body stiffened, her breath becoming delicate. Shen Qingci's hand, slightly calloused, rested warmly against her waist, akin to a piece of warm jade. The croaking of frogs in the pond had ceased, leaving only the sounds of their breathing and the crackling of the lamp's wick. "Shenyang." Liu Shuang's voice trembled slightly as she turned, colliding into Shen Qingci's embrace. The lotus leaf lamp thudded onto the stone steps, its flame flickering, casting both their shadows intertwined upon the lotus leaves. "Do not fear." Shen Qingci's voice emerged softly above her, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Like this, turn." She twirled Liu Shuang around, the skirt sweeping across the water surface, creating more splashes. Liu Shuang's hairpin loosened, her dark tresses cascading down and entwining around Shen Qingci's wrist. Their breaths mingled, infused with the sweetness of lotus seed soup. Suddenly, Liu Shuang looked up, kissing Shen Qingci lightly on the chin, akin to a ripe lotus seed gently falling into the water. Shen Qingci's movements halted. The lotus leaf lamp extinguished on the stone steps, shrouded in darkness, while the moonlight in the pond brightened, immersing their shadows in the water, like two intertwined lotuses. Their roots mingling in the mud while their leaves danced in the wind. Shuang, Shen Qingci lowered her head, her nose brushing against the top of Liu Shuang's head. At tomorrow's feast, whom do you wish to perform for? For Shenyang. Liu Shuang's voice was muffled in her neck, earnest in her desire to perform solely for Shen Qingci. Shen Qingci smiled, the vibrations from her chest resonating in Liu Shuang's ear, akin to ripples on the lotus pond. She picked up the fallen lotus leaf lamp, reigniting it. In the lamplight, Liu Shuang's earlobe glowed red, reminiscent of a ripe lotus tip. Then I shall sit in the front row. Shen Qingci carefully arranged the hairpin in her hair, her fingertips grazing Liu Shuang's earlobe. Watch my Shuang, like a blossoming lotus, gathering the entire breeze of the pond into her skirt. As the chorus of frogs resumed, the lotus leaf lamp had burned halfway. Lu Shuing held Shen Qingci's hand as they walked back, their footprints disturbing the watermarks on the stone steps, resembling an unfinished painting. She suddenly recalled Aunt Zhang's words from the afternoon. Some flowers must entwine their roots in the mud to bloom most vibrantly. Stealing a glance at Shen Qingci's hand, the warmth in her palm felt as sweltering as the summer heat of the lotus pond. And she suddenly realized that Aunt Zhang's words were indeed true. Upon returning to the courtyard, the lotus seed soup still radiated warmth. Shen Qingci served her a bowl, watching as she sipped it slowly, before suddenly saying, "At tomorrow's lotus flower feast, I shall adorn you with that paired lotus hairpin." Lu Shuing looked up, her lips still smeared with soup, her eyes sparkling like fallen stars. "Then what will Shenyang wear?" "I shall wear the lotus seed hairpin you gifted me last year." Shen Qingci chuckled, playfully brushing her fingertip against Liu Shuang's nose. "Thus, others will know that we are a pair." The night breeze danced through the wind chimes in the corridor, creating a melodic chime. Lu Shuing lowered her head, sipping the lotus seed soup, the sweetness spreading from her tongue to her heart, akin to water silently rising from the pond, softening all words, leaving only a single thought resonating within her. To truly like someone is akin to how the lotus stem entwines with the root, appearing loose yet deeply entwined in the mud, tightly bound. Chapter 14. Lantern beneath the eaves as twilight enveloped the window panes. Shen Qingci sat before her dressing table, meticulously outlining her brows. The bronze mirror reflected the silhouette of Lu Shuing behind her, who was on tiptoe, replacing the wick in the lantern hanging in the corridor, her hair cascading over her shoulders, kissed by a hint of golden red twilight. Shuing passed a brow pencil to Shen Qingci, whose voice was as soothing as warm water, her fingertips gliding over her own brow arch as she gazed into the mirror. Lu Shuing turned at the sound, still holding a burnt wick in her hand. As she hurried over, the hem of her skirt brushed against the dressing table, knocking a jade hairpin to the ground. She hurried to retrieve it, but both she and Shen Qingci grasped the pin simultaneously, and in that fleeting moment of their fingertips touching, both paused. "Your fingertips are so cool," Lu Shuing murmured, her fingers gently caressing Shen Qingci's slightly chilled knuckles, akin to touching a piece of cool jade. Shen Qingci laughed softly, deftly inserting the hairpin into Shuing's hair. "Having just fished a piece of ice from the well to cool my cloth, how could they not be?" She tilted her head to admire their reflections in the mirror, noting how Shuing's hairpin sat askew beside her own silver hairpin, resembling two intertwined lotus blossoms. Suddenly, the sound of jingling bells floated in from outside the courtyard, heralding the arrival of Su Wanyue, who entered with a food box. Dressed in a soft satin gown of moonlight white, embellished with entwined lotus motifs, she called out cheerfully from the corridor, "Sister Qingci, Sister Shuing, I have brought some newly brewed plum wine." Lu Shuing peeked out from behind Shen Qingci, spotting the glimmering green porcelain wine flask in Su Wanyu's hand, and clapped her hands in delight. "Perfect. I picked some green apricots this afternoon. They will surely sweeten the wine." As Shen Qingci stood, Lu Shuing tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, may we go drink beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard later? I have laid out a fresh bamboo mat." "Certainly," Shen Qingci replied, affectionately patting Shuang's head before turning to accept the food box from Su Wanyue. "You are so thoughtful. Did you also bring drunken crab?" Su Wanyue blinked, placing the food box on the table. "I heard Sister Qingci loves it, so I had the kitchen set some aside." Her gaze fell on the pearl earrings dangling from behind Shen Qingci's ear, a gift from the previous year, complementing her neck like jade, more lustrous than the moonlight in the courtyard. Lu Shuang suddenly leaned closer to Shen Qingci, nudging her waist with her elbow like a little beast guarding its food. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, lifting her hand to adjust Shuang's disheveled hairband. You do have a sweet tongue. As night deepened, the bamboo mat was indeed spread beneath the old locust tree, lanterns hanging from the branches, casting dappled light through the leaves onto the three figures. Su Wanyue poured wine for Shen Qingci, the liquid gliding from the flask spout, creating delicate sparkles in the white porcelain cup. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Shen Qingci's hand, reminiscent of a feather's light touch. Sister Qingci, do try this wine. Su Wanyue's voice was as soft as glutinous rice candy. I specially added osmanthus, making it sweeter than last year's. Lu Shuang quickly lifted another cup of wine to Shen Qingci's lips, gazing up at her. Sister, drink mine first. It's soaked with green apricots, tangy enough to cleanse your palate. As Shen Qingci beheld the two cups presented before her lips, she was suddenly reminded of a similar scene 2 years prior by the lotus pond, where Su Wanyu had also held out freshly picked lotus pods to feed her, while Lu Shuing had eagerly stuffed peeled lotus seeds into her mouth. With a smile, she accepted both cups, intertwining her left hand with Lu Shuing's wrist and her right hand with Su Wanyue's fingers, gently clinking the two cups together. Let us drink together. As the wine slipped down her throat, the sweetness of osmanthus melded with the tartness of green apricots, mirroring the warmth of Lu Shuang's hand, always so pleasantly warm, damp with a light sheen of perspiration, while Su Wanyue's fingertips were cool, as if dipped in well water. Their grips were neither too tight nor too loose, perfectly encircling her arm, like two soft vines. Sister Qingci, Su Wanyue suddenly drew closer, her breath brushing against Shen Qingci's neck. For the upcoming lantern festival, shall we release river lanterns? I've heard that lanterns inscribed with wishes can float down the river to reach the hearts of loved ones. Lu Shuang immediately chimed in. What wish will sister release? I can write it for you. She pulled out a piece of red paper she had prepared earlier, upon which she had already inscribed with vermilion ink. May I meet my teacher every year, the characters crooked, yet imbued with a stubborn determination. Shen Qingci gazed at the words on the red paper and then at the expectation in Su Wanyue's eyes. Suddenly, she reached out and pulled both of them closer. The lantern light illuminated her face, soft as melting moonlight. Instead of releasing river lanterns, why not simply stay here beneath this old locust tree? She lowered her head and pressed a gentle kiss atop Lu Shuang's head. Akin to a falling locust flower, I have seen Shuang's wish. Then she turned, nudging her nose against Su Wanyue's temple, and I have guessed Wanyue's wish as well. Su Wanyue's ears flushed crimson, while Lu Shuang buried her face in a Shen Qingci's garment, giggling softly. The leaves of the old locust tree rustled, as if in agreement, and the flickering candlelight within the lantern danced, casting the intertwined shadows of the three onto the bamboo mat, resembling a painting steeped in the scent of wine. As the night grew deeper, Su Wanyue succumbed to slumber upon the bamboo mat, a locust leaf having fallen into her hair. Lu Shuang rested her head on Shen Qingci's lap, still clutching the red paper, mumbling that her teacher must not leave her for others. Shen Qingci gently patted her back, her gaze drifting over the moonlight in the courtyard, suddenly realizing that true completeness may lie in having companions to share sweet wine and sour apricots, while you, in turn, can embrace all their heartfelt intentions, like catching the shadows of lanterns descending from the eaves, tenderly and gently, falling into your embrace. Chapter 15. Fragrance at the temples. As the morning dew still clung to the windowsill, Shen Qingci was already seated before the mirror, removing her makeup. The rouge from last night had stained the cotton pad, leaving a faint pink trace akin to peach petals scattered upon the snow. The soft sound of footsteps approached from behind. She did not need to turn around to know it was Lu Shuang, the girl who always preferred to tread barefoot on the floor, her soles cooling with the morning dew, creating delicate sounds as she stepped on the blue bricks. Shizhong, I have brewed mugwort water. Lu Shuang's voice, still husky from the night before, accompanied her as she held a coarse pottery basin, the steam enveloping the herbal aroma that wafted toward Shen Qingci. Sister Wanwan said this is the best remedy for a hangover. I've gone to the kitchen to heat some congee. Shen Qingci lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of her in the mirror. Lu Shuang's hair tips were still damp, undoubtedly just returned from the well, with a fragment of leaf caught behind her ear, resembling a tiny green butterfly hidden away. She reached out to pluck the leaf, her fingertips brushing against Lu Shuang's ear, eliciting a gentle shiver from her. "Your hair will catch a chill if left wet," Shen Qingci remarked as she accepted the pottery basin, placing the warm cloth against her face, the bitter fragrance of mugwort mingling with the sweetness of rouge, intertwining at her nostrils like a soft embrace. Lu Shuang had unknowingly nestled herself behind her, resting her chin on Shen Qingci's shoulder, her breath sweeping over her neck like a warm, inquisitive cat. "Shizhang's rouge smells delightful," Lu Shuang whispered, her fingertips tracing the outline of Shen Qingci's lips in the mirror, more intoxicating than Sister Wanwan's osmanthus wine. Just as Shen Qingci was about to smile, the fragrance of osmanthus wafted in from outside, and Su Wanwan entered, holding a bowl of congee. The white porcelain bowl had a few grains of rice clinging to its rim, which she pinched off and popped into her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Awake?" "I added Fu Ling to the congee. It will soothe your stomach," Qingci Jia. Setting the bowl on the dressing table, her gaze fell on Lu Shuang, who was leaning on Shen Qingci's shoulder, and she suddenly nudged her aside. "How can you breathe, pressing against Shizhang like that?" She then stepped to the other side and loosened the loose hairband from Shen Qingci's hair. As Shen Qingci's long hair cascaded down, Su Wanwan's fingertips inadvertently brushed against the nape of her neck, akin to a feather's light touch. "Shizhang's hair is smoother than satin," she whispered, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. At yesterday's Lantern Festival, many people were staring at Shizhang. Lu Shuang immediately lifted her head. "Who was staring? I will glare back." "Foolish girl," Shen Qingci playfully patted Lu Shuang's cheek through the mirror and turned to Su Wanwan. "You certainly know how to change the subject. Wasn't it you who clung to the wine jug last night, insisting on competing with me to see whose wishes were more sincere?" Su Wanwan's ears turned crimson, and she turned to fetch the congee bowl. "No, it was Shuang who first played tricks, insisting her red paper was written more neatly." Lu Shuang huffed in defiance, but Shen Qingci silenced her with a glance. The three of them gathered around the dressing table, sharing that bowl of Fu Ling congee, the porcelain spoons clinking together with a melodious sound. Upon taking her third sip, Shen Qingci suddenly discovered a sweet jujube nestled at the bottom of the bowl. She raised her eyes, meeting Su Wanwan's smiling gaze. That was her favorite sweetness, a detail the girl always remembered. By the way, Su Wanwan suddenly recalled, pulling out a neatly folded piece of paper from her sleeve. "The riddles from yesterday's Lantern Festival. I guessed 3 correctly, and the stall owner gifted me this." Unfolding it revealed a handkerchief embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers, the silk threads glimmering softly in the morning light. "It is not as skillfully crafted as what Shizhang has made." Lu Shuang leaned in to look, her fingertip touching the petals of the lotus. "The pouch Shizhang embroidered for me last time had stitches thrice as dense." Shen Qingci took the handkerchief, her fingers gliding over the floral patterns. "It indeed possesses ingenuity." Suddenly, she tore the handkerchief in half, handing each piece to them. "Since they are intertwined, it is far more meaningful to wear them separately." Lu Shuang promptly tucked her half of the handkerchief into her close-fitting pouch, while Su Wanwan, blushing, tied her piece into Shen Qingci's hair. "This is best, with Shizhang wearing it. It feels as if we are always by your side." As the morning light streamed through the window, Shen Qingci sat on the corridor steps, perusing a book. Lu Shuang leaned on her knee, touching up the red paper that had been stained with wine from the previous night. The vermilion tip of her brush occasionally brushed against Shen Qingci's skirt. Su Wanwan sat on the other side, weaving mugwort strings, occasionally lifting her gaze, her eyes dancing between Shen Qingci's flowing hair and the lotus on the handkerchief. "Shizhang, look at the wish I altered," Lu Shuang exclaimed, running over with the paper, where she had added a line beneath, "May we meet year after year, even if our black hair turns white." Just as Shen Qingci was about to praise her, Su Wanwan suddenly coughed lightly, revealing that the end of the mugwort string she was weaving had formed 2 tiny love knots, green as freshly sprouted willows. "This is for Shizhang to tie around her wrist." Su Wanwan's fingertip brushed against Shen Qingci's pulse, which beat in perfect harmony with her own heartbeat. "Mugwort can ward off insects, just as we can shield Shizhang from all worries." Lu Shuang would not be outdone. She pulled out her half of the handkerchief from her pouch and pressed it into Shen Qingci's palm. "My handkerchief can wipe sweat. It is more practical than the grass strings." Shen Qingci gazed at the half lotus in her palm, suddenly smiling as she extended both hands, allowing Su Wanwan to tie the mugwort string around her wrist while Lu Shuang placed her handkerchief in her other hand, then gently closed her fingers. Now we have everything. Rising to her feet, the green string around her wrist and the red handkerchief in her palm complemented each other, resembling a spring brook winding around peach blossoms. Let us go. The kanji must have cooled. Lu Shuang tugged at her right hand while Su Wanwan held her left. The shadows of the three intertwined closely under the morning light, resembling three blossoms entwined together. As the wind brushed past the corridor's wind chimes, producing a tinkling sound, Shen Qingci suddenly lowered her head, catching the scent wafting at her temples. Rouge mingled with mugwort, along with the osmanthus from Su Wanwan's hair and the vermilion from Lu Shuang's sleeve, all intertwining into a sweet embrace that softened the heart. Perhaps what is deemed complete is not a moonlight solely belonging to anyone, but rather the warmth of someone holding hot kanji awaiting your awakening, someone clutching a handkerchief to shield you from sweat, and someone weaving all these delicate sentiments into the fabric of everyday life, allowing each morning to carry such fragrant essence. Chapter 16 Rain on the banana leaves. The afternoon rain arrived abruptly, with large raindrops pounding against the banana leaves, creating a crisp sound. Shen Qingci reclined against a beautiful couch by the window, holding a worn collection of poetry, yet her gaze was drawn to Lu Shuang in the corner of the courtyard, who was tiptoeing to retrieve the herbs drying on a bamboo pole. The pale blue hem of her skirt swayed in the misty rain, reminiscent of a mint plant bending in the wind. Shuang, wait before you collect them, Shen Qingci called out, seizing an oil paper umbrella by the door and rushing outside. The raindrops splattered against the umbrella, creating a fine spray, and as she reached Lu Shuang, she collided with her just as Shuang reached for the highest mugwort. The tip of Shen Qingci's shoe skidded on the slick blue stone tiles. Be careful, Shen Qingci exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Shuang's waist, pulling her back, and in an instant, they found themselves within the confined space beneath the umbrella. Shuang's back pressed against Shen Qingci's chest, her rapid heartbeat resonating like a drum quickened by the rain. Shermu. Lu Shuang's voice trembled slightly, her fingertips clutching Shen Qingci's sleeve, wrinkling the fabric. Raindrops trickled down her hair, landing on Shen Qingci's hand. Cool to the touch, yet quickly warmed by the heat of her palm. Foolish girl, do you not know to wait until the rain stops? Shen Qingci's tone held a hint of reproach, yet she tilted the umbrella further towards Shuang, her own shoulders soon soaked by the rain. What if you catch a chill? Lu Shuang looked up and noticed the dark stains spreading across Shen Qingci's shoulder, suddenly pushing the umbrella handle back toward her. Shermu will also get wet. Their hands met on the umbrella handle, her fingertips cold with rainwater, yet she insisted on shifting the umbrella toward Shen Qingci, as if engaged in a gentle tug of war. Do not move, Shen Qingci said, pressing down on Shuang's hand. The warmth of their palms seeped through the damp fabric, a small flame that instantly dispelled any lingering grievances. She led Lu Shuang toward the corridor, and amidst the sounds of rain, a silvery laugh suddenly rang out from behind them. Su Wanwan dashed in from the moon gate, draped in a raincoat, a food box in hand. The brim of her raincoat dripped with water, soaking the embroidery on her chest. Qingci Jia, Shuang Mimi, I brought freshly baked chestnut cakes. They are best enjoyed warm in the rain. She hurried to the corridor, shaking off the droplets from her raincoat, her gaze landing on Shen Qingci's drenched shoulder. Immediately, she extracted a clean handkerchief from the food box, tiptoeing to wipe away the rain from Shen Qingci's hair. How did you get so wet? Shuang Maimei did not help you at all. Just as Lu Shuang was about to defend herself, Shen Qingci smiled and held her hand down. It was I who wanted to rush outside. She accepted a piece of chestnut cake, taking a bite. The sweet, warm aroma mingled with the fragrance of chestnuts enveloped her senses, and she marveled at Su Wanwan's improving culinary skills. Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled as she sat down beside Shen Qingci, their knees inadvertently brushing, bringing a comforting warmth. I'm glad you like it. I added more osmanthus syrup because you said you preferred it sweeter last time. The rain continued to fall, the banana leaves crackling with each drop. Lu Shuang went to the kitchen to brew ginger tea, and upon returning, she found Su Wanwan bent over, gently massaging Shen Qingci's cold shoulder. They were nestled closely together, Su Wanwan's hair cascading into Shen Qingci's neck, resembling a soft thread. Ginger tea is ready. Lu Shuang placed the bowl on the table, her voice tinged with an imperceptible heaviness. Shen Qingci took the ginger tea but first offered it to Su Wanwan. You should drink some too. Do not catch a chill. She then turned to Lu Shuang, patting the empty seat beside her. Come and sit here. Lu Shuing sat next to her, her fingertips entwined with the tassels of the handkerchief, suddenly feeling Shen Qingci's hand quietly reach out beneath the table, clasping her hand. The warmth from her palm penetrated through the damp fabric, like a small flame, swiftly dispelling any prior feelings of grievance. Once the rain stops, shall we go gather water chestnuts? Shen Qingci suddenly suggested, her gaze drifting toward the rain curtain outside. The water chestnut pond at the back mountain must be ripe now. Yes. Su Wanwan immediately raised her hand. I can paddle a small bamboo raft that will take Qingci Jie to the center of the pond to gather them. Lu Shuang nodded in agreement, her fingertip lightly tracing Shen Qingci's palm. I can peel the water chestnuts faster than Wanwan Jie. Shen Qingci chuckled, allowing the two to chatter excitedly in her ear, yet her hand did not release its grip beneath the table, her fingertips entwined with Lu Shuang's, as if engaged in a game known only to them. Raindrops cascaded from the eaves, pooling on the blue stone tiles, reflecting the intertwined shadows of the three, like a painting softened by the rain. As the evening rain ceased, a faint rainbow appeared in the sky. Su Wanwan went to the kitchen to heat the chestnut cakes, while Lu Shuang squatted down in the corridor to kindle a brazier. Shen Qingci sat beside her, watching as she tended to the charcoal with a fire tong, sparks flying and illuminating her profile with a rosy glow. Shermu, Lu Shuang suddenly looked up, the light from the charcoal flickering in her eyes. When Wanwan Jie was massaging your shoulders just now, did you? Did I what? Shen Qingci teased, playfully pinching her earlobe, still warm from the ginger tea. Lu Shuang's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, whispering, Did you think she did it better than I did? Shen Qingci shook her head with a laugh, leaning closer to her ear, her voice soft as the rain. But my hand only wishes to hold yours. The crackling of the charcoal warmed the sentiment of her words. Lu Shuang's ears turned entirely red, yet she could not resist looking up, meeting Shen Qingci's smiling gaze. The tenderness in her eyes was like unyielding honey, softening every word. When Su Wanwan emerged with the chestnut cakes, she noticed the two were nestled closely together, Shen Qingci's hand lingering behind Lu Shuang's ear, as if tucking away stray strands of hair. She suddenly smiled, placing the chestnut cakes on the table and deliberately raising her voice. If we don't eat soon, the chestnut cakes will get cold. Shen Qingci turned to look at her, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Lu Shuang hurriedly shifted to the side, but as she stood, Shen Qingci discreetly tugged at her sleeve, the warmth of her fingertips lingering in Lu Shuang's palm, creating a sensation that made her reluctant to let go. As night fell, the charcoal in the brazier still glowed softly. The three of them sat in the corridor, sharing the remaining chestnut cakes. The wind, fresh from the rain, carried the fragrance of the banana leaves mingled with the sweetness of osmanthus syrup, warming their hearts. Shen Qingci gazed at the two smiling faces beside her, suddenly realizing that on such a rainy day, there were ample reasons to draw closer, plenty of time to listen to the sound of rain, allowing every fragment of heartfelt sentiment to transform into the warmth of her palm, gradually warming the entire twilight. Chapter 17. The moonlit pearlescent dimple after dinner. The courtyard was bathed in moonlight, resembling a layer of liquid mercury. Shen Qingci sat upon a stone bench beneath the grape trellis, her fingertips delicately pinching an unpeeled lotus seed, listening to the discordant voices behind her, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her lips. I said I would wash it. The voice belonged to Su Wanyuan, imbued with an irrefutable authority, followed by the soft clatter of a wooden basin colliding with the stone floor. I am not clumsy, Lu Shuang retorted, her tone infused with a stubborn petulance. I washed the mat for the mistress this morning, and it was cleaner than yours. As Shen Qingci turned her head, she caught sight of Su Wanyuan lifting a damp cloth to hang on the drying line, Lu Shuing tiptoeing behind, reaching for a higher knot, only to be firmly restrained by Su Wanyuan's hand on her shoulder. Stand still. If you step on the stool and fall, the mistress will be worried. As she spoke, she nimbly climbed onto a low stool, extending her arm to hang the cloth in the most prominent position, then turning her head to Lu Shuing, raising her chin like a victorious peacock. Lu Shuing, cheeks puffed in frustration, dashed toward Shen Qingci, but abruptly halted beside the stone bench. As if recalling something, she quietly sidled over, settling next to Shen Qingci, her elbows subtly nudging against her, and in a hushed voice complained, Mistress, Wanyuan is bullying me. Shen Qingci chuckled, offering the peeled lotus seed to Lu Shuing's lips, observing the fleeting brush of her tongue against her fingertips, and leisurely remarked, Wang Yuan is merely concerned about you falling. No sooner had she spoken than Su Wanyuan approached with the empty wooden basin. Water still dribbling from its rim, creating darkened spots on the bluestone floor. Qingci, would you like to try the sour plum soup I made? Su Wanyuan placed a green porcelain bowl on the stone table, the rim adorned with a whole plum, sweetened with extra rock sugar to temper the tartness. As she spoke, the hem of her skirt swept across the edge of the stone bench, carrying with it a faint fragrance of osmanthus from her newly changed perfume. Lu Shuang swiftly snatched the lotus seed from Shen Qingci's hand, chewing it and muttering indistinctly, "Mistress doesn't like sour things. I will fetch honey water." She attempted to rise, but was halted by Shen Qingci's grip on her wrist. Her fingertips, warm, gently tugged, causing Lu Shuang to tumble back onto the bench, landing perfectly in her embrace. "Stay seated." Shen Qingci's voice, tinged with laughter, brushed against Lu Shuang's ear, making her spine stiffen in surprise. Su Wanyuan found the scene amusing, taking a hearty sip of the sour plum soup, her eyes squinting from the tangy flavor, yet she feigned, truly sweet. "It seems my skills have improved." Lu Shuang wriggled out from Shen Qingci's arms, her face flushed, yet she stubbornly protested, "What is sweet? It's sour enough to make one's teeth ache. Mistress would never drink it." "Oh, then what does the mistress wish to drink?" Su Wanyuan raised an eyebrow, her gaze flitting across Shen Qingci's face with a hint of mischief. "Surely you do not wish to drink the honey water made by Shuang, do you? That concoction is cloyingly sweet. I tried it last time, and it left my throat aching." "You." Lu Shuang, incensed, attempted to stand once more, but was restrained by Shen Qingci's hand on her shoulder. The warmth of her palm seeped through the thin fabric, diffusing Lu Shuang's ire, leaving her to mutter softly, "Mistress only loves the honey water I make." Shen Qingci lifted the bowl of sour plum soup to her lips, taking a sip, the tartness blossoming immediately, but revealing a hint of sweetness at the tip of her tongue. She gazed at Su Wanyuan's sparkling eyes, then at Lu Shuang's sulky pout, suddenly feeling that this scene was more heartwarming than the moonlight itself. The sour plum soup could cleanse the palate, while the honey water warmed the stomach. She returned the bowl to Su Wanyuan, her fingertip grazing against Su Wanyuan's, eliciting a soft shiver from her. "Why not? Sample both tonight." Su Wanyuan's eyes brightened. "I shall fetch another bowl." She turned, her footsteps buoyant. Yet Lu Shuang remained miffed. Shen Qingci reached out, pinching her cheek. "Soft and pliable. Why are you still pouting? You resemble a pouch filled with pebbles." She leaned in closer, her breath brushing against Lu Shuang's ear. "When she brings the bowl, you should add a couple of extra spoonfuls of honey. Let's see if she continues to claim it's too sweet." Lu Shuang's eyes sparkled, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, quickly covering her mouth to stifle the sound, fearing Su Wanyuan, who had just approached the moon gate, might overhear. Su Wanyuan, carrying two empty bowls, looked over curiously. "What are you two whispering about?" Shen Qingci shook her head with a smile, the moonlight dancing in the dimples at the corners of her eyes, radiating a gentle glow. "We were just remarking how round the moon is tonight." Indeed, a full moon hung above the grape trellis, casting the shadows of the vines upon the three of them, swaying gently. Su Wanyuan placed the bowls on the table, suddenly pointing to a leaf caught in Lu Shuang's hair. "You have a leaf in your hair." As she reached to pluck it, her fingers inadvertently snagged Lu Shuang's hair tie, causing her long, dark tresses to cascade down like spilled ink. Lu Shuang gasped, hastily gathering her hair, while Shen Qingci extended her hand to assist, their fingers colliding. They both retracted their hands simultaneously, their gazes locking. The moonlight painting Su Wanyuan's ears a soft red, while Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed with color. Only Shen Qingci laughed unabashedly, picking up a comb and leisurely combing Lu Shuang's hair, the wooden teeth whispering softly as they glided through the strands. "Wanyuan," Shen Qingci suddenly spoke, her voice softened by the moonlight. "You mentioned wanting to learn hair styling last time. Would you like me to teach you tonight?" Shuang's long hair is perfect for a model. Su Wanyuan's eyes sparkled like fallen stars, but Lu Shuang squirmed in Shen Qingci's embrace, quietly protesting, "I do not want to be a model." Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Qingci silenced her with a light kiss on her lips. The kiss was gentle, like moonlight resting upon flower petals, brief, yet impactful. Lu Shuang froze, momentarily forgetting to breathe, her lips where the kiss had landed burning with warmth. Su Wanyuan, standing nearby, nearly dropped the empty bowl in her hands, hastily turning away, her back to them, her voice somewhat airy. I will check if the sour plum soup is cool. Underneath the grape trellis, only Shen Qingci and Lu Shuang remained, surrounded by the abundant moonlight and swaying shadows. Shen Qingci continued to comb Lu Shuang's hair, her motions tender, yet her voice carried a playful lilt. Are you still angry? Lu Shuang buried her face in Shen Qingci's embrace, mumbling, not angry anymore. But mistress must kiss me back. That was too swift. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through her chest, sending a tremor of warmth through Lu Shuang's heart. She lifted her head, about to speak, when she caught sight of Su Wanwan holding 2 bowls of sour plum soup, standing not far away. The moonlight illuminated her face, casting it in half brightness and half shadow, her emotions unreadable in her eyes, yet she did not turn away. Shen Qingci followed Lu Shuang's gaze and waved to Su Wanwan with a gentle smile, inviting her to come closer. Come here. Aren't you eager to learn how to style Shuang's hair? If you delay any longer, I might just have finished combing her hair myself. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately made her way over. The water stains on the stone path reflected the moonlight, resembling a scattering of broken silver. Shen Qingci picked up a red hairband and wound it around Lu Shuang's hair twice, suddenly glancing at Su Wanwan. You see, you loop it around like this, then pass it through here. Her voice was soft and soothing, and Su Wanwan listened intently, while Lu Shuang obediently leaned into Shen Qingci's embrace, savoring the gentle touch of her hair being styled, and feeling the gaze from behind, tinged with a hint of envy and a touch of grievance. The moonlight grew ever brighter, stretching the shadows of the three into long, intertwined forms, indistinguishable from one another, exuding warmth and tranquility, much like the night that flowed gently through the courtyard, seemingly endless, and yearning to remain so. Chapter 18. The fragrance beneath the lamp. As Shen Qingci meticulously traced her brows in the bronze mirror, her fingers hesitated momentarily. Reflected in the glass were the silhouettes of 2 figures nestled closely behind her. Su Wanwan's hand, which clutched a new eyebrow pencil, trembled slightly, while Lu Shuang, holding a compact of rouge, displayed white knuckles, betraying her familiar nervousness, an eagerness to present a treasure while fearing disdain. Sure, may I use this one? Su Wanwan's voice was unusually high-pitched, and Shen Qingci could discern the hidden anticipation beneath it, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise for a perfect score on a test. Lu Shuang nudged the rouge box closer to the mirror, her fingers polishing the ornate edges until they gleamed. This color suits you perfectly. The last time you wore that moon-white gown, when the wind blew, you looked as if you stepped out of a painting. As she spoke, her ears flushed crimson, undoubtedly regretting her unguarded honesty. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, declining their offerings and instead reaching for her well-worn eyebrow pencil that had served her faithfully for 3 years. She knew that Su Wanwan's silver-threaded pencil had been procured with careful savings, while Lu Shuang's limited edition rouge had taken considerable effort to acquire. They always brought forth their finest treasures for her, as if presenting her with stars from the night sky. You too. Shen Qingci's fingertips traced the delicate grooves of her old pencil. I have grown accustomed to this one, just as I have become accustomed to your bickering. A change would feel rather disconcerting. Su Wanwan's face brightened instantly, her heart undoubtedly rejoicing at Shen Qingci's recollection of her previous words, though she feigned indignation. Who has been arguing with her? It's her who always snatches my handkerchief. Lu Shuang instantly retorted. It was you who secretly took my half-embroidered purse. Their banter continued, yet relief washed over Lu Shuang, knowing that Shen Qingci had not accepted the new pencil but had remembered their little squabbles. Turning, Shen Qingci gently wiped the rouge powder from Lu Shuang's cheek. In that fleeting moment, she could feel Lu Shuang holding her breath, her body tense as if she were a cat being stroked the wrong way, frozen in place. Foolish girl. Shen Qingci murmured with a soft laugh, catching a glimpse of Su Wanwan leaning closer in the mirror, her eyes brimming with envy. She gestured, come here, help me steady the mirror. Su Wanwan nearly lunged forward, her fingers brushing against Shen Qingci's hand as she grasped the mirror's edge, causing her heart to race in a silent scream. Shen Qingci felt a sudden jolt from the touch, akin to being scalded, yet she feigned nonchalance. Observing Su Wanwan's flushed ears, Lu Shuang felt a pang of envy but couldn't suppress a smile. The last time Su Wanwan had stealthily slipped a novel under Shen Qingci's pillow, her face had been far redder than it was now when she was caught. As Shen Qingci took a bite of the almond pastry Su Wanwan had handed her, she could hear the 2 girls squabbling once more behind her. Su Wanwan tugged at Lu Shuang's braid, exclaiming, "You're stealing my spot." Lu Shuang clung to Su Wanwan's arm, insisting, "Let me lean for a moment." Their playful squabbling resembled two little sparrows fighting over crumbs. With the pastry in her mouth, Shen Qingci felt warmth bloom in her heart. Lately, many had inquired why she always kept these two girls by her side. What she did not express was that witnessing their playful antics over a mere pastry and listening to them crowd around her bed at night, vying for stories, brought her more comfort than any treasure. Cease your antics. Shen Qingci broke the last piece of pastry in half, intentionally guiding it towards the center, watching as their hands collided in midair. Su Wanwan grasped her half of the pastry, stealing glances at Shen Qingci's profile, her heart undoubtedly pondering how lovely Shen Qingci appeared when she smiled. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes enchanting. Lu Shuang bit into her piece, her gaze fixed on Shen Qingci's fingers holding the pastry, her thoughts likely focused on learning to make the osmanthus cake that Shen Qingci adored. As Shen Qingci beheld the three silhouettes huddled together in the mirror, she suddenly felt the bronze mirror too small to contain the warmth that filled the room. The wind outside carried the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms, and she discreetly nudged the novel Su Wanwan had slipped under her pillow, setting it aside for the unfinished chapter from the previous night, ready to continue the tale this evening. Chapter 19. Fragrant by the pillow. As Shen Qingci extinguished the lamp, a rustling sound emerged from outside the tent. Lifting the corner of the curtain, she beheld two figures illuminated by the moonlight, Su Wanwan cradling a brocade quilt, and Lu Shuang clutching half a bag of almond pastries, both peering curiously towards her bed. "Shermu, my bedding has become damp," Su Wanwan announced, placing the brocade quilt at the edge of the bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Freshly warmed from the kitchen, still imbued with the heat from the stove. Lu Shuang followed suit, setting the almond pastries on the bedside with a softer tone than usual. "I baked a new batch, sweeter than the last. Shermu, would you care to try?" Shen Qingci observed the scattered shoes at their feet, Su Wanwan's embroidered shoes speckled with grass clippings, evidently having crawled through the back window. While Lu Shuang's skirt still bore a leaf from the osmanthus tree, clearly plucked from the ancient tree in the courtyard. She feigned a stern demeanor. What of decorum? To intrude upon Shermu's chamber at the dead of night, what would others think? No sooner had she spoken, Su Wanwan had already slipped off her shoes and burrowed under the covers, her icy feet deliberately pressed against Shen Qingci's legs. "Shermu's bedding is warm. I shall just lie here for a moment. I promise not to move." She nestled closer, the fragrance of osmanthus oil intermingling with the warmth of the stove. Lu Shuang, not to be outdone, lifted the other side of the quilt and sat down, pressing the almond pastries into Shen Qingci's hands. "Shermu, you must try these before they cool. They won't taste as good then." Her fingertips brushed Shen Qingci's palm, retreating as if scalded, yet subtly inched her feet closer to Shen Qingci's ankle. Caught between them, Shen Qingci felt the warmth of Su Wanwan's breath on her left and the lingering fragrance of soapberry from Lu Shuang on her right, while the sweet aroma of almond pastries wafted through the air. Sighing softly, she was about to speak when Su Wanwan suddenly pinched the hem of her garment. "Shermu, about the story you told last time. Which hero did the female knight ultimately choose?" "I wager she chose the swordsman." Lu Shuang interjected swiftly. "The swordsman shielded her from 3 arrows, staining half the mountains with blood." Su Wanwan retorted, "But the scholar composed 300 poems for her, each concealing her name within." As the two began to bicker, Shen Qingci gently pressed their hands down. Su Wanwan's left hand was warm from the stove, while Lu Shuang's right was cool, her fingertips bearing the calluses from baking. In that moment, she realized that one hand warmed her bedding while the other crafted pastries, akin to 2 tender morsels sent by the heavens. "Neither," Shen Qingci replied leisurely. "The female knight opened an inn herself. The swordsman would leave a jar of fine wine whenever he passed, and the scholar would arrive to inscribe a poem upon the wall. She, meanwhile, would sit behind the counter, watching them come and go, living a life more carefree than anyone else." Su Wanwan suddenly leaned closer, her nose nearly brushing against Shen Qingci's chin. "And what about you, Shimu? Would you prefer to be a swordsman or a scholar?" Her lashes fluttered against Shen Qingci's neck like a playful butterfly. Lu Shuang leaned in as well, the sweetness of the almond pastries mingling with her soapberry scent. "I suspect Shimu wishes to be the innkeeper. I shall bake almond pastries for you for a lifetime." At that moment, Shen Qingci's heart fluttered as if struck by something soft. She reached up to ruffle Su Wanwan's hair and pinched Lu Shuiying's cheek. Silly girl, Shimu wishes to be neither the swordsman nor the scholar. Pausing, she gazed at the moonlight filtering through the tent, and then smiled. Shimu simply desires to tend to this inn, watching as swordsmen bring wine and scholars bring poetry. Living a lively and bustling life, which is quite sufficient. Su Wanwan burrowed even closer, her voice muffled. Then I shall deliver the stove daily, bringing coal in winter and ice in summer. Lu Shuiying rested her chin on Shen Qingci's knee, whispering, I shall bake pastries every day, sweet and savory, whatever Shimu desires. Shen Qingci closed her eyes, feeling the warmth from the left gradually enveloping her, the sweetness from the right slowly merging. Like two little flames warming her heart. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted in from outside, mingling with the warmth of the stove and the sweetness of almond pastries, creating a unique aroma that belonged solely to her, infused with the warmth of the two young girls, a fragrant comfort by the pillow. She suddenly remembered the ledger she had perused earlier that day, realizing she had overlooked an entry. Today's income, 2 petals of sincerity, soft as sugar. As night deepened, Su Wanwan's breathing grew steady, akin to a drowsy cat curled beside her. Lu Shuiying had also fallen asleep against her knee, still clutching a half-eaten almond pastry. Shen Qingci opened her eyes, illuminated by the moonlight as she gazed upon their slumbering faces, and felt that true fulfillment might simply be this. As you guard them, they guard you in return, akin to stars revolving around the moon, naturally entwined for a lifetime. Chapter 20. The startling string Shen Qingci was tending to Lu Shuiying's disheveled hair when a sudden, resounding crash echoed from outside the courtyard, reminiscent of a door being violently kicked in. Su Wanwan was the first to spring up, seizing a wooden stick that lay behind the door, while Lu Shuiying immediately positioned herself in front of Shen Qingci, gripping the short dagger at her waist, a weapon Shen Qingci had taught her to use for self-defense. Its blade glinting ominously. Who goes there? Su Wanwan's voice rang out with youthful vigor, twirling the stick in her hands and firmly planting it on the ground. From the shadows emerged several masked figures, their steel blades catching the moonlight with a chilling gleam. The leader chuckled darkly. Madame Shen seems to be enjoying herself, entertaining 2 young maidens. Shen Qingci gently pulled Lu Shuiying back behind her and took a half-step forward, her fingertips discreetly pinching the silver needles hidden in her sleeve, an armament she had prepared for such an occasion. You have mistaken your quarry, she replied with calmness, her gaze icy. This is not a place for your mischief. Is that so? You won't know until you try? The masked assailant charged forward, his blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle. Be careful, Su Wanwan shouted, raising the wooden stick to meet the incoming attack. The stick collided with the steel blade, snapping in two, yet she deftly sidestepped the attack and kicked her assailant in the knee, her movements swift and decisive, just as Shen Qingci had taught her to harness the force of her opponent. Meanwhile, Lu Shuiying had drawn her dagger, her form agile as she darted like a fawn through the trees. Evading the blade's edge, she managed to slice the wrist of one opponent, blood immediately oozing from the wound. The masked man grimaced in pain, momentarily slowing his assault, allowing her to maneuver behind him, pressing her dagger against his lower back. Don't move. Shen Qingci was not idle. Her silver needles shot forth with precision, striking another masked figure in the shoulder. The assailant let out a muffled grunt, dropping his steel blade to the ground. Her attention was suddenly drawn to the jade pendant at the waist of the leader. The character faintly visible in the moonlight, revealing him to be sent by the treacherous shopkeeper Li, whom she had previously exposed for his fraudulent dealings. Is this all you can muster? You dare come here to meet your demise? Shen Qingci scoffed, swiftly removing a silver hairpin from her coiffure and thrusting it towards the neck of the nearest masked man. Although the pin was short, it was imbued with force. He hastily tilted his head, yet still received a shallow cut, recoiling in alarm. Su Wanwan retrieved a fallen steel blade from the ground, its weight unsteady in her hands, yet she gritted her teeth and charged forward. The hilt shook in her grasp, sending vibrations through her hands, but driven by sheer determination, she forced the 2 masked men to retreat. Lu Shuiying, akin to a persistent little beast, seized the moment to strike as her opponents turned, inflicting shallow wounds that, while not fatal, rendered them increasingly vulnerable. Realizing the tide was turning against them, the leader of the masked figures attempted to push Su Wanwan back, bellowing for a retreat. Shen Qingci would not allow it. She hurled 2 more silver needles, striking the last 2 fleeing figures in the knees. They collapsed to the ground, and Su Wanwan swiftly kicked them over, binding them securely with discarded rope. Breathing heavily, Lu Shuang watched as droplets of blood from her dagger fell onto the bluestone tiles, resembling small red blossoms in bloom. She turned to Shen Qingci, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Shifu, we won." Su Wanwan joined her, a smudge of dirt on her face, yet her smile radiated brilliance. "The techniques you taught us truly work. How did I fare with that feint just now?" Shen Qingci wiped the sweat from their brows and inspected Lu Shuing's sleeve, where a mere tear marked the fabric. "Well done," she said, her eyes glimmering with pride as she gently tapped their foreheads. "But you were too reckless. Remember to protect yourselves first next time." As the moonlight bathed the three of them, the skirmish that had just transpired felt like a swift gust of wind, over in an instant, leaving behind only the chaos scattered across the ground and the brilliance in their eyes, a testament to their shared battle. A bond more fervent than any sweet words could convey. Chapter 21. The flickering shadows as Shen Qingci pushed open the door to the western chamber. The candlelight swayed gently in the draft, casting the shadows of three figures on the wall, elongating and shortening. Su Wanyuan was bent over the table, engrossed in writing, the soft scratching of her brush against the rice paper mingling with the low cough of Lu Shuang. She had caught a chill during the afternoon's skirmish and was now covering her lips with a handkerchief, her brow furrowed in a delicate knot. "Are you still tinkering with your herbal remedies?" Shen Qingci approached and glanced at the paper on the table, which displayed Su Wanyuan's sketches of herbs, with a crooked inscription beside it reading Zisu. "Dispels cold, can be brewed into tea." She tapped her finger on the words brewed tea, thinking that drinking it plain would be too bitter. A touch of honey would suffice, as Shuang was not fond of bitterness. When Su Wanyuan looked up, a smudge of ink adorned her nose, resembling a kitten that had sneakily tasted ink. "You are right, Shizhong. I will fetch the honey jar." She stood to rise, but was gently pressed back down by Shen Qingci's hand on her shoulder. "Stay seated, I will go." Shen Qingci smiled, her gaze drifting to Lu Shuang, who began to cough again. She unfastened her cloak and draped it lightly over Shuang's shoulders, saying, "It is chilly tonight. Wear this." Lu Shuang looked up at her, her eyes sparkling like stars, and softly remarked, "Shizhong's cloak smells wonderful." She tugged at the edge of the cloak, purposely snuggling closer to Shen Qingci, her shoulder lightly bumping against Shen's arm, conveying a subtle affection. Su Wanyuan fished out a small ceramic jar from beneath the table and was about to hand it over when she suddenly pouted, placing the jar down on the table. "Shizhong shows favoritism. Last time I caught a cold, you didn't even lend me your cloak." She dashed to Shen Qingci's other side, wrapping her arm around her, pulling her toward herself with a forceful tug. "And how old is Shuang now?" Still burrowing into Shizhong's embrace. "Aren't you embarrassed?" Lu Shuang immediately widened her eyes and hid behind Shen Qingci, revealing only half her face. "I am willing. Shizhong prefers to lend me her cloak. What do you care?" As she spoke, she wrapped Shen Qingci's cloak tighter around herself, resembling a little creature guarding its food. "I do not covet the cloak." Su Wanyuan huffed, suddenly recalling something. She pulled out an oil paper package from her bosom, revealing several pieces of osmanthus cake. "Shizhong, these were made by my mother. She specially saved 2 pieces for you. They are sweet but not cloying, far better than the plum blossom pastry Shuing brought last time." "You're talking nonsense." Lu Shuing suddenly emerged from behind Shen Qingci. "My plum blossom pastry was made with freshly picked green plums, and Shizhong clearly said she liked it." She turned to look at Shen Qingci, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. "Shizhong, isn't that right?" Shen Qingci was being tugged from both sides, caught between amusement and exasperation as she pressed their hands down. "Enough, both of you. Wanyuan's osmanthus cake is sweet, while Shuang's plum blossom pastry is refreshing. Each has its merits, and I cherish them both." She picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and offered it to Lu Shuang, who turned her face away. Then, she shoved a piece of plum blossom pastry into Su Wanyuan's hand. "Here, try this." Shuang specially picked the green plums from the back mountain for it. Su Wanyuan took a bite of the plum blossom pastry, her eyes lighting up, though she feigned indifference. It's just okay." Lu Shuing, noticing her serious demeanor, subtly smiled while maintaining a stern expression as she accepted the osmanthus cake, taking small bites while keeping an eye on Shen Qingci. When she caught Shen smiling at her, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. Suddenly, the candlestick on the table wobbled. Su Wanyuan reached out to steady it, but inadvertently knocked over the inkstone, causing ink to splash across the drawn herb illustrations, spreading a vast area of black. Oh no! Su Wanyuan's eyes turned red with distress. I worked on that all afternoon. Lu Shuang was about to scold her for being clumsy, but a glance from Shen Qingci silenced her. Shen Qingci picked up the blackened paper and suddenly exclaimed, "Don't fret. This actually resembles an ink wash painting." She took a clean brush, dipped it in the still wet ink, and added a few strokes to the blurred area. The original outlines of the herbs transformed into a swaying bamboo grove, with a little squirrel peeking from the corner, exactly the one Lu Shuang had rescued in the mountains last time. Wow, Shizhong is amazing. Su Wanyuan, tears still clinging to her lashes, couldn't help but clap and laugh, forgetting their earlier quarrel. She leaned in closer, pointing at the squirrel. The tail looks so real. Lu Shuang also leaned in for a closer look, her coughs becoming less frequent. She gently tapped the little squirrel with her fingertip. It's watching us. She stealthily inched closer to Shen Qingci, her elbow brushing against Shen's hand, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Shen Qingci set the brush down, suddenly feeling warmth on the back of her hand. She looked down to see Lu Shuang using her own handkerchief to wipe off the ink stains. The handkerchief bore a faint mint fragrance, made from the dried leaves Lu Shuang had prepared, cool and pleasant against her skin. Shizhong, Lu Shuang's voice was soft as cotton. Will you tell that story from the Jianghu again tonight? Would you like to hear it? Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing Lu Shuang nod vigorously, she turned her gaze to Su Wanyuan. Wanyuan, do you wish to hear it as well? Su Wanyuan nodded eagerly, adding, I want to hear the tale of the female warrior and the physician. Last time, you left off when they were sheltering from the rain in the cave, and the physician was tending to the female warrior's wounds. What happened next? She squeezed closer to Shen Qingci, nearly resting her head against Shen's knee. Shen Qingci pulled 2 chairs over, settling Lu Shuang to her left and Su Wanyuan to her right, while she leaned back against the table, beginning to narrate leisurely. The rain fell heavily, and the earth from the cave's ceiling kept crumbling down. The physician, fearing for the injured female warrior, shielded her with her back. Her voice was soft, blending with the chirping of insects outside, reminiscent of cotton steeped in warm water. Su Wanyuan became enchanted by the story, unknowingly leaning closer, eventually resting her head on Shen Qingci's lap. Lu Shuang, already leaning against Shen's shoulder, gradually ceased her coughs, her breathing deepening until she fell asleep. Shen Qingci gestured for Su Wanyuan to be quieter and gently lifted Lu Shuang into her arms, making her way to the inner chamber. Lu Shuang stirred slightly in her embrace, like a startled little rabbit, yet did not awaken. Instead, she nestled closer into Shen Qingci's neck, her warm breath brushing against Shen's collarbone, sending a tingling sensation through her. As she gently laid Lu Shuang on the bed, Shen Qingci suddenly noticed a faint scratch on Shuang's wrist, likely from the masked assailant's blade in the afternoon. It seemed she had concealed it to avoid causing worry. With a sigh, Shen Qingci retrieved the ointment, carefully cleaning the wound. As her fingertips brushed against Lu Shuang's skin, the latter abruptly opened her eyes, gazing at Shen Qingci with a dreamy expression. Shizhong, do you perhaps prefer Wanyuan more? She is more articulate and can make osmanthus cake. Shen Qingci was taken aback, then broke into laughter, pinching Shuang's cheek. Silly girl, both of you are equally important to me. However, she deliberately elongated her voice and, under the watchful gaze of Lu Shuang, added, you were far more meticulous than anyone else when you secretly mended the cuff that was torn by the branches. Lu Shuang's eyes instantly sparkled, as if adorned with starlight. She nestled deeper into the quilt, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips, and softly murmured, I knew it. At that moment, Su Wanyuan entered, clutching a jar of honey, and quietly announced, Shermu. I brewed some perilla tea and added honey. She extended the teacup, her eyes shimmering with excitement, and inquired, but the story isn't finished yet. Did the medical woman eventually develop feelings for the female knight? Shen Qingci received the teacup and held it to Lu Shuang's lips, watching her sip delicately before remarking, what do you think? The medical woman always shed secret tears when the female knight was injured. And each time the knight embarked on a mission, she would bring back the beloved begonia flowers for the medical woman. The candlelight flickered between the 3 of them, casting their shadows upon the wall, resembling a painting that had been crumpled and was now gradually unfurling. Outside, the wind continued to blow, yet the warmth within the room thickened, as if enhanced by the glow of the candles. Chapter 22. The moonlit garment as Shen Qingci placed the last herb into the jar. A heated shout from Su Wanwan echoed from outside. Shifu, Lu Shuang has hidden your belongings again. This time it's your beloved jade hairpin. She wiped her hands and stepped outside, just in time to see Lu Shuang retreating behind a column, her cheeks flushed crimson. Su Wanwan stood with arms akimbo, brandishing a half-embroidered handkerchief, originally intended as a gift for Shen Qingci, now marred by a small tear at the corner. I did not hide anything, Lu Shuang retorted, her voice lacking conviction as her hands, concealed behind her back, discreetly shrank away towards the stone pillar. It was left on the stone table by Shifu herself. I merely took it to prevent it from getting lost. Then why didn't you wait for Shifu to return before saying anything? Su Wanwan advanced a step. The threads of the handkerchief wrinkled tightly in her grasp. And what about my handkerchief? Did you deliberately ruin it? You know I spent 3 days embroidering it. Lu Shuang's gaze flickered, and suddenly she edged closer to Shen Qingci, her shoulder brushing against her arm, her voice trembling softly. Shifu, I didn't. I just wanted to help you keep the hairpin safe, but Wanwan was so fierce with me. Before Shen Qingci could interject, Su Wanwan's eyes blazed with indignation. Stop pretending to be pitiful. This is always how it goes. You take advantage of Shifu's affection for you. Last time, after Shifu praised my osmanthus cake, you immediately hid the sugar jar, preventing me from making it the next day. I was afraid you would eat too much sugar and hurt your teeth. Lu Shuang shot back, her hand suddenly emerging from behind her back, revealing Shen Qingci's jade hairpin. And you? Shifu said she liked the mint I gathered, yet you seized all my dried mint and replaced it with your inferior osmanthus. Mint cannot compare to the fragrance of osmanthus. Shifu clearly prefers osmanthus. Nonsense. Shifu used my mint to brew tea last time. Their voices rose in a cacophony, faces flushed with argument, while Shen Qingci stood caught in the middle, her temples throbbing. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Shuang suddenly grasped her hand and pressed the hairpin into her palm, her fingertips deliberately scratching her palm before she looked up with sparkling eyes. Shifu, tell me, don't you like mint more? Seeing this, Su Wanwan promptly seized Shen Qingci's other hand, thrusting the torn handkerchief towards her. Shifu, look. She simply cannot stand to see me make something for you. Speak fairly. My osmanthus handkerchief is surely more beautiful than her mint tea. Shen Qingci was pulled back and forth, her hand reddened by Su Wanwan's grip, while her palm itched from Lu Shuang's teasing. With a resigned sigh, she was about to speak when Lu Shuang suddenly lowered her head and gently blew on Shen Qingci's wrist, mimicking the soothing gesture Shen Qingci had used when she had last been injured. Su Wanwan, quick to notice, immediately released Shen Qingci's hand and rubbed against her arm, her voice softening. Shifu, my hand hurts. I cut it while picking up broken porcelain. She held up her bleeding fingertip, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Lu Shuang was not one to back down. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal an unhealed scar on her wrist. Shifu, look at my injury. I got this when I blocked a hidden weapon for you, and it hasn't healed yet. Observing the scene before her, Shen Qingci felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She first took Su Wanwan's hand, rinsing the wound with clean water. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanwan leaned closer into her embrace, proudly tilting her chin at Lu Shuang. When she turned to Lu Shuang, the latter leaned against her shoulder, her voice sweetly clingy. Shifu, you love me the most. Enough. Shen Qingci gently patted both their heads. I will mend Wanwan's handkerchief, and I shall brew Lu Shuang's mint tea tomorrow. Will that suffice? Su Wanwan pouted, but what about my osmanthus cake? Lu Shuang quickly interjected. I will return the sugar jar to you tomorrow. As Shen Qingci observed their awkward yet endearing antics, she realized that beneath their jealousy lay a childlike affection. At that moment, Su Wanwan stealthily added osmanthus honey to her bowl, and Lu Shuang followed suit with a mint candy. Their gazes colliding in the air with sparks of rivalry, only to turn crimson when she looked their way. When the moonlight crept across the windowsill, Shen Qingci discovered 2 items beneath her pillow. A mended osmanthus handkerchief, its stitches crooked yet adorned with a tiny mint flower at the tear, and a jar of roasted sunflower seeds, each cracked open, accompanied by a note that read, Shifu, this time I didn't add osmanthus, only mint. She chuckled, caressing the small mint flower, suddenly understanding that their jealousy was wrapped in sweetness, a delightful bitterness that softened the heart. Chapter 23. The shadows of lanterns twining as Shen Qingci poured the freshly prepared medicinal tea into a white porcelain bowl, She heard the slightly indignant voice of Lu Shuang from outside the courtyard. Su Wanwan, stop right there. That was the pre-rain Longjing tea, favored by the master's wife. As she lifted the curtain to step outside, she caught sight of Lu Shuang chasing Su Wanwan in circles around the courtyard, clutching an empty tea canister in her hand. Su Wanwan, holding half a bag of new tea, laughed triumphantly. Who told you to collect all the osmanthus I had laid out to dry? This tea is my compensation. But that osmanthus was meant for making osmanthus cake for the master's wife. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed with urgency, and as her skirt swept across the stone steps, it stirred up a breeze, causing the jade hairpin in her hair to tilt askew. Shen Qingci leaned against the door with the tea bowl in hand, about to speak when she saw Lu Shuang trip and tumble directly towards the stone table. She instinctively reached out to steady her, and as they collided, the tea bowl wobbled, splashing half a cup of tea onto Lu Shuang's sleeve. Oh no, master's wife. Lu Shuang hurriedly regained her balance, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at the tea stain on her sleeve, blaming Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan had already halted, leaning against the begonia tree and laughing. It's clearly your own clumsiness, and you dare to blame me. As she spoke, she fished out a paper-wrapped package from her bosom. Here, this is your osmanthus. Lu Shuang took it and was astonished to find it filled with fresh osmanthus, still bearing the morning dew's moisture. She paused, her ears slowly turning red. Who wants your compensation? Yet her fingers clutched the package tightly. Suppressing her laughter, Shen Qingci took Lu Shuang's wrist and led her inside. Your sleeve is wet. Let us change your clothes. As they passed by Su Wanwan, she noticed the exquisite packaging of the Longjing tea in her hand and raised an eyebrow. This tea seems rather fine. Where did it come from? Hee. I had someone bring it from Hangzhou, knowing the master's wife loves to drink it. Su Wanwan proudly presented it, initially planning to wait until the master's wife awoke to give it to her, but Lu Shuang had snatched it away. I didn't tea snatch. Lu Shuang peeked out from the inner room, now dressed in a moon-white garment embroidered with delicate bamboo patterns. I was worried you wouldn't know how to brew it properly and waste such good tea. You know how? Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, recalling the last time Lu Shuang had boiled by Luo Chun tea, claiming it was for treating the master's wife's cough, forgetting entirely. That was an accident. Lu Shuang's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of tears. As Shen Qingci helped her adjust her sleeve, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Lu Shuang's wrist, causing her to suddenly press her lips together and fall silent. Shen Qingci scooped a spoonful of warm tea and brought it to Lu Shuang's lips. Would you like to try? It's freshly brewed pre-rain Longjing. Lu Shuang instinctively parted her lips, and the tea brushed against the corner of her mouth. She hurriedly wiped it with the back of her hand, only to have Shen Qingci gently use her fingertip to wipe it away. As delicate as a butterfly skimming the water's surface. Master's wife. Lu Shuang's voice was as faint as a whisper, her gaze fixed on the ground, her long eyelashes still glistening with moisture. Su Wanwan, standing outside the door, scoffed. Tisk tisk, no more quarrels? Just a moment ago, who said they would drive me out of the courtyard? Despite her words, she produced a white porcelain jar from behind her back. Here, osmanthus jam. In compensation for your osmanthus, it's even more fragrant than the ones you dried. Lu Shuang glared at her, but found no anger in her eyes. Instead, she leaned closer to Shen Qingci. Shen Qingci took the osmanthus jam, opened the lid, and inhaled. Indeed fragrant. Perfect for making osmanthus cake tonight. I'll do it. Lu Shuang immediately raised her hand, fearing it would be taken from her. I can do it too. Su Wanwan squeezed in. The master's wife praised the cake I made last time for its softness. Watching the two of them begin their playful rivalry again, Shen Qingci took a sip of tea, savoring its pure and mellow flavor, mingling with the fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the courtyard, filling her heart with warmth. She suddenly felt that these daily little squabbles were far more delightful than the silence of the courtyard, just like this cup of tea, embodying the crispness of Longjing, the sweetness of osmanthus, and an indescribable vitality that belonged solely to them. Chapter 24. The moonlit teacup. As Shen Qingci gently pushed open the door to the west wing, the wind chimes at the eaves tinkled delicately. Lu Shuang was crouched over the desk, clutching a wolf hair brush, the tip hovering above the rice paper, where ink droplets formed small circles. She was once again attempting to replicate the artwork titled Moonlit Osmanthus Gathering. Yet today, an additional figure adorned the painting, dressed in a moon-white garment. Reaching on tiptoe for the osmanthus branches, the hem of the skirt sweeping across the stone steps, resembling a fragment of moonlight. Is that the painter's wife? Su Wanwan peered from behind, holding a string of freshly purchased candied hawthorn, the red fruit gleaming vibrantly. A leaf of maple adorned her braid, likely a remnant from her run through the back mountains. Lu Shuang's hand trembled, causing the ink circle to widen further. She hastily covered the painting with rice paper, exclaiming, Who is the painter's wife? I am painting the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Su Wanwan, with a playful smile, brought the candied hawthorn close to her mouth. Oh? Then who is the person on tiptoe in this painting? Surely, the osmanthus tree hasn't turned into a spirit? She bit into a piece of hawthorn, the tartness mingling with the sweetness of the candy exploding on her tongue. By the way, the painter's wife is attending a banquet tonight. Aren't you going to see her off? Lu Shuing hesitated, her brush pausing on the paper as ink dripped down the bristles. She can take a man with her. What need have I to go? Her sentence trailed off as the brush slipped from her fingers and plopped into the inkstone, splattering ink all over her hands. Su Wanwan laughed even more merrily. Your hands are trembling so much, yet you still deny it. Suddenly, she leaned closer, lowering her voice. I heard there are many young masters at tonight's banquet, all eyeing the painter's wife. How dare they? Lu Shuang shot up abruptly, the chair's legs scraping against the floor with a sharp noise. The painter's wife wouldn't pay them any mind. Oh, are you getting anxious? Su Wanwan teased, shaking the candied hawthorn. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and change into a different outfit. Let us sneak over and take a look, lest the painter's wife be bothered by those people. Lu Shuing's face flushed crimson as she rummaged through the cabinet for a lotus-pink skirt. While tying the waistband, she fumbled with the knot, which under normal circumstances she could tie effortlessly, but today it seemed to conspire against her, twisting into a stubborn tangle. Su Wanwan, witnessing her distress, reached out to assist her. You silly girl, when threading your fingers through the skirt ties like this, her fingers, inadvertently brushing against Lu Shuing's waist, caused her to shiver. Don't move. Lu Shuang swatted her hand away, hastily tying a messy knot. Let us go. We'll miss it if we don't hurry. As the two slipped out the back door, they stumbled upon Shen Qingci standing beside a carriage. Today, she wore a silver-red gown embroidered with golden lotus vines. As she walked, the golden threads shimmered, resembling scattered stars upon the ground. A man was holding the horse, adjusting the ties of her cloak. Spotting the two girls sneaking around, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shuing, Wanwan, if you want to go, just get in the carriage. What are you hiding for? Lu Shuing's cheeks grew even warmer as she pulled Su Wanwan behind the carriage for cover. Who wants to get in the carriage? We're just out for some fresh air. However, Su Wanwan pushed past her, cheerfully running up to Shen Qingci. Painter's wife, we also want to see. I heard there will be drunken crabs at tonight's banquet. Shuang mentioned she wanted to try them. Shen Qingci glanced at Lu Shuang, who was hiding behind a pillar, a smile blooming in her eyes. Come on, there's just enough room. The carriage was lined with plush brocade cushions. Lu Shuang settled next to Shen Qingci. The scent of osmanthus perfume she had brewed herself mingling with a hint of cedar, bringing a sense of comfort. Su Wanwan sat across from them, engrossed in a storybook, when she suddenly exclaimed, Hey, the young lady in this picture is dressed just like the painter's wife. She also wears a silver-red gown with golden lotus embroidery. Lu Shuing leaned in for a closer look. The woman in the illustrated book was leaning against a railing, holding an osmanthus flower, her profile strikingly resembling Shen Qingci's. Suddenly, she recalled the figure in her own painting, her cheeks flushing. She subtly leaned closer to Shen Qingci, inadvertently knocking the sachet resting on her lap to the floor. The sachet tumbled to Lu Shuang's feet, embroidered with a pair of intertwined lotus flowers, a piece she had toiled over just days ago. Intending to gift it to Shen Qingci on her birthday, yet lacking the courage to do so. Now, gazing at the crooked lotus flower, Lu Shuang wished she could sink into the ground. The stitches were a mess, and a thread hung loose. Would the painter's wife think her clumsy? Shen Qingci bent down to retrieve the sachet, her fingers brushing over the stitches. Suddenly, she smiled warmly. This intertwined lotus is beautifully embroidered. It must be your handiwork, Shuang. Lu Shuang lowered her head even more. Painter's wife, I didn't do well, what's lacking? Shen Qingci tied the sachet back to her waist, gently pinching her earlobe. The curve of the petals is just like that of the one blooming at the corner of the courtyard. I recognize it. Su Wanwan leaned in, snatching the sachet to examine it closely. Oh, and you still say it's not the painter's wife? This lotus flower clearly resembles how the painter's wife stood by the lotus pond the other day. Lu Shuang's ears turned as red as blood as she reached for the sachet, only to have her hand held back by Shen Qingci. The warmth of the painter's wife's fingers rested on the back of her hand, accompanied by the faint scent of hand cream, sending sparks of warmth racing up her skin. Don't take it back. Shen Qingci pressed the sachet into Lu Shuang's hands. This is for me, isn't it? Lu Shuang twisted the strap of the sachet, quietly affirming with a soft Suddenly, the carriage jolted, and she lost her balance, tumbling straight into Shen Qingci's embrace, her nose brushing against the painter's wife's garment, inhaling a stronger scent of cedar, mingled with a hint of sweet wine, the aroma of the green plum wine she had specially brewed for the banquet. Be careful. Shen Qingci steadied her shoulder with one hand, while the other protectively cradled the back of her head to prevent a collision with the carriage wall. As Lu Shuang looked up, she met Shen Qingci's gaze, which shimmered like soft moonlight, melting her heart. Su Wanwan across the carriage stifled her laughter, and Lu Shuang hurriedly sat up straight, only to hear Shen Qingci whisper beside her, I truly adore the sachet. When we return, will you teach me how to embroider that intertwined lotus? She abruptly raised her head, locking eyes with Shen Qingci's smiling gaze, which sparkled with stars, brighter than the lanterns at the banquet. Lu Shuang felt that the drunken crabs tonight might not be appetizing, as her heart was already filled with something sweet and thick, more so than honey. Suddenly, a man's voice called from outside, we have arrived. As Shen Qingci adjusted her skirt to disembark, Lu Shuang noticed a small osmanthus flower pinned to the corner of her cloak, one she had secretly attached that morning. It appeared the painter's wife had noticed all along. She touched the sachet at her waist, suddenly feeling less afraid. The sensation of being cherished by the painter's wife was like sipping a warm cup of plum wine, warming her heart. Inside the banquet hall, the flickering candlelight made her dizzy. Lu Shuang sat beside Shen Qingci, watching as the young masters surrounded the painter's wife with toasts, feeling as though her heart was tangled in a knot of confusion. Su Wanwan murmured in her ear, look at that man in the indigo robe. His gaze is glued to Shenyang. How annoying. Lu Shuang remained silent, subtly shifting Shenyang's wine cup closer to herself, fully aware that Shenyang should not indulge in too much alcohol. Suddenly, someone raised a glass and laughed, Madam Shen. Your attire today is truly stunning. I wonder which skilled embroideress crafted it? Lu Shuang's heart leapt to her throat, only to hear Shen Qingci smilingly point at her. It was embroidered by my girl, with the twin lotus motif. Her skills surpassed those of any embroideress. She abruptly raised her head, meeting Shenyang's gaze, her eyes sparkling like crushed moonlight. In that moment, Lu Shuang suddenly felt that no matter how clumsy her stitches were, they would surely appear beautiful in Shenyang's eyes. Su Wanwan suddenly poked her arm, pointing out the window. Look, the moon has risen, shining as brightly as Shenyang's skirt. Lu Shuang looked up to see the moon hanging in the sky, its pure light illuminating the ground. She touched the fragrant pouch at her waist and suddenly thought, upon returning, she would embroider a shawl for Shenyang, using the finest golden thread to adorn it with the entire Milky Way. Just like the light in Shenyang's eyes, eternally radiant. Chapter 25. The fragrance of incense. As Shen Qingci's fingertips grazed the teacup, they recoiled from the heat. Outside the window, the rain had unexpectedly intensified, with large droplets drumming against the glazed tiles, creating a cacophony that overshadowed even the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo from within. Master's wife, allow me. Lu Shuang swiftly seized the teapot, but as her fingers brushed the hot surface, she flinched, the heat startling her much like the rapid beat of her heart. Bowing her head to pour the tea, her ears burned crimson, still echoing with the words from the banquet where the master's wife had proclaimed, this is my maid's embroidery, adding a touch of sweetness to the Bai Luo Chun tea in her cup. Su Wanyan poked her head through the doorway, droplets of rain glistening on her braid. Master's wife, Shuang, look what I brought back. She held up a paper bag, from which wafted the enticing aroma of roasted chestnuts. I ran into a chestnut vendor at the alley. They were just out of the oven, still warm. Just as Lu Shuang was about to rise to take it, Shen Qingci interjected, let me see. With a delicate pinch at the corner of the oil paper bag, she gave it a gentle shake, causing the golden chestnuts to tumble onto a white porcelain plate, steaming and glistening with oil. Su Wanyan leaned in, eager to grab one, but Shen Qingci lightly tapped the back of her hand with her chopsticks. Wash your hands first. Got it. Su Wanyan stuck out her tongue playfully, and, as she turned, intentionally bumped into Lu Shuang, winking mischievously at her. Lu Shuang stumbled slightly towards Shen Qingci, her elbow accidentally brushing against the master's wife's knee. As she straightened in a flurry, she caught Shen Qingci's gaze, which sparkled with warmth that rivaled the glow of embers in the hearth. The chestnuts must be peeled to be savored. Shen Qingci picked up a chestnut, her fingertips expertly prying open the shell with a gentle twist. She placed the peeled chestnut meat onto a dish and pushed it towards Lu Shuang. Try it. Is it sweet? Lu Shuang picked up the chestnut and popped it into her mouth. The scalding sweetness exploded on her tongue, and she inadvertently gasped, her tongue darting out from the heat. Shen Qingci reached out, gently patting her back, her fingertip brushing against her throat, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through her, momentarily freezing her in place. Eat slowly. Shen Qingci's voice held a hint of amusement as she picked up another chestnut to peel, adding, Wanyan mentioned you were yearning for chestnuts the other day, so I made a special trip to buy them. Lu Shuang realized that Su Wanyan had likely divulged her cravings to the master's wife. Stealing a glance, she observed Shen Qingci's downcast eyes as she peeled the chestnut, her long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. With her fingertips dusted with chestnut shell remnants, she moved with a slow, gentle grace, as if caressing some rare treasure. Suddenly, Lu Shuang recalled the incense pouch she had ruined, her uneven stitches a stark contrast to the master's wife's meticulous work. Yet Shen Qingci had treasured it, carrying it with her, and in that moment, it felt even more heartwarming than the chestnuts. Master's wife, you should have some too. Summoning her courage, Lu Shuang took a chestnut and attempted to mimic Shen Qingci's peeling technique, but the stubborn shell refused to budge, causing her to sweat nervously. Noticing her plight, Shen Qingci placed her hand over Lu Shuang's, her warm palm resting against the back of Lu Shuang's hand, infused with the familiar scent of cedar. Like this, apply pressure with your fingertips, following the grain. The touch of their fingertips sent a buzzing sensation through Lu Shuang's mind, anchoring her attention solely on that shared warmth. Shen Qingci's fingers were slightly longer, the pads calloused from years of writing, and as they grazed over Lu Shuang's knuckles, she was reminded of the rough bark of the old locust tree in their courtyard, rough yet exuding an inexplicable tenderness. It's opened. As Shen Qingci released her hand, the chestnut shell had split neatly in two. Lu Shuang stared at the chestnut meat in her palm, suddenly feeling a warmth behind her eyes, recalling her childhood lessons in embroidery. When her mother would hold her hand to guide her away from the needle's point, after her mother's passing, no one had held her hand like that again. What's wrong? Shen Qingci noticed her distraction and raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but Lu Shuang instinctively recoiled. She hurriedly bowed her head, hastily rubbing at the corners of her eyes. No, it's nothing. The chestnut is just too hot. As Su Wanyan returned, drying her hands, she stumbled upon this scene and, sensing the moment, remained silent, simply popping a chestnut into her mouth and mumbling, Master's wife, I saw a man standing in the corridor earlier. He seems to have something to discuss with you. When Shen Qingci stood up, Lu Shuang caught a glimpse of the silver bracelet peeking from her sleeve, one she had crafted a few days prior, its design far from exquisite, perhaps even slightly crooked. Yet the master's wife wore it daily. Gathering her courage, she softly suggested, Master's wife, may I grind some ink for you? I've freshly prepared some pine soot ink. Didn't you mention wanting to write a letter? Shen Qingci turned to look at her, the warmth in her eyes deepening. That would be lovely. Su Wanyan interjected with a teasing tone. Shuing is about to add some fragrant touch to the master's wife's writing. After receiving a glare from Lu Shuang, she laughed and scampered away. I'll go find a man to play with. I won't disturb you. Soon, only the two of them remained in the study. Lu Shuang sat at the desk, grinding the ink sticks swirling gently in the inkstone, producing a soft, rustling sound. Shen Qingci stood by the window, watching the rain, her silhouette cast against the rice paper like a delicate ink wash painting. Stealing glances, Lu Shuang noticed the edge of Shen Qingci's cloak trailing on the ground, speckled with raindrops, prompting her to rise and brush it off. However, just a few steps in, she heard Shen Qingci speak. Shuang, the pouch you embroidered the other day has much steadier stitches than last time. Lu Shuang halted in her tracks, her face flushing. Well, it's still a bit crooked. It's crooked in a charming way. Shen Qingci turned, revealing a pouch she had somehow acquired. It was indeed the one Lu Shuang had gifted her days ago, blue satin embroidered with two snuggled birds. The stitches were not perfectly aligned, yet they radiated an endearing quality. Look at the eyes of this little bird. I've outlined them in gold thread, and they appear even more spirited than those in the book. As Lu Shuing leaned closer to inspect, she realized she had indeed stitched an extra line. Just as she was about to explain, Shen Qingci gently pressed down on her shoulder. No need to amend it. It's perfect as it is. Your craftsmanship, after all, is about the heart. Irregular stitches are inconsequential. It doesn't matter if others cannot comprehend it. What matters is that I understand. Outside, the rain continued to fall, the scent of ink mingling with the cedar fragrance enveloping Shen Qingci. Lu Shuing suddenly felt that the words she had tucked away in her heart no longer needed to be spoken. The master's wife already comprehended. She reached up to clasp Shen Qingci's hand resting on her shoulder, her fingertips softly brushing against the master's wife's, akin to caressing a piece of warm jade. Shen Qingci did not withdraw. Instead, she reciprocated the grasp. The sound of grinding ink ceased. Yet the rain seemed to resonate more clearly. Lu Shuing lowered her gaze to the clasped hands, and suddenly smiled, realizing that certain affections need not be embroidered on fabric or inscribed on paper. A mere touch of fingertips could ignite warmth within, akin to the glowing embers in the stove, slowly kindling a fervor that sends shivers of comfort through the heart. Is the ink ready? Shen Qingci's voice bore a subtle huskiness. Lu Shuing snapped back to reality, hastily nodding yes. As she turned, she nearly collided with the inkstone, only to be caught by Shen Qingci. They stood remarkably close, and she could catch the scent of osman thus lingering in her mentor's hair, a fragrance from the blossoms she had picked days prior to adorn her mentor's hair. It seemed her mentor had not removed them. Clumsy as always, Shen Qingci's laughter danced in her ears, like a feather lightly brushing against her heart's core. Lu Shuing lifted her gaze and was met by her mentor's smiling eyes, and in that moment, the dreary rain outside felt less burdensome. Chapter 26. The heartbeat in the lantern shadows. As Lu Shuing stood under the corridor, clutching the silver bookmark, the evening breeze swept past her, carrying the fragrance of osmanthus. The bookmark was engraved with the delicate character in, a gift from Shen Qingci the day before, who had suggested that it might bring her peace while reading. As her fingertips grazed the character, she recalled the moment when her teacher's wife had handed her the bookmark. Her fingers curling slightly as if to avoid the heat, gently placing it in the palm of Shuing's hand before quickly withdrawing, her ears flushed with a vibrant hue. Are you waiting for me? Shen Qingci's voice drifted from behind the moon gate, laced with a hint of amusement. She had changed into a pale blue long gown, holding a glass lantern, its warm yellow light casting a small halo at her feet. In a flurry, Lu Shuing tucked the bookmark into her sleeve, its metallic edge pressing uncomfortably against her skin. I just finished reading and came out for some fresh air, she stammered, stepping back only to collide with a pillar, the coolness of the stone jolting her into awareness of her rapid heartbeat, akin to a startled fawn, its hooves thumping against her chest. As Shen Qingci approached, the lantern tilted slightly in her direction, illuminating her face. Why is your face so flushed? The teacher's wife reached out to feel her forehead, but as her fingers neared, Lu Shuing instinctively turned her head away. It's hot, very hot. She offered a hasty explanation, her gaze fixated on the shadows cast by the lantern on the ground, unable to meet Shen Qingci's eyes. Earlier, in the study, she had secretly slipped the bookmark into her teacher's wife's frequently read Nu Jie, suddenly apprehensive about being discovered. As if she had hidden a secret within the pages, yearning for it to be seen, yet fearful of being exposed. Shen Qingci did not press further, turning instead towards the garden. The osmanthus is blooming beautifully. Let us gather some to make osmanthus cake. Lu Shuing followed closely behind, observing how the hem of her teacher's wife's gown brushed against the grass, the fabric's pattern appearing exquisite, reminiscent of satin washed by moonlight. In the garden, the osmanthus trees were strewn with fallen petals like fragments of gold. As Shen Qingci reached up to pluck a branch, the delicate curve of her gown's neckline became apparent. Compelled by an unseen force, Lu Shuing reached out, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her teacher's wife's ear. The moment her fingertips brushed against Shen Qingci's warm, soft skin, she recoiled as if scalded. Thank you. Shen Qingci turned her head, her eyes sparkling with lantern light. You should also pick a few branches to place in a vase in your room. Lu Shuing stood on tiptoe to reach the lowest branch when suddenly, a few osmanthus flowers fell into her hair, brushed away by Shen Qingci. Be careful not to tangle them in your hair, the teacher's wife advised lightly, her fingers grazing the tips of Lu Shuing's hair, as gentle as a feather. Last time, Wanwan was pricked by an osmanthus thorn and cried for half the night. Lu Shuing nodded, her heart swelling with the realization that her teacher's wife remembered these details so vividly. She suddenly wished the osmanthus trees were taller, allowing her to remain on tiptoe a moment longer, savoring the proximity of their shared breaths. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan was squatting at the kitchen door, watching a man add firewood to the stove. The firelight cast a rosy glow on their faces, and a man's braids were dusted with flour from kneading dough earlier. Do you think Shuing will confess to the teacher's wife tonight? Su Wanwan poked the dough, pulling back her hand in surprise from the heat. I saw her slip the bookmark into the teacher's wife's book this afternoon. Her gaze was so sticky. A man shoved a piece of wood into the stove, sparks flying. What is the rush? Last time you delivered a love letter to young Master Zhang, didn't you dither for 3 days? That is different. Su Wanwan's face turned crimson. Shuing is afraid of being rejected. After all, the teacher's wife is an elder. She sighed suddenly, shaping the dough into a round cake. Liking someone you shouldn't is truly difficult. A man remained silent, merely pouring a bowl of water into the pot. The steam rose, obscuring their figures. As Su Wanwan gazed at the rippling reflection on the water's surface, she felt that her clear affections were far simpler than Shuing's restraint. At least she didn't have to conceal her feelings, unlike carrying a burning iron. When Lu Shuing returned to her room with a branch of osmanthus, Shen Qingci had already spread rice paper on the desk. Grinding ink, the teacher's wife's voice was slightly hoarse. As Lu Shuing approached, she caught a faint whiff of alcohol. Shen Qingci had partaken in some osmanthus wine, her eyes tinged with a rosy glow. She held the ink stick, slowly grinding it while listening to the sound of her teacher's wife lifting the brush. The tip of the brush glided across the rice paper, producing a soft rustling sound as she wrote. The osmanthus falls in the moonlight, its fragrance wafting beyond the heavens. Lu Shuing fixated on the final stroke of the character fragrance. Suddenly realizing that her teacher's wife was not merely writing about osmanthus, but capturing the very essence of the breaths they had shared in the garden. Do you like these 2 lines? Shen Qingci set down her brush. This is for you. As Lu Shuing took the rice paper, her fingertips accidentally brushed against Shen Qingci's, akin to touching a blazing ember, and she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Thank you, teacher's wife. She lowered her head, noticing the ink stains on the paper spreading slightly, resembling tiny teardrops. Shen Qingci observed the flush at her ears and suddenly said, Tonight, do not return to the side courtyard. Stay in the outer room with me. Lu Shuing's head snapped up, meeting her teacher's wife's smiling gaze. That smile held tenderness, a hint of testing, and a complexity she could not fully comprehend. She wanted to express her discomfort, but heard her own voice tremble. All right. As the night deepened, Lu Shuing lay on the bedding spread on the floor, listening to the sounds coming from within the room. Her teacher's wife turned over, the wooden planks creaking softly. The words Su Wanwan had spoken earlier echoed in her mind, filling her heart with a heavy, damp sensation, akin to being stuffed with wet cotton. Liking someone truly brings challenges, so much so that one must tread carefully even in their breathing. The moonlight from outside crept onto the blanket, a silver thread connecting her to her teacher's wife within. Lu Shuing fished out the bookmark from her sleeve, using the moonlight to examine the character in. In that moment, she grasped her teacher's wife's true intent. It was not simply stability she desired, but peace of heart, the comfort of being cherished. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from within, followed by her teacher's wife's gentle whisper, Can't sleep? Lu Shuing held her breath, hearing her heartbeat reverberate painfully in her ears. She wanted to say it was a bit cold, or that she wanted to sleep beside her, but in the end, she could only manage a small Shen Qingci did not speak further, but after a while, they heard her teacher's wife getting out of bed. Lu Shuing hurriedly closed her eyes, feeling the blanket being gently adjusted. Shen Qingci's hand slipped beneath the cover, tucking the edges snugly. The coolness of her fingertips brushed against Lu Shuing's ankle, igniting warmth throughout her body. Sleep now, the teacher's wife whispered close to her ear. I am here. Do not be afraid. Lu Shuing buried her face in the pillow, inhaling the faint scent of cedarwood. In that instant, she felt that the words hidden deep within her heart no longer mattered. Her teacher's wife understood, just as she comprehended the unspoken words of her teacher's wife. Outside, osmanthus flowers fell throughout the night. The next morning, as Lu Shuing sat before the mirror combing her hair, she noticed several petals nestled in her locks. Shen Qingci entered, picking up a peachwood comb to tend to her hair. Wanwan said you were secretly learning to make osmanthus cake in the kitchen a few days ago. The fingers of Shenyang glided through her tresses, her movements as tender as if caressing a fragile treasure. She contemplated, yearning to prepare a meal for Shenyang. Lu Shuiying's voice trembled. Her reflection in the mirror flushed like a ripe peach. Shen Qingci smiled, tossing her neatly braided hair aside. That will have to wait until you have mastered it. I cannot abide a dish that is poorly executed. As Lu Shuiying gazed at Shenyang's reflection in the mirror, she suddenly realized that perhaps loving someone is akin to mastering the art of making osmanthus cake. When the timing is right and the sugar is adequately added, it will naturally be sweet. The connection between her and Shenyang seemed to have simmered to the perfect temperature beneath the moonlight of the previous night. She touched the bookmark nestled in her sleeve, the edges of the character impressed against her palm, no longer causing pain, but instead offering a sense of reassurance. It dawned on her that true tranquility resides in having someone by your side, emboldening you to lay bare all your anxieties and affections under the moonlight, unafraid of being seen, and even less afraid of being scorned. Chapter 27. May bien you. The wind chimes at the eaves clinked melodiously as snowflakes danced around them. Lu Shuiying stood in the corridor, cradling a warm stove, watching Shen Qingci shovel snow beneath the plum tree. Dressed in a stone blue, trimmed cotton robe, her hair loosely gathered at the back of her head, a few stray strands were swept by the wind, brushing against her cheeks, speckled with delicate snowflakes, enhancing her beauty more than the crimson plums blooming on the branches. Shermu, the snow is getting heavier. Come inside, she called out, her voice carrying warmth akin to the heat of the stove, slightly obscured by the rising steam. Shen Qingci straightened up, glancing over, her iron shovel embedding itself into the snow with a dull thud. I'll be there shortly, she replied, brushing the snow off her hands. You should clear the ice from the corridor to avoid slipping. Lu Shuiying acknowledged but remained still, her gaze fixated on Shen Qingci. As she bent to shovel the snow, the back of her robe tightened, outlining her slender waist, while snowflakes settled on her shoulders like scattered pieces of jade. This scene evoked memories of the previous night, when Shen Qingci had tucked her in, her fingertips inadvertently grazing Lu Shuiying's ankle. That fleeting chill mingled with warmth lingered on her skin. Shen Qingci approached, exuding a refreshing scent of snow. She reached out to brush the snow off Lu Shuiying's shoulders, her fingertips cool, causing Lu Shuiying to shiver slightly. Why aren't you shoveling the ice? She raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in her eyes. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing at all, Lu Shuiying stammered, hastily diverting her gaze and stepping back a couple of paces, the soles of her boots crunching softly on the thin ice. She bent to retrieve the shovel, but Shen Qingci gently grasped her wrist. It's slippery, let me handle it. Shen Qingci took the shovel, swiftly clearing the thin ice from the corridor. The crisp sound of the metal against the bluestone echoed, louder than the rapid beating of Lu Shuiying's heart. As the snow fell heavier, Shen Qingci stood the shovel against the column and turned, stirring a gust of wind that blew a few strands of hair across Lu Shuiying's cheek, carrying a faint fragrance reminiscent of plum blossoms after snow. Let us go inside. She tugged at Lu Shuiying's sleeve. Su Wanwan and a man must be brewing wine on the stove. Let us go have a taste. Lu Shuiying followed her, feeling the warmth emanating from Shen Qingci's sleeve against her palm. Passing through the moon gate, she caught sight of the wax plums blooming vibrantly at the base of the wall, snow resting on the petals like a layer of icing. Shimu, the plum blossoms have bloomed, she couldn't help but exclaim. Shen Qingci glanced back, suddenly bending to pluck a branch adorned with a few buds dusted with snow, which appeared haughty, yet concealed a subtle fragrance. Take this, she pressed the branch into Lu Shuiying's hands. Place it in the vase in your room. It will scent the space for 3 days. Snow fell from the branch onto Lu Shuiying's hand, melting into a chill that penetrated her heart, igniting warmth within. Thank you, Shermu. She nestled the branch against her chest, as if hiding a secret. The warmth of the main room was invigorating as Su Wanwan and a man gathered around the charcoal basin, and upon their entrance, Su Wanwan immediately exclaimed, Shuiying, you finally made it. I found the green plum wine that Shermu hid. Come warm it up. A man laughed, swatting Su Wanwan's hand away. Don't be silly. Shermu's wine pairs best with plum cake, which I just steamed. Let us wait a little longer. Shen Qingci shed her snow-dusted outer robe, revealing a moon-white inner garment. She took the wax plum branch from Lu Shuiying and placed it in a celadone vase, setting it in the center of the table. Snowflakes rolled off the petals, leaving delicate water stains on the surface. You all guessed the game. I'll go warm the wine. She turned towards the kitchen, with Lu Shuang instinctively following her. On the copper stove in the kitchen sat a tin kettle. As Shen Qingci added charcoal to the hearth, the firelight casting a rosy glow on her profile. Lu Shuang lingered at the doorway, watching her use a silver hairpin to lift the kettle's lid, tossing in 2 dried plums, the sweet-sour aroma mingling with the scent of wine. Shermu, let me help. Lu Shuang stepped forward, taking the silver hairpin to gently stir, their fingertips occasionally brushing against each other, sending electric shivers through them. Shen Qingci did not withdraw. Instead, she leaned in closer, their shadows merging against the wall, elongated by the flickering flames. Shuang. She suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Last night, did you not sleep well? Lu Shuang's movements halted, the hairpin creating ripples in the wine. She had indeed tossed and turned all night, listening to Shen Qingci's breathing, which felt like a feather teasing her heart. No, I slept quite well, she replied vaguely. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, taking the hairpin from Lu Shuang's grasp and securing the kettle lid. Is that so? Then what is the reason for the shadows beneath your eyes? Caught off guard, Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to leave, only to be gently restrained by Shen Qingci. Her fingers clasped Lu Shuang's wrist lightly, rendering her immobile. Shuang, Shen Qingci's breath brushed against her ear, imbued with the scent of wine. Some things need not be concealed. The fire crackled warmly, and the kettle emitted a soft hum. Lu Shuang gazed into Shen Qingci's close-set eyes, which reflected the flames and her own flustered image. Summoning courage, she gently pried Shen Qingci's fingers away, yet her hand instinctively grasped Shen Qingci's fingertip, still warm from tending the fire. Shermu, her voice was delicate as a whisper, yet resonated clearly between them. The plum blossoms have bloomed. Will you accompany me to see them? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Shen Qingci's eyes, quickly replaced by a tender smile, reminiscent of spring waters melting after snow. Of course, she replied, entwining her fingers with Lu Shuang's. Once we finish this cup of wine, we shall go. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while warmth enveloped the space between them. The wine in the kettle gradually warmed, the sourness of green plums mingling with the sweetness of dried plums, mirroring the hidden affection that had long been concealed, finally daring to reveal itself amidst the fragrant steam. As Su Wanwan called out that the plum cake was ready, Lu Shuang was being led out of the kitchen by Shen Qingci, the wax plum branch absorbing Shen Qingci's warmth, its subtle fragrance wafting through the air. She glanced down at their intertwined hands, and suddenly felt that this snowy day was far from cold. After all, there was someone willing to hold your hand, to wait with you for the plum blossoms to bloom, and to share warming wine, making even time itself taste sweet. Chapter 28. Snow falls on the plum blossoms. The flickering flames in the hearth cast a warm glow on Shen Qingci's profile as she delicately stirred the plum wine in the earthen jar with bamboo chopsticks, the liquid bubbling with fine froth, exuding a sweet fruity aroma. Lu Shuang crouched at her feet, toying with a woolen glove. Suddenly, she leaned closer to sniff it, her nose brushing against Shen Qingci's wrist like a mischievous cat. Auntie's glove has a hint of sandalwood, far more fragrant than Su Wanjiao's osmanthus paste. Talking behind my back again, Su Wanjiao exclaimed, entering with freshly roasted chestnuts, intentionally tossing a couple of chestnut shells towards Lu Shuang's head. If you're so capable, don't snatch the handkerchief I embroidered for Andy. In retaliation, Lu Shuang scooped up a handful of snow and stuffed it down Su Wanjiao's collar, igniting a playful chase around the kitchen, splattering snow on Shen Qingci's skirt. She shook her head helplessly, about to intervene when Amon barged in, carrying a bundle of firewood, just in time to witness Su Wanjiao pinning Lu Shuang onto the woodpile, tickling her. I bet 5 coins that Shuang will yield first. Never. Lu Shuang laughed until tears streamed down her face, her feet restless as she accidentally kicked over a nearby charcoal basin, sparks flying onto Su Wanjiao's skirt, causing her to flinch and release her grip. Seizing the moment, Lu Shuang snatched the box of candied fruits from Su Wanjiao's pocket and hid behind Shen Qingci. Auntie, protect me. Shen Qingci retrieved the box from Lu Shuang, poured 2 pieces into her palm, giving one to Su Wanjiao and the other to Lu Shuang. If you continue this ruckus, the plum wine will scorch. The two finally settled down, though they glared at each other like 2 feisty little creatures, chewing on the candied fruits, the sweetness gradually brightening their expressions. Suddenly recalling something, Su Wanjiao pulled out a cloth pouch from her bosom. Auntie, I made you a pair of cotton socks. Do try them on. Inside the pouch were a pair of moon-white socks, the stitches uneven, the sock cuffs adorned with a crooked peach blossom embroidery. Lu Shuang leaned in to examine them, deliberately pouting. The stitches are coarser than the soles I made. Auntie wouldn't tea wear those. She then produced a pair of blue cloth socks from her own bundle. Look at these. Now that is craftsmanship. Yet Shen Qingci accepted both pairs of socks with a smile, slipping them onto her feet. She first donned Su Wanjiao's moon-white socks, then layered Lu Shuang's blue cloth socks over them. Resembling a clumsy child, eliciting laughter from all three. Amon took the opportunity to add more firewood to the hearth, the flames illuminating Shen Qingci's smiling eyes, warm as the sun in spring. As evening fell, the snow ceased. Lu Shuang dragged Su Wanjiao to the backyard to sweep the snow. The two took turns with the broom, crafting a lopsided snowman. Lu Shuang stealthily stuffed snowballs into Su Wanjiao's scarf, prompting Su Wanjiao to jab her broom back at Lu Shuang, leading to a playful tumble in the snow, their hair dusted white, resembling two old-timers. Shen Qingci and Amon stood in the corridor watching. Amon suddenly remarked, Auntie, look at them. Just yesterday they quarreled over who would sleep in the outer room, and today they're as sweet as candy. Shen Qingci nodded with a smile, sewing the torn sleeve of their quilt. Noticing the osmanthus paste stain on Lu Shuang's blue shirt and the hem of Su Wanjiao's skirt entangled with Lu Shuang's waistband, as if they were tightly bound together by fate. Gathered around the fire pit at night, they shared chestnuts, with Lu Shuang always snatching the ones Su Wanjiao had peeled, while the candied fruits Lu Shuang had hidden kept appearing in Su Wanjiao's pockets. Amon, munching on a chestnut, asked Shen Qingci, Annie, do you think they were enemies in their past lives? Shen Qingci observed Lu Shuang subtly slipping the largest chestnut into Su Wanjiao's hand, while Su Wanjiao tossed the last piece of candied fruit to Lu Shuang, whispering, perhaps they didn't quarrel enough in their previous life, so they continue their antics in this one. The firewood crackled in the hearth, casting light upon the four gathered figures, while the snow continued to fall outside. The warmth within the house thickening like the plum wine, sweet and rich. Chapter 29. Under the lamp after Shen Qingci finished grading the last assignment, the moonlight outside had already crept onto her desk. She rubbed her aching shoulders and neck, just about to rise, when Lu Shuang entered, carrying a bowl of hot soup, with a couple of unwashed grains of rice still clinging to the rim. Teacher, have some soup to warm yourself. She placed the bowl on the desk, her eyes darting toward the open assignments. Still correcting those girls' essays? Is Su Wanyuan's handwriting still as crooked as an eel? Shen Qingci accepted the bowl, the steam brushing against her cheeks, carrying a faint aroma of ginger. You always say her writing is ugly, but who was it that secretly took her sketches to trace? She scooped a spoonful of soup, a smile blossoming in the corners of her eyes. Wanyuan's essays possess a certain spirit. She is just a bit impatient. Her strokes lack steadiness. Lu Shuang sat beside her, reaching to flip through Su Wanyuan's work. Indeed, she noticed that the horizontal stroke of the character Tian was nearly collapsing, with a crooked ink blot at its end. Look, she's drawn a little turtle again. She laughed heartily, slapping the table. The last time I said something to her, she mixed sand into my inkstone. That girl is utterly mischievous. Just as she finished speaking, a soft sound came from outside the door. Su Wanyuan peeked in, clutching a book. When she realized she had been caught, she boldly walked in, placing the book on the desk. Teacher, how is my essay Snowy Night? A man said it was better than Sister Shuang's Plum Ode. She deliberately emphasized a man's name, stealing glances at Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang's temper flared. What does she know? The 4 characters in Xiang Fu Dong in my Plum Ode. You can't match that even if you wrote 10 essays. Saying this, she lunged to snatch Su Wanyuan's work, and the two began to chase each other around the desk, knocking over Shen Qingci's ink wash. Ink splattered onto Lu Shuang's sleeve and stained half of Su Wanyuan's skirt. Enough. Shen Qingci lightly rapped the table, and they immediately halted, though they continued to glare at one another. She picked up Su Wanyuan's Snowy Night, her fingertip gliding over the line, the soup on the stove boiled. And Sister Shuang snatched my roasted sweet potato, burning her feet. She couldn't help but laugh. It's lively, but you have overused the word snatched. Clearly, it was you who threw the potato skin on her head first. Su Wanyuan's face flushed crimson, while Lu Shuang grew smug, leaning closer to examine Shen Qingci's annotations. Look, teacher, she wrote warm with a radical that means son. I've told her 3 times, but she just can't remember. That's still better than when you wrote Shuingheng, Xie Shuingheng Xie. Su Wanyuan instantly retorted. A man said that your ode sounds like you're boasting about your own tyrannical ways. Shen Qingci handed them both some paper and brushes. Each of you must copy 30 times. Once done, show me. Seeing the two pouting as they took the paper and brushes, she added, Shuang, copy warm, Wanyuan, copy slant. No slacking off. A serene silence enveloped the desk, broken only by the soft scratching of brush tips on rice paper. Shen Qingci observed their profiles, Lu Shuiying, frowning as she gripped the brush, her knuckles whitening from the effort, while Su Wanyuan occasionally glanced at Lu Shuiying's paper, quickening her pace whenever she noticed her peer writing faster, resulting in another mistake that made her scrunch her nose in frustration. As time ticked away, Su Wanyuan was the first to finish. She pushed the paper toward Shen Qingci, secretly glancing at Lu Shuiying, who still had half a page left, and made a face. Lu Shuiying caught sight of it, her brush faltering, an ink blot falling onto her paper. Furious, she slammed her brush down. Teacher, she's causing trouble. I am not. Su Wanyuan immediately denied, but then pulled a piece of candy from her pocket, quietly slipping it into Lu Shuiying's hand. Here, it's osmanthus flavored, the kind you said was delicious last time. Lu Shuiying's anger dissipated significantly. Holding the candy wrapper, she said nothing, but her brush began to move again, with noticeably increased speed. Shen Qingci watched this scene unfold, taking a sip of the now lukewarm soup. The mingling scents of ginger and faint ink felt even warmer than when it was first served. She suddenly recalled earlier in the day when Lu Shuiying had secretly tucked her fox fur into Su Wanyuan's trunk. As that girl often claimed to be cold, yet ran joyfully while chasing hares in the snow, and how Su Wanyuan had saved her monthly allowance for half a month to buy Lu Shuiying a new wolf hair brush simply because she mentioned her old brush was worn out. Teacher, look, I finished copying. Lu Shuiying exclaimed, handing over her paper, the ink stains from her sleeve smudging the page like a crooked flower. Su Wanyuan quickly leaned over, pointing with her fingertip at the newly corrected character. This one is better than last time. Lu Shuiying huffed but unwrapped the osmanthus candy, splitting it in half and popping one piece into Su Wanyuan's mouth. The moonlight outside shifted across the desk, illuminating the 3 overlapping assignments. Shen Qingci picked up her brush and wrote the word soft beside Lu Shuiying's paper, lively beside Su Wanyuan's, and finally added a note in her own critique book. On a snowy night by the hearth, innocent voices contend, such is a delightful season in the human realm. The bowl of soup on the table still radiated warmth, while the 2 girls bickered over who would fetch water for washing their feet, their voices lively and clamorous, yet forming a string of warm, melodious beads that shattered the chill of the quiet winter night. Chapter 30. Yin Dihong. As Shen Qingci pushed open the door to the west wing, she stumbled upon Lu Shuiying pressing half an inkstone into Su Wanyuan's hands. Moonlight streamed through the window, cascading onto the blue brick floor like a silver ribbon, elongating Lu Shuiying's shadow, which almost entwined with the hem of Su Wanyuan's skirt. What are you tinkering with now? Shen Qingci set the medicine box on the table, the copper lock clinking sharply against the surface. Su Wanyuan hastily concealed the inkstone behind her, the vermilion smudge seeping through her fingers, glinting red in the moonlight, mirroring the hue of her earlobes. Shermu, Shuiying's sister, it's something I wanted to give her. Lu Shuiying stepped forward, shielding Su Wanyuan behind her, her palm perspiring and polishing the inkstone to a gleam. This fish brain inkstone was a precious find she had saved for 3 months of her allowance in Huizhou. Wanyuan had expressed a desire to learn about vermilion prints, and this would be perfect. Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow, glancing at the inkstone concealed behind Su Wanyuan's back. She recognized it, knowing it was a prized possession purchased with great effort. The ink pool still bore remnants of unwashed vermilion, clearly indicating it was used daily. Unable to hide it any longer, Su Wanyuan decided to present the inkstone, revealing the chaotic smudge of vermilion that resembled an unfinished painting. She murmured softly. Shuiying's sister said that using this inkstone to mix vermilion would impart a warm fragrance to the characters. Oh, Shen Qingci approached, lightly tapping the ink pool, and the vermilion immediately stained her fingertip. This inkstone abhorred mixed colors, yet here you are, having just ground pine soot ink and added vermilion. A sudden smile broke across her face as she turned and rummaged through the bottom of the medicine box, retrieving a brocade box. Never mind, I happen to have freshly made vermilion paste. You can try it. When the brocade box was opened, the room filled with the scent of sandalwood. Shen Qingci scooped some vermilion paste with a silver spoon and mixed it with warm water in the ink pool. Lu Shuang immediately took the inkstone, her wrist twisting gently as the vermilion paste dissolved, gradually suffusing the ink pool with a rosy hue. Did you add dragon brain fragrance to this vermilion paste, Shermu? Su Wanyan leaned closer, her nose almost touching the inkstone, finding it more fragrant than Shuang's sister's. Lu Shuang paused, the vermilion water at the edge of the inkstone rippling slightly. She pressed a purple brush into Su Wanyan's hand, urging, quickly, try it, no more chatter. Su Wanyan grasped the brush, dipped it in vermilion, and brought it to the rice paper. However, the brush veered off course upon touching the paper, and the right stroke of the character Fu trailed a long crimson line, resembling a small snake. Frustrated, she set the brush down, exclaiming, "It doesn't look as beautiful as Shuang's sister S. I'll teach you." Lu Shuang wrapped her arms around Su Wanyan's waist from behind, her right hand covering the back of hers, guiding her to lift the brush again. Su Wanyan's hair brushed against Lu Shuang's chin, carrying a hint of osmanthus fragrance, tightening Lu Shuang's throat as her hand trembled slightly, causing the vermilion to diffuse into small clouds on the paper. See, you must pause at the start, like the sweet taste you first experienced when biting into the osmanthus cake you had last time. Lu Shuang's voice was low, her warm breath brushing against Su Wanyan's ear. And when you finish, be gentle, like how Shermu schemes off the foam when preparing medicine. As Shen Qingci turned towards the kitchen to brew medicine, she could hear the rustling of the rice paper behind her, and a smile unconsciously crept across her lips. Last year, when Lu Shuang first wielded the carving knife, she was equally nervous, damaging 7 pieces of Qingtianqi stone, ultimately cutting her fingertip, with droplets of blood staining the stone, resembling a naturally formed vermilion flower. When the medicine pot began to bubble on the stove, Shen Qingci glanced back. The moonlight fell perfectly upon the intertwined hands of the two, with Su Wanyan's braid draping over Lu Shuang's wrist, the ends tied with a red string that Lu Shuang had braided for her last mid-autumn festival. Lu Shuang's other hand rested on Su Wanyan's side, where a warm jade pressed against her, a gift Su Wanyan had saved for half a year, claiming it would warm her waist in winter. "Shermu, look at what we've carved." Su Wanyan burst into the room, holding up a piece of rice paper stamped with 2 crooked vermilion prints, one inscribed with ing, the other with wan. The ink smudging at the edges connected them, resembling a pair of blossoming flowers. Lu Shuang trailed behind, clutching a damaged piece of stone, her ears flushed crimson. Shen Qingci took the rice paper and suddenly noticed that in between the 2 seals, Su Wanyan had drawn an arc with vermilion, encircling the characters like a crescent moon. Well done. Shen Qingci added a handful of honeysuckle to the medicine pot. However, these vermilion prints emphasize that it is better to be clumsy than clever. Look at the vertical stroke of the character ing. It is too hasty, resembling Wanyan's sprained ankle when she chased after the rabbit last time. Su Wanyan immediately tugged at Lu Shuang's sleeve, shaking it. "Shuang's sister, Shermu said your carving looks like my sprained ankle." Lu Shuang retaliated by tickling her underarm, and the two burst into laughter, rolling onto the couch, spilling some vermilion paste from the brocade box onto Su Wanyan's skirt, resembling a gentle rain of peach blossoms. Shen Qingci gazed at the splash of red, suddenly reminded of 30 years ago. Back then, she and her junior sister were foraging for herbs on a May mountain, and her junior sister loved to pilfer her vermilion ink, stamping her crooked seals all over her medicinal texts. Once, when her junior sister slipped and fell down a steep slope, she reached out to pull her back, and they both tumbled into the snow, becoming stained with vermilion ink. Yet her junior sister held up a blood-stained piece of stone, laughing, "Qingci, look, this blood print is more beautiful than vermilion." Later, when her junior sister departed, she still clutched the companion character seal that Shen Qingci had carved, the ink long dried, yet leaving a trace of red on the stone, akin to an everlasting scar. "Shermu?" Su Wanyan's voice pulled her back to reality. "Why are you crying?" Shen Qingci wiped her face, the vermilion paste smudging at the corner of her eye, resembling a fallen red tear. "It's nothing." She opened the medicine box and retrieved a new inkstone. "This pine crane pattern one is for you, more suitable for beginners than the fish brain inkstone." However, Lu Shuang cradled the fish brain inkstone once more, carefully wiping the ink pool with silk cloth. "No need. This one is just fine." She turned to Su Wanyan, her eyes sparkling brighter than vermilion. "We will practice slowly. We will eventually carve prints worthy of it." Su Wanyan nodded earnestly, and suddenly stamped a vermilion seal on Lu Shuang's hand, as if marking it as her own. Lu Shuang playfully pressed a red mark on Su Wanyan's cheek, prompting her to tickle Lu Shuang, and the two became a flurry of laughter once more. Shen Qingci observed their overlapping shadows cast on the wall, suddenly realizing that some imprints never fade. Just like this vermilion, at first glance, it appears a glaring red, but over time, it transforms into the warmest scar in one's heart, tender to the touch, filled with sweetness. The fragrance of medicine mingled with the sandalwood scent of vermilion wafted through the air as Shen Qingci added a piece of firewood to the stove, the glow reflecting the red in her eyes, resembling a bloom of everlasting vermilion plum. She thought that come the morrow, she must find the companion character seal left behind by her junior sister to show them that the true essence of vermilion prints is never about being perfectly square, but rather like this moment, crooked yet entwined with warmth. Chapter 31. The moon by the inkstone. As the clock struck the third chime of midnight, Shen Qingci remained at her desk, engrossed in her medical case files. The flickering candlelight on her desk was disturbed by a gust of wind, casting her shadow upon the wall, resembling a bamboo swaying in the breeze. Suddenly, she heard a soft sound from outside, and looked up to see Lu Shuang entering with a bowl of lotus seed porridge. The rim of the bowl bore a few shards of white porcelain, remnants of the gilded bowl that Su Wanyuan had broken earlier that afternoon. It seemed Lu Shuang had secretly gathered the fragments and mended it with rice soup. "Shimu, have a sip to warm yourself," Lu Shuang said, placing the bowl on the desk, her fingertips still bandaged from a cut she had received while repairing the bowl. Her gaze fell upon the open medical files, where terms like palpitations and night sweats were circled. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Are you still examining Lord Zhang's case?" Shen Qingci acknowledged with a hum, scooping a spoonful of the sweet porridge. As the fragrant taste enveloped her palate, she suddenly noticed a streak of vermilion on Lu Shuang's sleeve, a remnant from last night's seal carving, which had persisted even after 3 washes. "What happened to your hand?" She set down the bowl and grasped Lu Shuang's wrist gently. Blood seeped through the bandage. "Didn't I tell you to avoid the broken shards? I just wanted to fix the bowl." Lu Shuang's voice trailed off, her ears reddening. It was Wanyuan's favorite bowl. She said the peach blossoms on it resembled the ones in your courtyard. Before she could finish, Su Wanyuan's laughter rang from outside, slightly tipsy. "Shuang, are you reporting me again?" She was draped in Shen Qingci's moon-white cloak, a half-blooming red plum blossom tucked in her hair, evidently freshly picked from the courtyard. Clutching a wine flask, she staggered as if she were an unsteady fawn. "You've been sneaking drinks again." Lu Shuang attempted to seize the wine flask, but Su Wanyuan dodged, leaning into Shen Qingci's embrace, the hem of her cloak sweeping across the candle holder on the desk, sending sparks flying onto the Xian paper and scorching a small hole. "Shermo, smell this. It's the green plum wine brewed by a man. It's delightful." Su Wanyuan held the flask to Shen Qingci's lips, spilling some of the liquid onto her clothing like scattered jade fragments. Lu Shuang, alarmed, reached out to steady it, only to be seized by Su Wanyuan, who brought the flask to her own lips. "Shuang, you must try it. It's far better than the osmanthus wine you've hidden away." The moment their lips touched, Lu Shuang recoiled as if scalded, yet the back of her hand brushed against a drop of wine from Su Wanyuan's lips, cool and sweet, with a hint of inebriation. Turning to grab a handkerchief, she accidentally knocked over the inkstone, spilling vermilion ink across the medical files and staining the words palpitations in dark crimson, reminiscent of a racing heart. "This is absurd." Shen Qingci gently patted Su Wanyuan's back, taking the wine flask from her hands and placing it aside. "If you drink again, I shall have you copy the Qinjin Fong." Yet, Su Wanyuan was undeterred, snuggling closer to her, her nose brushing against Shen Qingci's neck. "Shimu, you smell of medicine, even more fragrant than wine." Standing to the side, Lu Shuang observed Su Wanyuan's tousled hair entwined with Shen Qingci's robes, and suddenly felt the vermilion-stained words prick her eyes. She bent down to pick up the shattered inkstone, but her fingertip was cut, blood droplets falling onto the blue bricks, mingling with the previous vermilion stains, creating a vivid red that was indistinguishable. "My hand is hurt." Shen Qingci's keen eyes immediately caught the injury as she pulled Lu Shuang's hand to wash it with clean water. Su Wanyuan, now more alert, hurriedly rummaged through her garments for a handkerchief, only to pull out a sugared plum that Lu Shuang had given her earlier that afternoon. The sugar had melted, leaving her hands sticky. "I'll handle it." Su Wanyuan snatched the medicine bottle from Shen Qingci, sprinkling white powder onto Lu Shuang's fingertip, but her clumsiness made Lu Shuang gasp in pain. Shen Qingci, with a sigh, took over, delicately wiping away the excess powder. As her fingertips brushed through the gaps of Lu Shuang's fingers, she noticed a bit of vermilion embedded beneath her nails, remnants from last night's vigorous carving session. Do not rush when carving seals next time. Shen Qingci's tone softened. The stone is hard, and injuring yourself is not worth it. She raised her gaze to find Su Wanyuan discreetly slipping a plum into Lu Shuang's hand. An expression of contrition mingled with affection in her eyes, much like a puppy that had misbehaved. As the candlelight steadied, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the intertwined hands of the three. Su Wanyuan suddenly pointed at their shadows on the wall, laughing. Shermu, look, our shadows resemble the companion seal that Shuang carved. Shen Qingci looked up and indeed saw three shadows huddled together. Lu Shuang's shadow leaned slightly forward, as if protecting something, while Su Wanyuan's shadow tilted to the side, her plum blossom tips swaying gently. Her own shadow softly enveloped theirs, like a tender cocoon. Indeed, Shen Qingci remarked, picking up the ink-stained medical file. I intended to rewrite this page anyway. How fortuitous. You may assist me in grinding the ink. Lu Shuang took a new sheet of Xian paper and laid it out, while Su Wanyuan squatted before the desk, grinding the ink. The ink stick spun within the inkstone, producing a soft, rustling sound. Shen Qingci held her brush, observing Lu Shuang discreetly adding a bit of water to Su Wanyuan's ink, knowing that Su Wanyuan always found the ink too thick, resulting in characters that resembled black lumps. As Su Wanyuan ground the ink, she unexpectedly tucked a red plum blossom into Lu Shuang's hair, her movements delicate, as if afraid of startling a butterfly. Shermu, what happened in that story you told last time? Su Wanyuan suddenly asked. Did the female doctor and her junior sister eventually go to Jinghan to see the peach blossoms together? Shen Qingci paused, a drop of ink falling onto the paper and spreading into a small circle. They did, she replied slowly. Under the peach trees, they buried a jar of wine and promised that when the blossoms bloomed again the following year, they would carve matching seals, one for healing and one for protection. Lu Shuang's breath momentarily stilled as she recalled the stone seal hidden beneath her pillow, engraved with half a peach blossom. The other half resided in Su Wanyuan's vanity box. However, Su Wanyuan was oblivious, pressing on with her questions. Did they argue? Just like Shuang and I do, fighting over who serves tea to Shermu first. Oh, they did argue. Shen Qingci chuckled, her brush gliding over the paper. The junior sister always thought the female doctor was too particular, unwilling to change a single herb in her prescriptions. The female doctor found the junior sister too reckless, always running towards the cliff's edge when gathering herbs. Yet, after each quarrel, the junior sister would secretly slip a piece of candy into the female doctor's medicine basket, while the female doctor would meticulously mend the junior sister's worn shoes. The aroma of ink mingled with the scent of wine, and Lu Shuang suddenly grasped Su Wanyuan's hand, her fingertip tracing the character for weight in her palm. Su Wanyuan paused, then responded by drawing a tiny peach blossom in Lu Shuang's palm. Observing their clasped hands, Shen Qingci added a line at the end of the medical file. The healer possesses a benevolent heart, and the protector harbors enduring affection. They are, after all, of the same root. Setting down her brush, she noticed a drop of ink had settled in Lu Shuang's hair, while a trace of sugar dust lingered at the corner of Su Wanyuan's lips. In that moment, she felt that this midnight hour was far from desolate. The moonlight outside grows ever brighter, casting a translucent glow upon the vermilion box on the table. Shen Qingci rises and strides into the courtyard, followed closely by Lu Shuang and Su Wanyuan, akin to two affectionate little shadows. She gestures towards the plum tree in the corner of the yard and says, "Once the snow melts, we shall bury that jar of green plum wine beneath the tree. At this time next year, we will seal it with the couplet you inscribed." Excellent. Su Wanyuan promptly agrees, while Lu Shuang's eyes glisten with unshed tears. She understands that when the mistress speaks of you, it has never solely referred to Shen Qingci and herself, but rather includes the three of them. The night breeze stirs the fragrance of the plums, brushing through the hair of the three maidens. Suddenly, Shen Qingci recalls the words spoken by her junior sister before her passing. "Qingci, look at this moonlight. It has illuminated you as it has me, just as certain bonds are never solely the affair of two." Indeed, it is so. In this very moment, Lu Shuang tucks a warming stove into Su Wanyuan's cloak, while Su Wanyuan adjusts Shen Qingci's collar. Meanwhile, Shen Qingci gazes at the smiling faces of these two young women, feeling a warmth in her heart's recesses, akin to the vermilion that has been soaked in moonlight, melting with tenderness. The ink in the inkstone gently sways, and the medical table emits a faint fragrance of herbs. Shen Qingci knows that upon awakening tomorrow, Lu Shuang will meticulously put away the medical table stained with vermilion. Su Wanyuan will venture to the kitchen to prepare a pot of sweet porridge, and she herself will securely seal that jar of green plum wine, awaiting the blossoming of the peach trees next year, with all three names inscribed upon the same couplet. Chapter 32. The scented hem. The morning dew bent the chrysanthemum branches at the corner of the courtyard. Lu Shuang was squatting on the stone steps, changing the soil of the potted plants, when she suddenly heard the familiar sound of a copper bell. It was old Wang from the general store in town, pushing a cart to deliver goods. "Uncle Wang, what have you brought today?" She straightened up and brushed the dirt from her hands. Old Wang's cart was always piled high with peculiar items. Last time, he had brought them a string of dried lavender, claiming it could repel insects, which still hung in Shen Qingci's wardrobe. "I brought some newly arrived sandalwood for your Qingci, meant for dyeing fabric." She mentioned a few days ago that she wanted to dye a plain cloth for a table banner. Old Wang smiled as he pointed to the cloth bundle at the corner of the cart. "And your favorite hawthorn cake, just brought back from the county town." Lu Shuang took the hawthorn cake, her fingertips brushing against the coarse hemp rope on the cloth bundle, and suddenly recalled Shen Qingci's appearance yesterday evening. She had been sitting in the corridor, embroidering a pouch, as the setting sun cast a golden glow on her hair. The silk thread in her hands embroidered a half-bloomed magnolia on the plain cloth, intended for Aunt Li next door, who had just given birth. "Where's Qingci?" Old Wang looked around. "She said yesterday that she wanted to learn how to weave bamboo baskets from me." "She's in the back room calculating." Lu Shuang called into the house. "Qingci, Uncle Wang has brought the sandalwood." Shen Qingci's voice came from inside, accompanied by the rustling of paper. "Coming." As she emerged, a ledger in hand, a small black dot of ink was left on her fingertip. "Uncle Wang, thank you for coming all this way." She took the sandalwood and placed it on the table, a faint woody fragrance wafting through the air. "Not a bother." Old Wang waved his hand. "You two treat me like a close daughter. This is nothing. By the way, there's a temple fair in town at the beginning of next month. If you have time, do come and have a look. I heard there will be stilt walkers and Master Zhang selling sugar paintings." "That sounds great." Lu Shuang's eyes brightened. "Qingci, shall we go?" Shen Qingci looked at her sparkling eyes and nodded, then turned to Old Wang. "Please save us 2 sugar paintings in the shape of a phoenix." Old Wang agreed with a smile and pushed his cart away. Lu Shuang held the hawthorn cake and suddenly offered a piece to Shen Qingci. "Try it. It's sweeter than last time." Shen Qingci opened her mouth to take a bite, the tartness of the hawthorn mingling with the sweetness of the sugar frosting, spreading across her tongue. She squinted her eyes, resembling a cat that had stolen a taste of honey. "Delicious." Lu Shuang noticed the sugar residue at the corner of her mouth and reached out to wipe it away, just as her fingertip brushed against Shen Qingci's lip. Shen Qingci suddenly turned her head and gently bit her fingertip. The warm touch made Lu Shuang's heart skip a beat, like ripples spreading across a lake from a small stone. "Stop it." She withdrew her hand, the warmth of Shen Qingci's lips lingering on her fingertips, her face flushing fiercely. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, taking the sandalwood into the kitchen. "I'll soak it. We can dye the fabric this afternoon." When Lu Shuang followed her in, Shen Qingci was pouring water into a clay basin, the sandalwood slowly unfurling in the warm water, turning the liquid into a beautiful crimson hue. "How long does the fabric need to soak?" Lu Shuang rested her chin on her hand, asking. "At least 2 hours." Shen Qingci stirred the dye solution. "We need to rinse it several times, otherwise, the color will fade." Lu Shuang suddenly recalled last winter when Shen Qingci dyed a scarf for her. The purple dye used then, derived from the purple root, resembled wisteria in late spring. She had worn it all winter long, reluctant to part with it even when the edges frayed. "How about we make hawthorn dumplings tonight?" Lu Shuang suggested suddenly, using the leftover hawthorn cake as filling, which would surely be delicious. Shen Qingci turned her head, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her forehead, giving her an unusually soft appearance. "Sounds good. Let us add some ginger paste to cut the grease." As the dyed fabric hung out to dry in the courtyard, the wind gently swayed the crimson cloth, resembling a sunset cloud. Lu Shuang reached out to touch it, feeling the warmth of the sun on the fabric, accompanied by a faint sandalwood fragrance. Shen Qingci approached from behind, and gently wrapped her arms around her. "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking," Lu Shuang leaned against her, inhaling the scent of soapberry on her skin. "Once the fabric is dry, we can cut it into a table banner and place it on the square table in the hall, along with the magnolia pouch you embroidered. It will surely look beautiful." "Yes," Shen Qingci lowered her head, resting her chin on Lu Shuang's head. "And we must include the hawthorn cake you made, the half-piece you hid in the cabinet. Thinking I didn't see?" Lu Shuang's face turned red as she wriggled out of her embrace. "I didn't hide it. I was just afraid it would get damp." Shen Qingci laughed and chased after her, the two of them frolicking in the courtyard, the crimson fabric swaying in the wind, wrapping their laughter as if it were a letter sent to autumn. In the evening, Aunt Li came to visit, cradling her newborn. The little one, just a month old, wore the tiger-headed shoes Shen Qingci had embroidered a few days ago, cooing and tugging at Lu Shuang's clothing. "These shoes are beautiful." Aunt Li caressed the tiger head on the shoes. "Qingci's skills have improved remarkably. When I married into this family, your mother embroidered my dowry, and this craftsmanship can rival that." Shen Qingci, who was cooking dumplings in the kitchen, heard this and poked her head out, smiling. "Aunt Li, you flatter me. I just stitched randomly." Lu Shuing was playing with the baby when she suddenly said, "Qingci can also dye fabric. She just dyed a piece in sandalwood color this afternoon for a table banner." "Oh, we must take a look," Aunt Li said as she carried the baby over to the hanging fabric, marveling. "This color is truly exquisite, better than what is sold in the town's fabric store." "Qingci, next time I want to make a small jacket for my child. Could you dye a piece of cloth for me?" "Of course," Shen Qingci, bringing out the dumplings, replied. "Let me soak some more sandalwood in the next couple of days, and I'll bring it to you once it's dyed." At dinner, everyone gathered at the table. The sweet and sour flavor of the hawthorn dumplings mingled with the spiciness of the ginger paste, making for a delightful dish. The little one, placed in a nearby cradle, gnawed on the cloth tiger Shen Qingci had made, content and quiet. Lu Shuing picked up a dumpling for Shen Qingci, watching her eat it, and suddenly thought to herself, how wonderful such days are. With a beloved person by one's side, a warm neighborhood, fragrant fabrics, and hawthorn cakes that are sweet enough to touch the heart, the night deepens. Lu Shuang lies on the bed, inhaling the faint aroma of sandalwood from the pillow, as Shen Qingci has just fashioned a freshly dyed piece of fabric into a pillow cover. She turns to gaze at Shen Qingci's serene face in slumber. Her long eyelashes flutter gently, her breathing steady, and the corners of her mouth curve upward, as if she is lost in a delightful dream. Lu Shuing leans in softly and plants a good-night kiss upon her forehead, akin to sealing away a long-held secret. The moonlight outside bathes their entwined hands, tender as the fabric dyed by Shen Qingci, imbued with the warmth that time has gradually settled. Chapter 33. The moon rises, feelings uncontainable. The night enveloped the small town like a deep blue velvet cloak. In Shen Qingci's room, a solitary, dim oil lamp flickered, casting the shadows of the two on the wall, dancing in and out of light. Lu Shuang sat on the edge of the bed, holding the pouch that Shen Qingci had just embroidered for her, with the magnolia flowers appearing vividly, the stitches intricately done. "Qingci, your craftsmanship has truly improved. If this pouch were sold in town, it would fetch a handsome price," Lu Shuang exclaimed. Shen Qingci, busy tidying the dyed fabric, turned with a smile. "You flatter me. This pouch is for you, not for sale." She moved closer, settling beside Lu Shuang, her presence imbued with a subtle fragrance of sandalwood, mingled with her unique soapwort scent, instilling a sense of calm. Lu Shuang brought the pouch to her nose. Inhaling deeply, "It smells delightful. Even more so than the last one." "Of course," Shen Qingci replied, raising an eyebrow. "This time I added some dried lavender. It has calming properties. You've been mentioning your sleeplessness lately, so keep it close." Warmth filled Lu Shuang's heart as she carefully tucked the pouch into her bosom. "Qingci, you are so kind to me." Shen Qingci gazed into her sparkling eyes, reminiscent of a sky full of stars, and felt a stirring within her heart. She reached out to caress Lu Shuang's cheek. "Shuang, how long have we known each other?" "Almost 3 years, I believe." Lu Shuang counted on her fingers, recalling their first encounter when Shen Qingci, clad in a white dress, stood beneath the peach blossom tree like a fairy. Shen Qingci chuckled at the exaggeration, then her expression softened. "Thank you for being by my side all these years." Lu Shuang clasped Shen Qingci's hand in her palm, gently caressing it. "I should thank you too. Meeting you has been the luckiest thing in my life." The glow of the oil lamp flickered across their faces, and the atmosphere gradually grew intimate. Lu Shuang's gaze fell upon Shen Qingci's lips, which appeared even redder than usual, akin to ripe cherries, invoking an irresistible urge to taste them. Her heart raced, reminiscent of a fawn bounding within her chest, as she leaned closer, her breath quickening. Shen Qingci did not retreat, her eyelashes quivering lightly, her eyes reflecting a glimmer akin to fallen starlight mirroring Lu Shuang's silhouette. As the distance closed, Lu Shuang caught the faint, refreshing scent of Shen Qingci's breath, reminiscent of the osmanthus tea she had just sipped. Their lips brushed gently, like a feather-esque caress, soft enough to stir the soul. Shen Qingci's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing, closing her eyes and leaning in closer. This time, it was not merely a fleeting touch. Lu Shuang captured her lips, cautiously exploring, as if handling a rare treasure. Shen Qingci's lips were soft, imbued with a hint of osmanthus sweetness that lingered delightfully. Lu Shuang grew bolder, deepening the kiss, her arms wrapping softly around Shen Qingci's waist, pulling her closer. Shen Qingci's hand rested on Lu Shuang's shoulder, her fingertips applying gentle pressure, responding to the fervor. The oil lamp-esque glow illuminated their entwined lips, warm and lingering. Time seemed to dissolve as they slowly parted, foreheads resting against one another, breaths intertwining. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction and joy. "Qingci," she whispered, her voice tinged with huskiness. Shen Qingci's cheeks mirrored the blush, her eyes shimmering like pools of spring water. She remained silent, simply wrapping her arms around Lu Shuang's neck and burying her head in the crook, akin to a docile kitten. Lu Shuang gently stroked her hair, her heart brimming with sweetness, as if cradling a piece of honeycomb. She understood that their relationship had transcended mere friendship. "Qingci," Lu Shuang softly inquired, "will we always be like this?" Shen Qingci nodded against her neck, her voice muffled, "Mm." After a moment, Shen Qingci lifted her head, gazing earnestly at Lu Shuang. "Shuang, let us visit the back mountain tomorrow. The maple leaves have turned a brilliant red. It will be beautiful. We can have a picnic." Lu Shuang's eyes brightened. "Absolutely. I will prepare some food, including the osmanthus cake you liked." "Indeed," Shen Qingci smiled, "and let us bring some wine for a little toast." "Wonderful," Lu Shuang exclaimed, embracing her and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Shen Qingci laughed at the kiss, playfully nudging her, "Stop fooling around. Go to bed now. We must rise early tomorrow." "Let us sleep together," Lu Shuang protested, lying down on the bed and patting the space beside her. Shen Qingci shook her head helplessly, extinguishing the oil lamp and lying beside Lu Shuang. In the darkness, their hands intertwined tightly. "Qingci," Lu Shuang suddenly asked, "do you think this means we are together?" Shen Qingci paused for a moment, tightening her grip on Lu Shuang's hand, softly affirming, "Yes." Lu Shuang's heart swelled, filled with warmth. She turned to gaze at Shen Qingci's blurred silhouette, whispering in her ear, "I love you." Shen Qingci's body trembled slightly, and after a long moment, she replied in barely a whisper, "I love you too." Moonlight streamed through the window cracks, illuminating their clasped hands. Early the next morning, Lu Shuang eagerly set out to prepare for their picnic. She bought fresh osmanthus cake, marinated delicacies, fruits, and Shen Qingci's favorite osmanthus wine, filling a basket to the brim. Shen Qingci donned a beautiful red dress, which accentuated her fair complexion and picturesque features. Upon reaching the back mountain, they found the maple leaves indeed ablaze with fiery hues, carpeting the landscape like a vibrant oil painting. They selected a flat patch of grass, laid out a blanket, and arranged the food. "This place is breathtaking," Lu Shuang exclaimed, handing Shen Qingci a piece of osmanthus cake. "Try this, it's freshly bought and still warm." Shen Qingci accepted it, taking a bite, savoring the sweet, yet subtle flavor of osmanthus. "Delicious." Lu Shuang poured her a cup of osmanthus wine. "Drink this to warm yourself." Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the maple leaves, casting a gentle warmth upon them. They indulged in food and conversation, reminiscing about past amusing tales, their laughter echoing through the valley. In the afternoon, they rested beneath a grand tree. Shen Qingci lay her head on Lu Shuang's lap, gazing at the clouds above, and suddenly said, "Shuang, let us go to Jinghan after a while. I've heard the spring there is enchanting, with vast fields of rapeseed flowers." "Of course," Lu Shuang caressed her hair. "Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." Shen Qingci looked up at her, her eyes sparkling. "Really?" "Indeed." Lu Shuang lowered her head and gently pressed a kiss upon her lips, vowing to accompany you for a lifetime. Shen Qingci smiled, leaning in to capture Lu Shuang's lips with her own. This kiss was more fervent than the one shared the previous night, infused with the essence of sunshine, the crimson of maple leaves, and the sweetness of osmanthus. In the distance, the wind rustled through the maple forest, producing a soft whisper, as if bestowing blessings upon them. Lu Shuang embraced Shen Qingci, her heart brimming with happiness. She knew that regardless of the storms that lay ahead, as long as Shen Qingci was by her side, she had nothing to fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the maple leaves were bathed in a golden-red hue. The two tidied their belongings and walked hand in hand back, their shadows stretching long, closely entwined. Qingci, Lu Shuang suddenly halted. Her voice earnest, "Let us marry." Shen Qingci paused in surprise, then a radiant smile blossomed on her face as she nodded vigorously, "Yes." Lu Shuang, filled with excitement, lifted her into the air, spinning in place several times, her laughter echoing throughout the valley. The moonlight quietly ascended to the branches, bearing witness to the vows of this couple. Their story was only just beginning. Chapter 34. The candlelight under the eaves, soft lips and teeth. The flickering flames in the kitchen caressed the bottom of the pot, stretching Lu Shuang's shadow long across the floor. She was stirring the sweet soup within, as the fragrant aroma of red dates and longan wafted into the air, mingling with the scent of osmanthus drifting in from outside, weaving a warm, comforting net throughout the room. "Shuang, the fire is too fierce." Shen Qingci entered, holding freshly cut water chestnuts, her blue apron dusted with flour from earlier in the afternoon when she had kneaded dough. She had intended to prepare some water chestnut cakes for supper, but Lu Shuang had insisted on her assistance, claiming that a new bride ought to learn the ways of the kitchen. As Lu Shuang turned, her wooden spoon created ripples in the pot, splattering a few drops of sweet soup onto the stove. "Who told you to keep sneaking tastes of raw flour?" She scolded playfully, her expression stern yet her eyes twinkling. "If the sweet soup burns, let us see what you will eat tonight." Shen Qingci placed the water chestnuts on the cutting board and suddenly wrapped her arms around Lu Shuang's waist from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder and gently nuzzling her. "I will eat you." The breath that brushed past her ear carried the faint sweetness of freshly peeled water chestnuts. Lu Shuang almost dropped the wooden spoon into the pot, her ears flushing red. "You're being ridiculous," she nudged Shen Qingci with her elbow. "Let go, what if someone sees us?" "Let them see." "I want to let go," Shen Qingci insisted, holding her tighter. "Everyone in the neighborhood knows we are getting married. What is wrong with a kiss?" She turned her head, her nose grazing Lu Shuang's neck, where a faint red mark lingered from yesterday's playful bite. "Besides, it's just us in this kitchen. Who would come in?" Before she could finish, Aunt Wang's loud voice rang out from outside. "Is Miss Shuang home? I've brought some freshly picked oranges." Lu Shuang was startled and spun around abruptly, causing Shen Qingci to stumble back a step, hitting her lower back against the corner of the stove and letting out a soft gasp of pain. Lu Shuang hurried to support her, but was instead pulled into Shen Qingci's embrace, crashing against a corner stacked with pottery jars. Fortunately, Lu Shuang reacted quickly, catching one before it could break. As Aunt Wang entered, she caught sight of Shen Qingci, holding Lu Shuang's waist, their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwined. "Oh dear," Aunt Wang exclaimed, deliberately turning away. "I didn't see anything. I'll just leave these oranges here." Lu Shuang extricated herself from Shen Qingci's embrace, her face flushed crimson as she hastily wiped her hands on her apron. "Aunt Wang, please sit down. I'll pour you a cup of tea." However, Shen Qingci laughed unabashedly and stepped forward to take the oranges. "Thank you, Aunt Wang. Your oranges are much sweeter than those from the market." She cast a glance at Lu Shuang, noticing the heat radiating from her ears, and her smile deepened. "Shuang is just shy, don't tease her." Aunt Wang placed the oranges down and patted Shen Qingci's hand as she left. "Qingci, this child Shuang may seem fierce, but her heart is sincere. You must cherish her." After Aunt Wang departed, Lu Shuang dared to look up, glaring at Shen Qingci. "It's all your fault. Now the whole town will know isn't it wonderful that they know we are in love?" Shen Qingci stepped closer, her fingertips gently tracing Lu Shuang's warm cheek. "In just 3 months, we will celebrate our wedding. Why should we hide?" Suddenly, she leaned down and softly pecked the corner of Lu Shuang's lips, as tender as a butterfly touching the water. "After all, it is only right for me to kiss my own bride." Lu Shuang was taken by surprise, her heart racing, and the wooden spoon clattered to the ground. She attempted to turn away to retrieve it, but Shen Qingci held her shoulder, deepening the kiss. Shen Qingci's lips, sweetened by the flavors of the water chestnuts, mingled with the fragrance of soapberry in Lu Shuang's hair, creating ripples of emotion within her heart. The sweet soup began to bubble over, jolting Lu Shuang back to reality as she pushed Shen Qingci away. The soup is going to spill. In her flurry to turn off the heat, she caught Shen Qingci leaning against the doorframe, laughing, flour dusted on her nose, resembling a mischievous cat. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Shuang scooped a spoonful of sweet soup and pretended to splash it at her. "If you keep this up, I won't let you have any." Yet Shen Qingci caught the spoon, naturally guiding her wrist toward her lips. "Let me taste it." The warm sweet soup slid down her throat. "It's not sweet enough. Add more sugar." "You are the one who needs more sugar," Lu Shuang protested, trying to pull her hand away, but Shen Qingci seized the moment to pull her into an embrace. "You shouldn't take advantage of me." Before she could finish her thought, her lips were sealed once more. This kiss was no longer fleeting. It was imbued with a gentle yet possessive tenderness, like vines entwining around an ancient tree, tightly and intimately. Lu Shuang's resistance gradually softened, her arms wrapping around Shen Qingci's neck, her toes barely grazing the cool floor beneath her. The flickering light of the kitchen cast their intertwined shadows, and the aroma of the sweet soup seemed to blend with a hint of intoxicating sweetness. Time slipped by unnoticed until Shen Qingci finally pulled back slightly, their foreheads resting against each other, her breath warm against Lu Shuang's skin. "Shuang, I waited for this day for 3 years." Lu Shuang's eyelashes glistened with moisture, her voice a whisper. "Who told you to always bully me? To bully you is to ensure you remember me," Shen Qingci replied, gently wiping the sugar residue from the corner of her lips. Her gaze was earnest, illuminated by the moonlight. "From the first time I saw you at the ferry, tending to that injured waterbird, I knew this girl had a tender heart that needed protection." Lu Shuang suddenly recalled that rainy day 3 years ago, crouching by the ferry to bandage the bird's wing, when Shen Qingci had appeared, saying, "This bird's wing is broken. It needs to be stabilized with a bamboo stick." She had been wearing a light blue long robe, holding a medicine box, with raindrops falling onto her shoulders like delicate snowflakes. "So you had your eye on me long ago," Lu Shuang mused, her fingertips tracing the embroidered edge of Shen Qingci's garment, where a small pair of intertwined lotus flowers had been stitched, a part of her dowry. "I always wondered why you frequented my pharmacy, buying styptic herbs one day and honeysuckle the next. All along, you had ulterior motives." "Indeed," Shen Qingci chuckled, pinching her cheek. "The old shopkeeper in your store had noticed long before. Every time I visited, he would push you toward me and say, 'If Miss Qingci doesn't mind, let Shuang prepare a bowl of lotus seed soup for you.'" Lu Shuang remembered the old shopkeeper's words before his passing, grasping her hand and saying, "Shuang, Qingci is a good girl. Don't always be so aloof, or you might miss out." It seemed that everyone understood. Yet she had been foolishly convinced that their frequent encounters were mere coincidences. The sweet soup in the clay bowl gradually cooled, as the two of them sat on a small stool in the kitchen, their heads leaning together, gazing into the dying embers of the stove. Shen Qingci suddenly declared, "On our wedding day, I want to wear the red bridal gown you are weaving." "It's not finished yet." Lu Shuang poked her hand playfully. "The phoenix at the collar needs to be embroidered with gold thread, and it will take at least another half-month. I'll help you with the embroidery," Shen Qingci immediately offered. "Though my hands are clumsy, I can manage to stitch a phoenix's tail." Lu Shuang reminisced about the handkerchief she last embroidered, the stitches crooked like earthworms, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Perhaps it is best to refrain, lest I embroider a phoenix into a wild chicken." Shen Qingci gently pinched her waist. "I knew you would mock me. Then tell me, what rituals should accompany our marriage?" "I heard from the elders in the town that a woman must leap over a fire basin, step on a rice sack, and pay homage to heaven and earth." "I do not desire any of that." Lu Shuang interrupted her, her eyes sparkling. "I envision a pavilion at the ferry, with 2 tables of feast laid out to invite those neighbors who have assisted us to a meal. Additionally, we could hire a carpenter to craft a wooden raft, and we shall drift on the river in it, as if parading through the streets." Shen Qingci's eyes sparkled in response. "That sounds splendid. I shall ask my brother to make some paper lanterns, lighting them at night to float on the river. It will surely be beautiful." Suddenly, she grasped Lu Shuang's hand, warming it with her breath. "And I wish for you to style my hair." "Style your hair?" Lu Shuang asked, puzzled. Shen Qingci nodded, her gaze warmer than the embers in a hearth. "Just as the plays say, one comb to the end, 2 combs for white hair to meet the brows. I want you to tie a love knot for me, one that cannot be undone in this lifetime. Lu Shuang's fingertips curled gently within Shen Qingci's palm, and she felt a sudden warmth behind her eyes. She recalled the operas of her childhood, where a gentle voice would sing at a woman's marriage. May I find a heart that is true, never depart until our hair is white. At that moment, looking into Shen Qingci's eyes, she finally understood the meaning. All right, she whispered, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. I will style your hair, tying an everlasting love knot. As night deepened, Shen Qingci assisted with tidying the kitchen while Lu Shuang sat on the threshold gazing at the moon. The moonlight cascaded over the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, illuminating Shen Qingci's silhouette as she bent to wipe the stove. The silver hairpin in her hair glimmered under the moonlight, a birthday gift from Lu Shuang the previous year, adorned with a tiny pearl reminiscent of the dewdrops they encountered when they first met at the ferry. What are you pondering? Shen Qingci inquired as she joined Lu Shuang, draping a thick cloak over their shoulders. I was considering what shoes to wear on our wedding day, Lu Shuang replied, resting her head against Shen Qingci's shoulder. My mother left behind a pair of red embroidered shoes, which she wore on her wedding day, though they are slightly small. They will need some alterations. I shall help you with the stitches when we modify them. Shen Qingci interlaced her fingers with Lu Shuang's, holding them tightly. When we are old, like Aunt Wang and her husband, we will sit at the doorstep soaking up the sun. You will massage my back while I peel oranges for you. Lu Shuang suddenly lifted her head and gently pecked her lips, as if savoring a sweet treat. That depends on your behavior. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, pulling Lu Shuang closer, the cloak enveloping their shoulders like a cozy little tent. In the distance, the sound of barking dogs mingled with the gentle rustling of bamboo in the breeze, soothing as a lullaby. Shuang, Shen Qingci's voice rang clear beneath the cloak, carrying a tone of solemnity. Tomorrow I shall visit the temple to seek a fortune. What will you seek? Lu Shuang asked. I shall pray for us. For peace year after year, never to be separated. Lu Shuang nestled closer into her embrace, the tip of her nose brushing against Shen Qingci's clothing, inhaling the faint scent of herbs, an aroma from the pouch Shen Qingci always carried, filled with calming lavender. No need to pray, she whispered. I trust you, and I trust myself. Moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled silver upon the ground. The kitchen light still glimmered, and the sweet soup on the stove remained warm, mirroring the warmth of their hearts at that moment. Tenderly cradled in time, sweet and gentle, even the wind seemed reluctant to cool their warmth. Shen Qingci lowered her head and placed a soft kiss atop Lu Shuang's hair, akin to a promise made to the moon. Yes, let us believe in ourselves. Chapter 35. Shadows of bamboo sweep the steps. The rains of late spring are imbued with a clingy humidity, rendering the bluestone path glossy. Su Wanqing stands at the alley's entrance, clutching an oiled paper package, while droplets of water cascade from the eaves, splashing small puddles at her feet. Shiji, how long have you been standing here? Lin Yinxiu gently supports her arm from behind, feeling the dampness of her sleeve. Just returned from the apothecary? As Su Wanqing turns, strands of hair at her temples are dampened by the rain, resembling a delicate layer of snow. I was waiting for you to finish class, she replies, shoving the oiled paper package into Lin Yinxiu's embrace. Aicai cake freshly steamed by Aunt Zhang, still warm. The moment Lin Yinxiu unwraps the paper, the fragrance of the aicai mingles with the sweetness of red bean paste, wafting into the air. She pinches a piece and brings it to Su Wanqing's lips. As Su Wanqing instinctively opens her mouth, Lin Yinxiu suddenly pulls back, biting into half of it herself. It's hot. Su Wanqing shoots her a glare, but the warmth of the cake makes her eyelashes flutter. Seeing this, Lin Yinxiu's heart softens, and she offers the remaining half, watching as Su Wanqing takes small bites, her lips stained with the red of the bean paste. Akin to someone who has indulged in rouge water. During today's lesson on Qianjin Fong, the teacher asked what remedy should be used for women who are weak after childbirth. I answered Dangue Jianzhong decoction. Lin Yinxiu reaches out to wipe the bean paste from Su Wanqing's lips, her fingertips cool with the mint from the apothecary. He said I misremembered the dosage of Guiji and punished me to copy it 30 times. Well deserved. Su Wanqing mumbles through the cake, her voice muffled. Last time you couldn't memorize the formula. Now you should have learned your lesson. She reaches into Lin Yinxiu's satchel. If you can't finish, I won't help you grind ink. As they walk deeper into the alley, raindrops slant against Su Wanqing's shoulder. Lin Yinxiu removes her own cloth shirt and drapes it over Su Wanqing, the indigo fabric still marked with ink stains from class. Is your hand hurting again? She notices Su Wanqing instinctively pressing her wrist, which still ached from last winter's chill, flaring up on damp days. It's an old ailment, Su Wanqing replies, tightening the shirt around her, catching the scent of ink mingled with the aroma of sun-dried IK. I'll brew ginger and jujube tea for you tonight, and I'll prepare a medicinal package as well. As they pass through the moon gate, the shadows of bamboo sway on the ground, resembling ink strokes carelessly drawn across paper. Suddenly, Lin Yinxiu halts and pulls Su Wanqing to shelter under the corridor. What's wrong? Su Wanqing asks, pressed against a pillar, as they hear the faint sound of tiles scraping above. The neighbor's old cat is once again chasing pigeons, knocking over the broken tiles at the eaves. They hold their breath, exchanging glances as raindrops flow down the corridor post, pooling at Su Wanqing's collarbone. Lin Yinxiu's gaze lingers on the damp skin, her throat tightening, and she leans in closer. Stop it. Su Wanqing turns her head away, her ears burning hot. Aji will be back from school soon. Lin Yinxiu remains silent, merely brushing her fingertip against Su Wanqing's flushed earlobe. Su Wanqing's breath quickens, and just as she is about to speak, Lin Yinxiu grasps the back of her neck and pulls her into an embrace. The rain continues to fall, and the shadows of bamboo dance upon their overlapping forms. Lin Yinxiu's kiss, sweetened by the Aitsai cake, lands gently at the corner of Su Wanqing's lips, as if afraid to shatter the porcelain. Initially, Su Wanqing remains tense, but as Lin Yinxiu's tongue caresses the bean paste at the corner of her mouth, she suddenly softens, wrapping her arms around Lin Yinxiu's waist and burying her face in the crook of her neck. Your hands are cold. Lin Yinxiu captures the hand Su Wanqing has pressed against her back, warming it with her breath, yet the kiss does not cease, sliding from her lips to her chin, and then to the nape of her neck, where remnants of last year's bite linger, now tinged with a rosy hue from the rain. Yinxiu. Su Wanqing's voice trembles, her fingers gripping Lin Yinxiu's garment, creasing the fabric. Not here. Lin Yinxiu chuckles softly, her breath stirring Su Wanqing's neck. Then shall we go to the inner room? You. Just as Su Wanqing is about to glare at her, Lin Yinxiu scoops her up in a bridal carry. The oiled paper package slips from her grasp, and the Aitsai cake rolls out, picking up some mud. She hastily reaches for it, but Lin Yinxiu holds her hand down. Aunt Zhang will make more tomorrow. Focus on me first. As they pass through the main hall, they encounter Aji, who is running back with a backpack. The young girl's eyes widen as she observes them, suddenly clapping her hands and laughing. What the teacher said about ear-to-ear intimacy is just Shiji blushing in the teacher's arms, right? Su Wanqing nearly jumps from Lin Yinxiu's embrace, her ears flushed crimson. However, Lin Yinxiu laughs unabashedly, tightening her hold. Aji, go wash your hands first. Shiji saved some cake for you. The charcoal brazier in the inner room still glows warmly, and Lin Yinxiu sets Su Wanqing down on a mat-covered wrought tin chair, turning to pick up the fallen medicinal package. Su Wanqing gazes at her silhouette, the dark blue robe dampened by rain, revealing a small tear at the lower back, a remnant from the last time she retrieved a kite from under the eaves. Come here. She pats the space beside her, and upon seeing Lin Yinxiu sit down, she tugs on her garment to inspect it. I told you to change into another outfit before heading out. Why didn't you listen? I wanted to return early to see Shiji. Lin Yinxiu leans closer, her nose brushing against the top of Su Wanqing's head. You smell wonderful. Is it freshly dried Aitsai? Su Wanqing ignores her playful tone, rummaging through the sewing basket for blue thread, threading the needle. Lie still. I'll finish mending before we continue. Lin Yinxiu obediently lays her head on Su Wanqing's lap, her chin resting on the cushion, admiring the serious profile of her Shiji, with long lashes casting soft shadows beneath her eyes as she bends down. The mandarin ducks on the embroidery frame remain unfinished, with the thread spool rolling at their feet. Suddenly, she reaches out, wrapping a loose strand of Su Wanqing's hair around her finger. Shiji, the last time the teacher asked me what kind of person I would like to marry in the future. And what did you say? Su Wanqing's needle hesitates, pricking the fabric unevenly. I said I want someone like my Shiji, who would wait for me on rainy days, who would brew ginger tea for me, who would. Lin Yinxiu suddenly raises her head, biting Su Wanqing's finger that holds the needle, gently licking it. Who would blush in my embrace. The needle pierces a small hole in the cloth. Su Wanqing withdraws her hand, the spot where Lin Yinxiu licked her now warm. Yet she retaliates by gripping the back of Lin Yinxiu's neck, forcing her down for a kiss. This time, it is more urgent, tinged with a hint of desperation, as if to affirm something. Lin Yinxiu, feeling Su Wanqing's bite on her lip, chuckles, cradling her face and deepening the kiss. The sparks from the brazier crackle, casting their intertwined shadows on the wall, resembling ink diluted in water, spreading warmth around them. The teacher also said. Lin Yinxiu breathes heavily, her forehead resting against Su Wanqing's, that if I dare to bully Shiji, I would be punished to copy Nu Jie 100 times. Su Wanqing is amused, a few tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Then do you still dare? I dare. Lin Yinxiu kisses away her tears, the salty bitterness mingling with sweetness, but I will treat Shiji well, so well that the teacher cannot find fault. Outside the window, the rain gradually ceases, and the bamboo shadows sweep across the paper, rustling softly. Su Wanqing gently caressed the patch on Lin Yinxiu's lower back, suddenly recalling the first time she encountered the young girl 3 years prior. Clad in a faded cloth shirt, she stood at the entrance of the apothecary, clutching a half-eaten, hardened bun, yet resolutely handed over the hard-won medicine. My mother says your hands need this ointment more than mine. The rainback then dripped with the same stickiness as today, yet lacked the warmth found beside the charcoal brazier at this moment. Lowering her head, she pressed a soft kiss atop Lin Yinxiu's head, akin to a feather's descent. Yes, I believe you. Outside, Eiji called that the cake was cooling, but Lin Yinxiu stubbornly refused to rise, playfully burrowing into her embrace. Just a little longer. Your arms are warmer than the brazier. Su Wanqing chuckled as she patted her back, her fingertips tracing the newly sewn stitches, and she abruptly felt that this rainy day, the bamboo shadows, and the tenderness adorned with patches might indeed be what the teacher referred to as the tranquility of time. Chapter 36. Rain on the banana leaves. Confused emotions. The rain of the plum rain season always arrives tenderly, drumming softly against the banana leaves and splashing fine droplets. Shen Qingci sat by the window, perusing medical texts. As her fingers brushed over the entry for Zisu, a sudden voice from outside interrupted her. It was Lu Shuang, imbued with a sense of urgency and dampness. Shiji, I have brought back freshly picked lotus seeds. Upon lifting the curtain, she beheld Lu Shuang standing in the corridor, cradling a bamboo basket. Her blue cloth shirt was soaked, and water trickled from her hair, as though she had just emerged from the water. The lotus pods in the basket were muddy yet remarkably plump, with the seeds rolling about in the crevices, exuding a fresh vitality. How did you get so drenched? Shen Qingci hurriedly retrieved a dry cloth to wipe the beads of water from Lu Shuang's face, her fingertips brushing against the coolness of her earlobe. I told you to take an umbrella, yet you refused to listen. Lu Shuang shrank her neck and shoved the bamboo basket into Shen Qingci's embrace. Look at these lotus pods. I lost track of time in my excitement. As she tilted her head, droplets from her eyelashes fell onto Shen Qingci's hand, cool and refreshing. Shija, these seeds are so tender they could burst with water. Let me peel some for you as a snack. Just as she was about to begin, Shen Qingci grasped her wrist, pulling her into the room. Change your clothes first. Be careful not to catch a chill. Passing by the screen, she noticed the fragrant sachet at Lu Shuang's waist, an embroidered double lotus made by Su Wanwan a few days prior. The stitches uneven yet cherished, showing signs of wear. Where's Wanwan? Did she not come with you? Shen Qingci added a piece of silver charcoal to the stove, the flames leaping up and casting a rosy glow on her profile. She is in the back buying osmanthus cakes. Lu Shuang paused in her task of removing her wet clothes, then suddenly leaned closer, her nose almost brushing against Shen Qingci's neck, whispering that she wanted to surprise her. The warm breath grazed Shen Qingci's collarbone, causing her breath to falter momentarily. She turned to rummage through the wardrobe, retrieving a pale blue jacket. Hurry and put this on, stop fooling around. The jacket still bore the faint scent of soap, freshly washed the night before. However, Lu Shuang did not take it. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Shen Qingci's waist from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder and gently nuzzling. Shiji, you are so warm. The damp hair brushed against Shen Qingci's neck, and she could smell the fragrance of lotus leaves mingled with the rain, a freshness that sent shivers down her spine. Stop it, Shen Qingci said, her hand resting on Lu Shuang's back, feeling the calluses on her fingers, reminders of years spent chopping firewood and gathering lotus. What would Wanwan think if she walked in on us? Let her walk in. It would be delightful. Lu Shuang tilted her head, her lips grazing Shen Qingci's earlobe. Her voice soft as the rain on banana leaves, proclaiming, Shiji belongs to me. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, they were interrupted by Su Wanwan's laughter from outside. Shuang Jia, what secret are you whispering to Shiji? Lu Shuang quickly released her hold, nearly knocking over the charcoal stove as Shen Qingci deftly steadied it. Su Wanwan entered, holding an oiled paper bag, and upon seeing Lu Shuang clad only in a thin garment, she waved the bag in front of her eyes. Serves you right. I told you to wait for me, and now you're freezing. Lu Shuang shot her a glare but obediently accepted the jacket offered by Shen Qingci. Su Wanwan leaned closer to Shen Qingci, proudly unveiling the contents of the paper bag. Shiji, look at this freshly steamed osmanthus cake. It's still steaming. As the sweet aroma of rice mingled with the fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the air, Shen Qingci picked up a piece, just as Lu Shuang intercepted her, holding the cake between her teeth and raising an eyebrow at Su Wanwan, akin to a mischievous cat. Su Wanwan, incensed, attempted to snatch it back, and the two began to frolic around the charcoal stove, the gust of air causing the flames to flicker, reflecting the laughter in Shen Qingci's eyes. All right, she lightly tapped the table. Shuang, peel the lotus seeds. Wanwan, plate the cakes. I will brew ginger tea. In the kitchen, the fire licked the bottom of the pot, and the ginger chunks churned in the boiling water, releasing their spicy fragrance. As Shen Qingci stirred with the ladle, she suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning, she found Lu Shuang had followed her in, holding a peeled lotus seed, the tender, white flesh speckled with green skin. Shiji, try this. Lu Shuang brought the seed to her lips, her fingertips deliberately brushing against the corner of Shen Qingci's mouth. Shen Qingci opened her mouth to take a bite, the bitterness of the lotus heart mingling with its sweetness exploding on her tongue, echoing her heartbeat at that moment. Bitter, she frowned. I'll taste the sweet for you. Lu Shuang suddenly leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss. The sharpness of the ginger tea lingered in the air, yet this kiss carried the bitterness of the lotus and the sweetness of the osmanthus cake, as if all flavors were intertwined. Shen Qingci's hand froze around the ladle. Initially, she intended to push Lu Shuang away, but as the latter gently licked the corner of her mouth, all her resolve melted away. She wrapped her arms around Lu Shuang's neck, rising slightly on her toes. The ginger tea in the pot bubbled and splashed, droplets landing on the blue bricks. Lu Shuang's hand slipped beneath Shen Qingci's garment, caressing her warm back, the kiss deepening with an irresistible fervor. Shen Qingci could feel the lingering dampness of Lu Shuang's hair mixed with the soapy fragrance of her own attire, creating an intoxicating warmth. Ahem. Su Wanwan's voice echoed in the doorway, laced with feigned coughs. Shiji, the cakes are plated, and the lotus seeds are all peeled. You two may continue. I have seen nothing. Shen Qingci abruptly pushed Lu Shuang away, her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries, and as she turned to extinguish the flame, her hands trembled. Lu Shuang, however, chuckled openly, reaching out to straighten Shen Qingci's disheveled attire, her fingers brushing against her heated earlobe. Shiji's face is as red as Wanwan's rouge. How dare you? Shen Qingci shot her a glare, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Just wait until I decide your punishment. As Lu Shuang was about to respond, Su Wanwan suddenly bounded in, brandishing a lotus pod between them. Shuang Jia is naughty. You stole a kiss from Shiji again. She thrust the lotus pod into Lu Shuang's arms. You are to peel all these seeds. Not a single heart is to be left. Lu Shuang accepted the lotus pod, but seizing the opportunity while Su Wanwan turned away, she slipped a lotus seed into Shen Qingci's hand. As Shen Qingci held the tender white seed, she realized that perhaps the rain of this plum rain season was not so unbearable after all. As the three gathered in the hall, the rain continued to fall. Lu Shuang was focused on peeling lotus seeds, while Su Wanwan leaned against Shen Qingci's shoulder, engrossed in a storybook, occasionally reciting lines. Look at this young lady in the book. She is as beautiful as Shija, yet her fate is so tragic. Shen Qingci's fingers brushed over the lotus seeds peeled by Lu Shuang, and she suddenly remarked, if it is sunny tomorrow, let us go to the back mountain to gather some zisu. I have heard the zisu there grows abundantly. What do you need zisu for? Su Wanwan inquired, looking up, her mouth still full of osmanthus cake. To make zisu cake for Shuang. Shen Qingci's gaze fell upon the flushed tips of Lu Shuang's ears, her lips curving into a smile. Doesn't she often say the lotus heart is too bitter? Let us mask it with the fragrance of zisu. Lu Shuang's hands paused, her actions of peeling the lotus seeds slowing down unexpectedly. Su Wanjing remained oblivious, solely engrossed in clapping her hands, exclaiming with delight, wonderful. I wish to learn as well. Amidst the rhythmic patter of rain on the banana leaves, Shen Qingci subtly placed a peeled lotus seed into Lu Shuang's hand, the heart having been removed, leaving only its sweet essence. Lu Shuang, holding the lotus seed, abruptly looked up, her gaze colliding with Shen Qingci's smiling eyes, akin to plunging into a spring illuminated by moonlight, warming her heart with a gentle tremor. In that moment, she comprehended that some bitterness, when encountered with the right person, could be transformed into sweetness. Much like the rain of the plum rain season, lingering yet ultimately giving way to a warm sunny day, or like the lingering aftertaste upon their lips, where bitterness concealed sweetness, and sweetness embraced warmth, an exquisite flavor unique to the three of them. As night deepened, Lu Shuang was summoned by Shen Qingci to the inner room. She initially anticipated a reprimand, only to find Shen Qingci unveiling a wooden box containing a newly sewn rookin. The moon-white fabric was adorned with silver threads, intricately embroidered with several sprigs of perilla, each stitch delicate, as if kissed by moonlight. "This is for you," Shen Qingci said, pressing the rookin into her arms. "Wear it tomorrow to gather perilla." Lu Shuang's fingertips grazed the silver-stitched leaves, and suddenly, she embraced Shen Qingci from behind, gently pecking her neck. The perilla embroidered by Shimu is far more exquisite than that of the back mountain. Shen Qingci's hand rested on her hand, softly responding with a gentle hum. Outside, the rain continued to tap on the banana leaves, the charcoal brazier within still burning, much like their hearts at that moment, securely nestled in time, warm and sweet even in their breaths. Chapter 37. Zhu Xiafeng. The gentle breeze of late spring carries the fragrance of bamboo through the corridor, causing the spool of thread in Lu Shuang's hand to spin, entangling the silk into a disheveled knot. She clicks her tongue, about to reach out to untangle it, when her wrist is gently grasped by Shen Qingci, who has quietly appeared behind her. With deft fingers, she glides along the thread, effortlessly freeing the knot in just a few motions. As light as plucking a cloud. "Your hands are still so skillful, Shiji," Lu Shuang beams, tilting her head with a smile. The bamboo hairpin nestled in her hair sways slightly. It had been carved from Xiangfei bamboo by Shen Qingci a few days prior, the pinhead delicately etched with a tiny purple perilla flower. Shen Qingci remains silent, simply retrieving a fresh bamboo splint from the basket. As she hands it over, her fingertip brushes against Lu Shuang's palm, eliciting a ticklish sensation that makes Lu Shuang instinctively withdraw her hand. The spool rolls off the table and clatters against Su Wanwan's shoe. "What delightful craft are you two secretively working on?" Su Wanwan enters with a food box, a bit of flour dusting her hair. "I just baked some new mugwort cakes, fresh out of the oven." She places the box on the stone table, lifting the lid to release a warm, fragrant steam. "Shiji, do try this. I haven't added too much sugar this time." Shen Qingci picks up a piece, taking a small bite. The slight bitterness of the mugwort mingles with the sweetness of glutinous rice, spreading on her tongue when she suddenly notices Lu Shuang frowning at a half-finished bamboo basket in the basket. The pattern on the rim, which should have been symmetrical, is crooked by half an inch, resembling a bird with a tilted head. "This needs to be rewoven," Shen Qingci states, setting down the cake and inserting a splint into the gap. "You're always rushing to finish. The thread isn't tight enough." Her fingers are long and graceful, and as she weaves the bamboo splint, her sleeve slips down, revealing a string of jade beads around her wrist, the warm jade having absorbed her body heat. Lu Shuang leans in closer, her nose nearly touching Shen Qingci's hand, her breath brushing against Shen Qingci's wrist, causing her fingertips to tremble. "Who told you to weave so quickly? I can never keep up," she mutters but obediently holds the basket in place, allowing Shen Qingci to unravel the crooked pattern and reweave it. Seated beside them, Su Wanwan rests her chin on her hand, watching intently. Sunlight filters through the bamboo leaves, casting a sprinkle of golden light atop Shen Qingci's head, while the shadows dance around Lu Shuang's profile, creating a flickering interplay of light and dark. The two are closely situated, and amidst the gentle sound of bamboo splints colliding, an unspoken softness lingers. Suddenly, she bursts into laughter. "Shuang, what you're weaving isn't a basket at all. It's clearly a crooked-necked duck." "Mind your own business," Lu Shuang retorts, but her grip on the thread falters, causing the splint to spring up and hit Shen Qingci on the chin. Shen Qingci winces in pain, about to speak, when she sees Lu Shuang hurriedly leaning over, cupping her face to examine it. "Are you hurt? Let me see." Her fingertips, roughened by the bamboo splints, brush against the corner of Shen Qingci's lips, causing both to pause momentarily. The breeze suddenly ceases, the bamboo shadows still. Lu Shuang's breath is right before Shen Qingci, infused with the sweet aroma of the mugwort cakes. Shen Qingci can count the tiny bamboo shavings clinging to her eyelashes. In the next moment, Lu Shuang unexpectedly lowers her head, gently kissing the place where Shen Qingci had been brushed by the splint, as if to apologize for the mark left behind. Su Wanwan gasps, nearly dropping the cake in her hand. Shen Qingci's ears flush crimson, and as she pushes Lu Shuang away, her hands tremble slightly. That is not proper, though her words sound firm. Her fingertips linger on her own lip, where the warmth of Lu Shuang's lips still resides, hotter than the mugwort cake. Lu Shuang, unfazed, leans in closer, her nose brushing against Shen Qingci's forehead. Didn't Shiji often say that if one makes a mistake, they must make amends? Her eyelashes graze Shen Qingci's brow, adding a teasing tickle. Shall I offer another earnest apology? You dare. Shen Qingci turns her face away, but does not truly evade. Su Wanwan covers her eyes, exclaiming, I didn't see anything. Yet her fingers are spread wide apart, clearly witnessing Lu Shuang inching closer once more. This time, Shen Qingci does not retreat. Her eyelashes tremble violently, akin to bamboo leaves swaying in the wind. Both kisses are gentle, imbued with the fragrance of bamboo and the sweetness of mugwort. The first lands on the corner of her lips, like a leaf brushing past. During the second, Shen Qingci finds herself unknowingly grasping Lu Shuang's clothing, drawing her nearer, while the soft sound of the bamboo splints falling to the ground is accompanied by Su Wanwan's stifled laughter. All right. If you keep kissing, the mugwort cakes will get cold, Su Wanwan exclaims, jumping up and stuffing a piece of cake into Lu Shuang's mouth, then offering another piece to Shen Qingci. Have something to silence your mouths. Lu Shuang chews on the cake, her laughter muffled, while her eyes dart towards Shen Qingci. The latter is focused on her cake, her profile tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a sunset. The jade beads on her wrist jingle softly, keeping rhythm with the fluttering of her heart. Suddenly, Shen Qingci coughs, picking up the crooked bamboo basket. This can still be salvaged. Reaching for the splint again, her fingers slip repeatedly, causing her to misplace the weaving after just 2 stitches. Lu Shuang reaches out to steady her, their hands overlapping atop the basket, and though no words are exchanged, a deeper understanding forms between them. As the bamboo splint weaves through the gaps, she raises her hand in anticipation, and he follows her lead to pull the thread taut. The crooked pattern gradually realigns, resembling a bird straightening its neck. Su Wanwan reclines on a bamboo chair, swinging her feet as she observes them. The wind rustles through the bamboo grove, creating a sound akin to an unfinished melody. Suddenly, she feels that the sweetness of the mugwort cakes, the fragrance of the bamboo splints, and Shiji's flushed ears, along with Lu Shuang's uncontainable laughter, all intertwine to embody the essence of the finest spring. Once we finish weaving this basket, shall we go gather new tea? Su Wanwan suggests. The pre-rain tea from the back mountain is ready for picking. Lu Shuang looks up. All right, I'll go prepare the bamboo basket. Shen Qingci nods, her fingertips entangled in the thread suddenly loosening. As she bends down to tie it, Lu Shuang catches her hand. The roughness of her fingertips lightly scratches Shen Qingci's palm. Shiji, did that kiss just now count as an apology? Once again, Shen Qingci's ears turn a vivid red. As she withdraws her hand, she inadvertently wraps the thread around Lu Shuang's wrist, forming a small knot. Let us talk about it after we finish weaving. Her voice is soft, as if afraid the wind might overhear. The sunlight resumes its dance, and the bamboo shadows shift across them. Lu Shuang gazes at the knot on her wrist, suddenly feeling that this crooked bamboo basket might just be the finest creation they have ever woven. For every gap conceals whispers of the wind, laughter, and a kiss steeped in the fragrance of bamboo. Chapter 38. Tea and smoke. As the copper bell at the eaves chimed softly in the breeze, Shen Qingci stood before the stove, skillfully turning the tea cakes. The tea leaves in the bamboo sieve curled into dark green-brown clumps, gradually releasing a caramel-like fragrance as her hands moved. Shifu, the fire is too fierce, Lu Shuang exclaimed, rushing in from the corridor, clutching a handful of freshly picked mint, her hair tips still dusted with grass. Su Wanjun has gathered wild strawberries by the creek. She wants you to taste them. When Shen Qingci lifted her gaze, the wisps of hair on her forehead were slightly dampened by the heat. She accepted the handful of ruby-like wild strawberries, her fingertips brushing against Lu Shuang's palm, which held the mint leaves, carrying a refreshing coolness. Let her wait at the drying yard. I will finish roasting this pot of tea and join you shortly. Lu Shuang did not leave. Instead, she leaned closer to the stove, watching as Shen Qingci used a bamboo spatula to turn the tea cakes. Can we try the cold brewing method you mentioned last time? It's sweltering today. Her fingertip grazed Shen Qingci's sleeve, which bore a smudge of tea dust from earlier. It must cool first, Shen Qingci replied, nudging her hand away, but Lu Shuang seized her wrist instead. Then let us wash the strawberries by the creek. They will taste sweeter soaked in the chilled spring water. As they approached the courtyard gate, they spotted Su Wanjun squatting beneath the old locust tree, filling a clay jar with strawberries. Come quickly. I just fetched some well water from the spring. It's so cold it numbs my hands. She looked up with a smile, her nose dusted with a bit of dirt, resembling a mischievous little badger. The pebbles by the creek were heated by the sun, yet stepping on them was not scorching. As Shen Qingci crouched to wash the strawberries, Lu Shuang suddenly encircled her waist from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder. Shifu, can you smell the warm breath sweeping over your neck? The sweetness of the strawberries mingles with your tea fragrance, reminiscent of the honeyed wine we sipped beneath the peach tree last year. Shen Qingci felt a faint blush creep to her ears. Just as she was about to respond, Su Wanjun leaned in, holding the largest strawberry aloft. Shifu, open your mouth. The vibrant red flesh brushed against her lips, sweet juice dripping onto her chin, which Lu Shuang promptly licked away. Hey! Su Wanjun stepped back with a laugh, her voice echoing in the daylight. However, the strawberry in her hand slipped and fell to the ground. Shen Qingci swatted Lu Shuang's hand away, but as she stood, her foot slipped on the moss, causing her to stumble into Lu Shuang's embrace. Lu Shuang's arms tightened around her, their breaths intertwining in close proximity. Shen Qingci could catch the minty scent wafting from Lu Shuang's hair, blended with her own tea aroma, reminiscent of spring tea steeped in honey, rich and intoxicating. Shifu, Lu Shuang murmured, tilting her head as her lips brushed against Shen Qingci's earlobe, her breath carrying a hint of tentative tremor. Shen Qingci's fingers clenched around Lu Shuang's garment, her fingertips pressing into the fabric, yet she did not push her away. The creek water trickled over the pebbles, sunlight filtered through the willow leaves, casting golden spots upon their overlapping shadows. This kiss arrived silently, akin to morning dew lightly kissing the tea buds, initially a mere touch. Imbued with the sweetness of strawberries. It was only when Lu Shuang's tongue gently pried open Shen Qingci's lips that she tasted the hidden roasted tea cake within, mingled with an indescribable warmth. Ahem. Su Wanjun deliberately coughed loudly, holding a lotus leaf to shield her face, peering through her fingers. Look, a fish. A big fish. Shen Qingci snapped back to reality, pushing Lu Shuang away, her cheeks flushed as if they could bleed. Lu Shuang, however, laughed unabashedly, reaching out to wipe the strawberry juice from the corner of Shen Qingci's lips. Shifu's taste is even sweeter than honeyed wine. Enough of this nonsense. Shen Qingci turned her face away, bending down to pick up the fallen strawberries, her fingertips stained crimson by a ripe fruit. Lu Shuang crouched beside her, their fingers accidentally brushing against one another, sending a subtle spark between them. They exchanged no words but instinctively slowed their movements, allowing the breeze by the creek to tousle their hair a moment longer. Su Wanjun approached, holding the clay jar. Stop pretending. I saw everything. She placed the chilled strawberries between the two of them. Shifu, Lu Shuang, tell me, which is sweeter, these wild strawberries or that kiss from just now? Shen Qingci seized a strawberry and stuffed it into Su Wanjun's mouth, but Lu Shuang held her hand back. Let her answer. Lu Shuang's thumb brushed against the corner of Shen Qingci's lips, where moisture lingered. What do you think, Shifu? The sunlight suddenly thickened, cementing the shadows of the three of them upon the sandy bank by the creek. Shen Qingci gazed into Lu Shuang's amused eyes, and then at Su Wanjun's playful expression, realizing that this was far more delightful than the solitude of roasting tea. Some flavors, indeed, are best savored together, as they truly embody the essence of life. She did not respond but instead offered a chilled strawberry to Lu Shuang, selecting the largest one for Su Wanjun, while she bit into the ripest fruit herself. As the sweet juice burst upon her tongue, she suddenly understood what the seasoned tea drinkers meant when they spoke of the lingering sweetness, the initial tartness melting into honeyed bliss, leaving a subtle fragrance in her throat, akin to the tea smoke in the breeze, lingering and entwined, refusing to dissipate. Upon returning to the stove, the tea cakes had been perfectly roasted. Shen Qingci wrapped 2 portions in cotton paper and, as she handed them to Lu Shuang, her fingertips deliberately brushed against the back of her hand. Add 2 strawberries when cold brewing, remember? Lu Shuang took them and tucked them against her chest, grinning like a child who had just stolen candy. I remember. Tea roasted by Shifu must be brewed with the purest spring water. Su Wanjun rummaged through the bamboo basket beside them. What about me? I want some. I saved a jar of freshly roasted by Luo Chun for you. Shen Qingci pointed to the corner of the stove. Make sure to tell your father not to use boiling water. 80 degrees is just right. The setting sun elongated their shadows as Lu Shuang took Su Wanjun's hand, leading her toward the drying yard while glancing back at Shen Qingci occasionally, who watched them with a gentle smile. Leaning against the door frame, Shen Qingci observed the tea cakes cooling in the bamboo sieve and suddenly felt that life was akin to this tea, requiring kneading, roasting, and patience, until, on an ordinary afternoon, one could savor the sweetness that had been long hidden. The copper bell at the eaves chimed once more, this time resonating with Lu Shuing's laughter, Su Wanjun's playful antics, and the involuntary smile curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 39. Zhu Lu. As Lu Shuang stepped into the kitchen, her feet damp with morning dew, Shen Qingci was lifting the last basket of tea cakes onto the bamboo rack. The steam brushed against her temples, causing a rebellious strand of hair to cling to her cheek, while her bamboo tea spatula still bore traces of brownish-green tea powder. Shermu. Su Wanshu is fighting with someone over the bamboo tray in the threshing yard. Her cloth shoes were speckled with grass clippings, and the breeze she stirred up fluttered the tea-drying cloth behind Shen Qingci. She insists on sunning your new tea and is arguing with Arya until her face turns red. Shen Qingci set down the spatula, wiping her fingers on her apron. Let them be, there are plenty of bamboo trays. Though her words were calm, her gaze followed Lu Shuang as she walked towards the threshing yard. Just as they exited the kitchen, Su Wanshu came rushing over, clutching a split bamboo tray with dandelion fluff caught in her hair. Shermu, Arya says this tray was made by her father, so why should you get to dry tea on it? I told her your tea is more precious. The tray wobbled in her arms, and the splintered edges snagged Shen Qingci's sleeve, leaving a delicate white mark. Foolish girl. Shen Qingci pinched her cheek lightly, brushing her fingers against the fine sand from the threshing yard. Go to the storeroom and bring back 2 new bamboo trays. Tell them it's my request, and let Arya choose one as well. Su Wanshu's eyes lit up, and just as she was about to dash off, Lu Shuang caught her. Wait, take out the wild jujubes from your pocket. She reached into Su Wanshu's apron and pulled out a plump green jujube. You picked these from old Li's tree, didn't you? Make sure to bring back 2 bags of new tea as an apology. Su Wanshu squealed and covered her pocket, but as she turned, she intentionally tossed the largest jujube into Shen Qingci's hand, blushing as she ran away. The jujube, still warm from her palm, felt like a small sun in Shen Qingci's hand. As the fragrant wind from the threshing yard swept by, Arya stood defiantly in front of the pile of tea, hands on her hips. This tray was made by my father late at night. Why should she get to dry those broken tea leaves? The bamboo tray at her feet was indeed exquisitely woven, with fresh bamboo skin visible along the edges. Just as Shen Qingci was about to speak, Lu Shuang suddenly ducked behind her, causing a tingling sensation in Shen Qingci's shoulder blade. Arya, look who has arrived, Lu Shuang exclaimed, trying to stifle her laughter. The moment Arya turned around, Lu Shuang tiptoed and swiftly pecked Shen Qingci's ear, like a bamboo leaf brushed against her cheek by the wind. Shen Qingci's ears flushed crimson, and the jujube slipped from her fingers, falling onto the straw. Arya's eyes widened in surprise, her protest caught in her throat, and she nudged the bamboo tray aside. Fine. You can use it. Lu Shuang laughed so hard she could hardly stand upright as Shen Qingci grasped her arm, pulling her towards the corner of the yard. What nonsense. Her voice trembled slightly, but she did not exert much force. As they passed a stack of grass, Lu Shuang playfully pressed Shen Qingci against the neatly bound straw. Shen Qingci's ears were as red as the hawthorn berries dried last year. Lu Shuang's fingertips brushed against her warm earlobe, the rough texture of the straw seeping through her thin clothing, mingling with the minty scent from Lu Shuang's hair. Shen Qingci turned her head and saw Su Wanshu holding a jujube, peering at them with half a jujube stuffed in her mouth, cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. Someone's watching, Shen Qingci said, pushing her shoulder, only to have Su Wanshu pin her wrist against the straw. As Lu Shuang's kiss descended, It carried a hint of the jujube's sweetness, deeper than their previous tentative kiss by the stream. The straw rustled beside them as if it feared to disturb something. Shimu, she breathed, rubbing her nose against Shen Qingci's. Arya has run off, and Su Wanshu is counting ants. It was only then that Shen Qingci realized her fingers had unknowingly tangled in Lu Shuiying's hair, loosening the braid that always hung over her forehead. Let go. The tea will get cold. She tried to pull away, yet Lu Shuiying nibbled her lower lip, a tingling sensation coursing up her spine, making her forget the words she intended to say. Suddenly, a shrill shout from afar broke the moment. It was Su Wanshu, not arguing but exclaiming with delight, likely having found a larger bamboo tray. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shuiying led Shen Qingci deeper into the straw. The aroma of wheat mingling with the scent of soap pods on her body, evoking memories of the previous autumn when Lu Shuiying had carried her across a path strewn with fallen leaves, declaring her intent to pick wild persimmons. What are you thinking about? Lu Shuiying pinched her cheek. Do you think I am more reliable than Su Wanshu? Shen Qingci swatted her hand away, bending down to retrieve the fallen jujube. Just as her fingertips brushed it, Lu Shuiying grasped her hand. Their fingers intertwined within the straw, playing an unspoken game until Su Wanshu came running with a bamboo tray taller than herself. Shirmu, is this big enough? Arya said to make me one with patterns. Lu Shuiying quickly pecked Shen Qingci's lips, and, as she released her hand, a strand of hair fell between her fingers. Big enough, indeed, she laughed. You're holding it like a little mushroom on your head. Shen Qingci stood still, watching Lu Shuiying help Su Wanshu adjust the tilted bamboo tray, noticing Arya surreptitiously passing over the half-woven bamboo strips towards them. Suddenly, she found the jujube in her hand exceptionally sweet. As she walked back to the kitchen, she heard Lu Shuiying calling from behind, Shirmu, let us make jujube tea tonight. I brought freshly picked osmanthus. The warmth of the kitchen lingered, and the tea cakes on the bamboo rack gleamed softly. Shen Qingci touched her flushed earlobe, placing the jujube into a ceramic jar, planning to add a couple more when brewing tea, secretly including a spoonful of honey in Lu Shuiying's bowl. Morning dew dripped from the eaves, falling onto the freshly dried tea cakes, creating a small damp mark. It resembled the spot Lu Shuiying kissed earlier, holding a sweetness that could not be articulated, only revealing itself slowly as boiling water poured over it. When Su Wanshu entered, hugging the bamboo tray, she saw Shen Qingci smiling at the ceramic jar and reached out to lift the lid. Shirmu, what delightful treasure are you hiding? Nothing much. Shen Qingci shifted the jar behind her, her ears still flushed. Do you want sugar in your tea? Yes. Su Wanshu leaned closer, suddenly pointing at her collar. Shirmu, you have a piece of straw stuck here. She reached out to remove it, then blinked. Does Shuiying Jia's hair reach this length too? Shen Qingci's hand froze on the edge of the jar, listening to Lu Shuiying calling Su Wanshu from outside to help move the bamboo rack. Suddenly, she felt the warmth of the kitchen, more substantial than when she had brewed tea alone. That evening, when making jujube tea, Shen Qingci indeed added an extra spoonful of honey to Lu Shuiying's bowl. Lu Shuiying took a couple of sips and savored the taste, but did not reveal the secret. Instead, as Shen Qingci turned to add firewood, Lu Shuiying wrapped her arms around her waist from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder, gazing at the dancing flames in the stove. Shirmu's honey is sweeter than wild jujubes. The flickering light cast shadows of their intertwined forms. Transforming the unspoken sentiment of your kiss is also into the rising steam from the tea bowl, winding through the kitchen beams, becoming a secret that no one could steal away. Chapter 40. Winter brewing. As the first snowflakes began to fall, Shen Qingci was rummaging through last year's wine jars in the cellar. A delicate layer of frost coated the blue bricks beneath her feet, and her breath formed fine beads of vapor at her nose. When her fingertips brushed against the coarse glaze of a ceramic jar, she suddenly heard the light creaking of a wooden ladder above. Lu Shuiying descended, carrying a bundle of firewood. Her hair dusted with snowflakes resembling scattered stars. Shifu, what are you looking for? She inquired, placing the wood in a corner. As she bent down, the back of her cotton robe tightened, revealing her slender waist. Shen Qingci paused for a moment, then diverted her gaze, drawing a line on the wine jar with her fingertip. I'm searching for the jar of plum wine. Wanwan mentioned she wanted some warm wine today. Here it is, Lu Shuiying exclaimed. Suddenly wrapping her arms around Shen Qingci's waist from behind, her chin resting on her shoulder. I saw it yesterday, tucked away at the back, as if it were afraid of being stolen. Her breath, crisp from the cold, sent shivers down Shen Qingci's neck. Are you secretly saving it to share with me? Shen Qingci's ears flushed a light pink. She struggled for a moment but eventually relented, allowing Lu Shuang to hold her. Stop teasing. Wanwan must be waiting anxiously. Yet her fingers continued to trace the knot of the jar's opening, where remnants of last year's sealing were still present. Lu Shuang insisted on leaving her own mark on the spot Shen Qingci had touched, claiming it was essential for brewing. Just as they lifted the wine jar onto the wooden ladder, they spotted Su Wanwan at the cellar entrance, holding a small red clay stove, her nose bright red from the cold. Finally, you're here. I've set up the stove, just waiting for your wine. She thrust a warming stove into Shen Qingci's hands. Why are your hands so cold? Hurry and warm them. The warmth of the stove seeped through the cotton fabric into her palms. Looking down, Shen Qingci noticed Lu Shuang sneakily placing a warming pad into Su Wanwan's cotton boots, which she had embroidered late into the night. The pads were filled with freshly picked cotton, adorned with unevenly stitched little plum blossoms at the edges. The charcoal fire in the main room blazed brightly as Su Wanwan squatted by the stove to warm the wine. Bubbles rose in the copper pot, releasing a fragrant blend of sourness and caramel. Lu Shuang took a low stool beside Shen Qingci, playfully handling a white porcelain cup. She suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Once it's warm, let us have a drink together first." Without Wanwan knowing, as Shen Qingci began to frown, Lu Shuang pressed her fingertip against her lips. The pads of her fingers, calloused from years of chopping wood and weaving bamboo, made Shen Qingci's lips tingle. "Just one cup," she murmured. "We didn't drink enough by the stream last time. Let us make up for it now." Before Shen Qingci could respond, Su Wanwan turned, holding a jar of rock sugar. "Shifu, would you add 2 pieces of rock sugar? I heard from Aunt Wang that sweet wine warms the body." Her gaze swept over their intertwined shadows, and she suddenly laughed. "Sister Shuang is whispering secrets with Shifu. Are you talking about me?" Lu Shuang raised an eyebrow, ready to refute, but Shen Qingci spoke first. "I mentioned how you secretly drank half a jar of peach blossom wine and got so drunk you hugged a pillar singing a tune." Su Wanwan's face flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot, attempting to snatch the cup from Shen Qingci. "I didn't tea. It was Sister Shuang who forced me." The two began to chase each other around the charcoal stove, the wind they stirred causing the flames to flicker. As Shen Qingci watched Lu Shuang deliberately lift the sugar jar high, and Su Wanwan jumped to reach it. The sound of their boots scraping against the blue bricks suddenly reminded her of a similar snowy day last year. Lu Shuang had braved the snow to pick wild plums, returning with half her body frozen, yet smiling broadly with a snow-dusted branch. "Shifu, the wine we brew will surely carry the fragrance of flowers." "The wine is ready." Su Wanwan suddenly cheered, pouring the warmed wine into 3 white porcelain cups. The amber liquid swirled in the cups, and Lu Shuang swiftly seized Shen Qingci's cup, bringing it to her lips for a sip. "Hot," she remarked, but did not set it down, instead leaning down to offer the wine to Shen Qingci's lips. The warm liquid mingled with Lu Shuang's breath as it filled Shen Qingci's mouth. Her eyelashes fluttered, and just as she was about to speak, Lu Shuang gently licked the corner of her lips. Su Wanwan gasped, covering her eyes. But peeking through her fingers, she watched as Lu Shuang's hand slipped to the back of Shen Qingci's neck, deepening the kiss. The heat from the charcoal stove enveloped them like a veil of mist, and amidst the fragrant sourness of the wine, a hint of intoxicating sweetness emerged. Clearing her throat, Shen Qingci abruptly pushed Lu Shuang away, her cheeks flushed like the glowing embers of the stove. She raised her cup and drank it down in one gulp, the wine burning her throat and causing her eyes to water. Lu Shuang chuckled, her shoulders shaking, and while patting Shen Qingci's back, she deliberately pinched her warm earlobe. "Shifu, don't rush, there's more." Su Wanwan poured the remaining wine into her cup and suddenly exclaimed, "I heard that winter brewing is sweeter when 2 people drink together, like how Shifu and Sister Shuang just did. Does that count?" She blinked at Shen Qingci, recalling that it was called a couple's toast in books, promising lifelong companionship. Shen Qingci paused, her hand lingering at the rim of her cup, but Lu Shuang interjected, "It counts." She poured more wine into Shen Qingci's cup, raising it for a toast. "Let us have another drink, as if we're celebrating in advance." A few drops spilled from their clinking cups onto Shen Qingci's hand, feeling as hot as small sparks. She gazed into Lu Shuang's eyes filled with mirth, then turned to Su Wanwan, who held her cup with an expectant expression. Suddenly, she realized that the warmth of this winter night came not solely from the charcoal fire and warmed wine, but also from the delightful banter of these 2 lively souls, from the light that shone in their eyes, and from a kiss softened by the fragrance of wine. The snow fell heavier, rustling against the window panes. Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed as she leaned against the stove, dozing off with an empty wine cup clutched in her hands. Lu Shuang removed her cotton robe and draped it over her, but as she turned, Shen Qingci grasped her wrist. Shifu? Without uttering a word, Shen Qingci poured a small amount of wine into Lu Shuang's cup and gently clinked her cup against Lu Shuang's. The wine swirled within their cups, reflecting the light in her eyes like an entire starry sky. That last cup, she spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb the slumbering figure by the stove. It doesn't count. Lu Shuang's eyes sparkled as she leaned in closer, but Shen Qingci held her shoulder firmly. Shen Qingci tilted her head back to sip from her cup, and suddenly leaned in to kiss Lu Shuang's lips. This kiss bore a hint of softness, mingling the sourness of the wine with the scent of soapberry from her hair, as if all the sweetness of their hidden treasures had been blended together. The sparks from the charcoal stove crackled, while Su Wanwan's breaths became even and long. Lu Shuang's hand wove into Shen Qingci's hair, pulling her closer until their foreheads touched, and then they heard her breathy voice, tinged with the scent of wine. Does this count? Shen Qingci's eyelashes were adorned with moisture, and she nodded gently. Outside, the snow continued to fall, the wine jars in the cellar slumbered peacefully, and the charcoal fire in the main room burned perfectly, mirroring their hearts at that moment, safely cradled in time, brewing, warming, awaiting the arrival of spring, when they would surely savor the long-hidden, singular sweetness. Lu Shuang suddenly let out a laugh and poured some more wine into her cup. Let us drink another toast for this winter. Shen Qingci took the cue, their fingertips brushing against the rim of the cup, and for every winter yet to come. As the liquid slid down her throat, it brought a gentle warmth of slight intoxication. Shen Qingci gazed at Su Wanwan, who was peacefully asleep by the hearth, and into Lu Shuang's eyes that reflected her own. In that moment, she felt that true fulfillment might be encapsulated in this snowy night, with warm wine at hand, and cherished connections nearby. Within an unguarded kiss, there lay unspeakable sentiments, gradually deepened by the passage of time. Chapter 41. The melting snow. The muffled thud of a pine branch striking the woodpile startled the sparrows perched beneath the eaves. Lu Shuang brushed the snow off her shoulders and observed Su Wanquan feeding a piece of osmanthus cake to Shen Qingci, while the bamboo basket she had painstakingly woven over 3 sleepless nights lay carelessly discarded on the ground, its fringes muddy. She had intended to gift it to Shen Qingci for holding needles and threads. Wanquan, come help me chop wood. Lu Shuang's voice was colder than the icicles at the eaves. She struck the axe against the stone stump, sending sparks flying into the freshly melted snow. Stop clinging to Shermu. Su Wanquan paused, stuffing the last morsel of cake into Shen Qingci's hand. What is wrong with you today, Shuang? You sound like a cat with its tail stepped on. She skipped over, reaching for the axe, only to be halted by Lu Shuang's outstretched arm. Can you even handle it? Lu Shuang's gaze swept over Wan Chuan's frostbitten fingertips. The last time I asked you to pass me a log, you nearly crushed your foot. Better go tend to the fire and don't make things worse. Her words pierced Su Wanchuan's heart like an icicle. Clutching the hem of her garment, she took a step back, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. How did I make things worse? Shermu said my fire burns the brightest, and my tea is the most fragrant. Just as Shen Qingci opened her mouth to speak, Lu Shuang turned away, the sound of the axe cleaving through pine resonating painfully in their ears. Shermu cares for you, which is why she hasn't mentioned how your fire often scorches the wood in the stove. Her voice carried an unspoken heaviness, reminiscent of the last time they dyed fabric when Wang Quan had recklessly mixed Su Mu and Zi Chao, ruining the fine material into a deep purple black. Shermu even praised your creativity. Did you think she genuinely complimented you? Lu Shuang. Shen Qingci's voice suddenly rose, causing the osmanthus cake in her hand to fall with a thud. Who taught you to speak to Wang Quan like that? The smoke from the woodpile wafted around them. Su Wanquan could no longer hold back her tears, which mingled with the melting snow on her face. I'm so stupid. I'm not as capable as Shuang. But, she sniffled, suddenly pulling out a cloth pouch from her bosom. I saved 3 months of my allowance to buy this hairpin for Shermo. It's far better than your useless basket. The jade hairpin tumbled from the pouch, its lustrous body clinking against the stone slab, breaking into 2 pieces. Shen Qingci's breath caught in her throat. This was the hairpin Su Wanquan had secretly given her days ago, saying she would wait until spring to wear it in her newly styled hair. Lu Shuang's face turned pale at once. She looked at the broken hairpin on the ground, and then at Su Wanchuan's tear-streaked face, suddenly feeling a tightness in her throat. I didn't mean to, she attempted to explain, but saw Shen Qingci bending down to retrieve the broken pieces, her fingertips trembling as they touched the fragments, as if she were picking up a rare treasure. Enough. Shen Qingci's voice was soft, yet undeniably cold. Shuiying, return to the house and reflect on your words. Wankan, come with me. Lu Shuiying stood frozen, watching as their figures disappeared around the corner of the corridor. As Su Wanquan walked away, she deliberately bumped into Lu Shuiying, the force carrying a sense of grievance that echoed her tears. The snow on the woodpile continued to melt, droplets cascading from the pine needles onto Lu Shuiying's hand, chilling her like ice. In the kitchen, Shen Qingci was meticulously repairing the broken hairpin with gold foil. Su Wanquan leaned on the table, sobbing, her hairpin damp from tears, resting limply against her temple. Shermu, am I really very foolish? Shuiying is right. I ruined the fabric. Can't keep a decent fire, and even broke a hairpin. Silly girl. Shen Qingci set aside the gold foil and embraced her. The purple-black fabric you dyed became a cloak for a man, and she was praised for it in the academy for half a month. Although your fire burns brightly, you always remember to lower the flames when I am making medicine. As for this hairpin, she stroked the broken part of the gold foil. Even if it's broken, it can be mended, just like a heart. Bumps and bruises are inevitable, but once repaired, it becomes even stronger. Su Wankan's tears stained Shen Qingci's garment. But Shuiying, she seems to dislike me. Shen Qingci's gaze fell upon the windowsill, where the bamboo basket woven by Lu Shuiying rested. She had secretly placed a freshly embroidered handkerchief inside, adorned with 3 blooming lotus flowers. She doesn't dislike you, Shen Qingci sighed. She fears that I care for you more than I do for her. These words pierced the silence in the kitchen like a needle. Su Wankan's sobs gradually subsided, and she suddenly looked up. Shimu, should I not cling to you so much? Shuiying needs you more than I do. Shen Qingci's heart tightened at this thought. She recalled Lu Shuiying as a child, always wearing a faded old coat, yet secretly saving her allowance to buy new mortar for her. She remembered how she had chased through the snow for 3 miles just to retrieve a medicine book blown away by the wind. She remembered how last night, holding a jar of wine, Shuiying had shyly entered her room, saying, Shimu, let us share another cup, her eyes sparkling brighter than the embers. I care for both of you. Shen Qingci wiped away Wanchuan's tears, her fingertip brushing against Wanquan's cold nose, much like a left hand and a right hand. Neither could do without the other. A gentle sound echoed from the corridor. Lu Shuiying stood at the door, holding the muddy bamboo basket, its bottom lined with clean cotton, containing a lotus seed tied with red string, which they had picked by the stream last summer. Lu Shuiying had intended to save it for planting, but had secretly dried it and hidden it under her pillow. Shermu, Wanquan, her voice was slightly hoarse. The basket got dirty. I will weave a new one. This lotus seed. She extended the bamboo basket forward. Boil it for tea. It will soothe you. Su Wanquan gazed at the plump lotus seed and suddenly broke free from Shen Qingci's embrace, pressing a warm roasted sweet potato into Lu Shuiying's hands. It's still warm. The skin of the sweet potato bore her bite marks from earlier. Lu Shuiying's fingers stiffened, and she felt the heat of the sweet potato as she grasped it, rubbing her hands together. Shen Qingci watched them, a smile breaking across her face. The lotus seed in the basket, the bite marks on the sweet potato, the gold foil on the broken hairpin, and the lingering smoke from the woodpile, all these jagged pains were simply manifestations of unspoken concern. The snow had completely melted, and the last drop of water from the icicles fell, forming a small puddle on the ground. Shen Qingci placed the repaired hairpin into Su Wanchuan's hair, then took the bamboo basket from Lu Shuiying's hands, adding a handful of freshly picked mint. Let us go, she said, taking one of each of their hands as they walked towards the main hall. Today we are making dumplings with shepherd's purse. Shuiying will chop the filling, Wanquan will knead the dough, and I'll tend to the fire. No one is allowed to slack off. Lu Shuiying's hand was held firmly in Shen Qingci's palm, feeling the warmth of her fingertips mingling with the warmth of Su Wanchuan's other hand, like 2 small sparks, slowly melting away the grievances that had once felt like icicles, transforming them into the sweetness of the thawed snow. As she looked down, she noticed Su Wanchuan's braid tangled in her sleeve, like an unbreakable red thread. As the warmth of the kitchen wafted outward, Lu Shuiying suddenly leaned closer to Su Wanjing and whispered, Next time we dye fabric, I shall teach you how to blend colors. In response, Su Wanjing playfully stuffed a piece of raw dough into her mouth, saying, "Then you must teach me how to weave baskets, and they must feature the exquisite lotus blossoms." Shen Qingci paused in his task of adding firewood, gazing at the flickering flames that danced upon their faces. In that moment, he felt that this spring, following the melting of snow, was perhaps just like this, slightly astringent, somewhat scalding, yet imbued with an irresistible vigor that urged one to grow ever warmer. Chapter 42 Reflections in the Mirror. As Shen Qingci pushed open the door to the mirror room, the wind chimes at the eaves jingled melodiously. Inside hung numerous copper mirrors of varying sizes, through which sunlight streamed in, scattering delicate specks of light across the room, creating a dizzying effect. "Shermu?" Su Wanwan's voice emerged from behind the tallest mirror frame, echoing slightly, "Look what I have found." Shen Qingci followed the sound and saw Su Wanwan on her tiptoes, reaching for a tall dressing mirror. The mirror was veiled in a fine layer of dust, yet still managed to reflect her image, as she delicately tucked a half-blooming camellia, freshly picked that morning, into her hair, the petals still glistening with dew. "Be careful not to fall." Shen Qingci gently supported her waist, her fingertips grazing the warm skin beneath. "This mirror is quite old. Its edges are sharp, so do not touch it carelessly." Su Wanwan turned around, her nose nearly colliding with Shen Qingci's chin. As she hastily stepped back, she accidentally stepped on her own skirt, stumbling into Shen Qingci's embrace. The copper mirror behind them swayed slightly, casting overlapping shadows, resembling a painting that had been crumpled and then smoothed out. "Shermu, you smell wonderful." Su Wanwan's face nestled in the crook of Shen Qingci's neck, her voice muffled, more fragrant than the camellias in the courtyard. Shen Qingci smiled and ruffled her hair, about to speak when a figure emerged from the other side of the mirror frame. Lu Shuang, holding a piece of chamois leather, was bent over polishing a copper mirror. Upon hearing them, she paused, her tense profile reflected in the mirror. "Wanwan," Lu Shuang's voice came through the mirror, tinged with an indescribable awkwardness. "The perfume Shermu is wearing was brought from Jinghan a few days ago. It is the replacement for the bottle you broke last time." Su Wanwan abruptly lifted her head from Shen Qingci's embrace, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I have compensated Shermu with a new one." "Oh." Lu Shuing set down the chamois and turned to face them, her gaze sweeping over the camellia nestled in Su Wanwan's hair. "You mean the inferior perfume you bought with half a month's allowance? That scent gave me a headache for 3 days. You did that on purpose, Lu Shuang." Su Wanwan stamped her foot, causing a few petals from her hair to fall. "Shima said it wasn't my fault." "Enough." Shen Qingci gently pushed Su Wanwan back a step, her gaze settling on Lu Shuing. "Shuing, Wanwan did not mean to." Lu Shuing did not meet her eyes, merely resumed polishing the mirror, which began to shine, reflecting a flicker of unamiable fire in her eyes, heating the glass. "I am merely stating the truth," she remarked, her fingertips tracing the surface of the mirror, leaving a trail of moisture. "Unlike some people, who always have someone to shield them when they err." Su Wanwan clenched her fists in anger, ready to retort, but Shen Qingci restrained her wrist. Shen Qingci turned to Lu Shuing. "Shuing, come help me examine this mirror." She pointed to a copper mirror embedded in a wooden frame in the corner, its intricate design worn down. "You have a keen eye? Please discern whether it resembles a style from the previous dynasty." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shuing approached. The three of them gathered around the copper mirror, its surface marred, yet still capable of reflecting their intertwined shadows. Su Wanwan intentionally squeezed closer to Shen Qingci, nudging Lu Shuing with her elbow, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lu Shuing ignored her, concentrating on the mirror's patterns, her fingertip gliding along a blurred line. "It resembles. But the cloud patterns are incorrect. It might be a replica." As she spoke, she turned her head and inadvertently met Shen Qingci's gaze, their faces suddenly drawn close, their breaths mingling, while the shadows in the mirror pressed together. Lu Shuang's ears flushed bright red, and she hastily stepped back, colliding into Su Wanwan. "Ouch!" Su Wanwan exclaimed, reaching out to steady her, but seizing the moment, she whispered in Lu Shuang's ear, "Feeling guilty, are we?" "You." Lu Shuang was about to retort when Shen Qingci interjected, "This mirror frame is loose. Shuang, please hold it for me while I hammer in a couple of nails." Lu Shuing immediately obliged, steadying one side of the frame as Shen Qingci stood on the other, grasping a hammer and nails. They were positioned quite closely, and as Shen Qingci raised her hand to swing the hammer, her sleeve brushed against Lu Shuing's hand, akin to a feather's caress. causing Lu Shuang's fingers to tremble, which in turn made the mirror frame wobble. Be careful, Shen Qingci steadied the frame, her palm resting on Lu Shuang's hand, securing it. The warmth from her hand seeped through, and as Lu Shuang looked down at their overlapping hands, she suddenly perceived the shadows in the ornate mirror sharpening. Shen Qingci's thumb gently caressed her knuckles, the motion as natural as if performed 1,000 times before. Shermu. Su Wanwan suddenly called out, her voice tinged with grievance. I want to help too. Shen Qingci looked up at her and smiled. Then go fetch the cloth from the table to clean the mirror afterward. Su Wanwan pouted as she went to retrieve the cloth, and as she passed Lu Shuing, she deliberately stepped on the hem of her skirt. Lu Shuing, caught off guard, nearly lost her balance, but Shen Qingci timely caught her around the waist. This embrace brought them even closer, Shen Qingci's chin hovering just above Lu Shuang's crown, allowing her to inhale the faint scent of pine from her hair. Thank you, Shermu. Lu Shuang's voice was slightly hoarse, and as she pulled away from Shen Qingci's embrace, her fingertips inadvertently snagged the fabric of Shen Qingci's garment, causing Shen Qingci to stumble forward into her arms. With a thud, the mirror frame swayed, and several small copper mirrors tumbled down, landing softly on the carpet. Su Wanwan returned with the cloth, only to stumble upon the scene. Lu Shuang gazing down at Shen Qingci, her eyes sparkling with astonishment, while Shen Qingci's hand rested on Lu Shuang's shoulder, their shadows entangled on the ground. I'm back, Su Wanwan's voice emerged, muffled as she tossed the cloth onto the table and turned to leave. I'm going to check if the water on the stove is boiling. Wanwan. Shen Qingci quickly disentangled herself from Lu Shuang, attempting to follow, but Lu Shuang grasped her wrist. Let her go. Lu Shuang's voice bore a hint of urgency. Shermu. Earlier. She looked intently at Shen Qingci, her gaze fervent. Are you? Shen Qingci did not allow her to finish, gently extricating her hand and rushing out. Su Wanwan had not gone far. She stood beneath the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, her shoulders trembling slightly. Shen Qingci approached from behind and gently embraced her. Why are you crying again? Shermu is biased. Su Wanwan's voice quivered. You are always different with Sister Shuang. Silly girl, Shen Qingci sighed, turning her to face her, wiping away her tears. I treat you both the same. Not at all. Su Wanwan clutched Shen Qingci's sleeve. The way you looked at her just now was not the same as how you look at me. Shen Qingci gazed into her reddened eyes, suddenly leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead, as gentle as a petal falling upon skin. How about this? She whispered softly. Su Wanjing was momentarily stunned, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, while her cheeks flushed with warmth. Shifu, Shenyang. Shen Qingci smiled gently, about to speak when the sound of the mirror room door being pushed open suddenly interrupted. Lu Shuang stood at the entrance, holding a piece of deer hide, her complexion paling at the sight before her, causing the deer hide to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground with a soft thud. Shuang. Shen Qingci began, but Lu Shuang turned and fled. Quickly, go after her. Su Wanjing urged, giving her a gentle push. I am fine. Shen Qingci hesitated for a moment, glancing between Su Wanjing and the direction Lu Shuang had disappeared, ultimately deciding to pursue her. Lu Shuang ran swiftly, only halting in the bamboo grove on the back mountain, leaning against a bamboo stalk as she gasped for breath. When Shen Qingci caught up, she noticed Lu Shuang's shoulders trembling slightly. Shuang, Shen Qingci approached slowly. Let me explain. Lu Shuang turned around, her eyes red-rimmed. Explain what? That you would also kiss her? That you treat us the same, indulging your whims? That's not true. Shen Qingci stepped closer, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Wanjing is still young. She is just being willful. I merely wished to comfort her. And what about me? Lu Shuang's voice trembled. What do I mean to you? Shen Qingci looked into her tear-brimmed eyes and suddenly enveloped her in an embrace. Lu Shuang struggled for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to Shen Qingci's strength, allowing herself to rest against her chest. Shuang, Shen Qingci's voice was soft yet resolute. You are different. She lifted Lu Shuang's chin, compelling her to meet her gaze, before leaning in to kiss her lips. This kiss was unlike the one she had given Su Wanjing. It was imbued with long-suppressed emotions, profound and fervent. Lu Shuang's body stiffened momentarily before she melted into the embrace, closing her eyes and allowing the kiss to dissolve all her grievances and insecurities. The bamboo grove was tranquil, the only sounds being the rustle of bamboo leaves in the wind and the mingled breaths of the two women. After a long while, Shen Qingci released her, resting her forehead against Lu Shuang's and softly saying, "Do you understand now?" Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with tears as she nodded, then shook her head, ultimately burying her face in Shen Qingci's embrace and murmuring, "What about Wanjing? Wanjing is like a sister." Shen Qingci caressed her back tenderly, "But you are different." Lu Shuang said nothing more, instead holding on even tighter. Shen Qingci gazed toward the distant pomegranate tree, realizing that Su Wanjing's figure had vanished, likely having returned indoors. With a gentle sigh, she held Lu Shuang close, pondering that perhaps this situation required more time to unravel. Yet at this moment, she wished to shield the one in her arms from any further distress. The setting sun streamed through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, illuminating the two tightly embraced figures, as if to immortalize this moment forever. Chapter 43. Zhu Xiaomeng. As the twilight enveloped the bamboo grove, Shen Qingci led Lu Shuang back. Lu Shuang's fingers still clutched the sleeve of Shen Qingci, her fingertips slightly warm, the kiss they had shared earlier flickering like a small flame, igniting both warmth and anxiety deep within her heart. "Shermu," she suddenly halted, kicking at a pebble beneath her feet. "Will Qianqian be angry?" Shen Qingci glanced down at her, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her flushed ears, unable to resist the urge to pinch them playfully. Her temperament flares swiftly but cools just as quickly. "I shall buy her 2 boxes of osmanthus cake later, and she will surely greet us with a smile." Lu Shuang let out a soft giggle, just about to respond when a figure appeared at the end of the bamboo path. Su Qianqian, holding an earthen jar, was tiptoeing to peer in their direction. "Qianqian?" Shen Qingci called out, her voice carrying through the stillness. Su Qianqian jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the jar. Upon recognizing them, her face flushed crimson, and she turned to flee, but Shen Qingci swiftly caught up and stopped her. "Why are you running?" Shen Qingci inquired, her gaze falling on the jar cradled in Qianqian's arms. "What's inside?" "And nothing." Su Qianqian attempted to hide the jar behind her back, her ears reddening. Lu Shuang leaned in to sniff, suddenly exclaiming, "Is that wine? Did you brew plum wine in secret?" "Caught." Su Qianqian placed the jar on the stone table, pouting as she glared at them. "I intended to surprise Shermu with it once it was ready, but now I don't want to give it anymore." "Oh, if not for me, then for whom?" Shen Qingci picked up the jar, shaking it gently. The soft sound of liquid sloshing inside was enticing, and she inquired, "How long has it been hidden?" 3 months. Su Qianqian replied defiantly. "I dug a cellar behind the mountain to bury it. Had I not passed by while looking for you, it would have remained undiscovered." Shen Qingci removed the wooden stopper, and a fragrant aroma of sweet and sour wine wafted out, mingling with the crisp scent of bamboo. "Your skill is commendable. Would you care to taste?" she offered, scooping out half a cup and presenting it to Lu Shuang. Lu Shuang took a sip, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is even better than the wine from the town's distillery." Su Qianqian's irritation dissipated significantly, yet she feigned aloofness. "Humph, I suppose you have discerning taste." Shen Qingci scooped another cup, extending it to her with a gentle tone. "It was my fault. You were wronged earlier. Since this wine is meant for me, let it serve as an apology, all right?" As Su Qianqian accepted the cup, her fingertips brushed against the carved inscription on the jar's edge, the character for CI, which she had secretly etched. Illuminated by the moonlight, it appeared particularly vivid. Her heart softened, and she murmured, "Then, I shall forgive you this once." Lu Shuang observed the flush on her cheeks and suddenly remarked, "Qianqian, did you add osmanthus to this wine?" "How did you know?" Su Qianqian's eyes widened. "I only added a small handful, the dried ones from last year." "Just a guess." Lu Shuang smiled more broadly. "Shermu adores the flavor of osmanthus. You truly put thought into it." Feeling shy from the compliment, Su Qianqian lowered her gaze to sip the wine, yet her ears perked up, listening intently to Shen Qingci and Lu Shuang's conversation. Leaning against a bamboo chair, Shen Qingci twirled the wine cup in her hands. "In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. How about we take this wine to the pavilion on the lake and enjoy it while moon-gazing?" "Yes, yes." Su Qianqian immediately chimed in. "I will prepare mooncakes, with lotus seed paste filling." Lu Shuang nodded in agreement. "I will gather some light blankets. It can be chilly by the lake at night." The three exchanged laughter as they made their way back, the fragrance of the wine trailing behind them like an invisible thread, binding their shadows ever closer. The following afternoon, Shen Qingci was perusing medical texts in her study when Lu Shuang entered, carrying a bowl of lotus seed soup. Noticing Shen Qingci furrowing her brow at the pages, she leaned in to see what was troubling her. Are you pondering another prescription? The prescription I wrote for Aunt Zhang a few days ago. She keeps saying her dizziness hasn't fully subsided, Shen Qingci replied, marking a medicinal ingredient with her pen. Perhaps the dosage needs adjustment. Lu Shuang set down the bowl, her finger tracing the characters on the page. I remember you mentioning that her pulse was weak. It seems her ailment may not solely be physical. Yes, Shen Qingci nodded. Her son has been away on business for 3 years, and I fear her heartache may be affecting her health. After a moment of silence, Lu Shuang suddenly asked, Shermu, shall we invite Aunt Zhang to the pavilion on the Mid-Autumn Festival? Shen Qingci looked up at her, seeing the genuine warmth in her eyes, and couldn't help but smile. That sounds wonderful. The more, the merrier. She reached out, pulling Lu Shuang onto her lap, her nose brushing against the top of her head. You are so considerate. Lu Shuang's cheek rested against Shen Qingci's chest, where she could hear the steady heartbeat, reminiscent of the lullabies from her childhood, bringing her comfort. Shermu, she softly inquired, do you think we will always be like this? Shen Qingci took her hand, her fingers caressing the thin calluses on her palm, remnants from years of grinding herbs for her. We will, she said earnestly. As long as that's what you desire. Before the words had fully left her lips, a startled exclamation from outside the courtyard drew their attention. They hurried out to find Su Qianqian on tiptoe, reaching for a pomegranate atop the wall. The wooden stool beneath her wobbled precariously, and she was on the verge of falling. With quick reflexes, Shen Qingci rushed to catch her, and Su Qianqian, frightened, clung to her neck, still clutching a brilliantly red pomegranate. Shermu, this pomegranate is ripe. I want to pick it to brew wine. Shen Qingci pinched her cheek helplessly. Next time, wait for me. What if you break your leg? Su Qianqian stuck out her tongue, suddenly pointing at Lu Shuang with a grin. Sister Shuang is blushing. Lu Shuang froze, instinctively touching her cheek, and indeed felt the heat radiating from it. When Shen Qingci had rushed to her, the hem of her garment brushed against Lu Shuang's wrist, and that fleeting touch was even more intoxicating than the plum wine. Shen Qingci observed this exchange with an amused glimmer in her eyes. Lowering Su Qianqian to the ground, she proposed, why don't we go to the pavilion now? We can tidy up early and avoid the rush on the Mid-Autumn Festival. The pavilion by the lake, nestled at the foot of the hill, was rarely visited, and its pillars were entwined with green vines. Su Qianqian sprinted ahead, clutching the pomegranate, and suddenly pointed excitedly. Shermu, look, there's a magpie nest. Shen Qingci and Lu Shuang approached to see 2 magpies busily collecting twigs to build their nest. Unafraid of their presence, they fluttered around before returning to their abode. This is a good omen, Lu Shuang remarked with a smile. Shen Qingci gently wrapped her arms around Lu Shuang's waist from behind, resting her chin on her shoulder. Then tell me, what good thing is coming? Lu Shuang's body tensed for a moment before relaxing, allowing Shen Qingci to embrace her. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. It is our good fortune. Shen Qingci lowered her head, planting a kiss on the side of her neck, imbued with the sweet scent of osmanthus wine. The kiss was gentle, yet carried a weight of promise, startling the magpies into flight as they circled above the pavilion. Su Qianqian returned with a handful of wild chrysanthemums, coincidentally witnessing this scene. She discreetly hid the flowers behind her back and tiptoed to the lakeside, suddenly feeling that the expanse of lotus leaves had transformed into a screen shielding their intimate moment. The setting sun painted the surface of the lake in hues of gold and crimson. As Shen Qingci's kiss gradually found its way to the corner of Lu Shuang's lips, imbued with unmistakable affection, Lu Shuang raised her hand to encircle her neck, eagerly reciprocating the gesture. In the distance, magpies continued to call, while the gentle breeze rustled through the lotus leaves, producing a soft sound, as if accompanying this secret kiss hidden within the pavilions of the lake. After quite some time, Shen Qingci finally released her, resting her forehead against Lu Shuang's, and said, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I have something to tell you. The sparkle in Lu Shuang's eyes resembled fallen stars, astonishingly bright, and she nodded vigorously, replying, I will be waiting. At that moment, Su Wanyan approached, holding wild chrysanthemums, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, Sister Shuang, your face is so red. Have you been sunbathing? Lu Shuang shot her a playful glare, but couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to take the wild chrysanthemums and tucking them into her hair, saying, only you could be so clever. As Shen Qingci observed their playful banter, She suddenly felt that life was akin to the picturesque scenery of the lake, concealing boundless tenderness within its simplicity, as long as she was surrounded by them. Even merely sitting and watching the clouds rise was a delight. As dusk deepened, the three began their journey back, with Su Wanyan humming a newly composed tune, while Lu Shuang occasionally exchanged words with Shen Qingci, the wild chrysanthemums gently swaying in the evening breeze. Shen Qingci glanced at the two figures beside her and was reminded of their appearances from many years ago, one timidly hiding behind a door, the other defiantly holding her head high. Now, both had become companions with whom she could share the beauty of the landscape. She tightened her grip on their hands and silently vowed within her heart, "On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I must share the words I have long kept hidden." Chapter 44. Full moon night. The moonlight of the Mid-Autumn Festival bathed the pavilion in the lake, casting an ethereal glow as if it were submerged in water. As Shen Qingci placed the last piece of lotus seed mooncake onto the bamboo table, Lu Shuang was meticulously laying down a mat on the stone table. Su Wanwan, holding a jar of plum wine, tiptoed to hang a lantern made of red paper on the pavilion's pillar, the flickering candlelight reflecting off her pomegranate flower hairpin, making it sparkle. "Be careful, don't drop it." Shen Qingci looked up at her, the lantern's aura warming her face like a delicate veil. Su Wanwan turned back, sticking out her tongue, but lost grip of the wine jar, which thudded against the pillar, prompting Lu Shuang to rush over and steady it. "Clumsy. If you spill the wine, I wonder what you'll drink tonight. Mind your own business." Su Wanwan teased, bringing the jar closer to Lu Shuang, the fragrant aroma of the wine mixed with the sweetness of osmanthus flowers wafting over her. "My master said my wine is the best, better than that jar you hid under the bed last year." Lu Shuang's ears turned slightly red. Indeed, she had secretly stashed away a jar of peach blossom brew last year, intending to present it to Shen Qingci on her birthday, only to have Su Wanwan discover and drink half of it, drunkenly exclaiming that her master smelled of the moon. "All right, come sit." Shen Qingci patted the mat beside her and pushed the cut mooncakes towards both of them. "Aunt Zhang won't be here tonight. Her son sent word that he'll be home next month." Su Wanwan nodded while biting into the mooncake. "That's wonderful. When Aunt Zhang's son returns, we should invite them over for drinks." Suddenly, she remembered something and handed a piece of mooncake to Shen Qingci. "Master, look. The osmanthus in this lotus filling was picked by me last month from the courtyard. It was dried for a whole fortnight." As Shen Qingci took a bite, the sweetness spread across her palate, and she noticed Lu Shuang staring intently at her wrist, where a string of newly worn amber beads adorned her. Lu Shuang had bought them with her savings, claiming that amber could soothe one's spirit. "Not to your liking?" Shen Qingci turned the beads over. They glimmered with a warm hue under the moonlight. Lu Shuang hurriedly shook her head, pouring some plum wine into Shen Qingci's cup. "It pairs beautifully with your bracelet." She referred to the silver bracelet on Shen Qingci's other wrist, crafted by Su Wanwan last year, intricately engraved with entwined lotus flowers. Suddenly, Su Wanwan exclaimed, digging into her cloth bag to pull out a silk pouch. "I almost forgot. This is a talisman I requested for you, Master. I knelt at the Guanyin temple for half a day to get it." The pouch was made of apricot-colored satin, embroidered with the words peace in a crooked manner, with a hint of incense ash embedded in the stitches. When Shen Qingci received it, her fingers brushed against something hard inside. Upon opening it, she discovered a wolf tooth wrapped in red string, a talisman Lu Shuang had traded for at a hunter's home last year, claiming it could ward off evil, and had kept it in her vanity box. "How did you?" Shen Qingci looked at Lu Shuang, who was lowering her head to sip her wine, her ears flushed as if dipped in rouge. "I just thought it would be nice to add it after seeing Wanwan's pouch." Lu Shuang mumbled, "Having someone to protect you is always better." Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled. "Sister Shuang, you are so kind. I wondered why this pouch felt so heavy." She poured some wine into Lu Shuang's cup. "Here, I toast to you." The wine splashed as their cups clinked, a few drops landing on Shen Qingci's hand, cool against her skin. She watched as Lu Shuang and Su Wanwan toasted, their laughter illuminated by the moonlight, and suddenly felt that the breeze in the pavilion was sweet. After several rounds of drinking, Su Wanwan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she clung to Shen Qingci's arm, playfully asking, "Master, may I sing you a new song I learned? It's from the opera troupe in town, The Oath Under the Moon." Before Shen Qingci could respond, she began to sway her head and sing. The bamboo shadows sway, the moonlight drifts, shared under this candlelight. The melody was somewhat off-key, yet the words were clear. Lu Shuang glanced at Shen Qingci, who was caught in a delightful, yet helpless expression as Su Wanwan clung to her, and suddenly recalled that snowy night 3 years ago when she lay feverish in bed, with Shen Qingci sitting by her side, gently wiping her palms with warm water and humming an off-key tune to lull her to sleep. "Master," Lu Shuang suddenly spoke, her voice clear against the autumn night, "I have something for you." She pulled out a wooden box from her bosom, opening it to reveal a hairpin carved with intertwined lotuses, 2 small pearls nestled in the center. It was crafted with her savings over 6 months, commissioned from a carpenter. "This is..." Shen Qingci's fingertip barely brushed the hairpin when Lu Shuang pressed her hand down. "Wait until I finish." Lu Shuang's gaze was brighter than the moonlight. 3 years ago when I fell ill, you stayed by my side for 3 days and nights. Last year when I injured my hand weaving bamboo baskets, you ground medicine for half a month for me. And also," her voice softened, "earlier outside the pavilion, you mentioned you had something to say for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but I have something to tell you as well." Su Wanwan ceased her singing. Sitting upright, her eyes darting between the two, Lu Shuang took a deep breath, suddenly standing and kneeling before Shen Qingci, looking up at her. "Master, I cherish you. Not as a sister to an elder, but I wish to share a lamp with you, drink wine with you, and spend a lifetime together." Shen Qingci's breath caught, the wooden hairpin feeling as hot as a flame in her fingers. She gazed into Lu Shuang's eyes, where anticipation and long-hidden fervor sparkled, akin to the jar of plum wine that had finally been uncorked tonight. "Sister Shuang." Su Wanwan's voice was timid, but she suddenly nudged Shen Qingci's arm. "Master, you must respond." Shen Qingci did not look at her, but lifted her hand to caress Lu Shuang's cheek, her fingertip brushing against her slightly trembling eyelashes. "I know." Her voice was soft yet laden with gravity. "I feel the same." Lu Shuang's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Shen Qingci gently pulled her into an embrace. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the pavilion roof, cascading upon their entwined hair. Su Wanwan cupped her cheeks, suddenly sniffing. "Then, what about me?" Shen Qingci released Lu Shuang and reached out to bring Su Wanwan into her embrace, holding one on each side, her voice gentle as water. "You too. I want both of you." Su Wanwan's tears fell onto Shen Qingci's clothing. "I knew Master was the best." Suddenly recalling something, she fished out a small silver lock from her bosom and placed it into Shen Qingci's hand. "This is for you, Master. I saved up to buy it. It is engraved with the words reunion." The silver lock gleamed delicately under the moonlight, and as Shen Qingci held it, she glanced at the wooden hairpin Lu Shuang had given her, suddenly breaking into a smile. She inserted the hairpin into her hair and fastened the silver lock around her wrist, the amber beads and silver bracelet clinking together, producing a melodious sound. "Now, everything is complete." As she lowered her head, she inadvertently met the gaze of Lu Shuang, whose eyes were filled with an affection that felt impossible to dissolve. Shen Qingci's heart skipped a beat, and, as if possessed by a whimsical spirit, she bowed her head and captured Lu's lips with her own. This kiss was imbued with the sweetness of plum wine, the fragrance of osmanthus, and the crispness of moonlight. Lu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered softly against her cheeks, resembling a startled butterfly that gradually relaxed, wrapping her arms around Shen's neck and responding to the kiss with a depth and tenderness that was mesmerizing. Su Wanyuan, observing the scene, suddenly leaned in to plant a kiss on Shen Qingci's other cheek, blushing as she nestled into her embrace, exclaiming, "I want one too." Shen Qingci chuckled at her antics, the smile still lingering on her lips when Lu Shuang playfully nipped at her bottom lip. Outside the pavilion, the lake gently lapped against the shore, and the flickering candlelight within the lantern cast shifting shadows of the three of them upon the mat, resembling a painting softened by moonlight. The moon was nearing fullness. Shen Qingci gazed at the ascending moon and tightened her hold on the two, suggesting, "Let us return home." Lu Shuang nodded and, as she rose, grasped Shen Qingci's hand, while Su Wanyuan tugged at her other sleeve. The trio walked back, treading upon the moonlight that cast a warm halo on the ground, transforming their footprints into a sweet imprint. Upon passing the pomegranate tree at the entrance of the courtyard, Su Wanyuan abruptly halted, pointing at the largest pomegranate on the branch. "When it turns fully red, we shall pluck it and brew wine, and we shall call it reunion wine." "Agreed," Shen Qingci replied, feeling Lu Shuang's hand gently stir in her palm, as if in affirmation of this promise. The moonlight bathed the courtyard, and the scent of osman thus wafted through the air. Shen Qingci looked at the two lively figures beside her and suddenly felt that true fulfillment might be encapsulated in moments like these, filled with moonlight, wine, and loved ones by her side, where an inadvertent kiss concealed boundless warmth for the years to come. Chapter 45. Falling snow and lingering affection. Snowflakes tapped against the window panes, producing a delicate sound. Shen Qingci had just placed the warming stove into Lu Shuang's embrace when she felt her wrist being grasped with a gentle yet unyielding insistence. "Shermu," Lu Shuang murmured, her fingertips gliding softly over Shen Qingci's hand, her gaze fixated on the loose tie of her cloak. "This tassel has come undone. Let me secure it for you." Shen Qingci remained still, allowing Lu Shuang to lower her head, her dark hair brushing against Shen Qingci's chin, carrying a faint scent of cedar. Lu Shuang's movements were deliberate, her fingers occasionally grazing the nape of Shen Qingci's neck, evoking a soft shiver. "All done," Lu Shuang announced, having tied a beautiful bow. As she lifted her head, her nose nearly collided with Shen Qingci's chin, their breaths intertwining, infused with warmth. Shen Qingci noticed tiny snowflakes clinging to Lu Shuang's eyelashes and suddenly leaned down to blow gently at them. Lu Shuang instinctively closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering like a startled butterfly. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with Shen Qingci's smiling gaze, which brimmed with tenderness that almost threatened to drown her. "Shermu is bullying me again," Lu Shuang said, her voice laced with a barely perceptible hint of playful petulance, though she leaned closer, her arms subtly encircling Shen Qingci's waist. "It's snowing heavily outside. Let us not let Wan build a snowman tonight, or she might catch a cold." "All right, I shall heed your advice," Shen Qingci replied, her hand brushing through Lu Shuang's hair, her fingertips gliding through the soft strands. "Earlier in the courtyard, your scarf slipped while you were shoveling snow, and your neck turned red from the cold." Lu Shuang's ears flushed slightly. "I was just trying to finish quickly and didn't pay attention." "That cannot happen again," Shen Qingci said, her tone carrying an undeniable seriousness as she leaned down to gently nibble on Lu Shuang's frostbitten earlobe. "If you misbehave again, I shall punish you." "Punish me with what?" Lu Shuang tilted her head to meet Shen Qingci's gaze, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she playfully nudged against her. Shen Qingci felt a warmth bloom in her chest at the playful gesture, just as Su Wanwan burst in, clutching a snowball. "Shermu, Jie Shuang, look at the snowball I rolled." The two hurriedly separated. Shen Qingci quickly grabbed a book from the table to shield herself, while Lu Shuang lowered her head, pretending to adjust her clothing, though her ears were flushed crimson. Su Wanwan placed the snowball on the ground, her eyes darting between the two. "Jie Shuang, why are your ears so red? Did Shermu bite you?" Lu Shuang could only remain silent. Shen Qingci cleared her throat. "Wanwan, go fetch that thick cloak. We shall go to the back mountain to enjoy the snow shortly." Su Wanwan skipped away, and Lu Shuang finally exhaled, shooting Shen Qingci a glare that held no malice, only a hint of sweet reproach. Shen Qingci took Lu Shuang's hand, warming it in her palm, gently rubbing it. "Your hands are still so cold. Who told you to?" Lu Shuang's voice trailed off, her last few words barely audible. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, leaning close to Lu Shuang's ear to whisper in a voice meant only for her. "I shall punish you by making you sleep with me tonight." Lu Shuang's face instantly flushed bright red, and just as she was about to retort, Shen Qingci sealed her lips with a kiss. This kiss carried a depth of emotion unmistakably profound, unlike their tentative kiss in the snow earlier, intertwining their breaths as if to engrave each other's essence into their very bones. Lu Shuang initially placed her hand against Shen Qingci's chest, but soon found herself instinctively wrapping her arms around Shen Qingci's neck, rising on tiptoe to respond to the kiss. Outside, the snow fell ever more heavily, while the crackling fire within the room cast long shadows of the two, entwined and inseparable. "Shimu, Jie Shuang, I've brought the cloak." Su Wanwan's voice rang from the doorway. The two abruptly parted, Lu Shuang's lips flushed from the kiss, her breath quickening as she leaned against Shen Qingci, lacking the strength to push her away. Shen Qingci, feigning concentration on her book, felt her ears flush crimson just like Lu Shuang's. Su Wanwan placed the cloak on the back of a chair and caught sight of Lu Shuang's apple-red face and Shen Qingci's slightly trembling hands. Suddenly, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "I know. You two were secretly kissing." Lu Shuang. Shen Qingci. Ultimately, it was Shen Qingci who regained her composure first, adopting a serious expression. "Wanwan, if you keep talking nonsense, I shall not take you to the back mountain. Su Wanwan immediately covered her mouth, shaking her head, though her eyes sparkled with mischief. As they made their way to the back mountain, Lu Shuang's hand remained clasped in Shen Qingci's, warmed by her touch. The snow-covered ground bore 2 sets of footprints, varying in depth, occasionally overlapping, resembling a clumsy yet heartwarming painting. Upon reaching a pavilion halfway up the mountain, Su Wanwan darted off to chase a sparrow in the snow, leaving only the 2 of them. Shen Qingci retrieved an oil paper package from her pocket, revealing several pieces of plum blossom pastries, still warm. Try these, they were just made this morning. She offered Lu Shuang a piece, spread with a bit of rose jam, her favorite. Lu Shuang took a bite, the sweet yet not cloying flavor blooming on her tongue, reminiscent of Shen Qingci's kiss, bringing a sense of comfort. She suddenly recalled the previous year, at this same time, when she had mustered the courage to hold Shen Qingci's hand for the first time. Her hand had felt just as warm then. Shimu, Lu Shuang leaned against the pavilion post, gazing at the swirling snowflakes. Do you think we will always be like this? Shen Qingci stepped before her, gently lifting her chin, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Yes, as long as you do not let go, I shall always be here. Lu Shuang's eyes suddenly felt warm, and she rose on tiptoe, kissing Shen Qingci's lips of her own accord. This kiss, infused with the sweetness of the plum blossom pastry, was gentler and more resolute than the previous one in the room. Shen Qingci momentarily froze, then deepened the kiss, wrapping her arms around Lu Shuang's waist, pulling her close as if to meld her into her very being. Snowflakes settled upon their hair and shoulders, quickly melting and bringing a chill that only tightened their embrace. Jie Shuang, Shermu, look, I caught a sparrow. Su Wanwan came running with a bamboo cage, and upon seeing the 2 locked in a kiss, she promptly covered her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh no, not again." The 2 laughed and separated, Shen Qingci brushing the snowflakes from Lu Shuang's hair, while Lu Shuang lowered her head, biting her lip in amusement, her cheeks glowing even more vibrantly than the falling plum blossoms. Shen Qingci gazed at her bashful demeanor, her heart swelling with sweetness, for she knew that every winter henceforth, as long as Lu Shuang and Wanwan were by her side, the snow would always feel warm, and life would forever be sweet. The snow continued to fall, blanketing the distant mountains and the nearby pavilion, yet it could not obscure the affection flowing between them, burning brightly like a hearth in the depths of winter. Chapter 46. The shadow of the sword and the fragrance of plum blossoms. The accumulated snow bent the plum branches in the backyard, yet the movements of Lu Shuang wielding her sword grew increasingly fierce. The azure blade sliced through the morning mist, sending up glimmering snowflakes that sparkled like shards of silver in the sunlight. With a deft twist of her wrist, the sword's tip precisely dislodged the last remnant of snow from the branch, though in the process, her arm, weary from the late-night practice for Shen Qingci, felt slightly heavy. Calm your breath and center your energy. You are merely grappling with yourself, came Shen Qingci's voice from beneath the plum tree. Draped in a dark cloak and holding a food box, the hem of her cloak was dusted with unmelting snow. After an hour of practice, it is time to rest. Lu Shuang sheathed her sword, the cord on the hilt glistening with sweat. As she approached Shen Qingci, droplets from her hair fell onto the back of Shen's hand, cool as fragments of ice. What brings you here, Shiji? Despite her breath being labored, her gaze remained fixed on the ancient short sword suspended at Shen Qingci's waist, its scabbard made of rare shark skin, a sight she had never seen her master use before. Wanwan baked some yam cakes and asked me to bring them to you, said Shen Qingci, opening the food box to release a waft of warmth and sweet aroma. You mentioned wanting to practice the final move of the Hui Feng sword technique yesterday, so I brought the sword manual. She produced a bound book, the characters on the cover bold and vigorous, not resembling a woman's handwriting. Lu Shuang's attention, however, was drawn to the short sword. Shiji, do you also practice swordsmanship? In her 3 years of apprenticeship, she had only known Shen Qingci to excel in the healing arts, using silver knives for cutting herbs, and had never witnessed her wield a weapon. With her fingertips gliding softly over the sword's scabbard, Shen Qingci suddenly unsheathed the short sword and handed it to Lu Shuang. I learned a few years in my youth, but later I found the act of killing too weighty, so I put it aside. The short sword felt slightly heavy in Lu Shuang's grasp, and as she drew it, the ethereal light of the blade illuminated their eyes. The blade was intricately engraved with cloud patterns, shimmering with a dark luster in the morning light. This is the Shattered Shadow? Lu Shuang gasped, having seen it recorded in ancient texts. This was the sword of a female swordsman from a century ago, rumored to possess a technique that could traverse among plum branches without harming a single flower or leaf. How could her Shiji possess such a treasure? It was a gift from an old friend. Shen Qingci's tone softened slightly as she took the sword back and secured it. Do not fixate on the sword. First, eat your cake. She offered a piece of yam cake to Lu Shuang, her fingertips brushing against the corner of Lu's lips, which still bore traces of snow. Lu Shuang took a bite of the cake, only to suddenly catch a glimpse of an apricot-colored skirt flitting behind the plum tree. Su Wanwan emerged, clutching a sword tassel, her cheeks flushed. Sister Shuang, look at the tassel I embroidered for you. Does it match your Jinghan sword? The tassel was made of apricot satin, adorned with 2 smooth pearls, and the stitches were far neater than when she had embroidered a talisman last time. It's commendable that you remember my sword is called Jinghan, Lu Shuang remarked as she accepted the tassel, her fingertips brushing the pearls, recalling how just 3 months prior, Su Wanwan had written the name of the sword 30 times in her palm, even gesticulating while eating. Suddenly, Su Wanwan darted to Shen Qingci's side, tugging at her cloak in a playful manner. Shiji, will you teach me swordsmanship too? I do not wish to always be in the kitchen. I want to protect you just like Sister Shuang does. Shen Qingci stumbled slightly as Su Wanwan pulled her, her gaze falling on the girl's slender arms, unable to suppress a smile. You cannot even lift a sword. How will you protect me? I can. Su Wanwan pouted, running to the weapon rack and struggling to lift the lightest wooden sword. Just as she was about to swing it, Lu Shuang restrained her wrist. Silly girl, that sword is heavier than you. Lu Shuang seized the wooden sword and playfully pushed Su Wanwan toward Shen Qingci. The short sword is lightweight. Learn the proper grip first. Su Wanwan's face lit up, eagerly clinging to Shen Qingci for guidance on how to hold the sword. Shen Qingci, with no other option, took her hand and instructed her on how to sink her wrist and establish a stance. Sunlight filtered through the plum branches and illuminated their intertwined hands, with Su Wanwan's fingers enveloped in Shen Qingci's grip, resembling a fledgling bird sheltered beneath a protective wing. Watching this scene, Lu Shuang felt the yam cake lose its flavor in her hands. She turned to the other side of the plum tree, drawing her Jinghan sword once more. The azure blade sliced through the branches, dislodging a few petals, but as she retracted her sword, she inadvertently cut her fingertip. How careless of you. Shen Qingci approached, having appeared by her side without her noticing. She grasped Lu Shuang's hand and brought it to her lips, gently licking the small wound. Lu Shuang's body froze, the sword clattering to the snow-covered ground as warmth from Shen Qingci's lips and tongue surged into her palm, sending tremors through her heart. Su Wanwan, holding the wooden sword, rushed over and happened upon this scene, the wooden sword crashing into the snow. Shiji is being partial. Last time I cut my hand, you only put a band-aid on it. Shen Qingci's ears flushed a delicate red, yet she did not release Lu Shuang's hand. Instead, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her robes and poured out some ointment for Su Wanwan. This is more effective than a band-aid. Apply it yourself. Su Wanwan, indignant, snatched the vial but deliberately bumped into Lu Shuang as she turned away. Lu Shuang stumbled, and as she teetered back, Shen Qingci instinctively caught her in her embrace. The fragrance of the plum blossoms mingled with the medicinal aroma wafting from Shen Qingci, filling Lu Shuang's senses. When she looked up, she found herself gazing directly into Shen Qingci's eyes, which reflected the swirling snowflakes and her own image. Shiji. Lu Shuang's voice came out hoarse as she suddenly pressed her hand against Shen Qingci's nape, drawing her closer. Shen Qingci's breath hitched, yet she did not shy away. As Lu Shuang's kiss landed on her lips, it carried the sweetness of the yam cake and the crispness of the snow, more fervent than any previous encounter. Shen Qingci wrapped her arms around Lu Shuang's waist, reciprocating the kiss with equal tenderness, causing snow from the branches to tumble down, falling into their intertwined hair. I will go practice swordsmanship now. Su Wanwan's voice trembled, grabbing the wooden sword and dashing towards the training grounds, her back appearing wobbly, clearly unable to resist glancing back several times. Lu Shuang's kiss gradually softened, her forehead resting against Shen Qingci's. Was that too much? Perhaps a bit. Shen Qingci's fingertips brushed against Lu Shuang's flushed cheek, her eyes dancing with amusement. However, I rather enjoyed it. Lowering her head, she gently kissed the wound on Lu Shuang's finger. This is your reward for your diligent practice. Lu Shuang's face turned even redder. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Shen Qingci bending down to pick up the shattered shadow short sword. With a flick of her wrist, the azure blade sliced through the morning mist, accurately severing a flower bud from a branch 3 zhang away. The bud fell onto the snow, its petals completely unharmed. This technique is called Nianhua. Shen Qingci sheathed her sword, her movements fluid like flowing water. Once you master the Hui Feng sword technique, I shall teach you. Lu Shuang's eye sparkled. Really? Of course. Shen Qingci smiled and nodded, suddenly gesturing towards the training ground with a lift of her chin. However, we must first appease that feisty little beast, otherwise, we shall have no dinner prepared for us this evening. Lu Shuang followed her gaze and beheld Su Wanyuan, who was turning her back to them, poking at a mound of snow, her silhouette resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exuding a sense of grievance. Unable to suppress a laugh, she retrieved something from her pocket and tossed it towards Su Wanyuan. Catch. Su Wanyuan turned to catch it, discovering it to be a delicate apricot-colored sword tassel, more exquisite than the one she had embroidered earlier, adorned with larger pearls. This is the apricot color you mentioned liking last time. I had the embroideress in town make it. Lu Shuang's voice wafted through the wind and snow. It's for your wooden sword. Once you can wield a real sword, I shall craft an even better one for you. Su Wanyuan clutched the sword tassel, suddenly letting out a soft hum, but turned away to secretly wipe away a tear, her lips curving upwards despite herself. Observing this scene, Shen Qingci unexpectedly grasped Lu Shuang's hand. Let us go teach her how to hold a sword. The two walked side by side towards the training ground, the scabbards of the Jinghan sword and the shattered shadow sword occasionally clinking together, producing a crisp sound. Lu Shuang suddenly recalled Shen Qingci's swordsmanship from earlier and quietly inquired, your teacher's acquaintance must be a formidable sword cultivator, correct? Indeed, Shen Qingci replied, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. She once remarked that a sword is not merely a tool for slaughter, but also a means of protection. Turning her attention back to Lu Shuang, and then glancing at the bouncy Su Wanyuan in the distance, the tenderness in her eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. Now I understand. Lu Shuang's heart skipped a beat, tightening her grip on Shen Qingci's hand. The snow continued to fall, the fragrance of plum blossoms wafting throughout the courtyard. In the training ground, Su Wanyuan clumsily brandished her wooden sword, sunlight cascading upon her, as if she were cloaked in a golden hue. Thus, the essence of a sword cultivator and the notion of guardianship has never been a solitary sharpness. Rather, it is the warmth of having those one wishes to protect by their side, the camaraderie of walking together, the occasional disputes and reconciliations, and the countless tender moments hidden within the shadows of the sword and the fragrance of plum blossoms. Chapter 47. The cold pool sword test. Before the morning mist had dissipated, a thin layer of ice had already formed on the bluestone slabs of the training ground. Su Wanyuan crouched under the corridor, clutching a wooden sword, as she observed Lu Shuang practicing the Jinghan sword technique, the blade slicing through the fog with a swift brilliance. The ice shards that erupted with each strike resembled scattered stars, and the sharp sound of the sword made her palms sweat profusely. Your wrist needs to be heavier, came Shen Qingci's voice from behind a pillar. She was spinning a smooth stone in her hand, her gaze fixed on Lu Shuang's movements. The backwind technique emphasizes using strength against strength. Your eagerness to succeed has left you vulnerable. Lu Shuang's swordplay faltered momentarily, the tip of her sword tracing a shallow mark across the ice. As she turned, beads of sweat from her forehead fell onto her collarbone, freezing into delicate droplets upon contact with the cold air. Master, your observations are astute. I wrestled with this technique until late last night, always stalling at the transitions. Now that you mention it, I feel as if a weight has been lifted from my heart. Shen Qingci tossed her a water pouch. Take a break. And you, Su Wanyuan, stop crouching all the time and come over to give it a try. Su Wanyuan sprang up immediately, gripping the wooden sword and lifting it, only to find her arms trembling like reeds in the wind. It's too heavy. Her face flushed crimson as the wooden sword clattered against the ice, scattering ice chips that bounced onto Shen Qingci's skirt. Lu Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. If you practiced your arm strength more often instead of hiding in the kitchen baking treats, that was to make osmanthus cakes for master. Su Wanyuan retorted, puffing up in indignation, but her attention was soon caught by the slender fragments soared at Shen Qingci's waist. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, your sword is light. May I borrow it to try? Shen Qingci hesitated. Though the fragment's sword was short, It was forged from mysterious iron, far heavier than an ordinary sword. Just as she was about to respond, Lu Shuang interjected, "Wait until you can lift the wooden sword first. Be careful not to strain your back." Su Wanwan pouted, her lips forming a perfect circle, but Shen Qingci grasped her hand. "Allow me to teach you a method that conserves energy." She stood behind Su Wanwan, placing her hands over the girl's, guiding the wooden sword through a graceful arc. The sword moved effortlessly, requiring no brute strength, just like this. The warmth of Shen Qingci's breath brushed against Su Wanwan's neck, causing her ears to flush red, and her grip on the sword softened. Together, they drew a smooth curve in the air, startling the sparrows hidden in the mist into flight, fluttering past Lu Shuang's shoulder. Lu Shuang watched the two overlapping shadows and suddenly tightened her grip on the Jinghan sword. The gleaming blade reflected the emotions in her eyes, shattering like ice in a cold pool. She had always thought Su Wanwan approached swordplay as a mere game, yet when Shen Qingci taught her, the subtlety of her fingertips and tone was far gentler than when she taught herself. "Shuang, look, I've got it." Su Wanwan twirled with the wooden sword, her skirt sweeping across the ice. "Master says I have talent." Without responding, Lu Shuang turned toward the cold pool, heading toward the stone wall that was perpetually covered in unmelting ice, the perfect place to practice the ice-breaking technique. She needed a hard surface to vent her frustrations. As Shen Qingci watched Lu Shuang's silhouette vanish into the mist, she let out a sigh. Su Wanwan tugged at her sleeve. "Master, is Shuang angry?" "She is competing with herself," Shen Qingci reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. "Let's go see." The wind by the cold pool was biting, carrying shards of ice that stung their faces. Lu Shuang stood facing the stone wall, her Jinghan sword striking the ice with a jarring force, numbing her hands, yet only leaving faint white marks on the stone. The more she practiced, the more frantic her movements became, until she nearly lost her grip on the sword. "Stop!" Shen Qingci grasped her wrist, her fingertips brushing against Lu Shuang's heated skin. "If you continue like this, you will only injure yourself." Lu Shuang abruptly yanked her hand away. "I am so foolish. I can't even master a simple ice-breaking technique." The sense of grievance bubbled up like a spring beneath the ice, unable to be contained any longer. Unlike Wanwan, who was praised for her innate talent. "Silly girl." Shen Qingci's tone softened as she reached out to brush the ice shards from Lu Shuang's hair. Wanwan's spirited nature suits her for agile sword techniques, but in terms of a solid foundation, you far surpass her. She pointed to the sword marks on the stone wall. "Look, these 3 marks grow progressively deeper. You simply have not realized it because of your impatience." Lu Shuang followed her finger, and indeed saw the 3 white marks, each one deeper than the last, the lowest one faintly showing cracks in the ice. Her cheeks flushed as she opened her mouth to speak, but Shen Qingci pressed her against the stone wall. The mist from the cold pool enveloped them, bringing a chilling clarity. Suddenly, Shen Qingci's kiss landed on her lips, colder than the ice of the pool, yet imbued with undeniable warmth. Lu Shuang's hand pressed against Shen Qingci's chest, initially rigid, but as the other gently coaxed her lips apart with her tongue, all her tension melted away, transforming into a softness that twined around their tongues. The Jinghan sword clattered to the ice, and Lu Shuang's arms encircled Shen Qingci's neck, burying her face in the crook of her neck. Ice shards slipped from her hair into her collar, sending a shiver through her, but Shen Qingci held her tighter. "Master." Her voice trembled, like the waters of the cold pool disturbed. "I am not jealous of Wanwan. I know." Shen Qingci murmured against her earlobe, her voice low like a sigh. "You are simply afraid I might show favoritism." Su Wanwan, clutching her wooden sword, stood a short distance away, suddenly feeling as though the sword in her hands weighed like an iron block. Watching the two embraced against the stone wall, she noticed the redness in Lu Shuang's eyes and turned away, realizing that sometimes it is better to observe quietly without the need to intrude. "Wanwan." Lu Shuang gasped, looking up and realizing Su Wanwan was nowhere to be seen. "She has probably gone to warm herself." Shen Qingci adjusted Lu Shuang's collar. "Let us return. It is too cold here." As they walked back, Lu Shuang felt the warmth of Shen Qingci's hand enveloping hers, akin to holding a small charcoal stove. Passing through a grove of pine trees, they suddenly heard a pained exclamation from behind the trees. Su Wanwan lay in the snow, the wooden sword pinned beneath her, clearly having fallen. Such a fool. Lu Shuang rushed over to help her, her tone still stern, though her hands gently brushed the snow from Su Wanwan's body. Su Wanwan had scraped her knee, blood seeping from the wound and stark against the white snow. She sniffled. I wanted to try jumping down from the tree to strike like the sword cultivators in the tales. Shen Qingci knelt beside her, delicately tending to the injury with ointment on her fingertips, treating her as if she were fragile and could shatter. No more reckless behavior from now on. Her tone held a hint of reproach, yet she pulled out an oil paper package. Here, for you. Inside was a piece of plum preserved in honey, Su Wanwan's favorite. As she reached for it, Lu Shuang snatched it away and stuffed it into her own mouth. Consider this a punishment. Who told you not to listen? Su Wanwan's eyes welled with tears, but then she saw Lu Shuang produce another identical oil paper package from her bosom and handed it to her. Here. It turned out she had prepared 2 portions all along. Su Wanwan's tears transformed into laughter as she mumbled with a hint of plum. Sister Lu Shuang is the best. Shen Qingci observed them and suddenly drew the fractured shadow sword. The azure blade glinted with a chilling radiance under the sun, and as she flicked her wrist lightly, the jade pendant on the sword tassel struck the sheath, producing a crisp sound. Watch closely, she declared, swinging the sword towards a nearby pine tree with movements as swift as a shadow. This is the falling plum style. The first one to master it shall receive this sword. No sooner had her words faded than the fractured shadow sword was sheathed. Looking back at the pine tree, snowflakes cascaded from its branches, yet not a single flake touched the sword tassel, nor did any pine needles break. Lu Shuang and Su Wanwan gazed in astonishment. I will definitely learn it, they exclaimed in unison, exchanging a glare before bursting into laughter. The ice of the cold pool shimmered under the sunlight, and the Jinghan sword stood embedded in the snow, its tassel swaying gently in the breeze. Shen Qingci watched the 2 figures racing side by side towards the training ground, and suddenly felt that the so-called inheritance of swordsmanship was never a solitary and desolate practice. It was the reconciliation by the cold pool, the shared moments in the snow, a kiss adorned with ice shards, and the shared brilliance in the eyes of the 3, akin to the spring beneath the cold pool, seemingly frigid, yet concealing warmth capable of melting ice and snow. Chapter 48. The sword tassels entwined as the morning dew still clung to the tassels of her sword. Shen Qingci stood in the center of the training ground. The swaying sword was tilted and embedded in the crevice of a blue stone at her feet, and the inked jade pendant on the tassel swayed gently with her breath, casting a mottled green hue upon the ground. Shermu. Su Wanwan rushed in through the moon gate, clutching her sword bag, the hem of her skirt brushing against the dew-laden grass. I've polished both the Jinghan and swaying. She proudly opened the bag, revealing 2 swords that gleamed with a chilling light in the morning sun. The tassel of the Jinghan sword was a vivid crimson, while that of the swaying sword was an obsidian black, both crafted by Shen Qingci herself. Just as Shen Qingci was about to speak, Lu Shuang approached from the other side, sword in hand. Today, she donned a moon-white outfit, a newly matched dagger hanging at her waist, her step steady as if she had practiced the breaking ice stance by the cold pond until the early hours of the morning. Shimu. She positioned her sword before her, the blade reflecting the light in her eyes. Please offer your guidance. Nodding, Shen Qingci drew the swaying sword, the inked jade pendant clinking against the scabbard. Watch closely. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the swaying sword traced a silver arc in the morning light, the tassel rising gracefully, the inked jade pendant brushing past Lu Shuang's ear, stirring a soft breeze. The Liu Feng stance required this very resilience, akin to the thawing ice of early spring, seemingly tender, yet concealing strength beneath. Lu Shuang held her breath, suddenly grasping some principles. She followed suit. The crimson tassel of the Jinghan sword intertwining with the obsidian tassel of the swaying sword in a fleeting moment, too swift to be perceived. Su Wanwan, feeling the itch to join in, seized her wooden sword and began to imitate, but forgot the pebbles beneath her feet, stumbling forward and nearly colliding with Shen Qingci's back. Quick-witted, Lu Shuang reached out to catch the collar of her shirt, yet miscalculated her strength, and both tumbled onto the grass. Shuingjia. Su Wanwan lay atop her, the wooden sword pressing down on them both, causing them to grunt softly. As Lu Shuang was about to glare, she noticed Shen Qingci bending down to observe them, the swaying sword hanging at her side, the inked jade pendant swaying gently, reflecting the laughter in her eyes. Get up. Shen Qingci extended her hand, first lifting Su Wanwan, then reaching to assist Lu Shuang, her fingertip deliberately grazing the palm of her hand. A swordsman must avoid restlessness. You two shall be punished to hold a horse stance for half an hour. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Su Wanquan's legs trembled like reeds in the wind. Stealing a glance, she saw sweat trickling down Lu Shuang's forehead, following the line of her jaw, yet she remained upright, which made Su Wanquan grit her teeth and straighten her posture. Seated in the corridor, Shen Qingci sipped her tea, occasionally casting her gaze over, the tassels on her wrists swaying as if counting their efforts. "Shermu," Su Wanquan suddenly called out, "my tassel has come loose." She deliberately shook her wooden sword, and the red bean tassel she had strung fell apart, scattering red beans across the ground. Lu Shuang was about to reprimand her for being sly when Shen Qingci approached. She picked up a red bean, deftly pinching the red thread, and in a few motions, reassembled the tassel, adding a heart knot for good measure. Now it is secure. She tied the tassel back onto Su Wanquan's sword handle, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against the back of her hand, causing Su Wanquan's cheeks to flush. Lu Shuang turned her face away, gazing at her own Jinghan sword tassel, which had recently been recrafted by Shen Qingci to ward off evil. At that moment, a breeze blew, and the tassel grazed her hand, reminiscent of Shen Qingci's earlier touch, sending a shiver down her spine. During the afternoon sword practice, Su Wanquan kept inching closer to Lu Shuang, their tassels occasionally intertwining. Observing this, Shen Qingci suddenly called out, "Wanquan, attack me with the lume stance." Su Wanquan paused, gripping her wooden sword and charging forth, her movements chaotic as if entangled in a mess of hemp. Shen Qingci sidestepped, the swaying sword effortlessly knocking her wooden sword to the ground. Too slow. She then turned to Lu Shuang. "You too." The Jinghan sword, accompanied by the sound of the wind, lunged forward. Shen Qingci did not flinch. Instead, she twisted her wrist, and the tassel of the swaying sword unexpectedly coiled around the Jinghan sword's tassel, gently tugging, significantly diminishing Lu Shuang's force. "Did you see that?" She leaned closer to Lu Shuang's ear, her breath brushing against her earlobe. "The tassel is part of the sword. It can harness strength and also dissipate force." Lu Shuang's ears flushed crimson, feeling as if the obsidian tassel was a serpent, slithering up the Jinghan sword, causing her heart to race. As dusk descended, Shen Qingci set them to spar. The moment Su Wanquan's wooden sword touched Lu Shuang's Jinghan sword, their tassels became hopelessly entangled. Su Wanquan pulled forcefully, catching Lu Shuang off guard, causing her to stumble forward and fall into her embrace. Coincidentally, Shen Qingci had just approached, and the three of them tumbled onto the grass. The three became a tangled mass, their tassels entwined even more tightly. Su Wanquan's red bean tassel, Lu Shuang's crimson cord, and Shen Qingci's obsidian tassel resembled a chaotic thread of fate, tangled up by the matchmaker's hand. "Don't move." Shen Qingci pressed them down, her fingertips weaving through the disarray of tassels, attempting to untangle them. Yet, the more she tried to free them, the tighter they became, ultimately wrapping around the overlapping wrists of the three. Lu Shuang's face was pressed against Shen Qingci's neck, inhaling the fragrance of soap pods from her hair. Su Wanquan lay on Shen Qingci's other side, her breath tickling Shen Qingci's waist. When Shen Qingci lowered her head, her hair brushed against Lu Shuang's cheek, radiating a warmth. Shermu Su Wanquan's voice was muffled. "I can't untangle it." Without a word, Shen Qingci suddenly turned her head and kissed the corner of Lu Shuang's lips. The kiss was light, akin to morning dew falling upon petals, yet it rendered Lu Shuang momentarily still. Before she could react, Shen Qingci turned to Su Wanquan, placing a similarly gentle kiss on her forehead. "Thus, consider it resolved." With a smile, she raised her hand, and unbeknownst to them, the tassel of the swaying sword had loosened, swaying in harmony with her movements. The entanglement of tassels is one matter, but the hearts of people must not be ensnared. Lu Shuang abruptly sat up, the crimson cord slipping from her wrist, revealing her flushed skin. Su Wanquan also sprang up, the red bean tassel rolling in her palm like a heart racing with excitement. Shen Qingci observed them, gathering the intertwined tassels in her hand and slowly unraveling them. The setting sun filtered through her fingers, casting fragmented golden spots on the ground, akin to stars scattered about. "Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, whoever arrives first at the training ground shall learn the tassel entwining technique from me." As she stood, the tassels behind her traced an obsidian arc. Remember, the sentiments of a swordsman are concealed within the tassels and also in the heart. Lu Shuing gazed at her departing figure, suddenly noticing that a black thread had intertwined with the crimson cord of the Jinghan sword, unbeknownst to her, when Shen Qingci had entwined the thread from her own tassel. Su Wankan leaned in to take a look, suddenly pointing at Lu Shuing's face and laughing. "Shuingjia, your face is as red as my red bean tassel." Lu Shuing raised her hand to swat her, only to see that a black thread had also intertwined with Su Wanquan's red bean tassel. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, thrusting their swords into the ground and sitting side by side in the sunset, watching as Shen Qingci's figure vanished behind the moon gate, the inked jade pendant on the tassel glimmering like a star in the twilight. Chapter 49. The sword tassel as the mist from the cold pond enveloped the stone steps. Shen Qingci had already been standing by the pond for half an hour. The sword of fragments was slanted into the crevice of the stone, where the ice had yet to melt, and the jade pendant on the sword tassel was soaked with morning dew, as chill as a block of ice. She gazed at the silver fish gliding beneath the surface, when suddenly she heard footsteps behind her, not the usual steady pace of Lu Shuing, but rather the light, almost frolicsome steps reminiscent of Su Wanquan. Shermu. Indeed, it was Su Wanquan, who was carrying a food box and had grass clippings clinging to the hem of her skirt. "I brought you some warm porridge, along with the chestnut cake baked by Sister Shuing." She placed the food box on the stone table, her eyes fixated on a piece of floating ice in the center of the pond. "Shermu, are we going to practice the ice-breaking style today? I memorized the sword manual last night." As Shen Qingci turned around, she coincidentally caught sight of Su Wanquan tiptoeing to reach for the sword of fragments. Just as her fingertips grazed the sword tassel, Shen Qingci swiftly grasped her wrist. Impetuous, the coolness of the pond water lingered on Shen Qingci's fingertips, causing Su Wanquan to shiver slightly. Who was it last time that fell into the muddy pond after getting entangled in the sword tassel? Su Wanquan stuck out her tongue and, turning her hand, pulled Shen Qingci's hand toward herself. "Shermu, your hand is so cold. Let me warm it up." The warmth radiating from her palm seeped through the fabric, dispelling much of the chill from Shen Qingci's fingertips. At that moment, Lu Shuing also arrived, draped in a plain cloak. Upon witnessing the scene, she momentarily halted her steps and laid the cloak on the stone table. "Shermu, the wind is strong today." The sword of surprise behind her swayed gently, the crimson tassel sweeping across the stone steps and sending droplets of water flying. Shen Qingci released Su Wanquan's hand and donned the cloak, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against Lu Shuing's hand as she handed over the garment. "Today we shall practice the cold pond style," she announced, her gaze fixed on the surface of the pond. "Who will go first?" "I will." Su Wanquan immediately raised her hand. In her eagerness to draw her sword, her wooden sword clanged against the stone table, and the red bean tassel became tangled with the jade tassel of Shen Qingci's sword. The two bent down to untangle them, their hair intertwining. Suddenly, Su Wanquan turned her head and quickly planted a kiss on Shen Qingci's cheek, as soft as cotton candy. "I won," she exclaimed, skipping back, but the wooden sword tassel remained entangled with the jade pendant, causing her to stumble right into Lu Shuing's embrace. Lu Shuing caught her, her brow slightly furrowed. What a mess. Yet, her lips could not suppress a smile as she steadied Su Wanquan. When she turned to look at Shen Qingci, her ears flushed crimson. "Shermu, I." Shen Qingci had already approached the pond's edge. As the sword of fragments was drawn, it emitted a cold light, and the tassel twirled around her wrist. "Watch closely." With a light touch of her toes on the water's surface, her figure glided like a white egret over the pond. The sword of fragments skimmed the icy surface, causing the piece of floating ice to crack into 8 shards without splashing a single drop of water. The jade pendant swept across the ice, collecting a thin layer of frost that sparkled under the sun. The cold pond style emphasizes efficiency without sharpness. She leaped back to the shore, the sword tassel swaying gently, resembling winter ice, seemingly rigid, yet harboring resilience within. Lu Shuing watched intently and suddenly drew her sword. "Let me try." The sword of surprise cut through the air with a rushing sound, splashing half a meter of water and drenching her clothing. She let out a muffled groan, ready to try again, but Shen Qingci already reached out to steady her sword hilt. "Your wrist is too stiff." Shen Qingci wrapped her arms around Lu Shuing from behind, her palm resting on Lu Shuing's hand, guiding her to adjust her posture. Lu Shuing's back pressed against Shen Qingci's chest, allowing her to feel her breath. The crimson tassel of the sword of surprise intertwined with the dark tassel of the sword of fragments, casting overlapping shadows on the water's surface. Relax, Shen Qingci's breath brushed against her ear. Imagine the sword as your hand, and the ice as your palm. Lu Shuiying's heart raced like a drum, the sword tassel creating gentle ripples in the water. Suddenly, Shen Qingci lowered her head, placing a kiss on the nape of her neck, imbued with the coolness of the pond water. How about this? She softly inquired, pressing Lu Shuiying's hand downward. The sword of surprise landed precisely in the icy crevice, lifting a piece of floating ice to the shore, coming to rest steadily at Su Wanquan's feet. Sister Shuiying is amazing. Su Wanquan clapped her hands in approval, but then noticed her red bean tassel was still tangled with the jade pendant. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly tried to untangle it, only to make it more chaotic. Shen Qingci chuckled as she released Lu Shuiying and turned to assist Su Wanquan in disentangling the tassels. Her slender fingers weaved through the tangled threads, and Su Wanquan took the opportunity to lean in and peck her lips. Shima's lips are so cool. She licked her lip corners, like a child who had stolen candy. Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow, intentionally tightening the entangled tassels further. I shall make you copy the sword manual 10 times. No, Shermu. Su Wanquan tugged at her sleeve, acting coyly, while Lu Shuiying approached and softly said, Shimu, let me copy half for her. Shen Qingci gazed at them, suddenly breaking into laughter. She raised her hand, tying together the 3 entwined sword tassels, Su Wanquan's red bean tassel, Lu Shuiying's crimson tassel, and her own dark tassel, into a knot, securing it to a nearby plum tree branch. It can wait until this knot untangles itself. Then we shall impose penalties. She looked towards the cold pond, reflecting that the path of a sword practitioner was never a solitary journey. As the sun climbed higher, they sat around the stone table, sharing the chestnut cake. Su Wanquan snatched the largest piece from Lu Shuiying's plate, while Lu Shuiying playfully attempted to grab her porridge bowl. Shen Qingci quietly observed, occasionally brushing away the petals that had fallen into their hair. The sword tassels tied to the plum tree branch swayed gently in the wind, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, casting delicate patterns on their intertwined hands, warm as an everlasting spring that would never melt away. The ice in the cold pond continued to gradually melt, and the silver fish swam amidst the shards of ice, as if feasting on the sweet, glimmering spots that had fallen from the trees. Chapter 50. The sword fringes entwined in morning kisses as the morning dew still clung to the branches of the plum tree. Shen Qingci found herself standing at the center of the training ground. The fractured shadow sword was angled into the crevices of the azure stone, its obsidian jade pendant absorbing the moisture, glimmering with a cool sheen in the dim light. Her gaze fell upon the lively figure at the edge of the field, and a gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips. Su Wanquan was bounding towards her, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, the bright red glaze dusted with delicate frost, reminiscent of the sparkle in her own eyes. Shermu, look what I've brought, Su Wanquan exclaimed, thrusting one skewer into Shen Qingci's hand, her fingertip deliberately brushing against Shen's palm. Lu Shuiying is still dawdling behind, insisting on changing her sword fringe before she'll come. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Shuiying entered through the moon gate, carrying a sword case. The dark attire she wore accentuated her sharp shoulder lines, and the scarlet sword fringe at her waist appeared even more vivid than before, its meticulous stitching resembling a layer of rouge snow. What's the hurry? Lu Shuiying remarked, placing the sword case upon the stone table. The crisp sound of the case colliding echoed as the Jinghan sword slowly emerged from its sheath, its blade reflecting the gentle tilt of her chin, a stark contrast to those who had lost their sword fringes during practice yesterday. Su Wanquan's cheeks flushed as she clutched the candied hawthorn, retreating behind Shen Qingci. Shermu, look at her. Shen Qingci chuckled, deftly dispelling the unspoken tension between the two, her fingertips lightly tapping the sword hilt. Today we shall practice the entwining branch style, perfect for testing your new sword fringes. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the fractured shadow sword traced an arc in the morning light, the obsidian jade fringe rising with the motion, entangling with Lu Shuiying's scarlet fringe that hung at her side, akin to 2 intertwining streams of light. Lu Shuiying's breath caught momentarily. Shen Qingci's fingertips lingered on the entwined fringes, her touch inadvertently brushing against the back of Lu's hand, sending a warm tingle through her fingers. Observing this, Su Wanquan hurriedly brought her red bean fringe closer to the fractured shadow sword. Shermu, mine should entwine too. In no time, the 3 sword fringes formed a beautiful knot at the sword's tip. Shen Qingci gently lifted the sword's tail, allowing the fringes to scatter and fall like delicate petals in a fleeting shower. Suddenly, she retracted the sword, and the fringe swept across Lu Shuang's cheek, emphasizing the essence of entwining rather than piercing. Before her words could settle, Lu Shuang stepped forward, the Jinghan sword's fringe snagging the obsidian jade pendant of the fractured shadow sword, drawing Shen Qingci's wrist toward her. The sudden closeness allowed Lu to catch a whiff of the cold plum fragrance in Shen Qingci's hair, her throat constricting as she spoke. Then teach me, Shermu, how to entwine. Tighter? The warmth of Lu Shuang's breath brushed against Shen Qingci's ear, prompting her to turn away, only to have Lu's hand clasp the nape of her neck. The kiss that followed was more fervent than the momentum of the swords, carrying the sweet scent of the Jinghan sword's fringe, binding the two skewers even more tightly together. Su Wanwan, witnessing this, stomped her feet and thrust the candied hawthorn between them. No kissing, Shermo. Shen Qingci laughed as she gently pushed Lu Shuang away, still tinged with the other's essence. She reached for the candied hawthorn, taking a bite. As the sweet glaze melted on her tongue, she unexpectedly nudged the fractured shadow sword towards Su Wanwan. Immediately, she leaned in, her lips brushing against Shen Qingci's, like a little creature eager to steal a taste of sweetness. Lu Shuang observed from the side, the scarlet sword fringe lightly sweeping across Shen Qingci's hand, her eyes shimmering with determination. The morning mist at the training ground gradually dispersed. As Shen Qingci gazed at the entangled sword fringes, she felt that this moment was more attuned to the true essence of the entwining branch than any technique could convey. Those intertwined threads, the fervent kiss, and the possessiveness nestled within the sword fringes were indeed the sharpest yet softest moves of a sword cultivator. Shall we continue practicing? She inquired, lifting the sword with the entwined fringes, the obsidian jade pendant shimmering in the sunlight. Lu Shuang began to untangle the fringes, her fingertip intentionally gliding through Shen's fingers. Shimu, give me a kiss, and I will practice. Su Wanwan immediately raised her hand. I want one too. A kiss for a skewer of candied hawthorn. Shen Qingci shook her head in exasperation, yet as they leaned closer, she bestowed gentle kisses upon both their lips. The knot on the sword fringes remained unloosed, akin to the unbreakable bonds between them, glowing with a honeyed hue in the morning light. In the distance, the bell for the morning class tolled, and though the sword fringes of the Jinghan sword and fractured shadow sword finally parted, they each retained traces of the other's essence. Lu Shuang's scarlet fringe was imbued with the cold plum fragrance, while Su Wanwan's red bean fringe carried the sweetness of the candied hawthorn. Shen Qingci's obsidian jade pendant held two slender threads, the indelible marks belonging to them, forever intertwined. Chapter 51. Jinshin Tong. The bluestone slabs of the training ground glistened under the night rain, while the swaying sword leaned diagonally against the corridor pillar. Water droplets clung to the inked jade tassel, reflecting the crescent moon that had just emerged on the horizon. Shen Qingci delicately pinched a silver needle between her fingertips, carefully peeling away the callus on Lu Shuang's palm. Last night, she had practiced the shattered stone technique too vigorously, resulting in a blister that had formed from the sword hilt's friction. Now, it had developed a thin scab, glowing pink in the lamplight. Let us rest tomorrow, Shen Qingci suggested softly. Her movements were gentle, and as the silver needle lifted the scab, Lu Shuang did not even flinch. Her gaze fell upon the tassel on Lu Shuang's wrist, which bore traces of grass from gathering wild chrysanthemums with Su Wanjun that morning. No, I cannot. Lu Shuang withdrew her hand, wiping it against her garment. The sex minor competition was the day after tomorrow, and she had yet to master the shattered stone technique. Suddenly, she grasped the Jinghan sword, twisting her wrist, causing the tassel to draw a red arc in the lamplight. Master once more. The sharp sound of the sword slicing through the air startled the wind chime hanging nearby. Shen Qingci observed her form, reminiscent of 3 years ago when the child trembled even with a wooden sword. Now, she could make the Jinghan sword dance at her fingertips as if it were alive. Yet, the arc of her movements still fell short, as though something held her back. Stop! Shen Qingci called out, and the swaying sword suddenly unsheathed, its azure edge gliding past Lu Shuang's wrist, deftly dislodging a chrysanthemum petal from her hair. You desire victory too much. She sheathed the sword again, the inked jade tassel brushing against Lu Shuang's cheek. When the heart is ensnared by victory or defeat, even the swiftest sword will dull. Lu Shuang's actions froze, the scab on her palm cracking open once more, blood oozing out and dripping onto the bluestone, resembling a tiny red plum blossom. I merely do not wish to disappoint you, master. Her voice was soft, and the Jinghan sword clattered to the ground, the crimson tassel entangling with Shen Qingci's skirt. At that moment, Su Wanjun rushed in, cradling a newly sewn pair of wrist guards. Upon witnessing the scene, she halted in her tracks, the embroidered lotus on her guards still bearing threads. Sister Shuang has upset master again? She placed the wrist guards on the stone table and crouched down to retrieve the sword, suddenly exclaiming as a droplet of Lu Shuang's blood fell onto her embroidered lotus heart, startlingly red. It is not her concern. Shen Qingci grasped Lu Shuang's hand, pouring some hemostatic powder into her palm. As she ground the powder between her fingertips, she leaned down and gently blew on her wound. Lu Shuang shivered, as if scalded, retracting her hand, yet Shen Qingci held it tighter. Master, her voice was hoarse, the stubbornness in her eyes suddenly shattering like petals struck by rain. Shen Qingci remained silent, simply leading her into the inner room. Su Wanjun followed closely with the wrist guards, muttering softly, I told you the shattered stone technique is too forceful, but you wouldn't listen. Before she could finish, Lu Shuang shot her a glare, noticing her flushed ears, which made her unable to stifle a laugh. The charcoal fire in the inner room was roaring. Shen Qingci pressed Lu Shuang onto a stool and began to tend to her wound anew. Su Wanjun crouched by the stove, roasting chestnuts. Amidst the gentle crackling of the shells, Shen Qingci suddenly remarked, Wanjun's flowing wind technique has improved. Yesterday, I saw her wielding a sword around the peach tree without disturbing a single petal. Su Wanjun's face brightened instantly. Really? Master? Indeed. Shen Qingci nodded with a smile, though her peripheral vision caught the tense profile of Lu Shuang. However, your breaking ice technique still needs refinement. Shuang, will you teach her tomorrow? Lu Shuang paused for a moment, then nodded. Certainly. As the chestnuts roasted to perfection, Shen Qingci unexpectedly unearthed a long box from the bottom of a chest. Upon opening it, a piece of dark silk lay within, along with two identical short swords. The sheaths were embroidered with intertwined lotus flowers, one adorned with a crimson tassel and the other with a red bean tassel. These were crafted by the blacksmith in town a few days ago. She picked up the one with the crimson tassel and handed it to Lu Shuang. It is lighter than the Jinghan sword, suitable for practicing finesse. The moment Lu Shuang's fingertips brushed the sword hilt, Su Wanjun bumped her arm, holding the short sword with the red bean tassel. Her eyes sparkled like embers in the fire. Master, I embroidered the lotus on this. Indeed, on the inside of the sheath was a crooked character for Wanjun, with a few strands of gold thread still caught in the stitches. You toiled for 3 months, almost straining your eyes. Shen Qingci pinched her cheek and turned to Lu Shuang, softening her tone. Shall we give it a try? As Lu Shuang drew the sword, the azure edge reflected the light in her eyes. The short sword was significantly lighter than the Jinghan sword, and as the tassel swayed at her wrist, she suddenly felt a sense of clarity in the previously awkward movements. When she turned, the sword tip nearly brushed against Shen Qingci's hair, only to be halted by the latter's hand pressing down on the blade. Their fingertips touched along the spine of the sword, as if a current surged between them. Relax. Shen Qingci's breath caressed her brow. Suddenly, she raised her hand, entwining the inked jade tassel of the swaying sword with Lu Shuang's crimson one. A gentle tug sent Lu Shuang tumbling into her embrace. This kiss came unexpectedly, infused with the warmth of the charcoal fire and the fragrance of herbs from Lu Shuang's hair, more effective than any instruction. As Lu Shuang's sword clattered to the ground, her arms wrapped around Shen Qingci's waist, she suddenly found that the pain in her palm had subsided, and the restlessness in her heart faded, as if washed clean by rain. Bright enough to reflect one's image. Ahem. Su Wanjun intentionally coughed loudly, twirling her short sword like a spinning wheel. The chestnuts are burnt. Shen Qingci chuckled as she released Lu Shuang, still tinged with the lingering warmth of their kiss. She reached out to ruffle Lu Shuang's hair. You need not go to the training ground tomorrow. Teach Wanjun in the courtyard, all right? As Lu Shuang nodded. She suddenly caught sight of Su Wanjun stealthily approaching Shen Qingci from behind, brandishing the red bean tassel short sword, clearly planning a sneak attack. Just as she was about to warn her, Shen Qingci spun around, and the tassel of the swaying sword wrapped around Su Wanjun's wrist. With a gentle pull, she drew the girl into her embrace and pressed a playful kiss on her forehead. You little rascal. Shen Qingci playfully pinched her nose. You shall also be punished to practice alongside Shuang tomorrow. No slacking off. Su Wanjun buried her face in Shen Qingci's neck, muttering, "That's not a punishment master kissed me. It counts as a reward." The charcoal in the stove crackled cheerfully, and the rain outside had ceased, unbeknownst to them. Lu Shuang picked up the fallen short sword, gazing at Su Wanjun nestled in Shen Qingci's embrace. Suddenly realizing that the obsession with victory paled in comparison to the warmth of this moment. She moved to sit by the stove, extending the short sword with the crimson tassel towards Su Wanjun. "Tomorrow, I will teach you the breaking ice technique, and you will teach me the flowing wind technique. How does that sound?" Su Wanjun eagerly poked her head out from Shen Qingci's embrace. "Pinky promise." As their hands entwined at the stove, Shen Qingci suddenly lifted the swaying sword, the tip deftly picking up a chestnut and bringing it to Lu Shuing's lips. The sweetness of chestnuts mingled with the lingering warmth of a kiss, causing the corners of Lu Shuing's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. It became evident that the path of a sword cultivator was never one of solitary practice on the training grounds. Rather, it is marked by the presence of those who tend to your wounds, those who share roasted chestnuts with you, and those who, in your fervor to achieve victory, gently remind you, "What I seek is not your triumph, but your safety." As night deepened, Su Wanwan fell asleep by the hearth, clutching her red bean tassel short sword. Shen Qingci cradled her as he made his way to the bed, with Lu Shuang trailing behind, the scarlet tassel short sword in her hand glowing warmly in the lamplight. As they passed the training grounds, she suddenly halted, gazing at the empty stone floor, and a realization dawned upon her regarding Shen Qingci's words. The essence of the sword is not about severing ties, but rather about safeguarding something. In this moment, she yearned to protect the short sword in her embrace, to safeguard the breath of the one upon the bed, to cherish the smile nestled within Shen Qingci's eyes, and to preserve the warmth that filled the room. The crescent moon broke through the clouds, casting its light upon the stone of the training ground, as if strewing it with shards of silver. The two newly forged short swords lay side by side on the windowsill, their scarlet and red bean tassels gently touching, akin to two hands intertwined, silently upholding a promise concerning the sword and the heart beneath the moonlight. Chapter 52. The sword trial. The blue stone slabs of the training ground were slick with morning dew as Su Wanwan gripped the newly forged Luing sword, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. The blade was half a finger narrower than usual, shimmering like rippling water under the dawn sun. The sword tassel, a delicate pale yellow, was embroidered by her overnight, adorned with a smooth pearl, a birthday gift from Shen Qingci last year that she had been reluctant to wear. Now, it hung on her sword, lending it an air of playful charm. "What are you dawdling for?" Lu Shuang's voice echoed from the center of the arena. The Jinghan sword was slung casually behind her, its tassel absent, the marks from last week's bamboo sword clash still visible on the hilt. "If you can't match me, just admit defeat and don't waste time." Su Wanwan's head snapped up, the pale yellow tassel brushing against her hand, igniting a fire in her heart. Who dares to back down? She charged forward, her initial stance of Lu Feng style executed with a speed enhanced by 30%. The blade skimmed past Lu Shuang's waist, stirring the air and lifting her outfit's hem. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Shuang's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold smile as she drew the Jinghan sword with a swift motion, its azure edge aimed directly at Su Wanwan's face. "Is that all you've improved?" With a twist of her wrist, her swordplay accelerated, combining the forceful Lisher style with the deft Huifeng style, pushing Su Wanwan into a corner. Several times, the pale yellow tassel nearly met the fate of being severed by the Jinghan sword. Shen Qingci stood under the corridor, her fingers caressing a smoky purple tassel, one prepared for Lu Shuang's new sword, embellished with a warm jade. She had intended to surprise her during practice today, but now her fingers were burning with tension. Watching Su Wanwan cornered by Lu Shuang, clearly showing signs of defeat, yet still gritting her teeth and refusing to yield, the pearl on her tassel struck the stone slab, producing a delicate sound as if echoing her pain. "Wanwan, concede," Shen Qingci called out. "Your Lu Feng style still lacks refinement." "I won't concede." Su Wanwan suddenly changed her maneuver, gliding the Luing sword along the ground in an arc, ensnaring the hilt of the Jinghan sword. At the moment Lu Shuang exerted force, she yanked back fiercely, a move she had surreptitiously learned. Though still clumsy, it caught Lu Shuang off guard. As the Jinghan sword slipped from Lu Shuang's grasp, she instinctively reached for it, only to be knocked against the chest by Su Wanwan. The two tumbled together, the pale yellow tassel of the Luiying sword entwined with the severed cord of the Jinghan sword, resembling two snakes intertwined. You tricked me. Lu Shuiying grasped Su Wanwan's wrist, anger mingling with an almost imperceptible hint of panic in her eyes. All is fair in war. Su Wanwan laughed, tilting her head back as the pearl in her hair swayed with her movement. I won. As Shen Qingci approached, she witnessed Lu Shuiying flipping Su Wanwan onto the ground, their tassels becoming even more tangled. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Shuiying suddenly looked up, her gaze sharp as the Jinghan sword's edge, directed straight at her. Shiji, I want to compete with you. Shen Qingci paused momentarily. Lu Shuiying's hand still pressed on Su Wanwan's shoulder, her fingers trembling slightly, clearly indicating that her earlier anger was not entirely genuine, but rather a concealment of something deeper. What do you wish to compete in? She unfastened the shattered shadow sword at her waist, the inked jade tassel swaying gently in the morning light. In the hand-hand style, Lu Shuiying released Su Wanwan and stood tall, gripping the Jinghan sword anew. The loser must grant the winner one request. The breeze by the cold pond carried a hint of moisture, chilling the back of Shen Qingci's neck. Observing Lu Shuiying's sword-holding posture, she recalled 3 years prior when she had taught her to grip the sword, how the child had struggled to hold the hilt steadily. Now, she executed the Handan style's initial stance with effortless grace, but the tension in her wrist revealed her underlying concern. Let us begin. Shen Qingci's shattered shadow sword pointed towards the water's surface, the inked jade tassel dipping slightly into the cool water. Lu Shuiying's Jinghan sword was the first to be drawn, its azure edge gliding just above the water, creating ripples as the tassel's severed cord brushed against Shen Qingci's hand. Her movements were several times more ferocious than usual, clearly aiming for a swift victory, yet the more hurried she became, the more glaring her flaws appeared. As she attempted to ensnare the shattered shadow sword with her tassel, Shen Qingci deftly flicked her sword, causing the Jinghan sword to slip from her control and plunge into the mud by the shore. Lu Shuiying froze, staring at her empty palm, before abruptly turning to leave. Shen Qingci, quick as lightning, seized the back of her collar, the inked jade tassel from the shattered shadow sword entwining in her hair, pulling her back a half step. Are you running away after losing? Shen Qingci's breath brushed against her ear, her fingers delicately tying the smoky purple tassel to Lu Shuiying's Jinghan sword hilt. This is for you. Lu Shuiying shuddered, yet still turned her back to her. I don't want it. Then what do you wish for me to agree to? Shen Qingci stepped in front of her, observing the redness in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned down and gently pecked her lips. Is this what you want? The smoky purple tassel of the Jinghan sword swayed between them. The warm jade pressed against Lu Shuiying's hand, causing her fingertips to tingle. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged, surrendering to Shen Qingci's deepening kiss, infused with the pond's clarity and the fragrance of her hair, dissolving all her stubbornness. Su Wanwan stood a short distance away, embracing the Luiying sword, the pearls on the pale yellow tassel reflecting the intertwined shadows of the two. Suddenly, she dashed back, stopping after a few steps to shout towards the cold pond. Sister Shuiying is cheating. Winning Shiji's kiss counts as my share too. Lu Shuiying trembled at her shout, hastily pushing Shen Qingci away, her ears flushed crimson. Yet Shen Qingci smiled, taking her hand as they walked back. All right, I'll give you a kiss when we return. As they passed the training ground, Su Wanwan squatted down to untangle the tassels. Her own and Lu Shuiying's still entwined, the pale yellow blending with smoky purple, resembling a crumpled yet smoothed-out painting. Just as Lu Shuiying was about to assist, she was stopped by Shen Qingci, who with a flick of her fingers, effortlessly separated the two tassels, inked jade, pearls, warm jade chiming in the morning light. Swords are meant to protect those we cherish, not to be used for competition. Shen Qingci's shattered shadow sword twirled in her hand, the tassels brushing against both their hands. You too, remember this. Su Wanwan nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, bringing the pale yellow tassel of the Luiying sword closer to Lu Shuiying's Jinghan sword. Then let us practice together from now on, to protect Shiji. Lu Shuiying remained silent, yet subtly shifted the Jinghan sword closer to her, the smoky purple tassel lightly resting on the pale yellow cord, an unspoken agreement. Shen Qingci observed them, suddenly realizing that the morning dew, the sword shadows, and the intertwined tassels had become an undeniable sweetness. It turned out that the most powerful swordplay was not about severing, but rather, as such, keeping those we cherish securely by our side. Chapter 53. Nocturnal conversations at the sword pavilion. As twilight enveloped the sword pavilion, Shen Qingci sat by the window, diligently honing her sword. The spine of the Suijing sword glimmered with a cold light beneath the oil lamp, and her fingertips grazed the blade's edge, producing a soft, rustling sound akin to silkworms nibbling on mulberry leaves, echoing through the tranquil night. Is the Shermu still awake? A gentle knock resounded from outside, and Su Wanwan entered, cradling a sword sheath in her arms. Her nose bore traces of ink dust, suggesting she had just finished embellishing the golden threads on the tassels of the Luing's sword. She placed the sheath on the table and, upon opening it, the pearls on the pale yellow cord shimmered in the lamp's glow. Lu Shuiying is once again showing off her skills at the training ground, insisting she must perfect the Hantan style. I tried to persuade her, but to no avail, so I sought refuge here. Shen Qingci set down the whetstone and began to wipe down the sword. She is quite stubborn. Once she sets her mind to something, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. Despite her words, a smile danced in her eyes. And what about you? Have you finished the tassels for the Luing sword? Indeed. Su Wanwan proudly lifted the sword, showcasing the golden threads intricately embroidered with entwined lotus vines, the pearls at the end swaying gently with her movements. Look at these stitches. They are even neater than those I did for the Jinghan sword last time, aren't they? Shen Qingci accepted the sword, her fingertips brushing over the meticulous stitches, which indeed appeared far more refined than before. Just as she was about to offer her praise, a sharp clang of a sword hitting the ground echoed from outside, followed by Lu Shuiying's muffled grunt. The two exchanged a glance and hurried outside, only to find Lu Shuiying half kneeling on the ground, the Jinghan sword lodged between the bricks, its tassel of smoky purple threads scattered by the sword's energy, and a warm jade pendant rolling to Shen Qingci's feet. Still trying to be tough? Shen Qingci bent down to retrieve the warm jade, crouching to assist her. Upon touching Lu Shuiying's wrist, she was startled by its burning heat, likely the result of forcibly channeling her internal energy, causing her to misalign her breath. Lu Shuiying shrugged off her hand, pushing against the ground to stand, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. I'm fine. I almost had it. Her breath was unsteady, her chest rising and falling heavily, clearly not telling the whole truth. Su Wanwan shoved the Luing sword into its sheath, muttering under her breath, "You can't even stand straight, yet you still talk back. Shermu, ignore her." Lu Shuiying shot a glare at Su Wanwan, just about to retort, when Shen Qingci pressed her hand against her back. A gentle stream of internal energy flowed from her palm, akin to a brook nourishing parched fields, and Lu Shuiying's tense back gradually relaxed. A muffled sound escaping her lips as her eyes brimmed with tears. This sensation was all too familiar. 3 years ago, when she had fallen into a frenzy while practicing the Liesher style, Shen Qingci had similarly guided her internal energy, though back then, she had gritted her teeth and refused to make a sound, even biting her lips until they bled. Let us go back inside. Shen Qingci helped her rise, her tone imbued with unwavering seriousness. If you continue practicing like this, your meridians will suffer. Lu Shuiying did not protest further, allowing Shen Qingci to assist her back inside. As they passed by Su Wanwan, she couldn't help but throw down a challenge. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, I'll be waiting at the training ground. Don't shed any tears if you lose. Su Wanwan made a face behind her back, but still picked up the Jinghan sword left on the ground and followed them indoors. The charcoal fire in the sword pavilion crackled with vigor as Shen Qingci had Lu Shuiying sit on the couch, unfastening her training outfit to reveal a faint sword wound on her shoulder, a remnant of last year's battle against the demonic clan. Forcing herself to use her energy today had caused the old injury to flare up with crimson marks. Look at you, Shen Qingci remarked, retrieving a medicine vial. Her fingers dipped into the ointment, gently applying it to the wound. You always insist on progressing gradually, yet you refuse to listen. Lu Shuiying's shoulder and neck were tense, and as Shen Qingci pressed down, a soft moan escaped her throat. Nevertheless, she stubbornly replied, I must master it quickly to help you. Shen Qingci paused, meeting her gaze, which shimmered with determination. Those eyes, always harboring a fiercer light than that of the Jinghan sword, betrayed a softness whenever they met her own. Suddenly, she leaned in, gently blowing on Lu Shuiying's wound, prompting her to shudder. Shermu. Su Wanwan burst in with the Jinghan sword, inadvertently witnessing the scene. The sheath fell from her hands with a clatter. You're cheating again. Lu Shuiying's face flushed crimson as she pushed Shen Qingci away, attempting to rise, but being held back by her shoulder. Shen Qingci glanced up at Su Wanwan, stifling a laugh. Go fetch the mint ointment from my desk, and while you're at it, stitch the tassels of the Luing sword a couple more times. I'll check them later. Su Wanwan pouted but obediently complied. As she reached the door, she glanced back at the two on the couch. Shen Qingci was focused on applying medicine to Lu Shuang, her profile bathed in soft light, appearing as gentle as a painting, while Lu Shuang gazed at Shen Qingci's crown of hair, her eyes softening, devoid of any trace of the sharpness displayed at the training ground. These two are becoming increasingly unguarded in each other's presence, Su Wanwan thought to herself as she walked away. Placing the Jinghan sword against the wall and carefully gathering the scattered smoky purple threads, as if fearing the wind would disturb them once more. On the couch, Shen Qingci had finished applying the ointment and was now wrapping bandages around Lu Shuang's shoulder. Suddenly, Lu Shuang reached out, grasping Shen Qingci's wrist, her calloused palm brushing against her skin. Qingci, am I foolish? After all this time, I still can't measure up to you. Shen Qingci halted her movements, gazing down at her. The light cast upon Lu Shuang's lashes created delicate shadows, revealing a hint of fragility. She suddenly smiled, leaning closer until their foreheads touched, their breaths mingling. Whether one is foolish or not, only through trying will one know. Before the words could fully settle, she pressed her lips against Lu Shuang's. The kiss was gentle, like a feather gliding across a lake, carrying the refreshing scent of the ointment. Lu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered, initially stiffening before relaxing, her arms encircling Shen Qingci's waist and pulling her closer. The charcoal fire crackled in the stove, casting flickering shadows of their intertwined forms, while the smoky purple threads of the Jinghan sword, blown by an unseen breeze, lay beside the couch, and the warm jade pendant brushed against Shen Qingci's skirt, akin to a heartbeat that could no longer be concealed. Lu Shuang's kiss gradually intensified, infused with her characteristic tenacity and urgency, pressing Shen Qingci down onto the couch. A jade hairpin slipped from her hair, her dark strands cascading over the pillow. Shen Qingci's fingers wove through Lu Shuang's hair, entwining with her tresses, and in that moment, she realized that the unmastered sword techniques and endless victories paled in comparison to this moment. As long as this kiss lingered, it brought more solace than any swordplay could offer. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lu Shuang finally released her, resting their foreheads together, her breath warm against Shen Qingci's skin. Qingci, the Hantan style, teach me once more. This time, I shall learn well. Shen Qingci smiled and nodded, her fingers gliding over Lu Shuang's damp collarbone. Very well, but first, I must impose a penalty. You shall not touch a sword tonight and should rest properly. Just as Lu Shuang was about to argue, Su Wanwan's voice called from outside, Shermu, I've brought the mint ointment. In addition to the Luing sword tassel, do you think this golden thread shines brightly enough? The two hurriedly separated, Shen Qingci adjusting her collar, while Lu Shuang turned her back, feigning interest in the sword manual on the wall, her ears tinged with crimson. Shen Qingci took the mint balm and noticed that Su Wanwan's Luing sword tassel indeed appeared more radiant, and she praised, your progress is remarkable. Tomorrow I shall provide you with new silk threads. Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? May I request a smoky purple one? I want to repair the tassel on the Jinghan sword. She pointed at the Jinghan sword by the wall. See, its tassel is frayed. Lu Shuang must feel embarrassed to fix it herself. Lu Shuang's back stiffened slightly, yet she remained silent. Shen Qingci observed this and cheerfully replied, very well. I shall have the embroidery workshop send some over tomorrow. Su Wanwan left in high spirits, ensuring the door was tightly closed behind her. Lu Shuang turned around to find Shen Qingci applying the mint balm to her wrist, which had turned red from gripping the sword too tightly. Suddenly, she grasped Shen Qingci's hand and gently kissed it near her lips. Thank you, Qingci. For what? Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Thank you. Lu Shuang hesitated, her gaze landing on the fragmented shadow, sword resting on the table. The sword lay quietly, its inked jade tassel hanging over the edge. Thank you for always being there to catch me when I am too proud. Shen Qingci picked up the smoky purple tassel from the table and retied it to the Jinghan sword. The warm jade pendant pressed against the scabbard, emanating a gentle glow. You protect this realm, and naturally, I shall protect you. She handed the sword to Lu Shuang. Tomorrow, I will accompany you in practicing the Handan style. There's no rush. Take your time. Lu Shuang accepted the sword, her fingertips brushing over the newly tied tassel, and suddenly remarked, "That's Su Wanwan." She is sharp-tongued but quite thoughtful. "After learning the Lu Feng style from you for half a year, she already regards you as a sister." Shen Qingci helped her straighten her collar. "It's late. Let us rest. I will guard by your side. Call me if you need anything." However, Lu Shuang tugged her hand, shifting closer to the bed. "Let us lie together for a moment. Just a moment." Shen Qingci hesitated but eventually removed her shoes and lay beside her. They lay side by side, with just an inch of space between them, yet they could hear each other's breaths distinctly. The glow of the charcoal fire cast sword shadows upon the wall, reminiscent of their initial encounter, where they exchanged swordplay by the Handan. "Qingci," Lu Shuang suddenly spoke softly. "Last time you mentioned that the essence of the Handan style is to contain, not release. I can never seem to master it. Because you are always focused on winning." Shen Qingci turned to face her, gazing into her eyes. "The Handan style is not about defeating the opponent, but about preserving oneself. Just like now, there is no need for you to prove anything. I am right here." Lu Shuang looked at her, suddenly leaning in to lightly peck the corner of her lips, like a butterfly skimming the water. "Does this mean I've learned it now?" Shen Qingci laughed, raising her hand to the back of Lu Shuang's neck, deepening the kiss. The charcoal fire flickered in the hearth. The smoky purple tassel of the Jinghan sword gently swayed on the table, while the pale yellow tassel of the Luiying sword peeked out from its box, resembling a curious little creature. As night deepened, only the sounds of their breathing remained in the sword pavilion. Shen Qingci felt that the so-called sword pavilion was never merely a place for storing swords. It was a sanctuary for warmth. Lu Shuang's stubbornness concealed tenderness, while Su Wanwan's exuberance hid thoughtfulness. As for her, she had long transformed this warmth into a sweetness nestled deep within her heart, more intoxicating than any swordplay. The moonlight outside climbed onto the windowsill, illuminating the fragmented shadow sword on the table. The inked jade tassel hung down, lightly brushing against the smoky purple tassel of the Jinghan sword in the moonlight, akin to two gentle promises. Chapter 54. The intertwining of Sui-ing. As the morning mist lingered over the training ground, Su Wanwan dashed in, brandishing two swords, their pale yellow tassels sweeping through Liu Shuing's hair. "Sister Shuing, look. Master has crafted me a new Liuing." She thrust the short sword before her companion, the intricate lotus vine embroidered on its scabbard appearing vividly alive. "It's lighter than your Jinghan." Lu Shuing stood poised before a stone post, practicing her thrusts. The smoky purple tassel of her Jinghan swept over the post, sending wood shavings flying onto Su Wanwan's hand. What good is lightness? As she sheathed her sword, she deliberately knocked against Su Wanwan's wrist, recalling how her own practice of the winding style nearly cost her a hair tie yesterday. Yet here was Su Wanwan flaunting her newfound skill. Fuming, Su Wanwan lunged forward with her sword, the tassels of her Liuing tangling with those of the Jinghan, as they both tugged back, their blades entwining beautifully in the morning light. "Mind your own business," she exclaimed, suddenly tripping Liu Shuing, who stumbled sideways, causing her Jinghan to slip from her grasp, landing precisely at Shen Qingci's feet just as he entered. "More mischief," Shen Qingci remarked, bending to retrieve the sword, his fingers brushing over the entangled tassels before abruptly lifting both swords above his head. Su Wanwan tiptoed to reach, and Liu Shuing stretched out her hand to snatch, their shoulders colliding as they pressed towards Shen Qingci, resembling two small beasts vying for food. "Whoever untangles this knot first will be taught the Chuanyang style today." With a swift motion, Shen Qingci unsheathed his fragmented shadow sword, the azure blade slicing past their ears, skillfully separating the entwined tassels. As the obsidian jade pendant swayed with the movement, it brushed against Liu Shuing's cheek, causing her to tilt her head sharply, only to bump into Su Wanwan's embrace. "Shuing, your face is flushed," Su Wanwan exclaimed, tugging at her arm, the pale yellow tassel brushing against her neck, surely tickled by Master's sword. Liu Shuing, gripping her Jinghan, turned to leave, the smoky purple tassel making a soft sound against the stone post, though her ears were flushed like they had been dipped in rouge. Shen Qingci smiled at her retreating figure and suddenly handed the Luiying sword to Su Wanwan. "Go, use the winding style to ensnare her sword tassel, and consider it your victory." With her eyes sparkling, Su Wanwan pursued, just in time to see Liu Shuing channeling energy towards the stone post. Stealthily, she circled behind, and the tassel of the Liuiying suddenly shot out, entwining itself with the smoky purple strands of the Jinghan, employing the clever technique Shen Qingci had taught her last night, causing Liu Shuing to stumble back a half step. "I have won," Su Wanwan exclaimed with glee, but she failed to notice as Liu Shuing swiftly reversed the Jinghan behind her back. The smoky purple tassels sliding along the Liuing, wrapping around her wrist and pulling her closer. They collided once more, and Su Wanwan's hairpin fell to the ground, which Liu Shuing picked up, only to pinch her ear unexpectedly. "What skill is there in a sneak attack?" Liu Shuing remarked, her fingertips roughened, causing Su Wanwan to retreat her neck, but as she turned, she caught sight of Shen Qingci leaning against a pillar. The jade tassel of the fragmented shadow sword hanging at his waist, his eyes sparkling with warmth that surpassed the morning sun. During a break from practice, Su Wanwan crouched by the stove, baking flatbreads, while Liu Shuing sat on a stone bench, polishing her sword. The smoky purple tassel of the Jinghan dangled over her knees, unconsciously wrapping around her fingertips. Suddenly, she heard Su Wanwan exclaim. Turning to find her blowing on her burnt hand, the yam cakes in the pan crisping on one side. "Clumsy hands," Liu Shuing remarked, walking over to naturally take the bamboo spatula from her. The smoky purple tassel brushed against Su Wanwan's hand, seemingly soothing her irritation. "You need to flip it before it burns. I'll eat the charred part since Master dislikes burnt cakes." As Su Wanwan observed her profile chewing, she suddenly noticed that Liu Shuing's eyelashes were remarkably long, resembling two small fans when they drooped. She reached out to touch them, but was swatted away. "What are you doing?" "Sister Shuing," Su Wanwan withdrew a silk pouch from her bosom, filled with dried osmanthus flowers. "This is for you. Sew it into your sword tassel. Master will surely appreciate it." She recalled how Liu Shuing's Jinghan always bore a faint medicinal scent from years of grinding herbs, which paled in comparison to the sweetness of osmanthus. Liu Shuing held the pouch in silence, but as she polished her sword, she discreetly emptied some osmanthus into the smoky purple strands. The warm jade pendant rolled over the petals, capturing a hint of sweet fragrance. As the afternoon sun streamed through the pine branches onto the training ground, Shen Qingci was teaching Su Wanwan the Chuanyang style. The pale yellow tassel of the Liuing swayed during her aiming moments, prompting him to wrap his arms around her waist from behind, adjusting her posture hand in hand. "Raise your elbow a bit higher," he instructed, his breath brushing against the nape of her neck, like this. Liu Shuing, seated on the stone post, continued to wrap and unravel the tassels of her Jinghan. The osmanthus flowers slipped out as she moved, falling onto the bluestone floor, resembling scattered bits of gold. Suddenly, she stood, unsheathing the Jinghan with a swift motion, the azure blade slicing past Shen Qingci's ear, accurately hitting the target far away, slightly off from where Shen Qingci had just instructed Su Wanwan to aim. "Sister Shuing is playing tricks." Su Wanwan broke free from Shen Qingci's grasp, lunging with her sword, the pale yellow tassel once again entwining with the smoky purple strands. This time, Liu Shuing did not evade. Instead, she pushed Su Wanwan towards Shen Qingci, but her wrist was caught by him. "Why the rush?" Shen Qingci's fingers tied a knot around the tassel on her wrist. "There's still more I need to teach you." Suddenly, he lowered his head, gently kissing Liu Shuing's lips, the osmanthus on the smoky purple strands brushing against their lips, sweet as honey. Su Wanwan watched in envy, stamping her feet as she interjected with her Liuing sword between them. "I want in. Master is biased." Shen Qingci chuckled, pulling her into his embrace on the other side, planting a similar kiss on her forehead. As Liu Shuing looked at the intertwined figures, she suddenly felt that the smoky purple tassel of the Jinghan was no longer solitary, for it intertwined with the pale yellow tassel of the Liuing, the obsidian pendant of the fragmented shadow sword, and her own smoky purple strands, just like the three of them at that moment, forming an inextricable knot in the sunlight. As dusk settled, the three sat beneath the eaves, sharing yam cakes. Su Wanwan snatched the largest piece from Liu Shuing's plate, but Liu Shuing poured her own osmanthus honey into Su Wanwan's bowl, while Shen Qingci smiled between them, his fingertips occasionally brushing against their hands, prompting delicate shivers. The Jinghan leaned against the pillar, its smoky purple tassel drooping, collecting bits of osmanthus that Su Wanwan had dropped. The Liuing lay on Su Wanwan's lap, its pale yellow strands entwined with Shen Qingci's fragmented shadow sword tassel, the obsidian pendant gently clinking against the pearls, producing a crisp sound. "Tomorrow, we shall practice the Chuan Lin style at the back mountain." Shen Qingci's fingers traced the intertwined tassels, where the pine trees were dense, perfect for testing your new swords. Su Wanwan immediately raised both hands in agreement, while Liu Shuing whispered in her ear, "Don't cry if you lose. Whoever cries is a little puppy." Su Wanwan's fist struck Liu Shuing's shoulder, only to be playfully captured by the latter's grip on her wrist. The tassels of their swords intertwined once more, casting gentle shadows in the twilight, as if they were binding a sweet promise for tomorrow's duel. Shen Qingci observed their playful scuffle, suddenly feeling that the years spent in this sword pavilion resembled the entangled tassels, filled with quarrels, laughter, uncontainable concern, and a kiss imbued with the fragrance of osman, thus firmly entwining the shadows of the three together. Chapter 55. Shadows of swords. Among the pines, morning dew lingered in the pine forest of the back mountain, and the pale yellow tassels of Lu Yingjian ventured first into the shadows of the trees. Su Wanwan stood on her toes atop a piece of green stone, twirling Lu Yingjian in her hand like a pinwheel. "Sister Shuing, dare you to race me to the mountain summit? The loser must wash the winner's sword." Lu Shuing had just drawn Jinghan from the tree branch, a few pine needles still clinging to its smoky purple tassels. "Let us make it interesting. The winner gets a kiss from Shermu." "You're being unreasonable." Su Wanwan jumped up, brushing the water from her head. The tassels of Lu Yingjian shook with indignation. Shermu's kiss is not something to wager lightly. Though she protested the unfairness, her feet had already dashed ahead, her pale yellow figure flitting through the pinewood like a startled deer. Lu Shuing watched her retreating silhouette with a faint smirk, but did not immediately pursue. The smoky purple tassel of Jinghan twirled around her fingertips as she suddenly bent down, shifting the green stone Su Wanwan had just stepped on by half an inch. The edge of the stone was loose, and stepping on it again would surely lead to a slip. After completing her mischief, she drew her sword and followed suit, the smoky purple tassel brushing against the pine trunks, leaving faint traces behind. Shen Qingci trailed behind, observing Lu Shuing's subtle protection of Su Wanwan, a smile dancing in her eyes. The dark jade tassel of Suijian hung at her side, occasionally tapping against passing pine cones with a soft sound. Just as she rounded a bend, she spotted Su Wanwan sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, Lu Yingjian discarded beside her, its pale yellow tassels soiled with mud. "What happened?" Shen Qingci hurried over, noticing the swelling around Su Wanwan's ankle, clearly having twisted it. "I'm fine." Su Wanwan bit her lip, attempting to stand but gasping in pain. "Sister Shuing must be near the summit. I've definitely lost." Lu Shuing's voice came from behind the trees, tinged with discomfort. "You're making quite the racket. Who told you to run so fast?" She pulled out a small porcelain bottle from her robe and crouched down to apply ointment to Su Wanwan's ankle. The smoky purple tassel of Jinghan dangled between them, the warm jade pendant softly tapping against Lu Yingjian's sheath. "You knew that stone was unstable all along." Su Wanwan suddenly realized, her eyes warming with tears. "Then why did you still race me?" "Not racing with you. Would you stop being stubborn?" Lu Shuing's fingers trembled slightly as she applied the ointment haphazardly. "Bear with it. This medicine is potent." Her ears flushed red as she spoke, as though pricked by pine needles. Watching from the side, Shen Qingci swiftly pressed down on Lu Shuing's hand. "Let me do it." Her fingertips carried a cool internal energy, gently applying pressure to Su Wanwan's ankle, alleviating the pain significantly. "The two of you." She looked up at Lu Shuing, amusement in her gaze. "Neither has one, so you both must wash your swords." Su Wanwan was about to retort when she noticed Lu Shuing turning her face away, the smoky purple tassel brushing against her neck, leaving her momentarily speechless. As the three rested beneath the pine trees, Shen Qingci retrieved provisions from her bag. Su Wanwan nibbled on osmanthus cake when she suddenly pointed at a cliff in the distance. "Shermu, look. There's a zilingzi over there." The cliff was steep, covered in slick green moss, with the zilingzi nestled in a crevice halfway up, appearing difficult to harvest. Lu Shuing stood, plunging Jinghan into the rock face, its smoky purple tassel swaying. I'll go too." Su Wanwan stood up, her ankle still limping, yet she raised Lu Yingjian defiantly. Shen Qingci grasped both of them. "Stop fooling around. I'll handle this." With a nimble leap, the dark jade tassel of Sujian traced an arc in the air as she landed midway up the cliff. Drawing her sword, she accurately severed the roots surrounding the zilingzi, but just as she turned to retreat, the moss beneath her feet suddenly slipped, causing her to fall. "Shaimu!" Su Wanwan exclaimed. Lu Shuing's reaction was swifter than her voice. The The smoky purple tassel of Jinghan coiled around Shen Qingci's waist like a serpent, her grip tightening on the hilt. Knuckles blanching. Hold on tight. Shen Qingci steadied herself in midair, leveraging the pull of the tassel to flip and land on the cliff's edge. As soon as she regained her footing, Lu Shuing pulled her into an embrace. The smoky purple tassel remained entwined around her waist, the warm jade pendant pressing against their bellies, bringing a tingle of warmth. You scared me. Lu Shuing's voice trembled as she buried her face in Shen Qingci's neck. Osmanthus flowers from the tassel falling onto the latter's clothing. Shen Qingci lifted her hand to caress Lu Shuing's back, suddenly turning her head to plant a kiss atop her head. Silly girl, I'm fine. Su Wanwan, holding Lu Yingjian, rushed over just in time to witness the scene, immediately covering her eyes, yet peeking through her fingers. Sister Shu Ying hit the jackpot. Shermu kissed you first. Lu Shuing's face flushed instantly, and as she pushed Shen Qingci away, the tassel of Jinghan snagged on the dark jade cord of Sujian, the two tassels intertwining like birds nuzzling each other. Shen Qingci chuckled as she untangled them, suddenly shoving the Zilingzi into Su Wanwan's hand. This is for you. It will help your ankle. She then turned to Lu Shuing, offering another freshly harvested Bailingzi. This is for you. It will calm your nerves. As Lu Shuing held the Bailingzi, she noticed a pale yellow thread clinging to the cap, a remnant of Su Wanwan's Lu Yingjian. She said nothing, quietly wrapping the thread around her smoky purple cord, tying a delicate knot. As they descended the mountain in the afternoon, Su Wanwan's ankle had improved significantly, supported by Lu Shuing as they walked slowly. Shen Qingci led the way, the dark jade tassel of Sui Jian occasionally glancing back, sweeping over the clasped hands of the two. Amidst the sound of the pine trees swaying, the pale yellow tassel of Lu Yingjian and the smoky purple tassel of Jinghan intertwined, like whispers of secrets only they could comprehend. Approaching the base of the mountain, Su Wanwan suddenly pointed at Lu Shuing's tassel, laughing. Sister Shuing, you stole my thread. Lu Shuing glanced down, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth, neither admitting nor denying it. Shen Qingci, upon noticing the pale yellow thread entwined in the smoky purple tassel, abruptly halted, kissing both Lu Shuing and Su Wanwan on their foreheads. This is a reward, she said with a smile, the dark jade tassel of Sui Jian lightly tapping their sword sheaths, rewarding them for learning to protect one another. Pine needles fell upon the shoulders of the three, the smoky purple tassel of Jinghan, the pale yellow tassel of Lu Yingjian, and the dark jade tassel of Sujian softly clinking in the mountain breeze, producing delicate sounds like an unfinished melody. Chapter 56. The sword's fringes entwined the heart. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and a thin layer of frost clung to the bluestone slabs of the training ground. Su Wanwan embraced the Liu sword, her toes brushing against the ground, producing a delicate sound, while her gaze fixated intently on the ethereal purple fringe of the Jinghan sword at Lu Shuing's waist, which was unmistakably entangled with a strand of pale yellow silk, an unmistakable remnant of her own Liu sword. Sister Shuing, you are being deceitful. Su Wanwan could no longer hold back and rushed forward, reaching out to tug at the silk strand. That is my thread. Return it to me at once. Lu Shuing sidestepped, causing the Jinghan sword to twirl in her palm, the ethereal purple fringe swaying lightly as the silk became even more ensnared. Who says it is yours? Anything that falls to the ground is fair game for whoever picks it up. She raised an eyebrow at Su Wanwan, a glint of mischief hidden in her eyes. You. Su Wanwan, cheeks puffed in indignation, raised her Liu sword to poke at her. The pale yellow fringe traced an arc in the air, only to be deftly deflected by Lu Shuing's sword sheath. Master, Su Wanwan exclaimed, Sister Shuing is stealing my thread. Shen Qingci, who was standing under the corridor polishing the shattered shadow sword, raised her eyes at the commotion of the intertwined fringes, a faint smile gracing her lips. It is merely a thread. If Wanwan desires it, I can have the embroiderers in town make you 10 new ones. I do not want new ones. Su Wanwan stamped her foot, the fringes of the Liu sword sweeping across the ground and stirring up a cloud of frost dust. I want that one. It was taken by Sister Shuing's fringe in the pine forest. Suddenly, Lu Shuing leaned closer to Su Wanwan, lowering her voice. Do you want it? Then sleep with me tonight, and I shall return it to you. Who would want to sleep with you? Su Wanwan's face flushed crimson, and she thrust her sword forward. I shall strike you, you scoundrel. The pale yellow fringe of the Lu Qing sword, and the ethereal purple fringe of the Jinghan sword entwined in midair, clashing with a ringing sound. Shen Qingci set down the shattered shadow sword and leaned against a pillar, observing the lively scene, the dark jade fringe of her sword swaying gently with her amusement. Just as the playful bickering continued, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from a distance. It was the town's messenger. Dismounting swiftly, the messenger presented a sealed letter. Master Shen, a letter from the Liu family fortress at the foot of the mountain. It says that Miss Liu has been kidnapped by mountain bandits and seeks your assistance. Liu Shuang's movements abruptly halted, the Jinghan sword returning to its sheath with a clatter, her expression darkening. The Liu family fortress was her ancestral home, and the kidnapped Miss Liu was her cousin, with whom she had grown up. Where are the bandits? She demanded, seizing the letter, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. At Hafeng Ridge, it is said there are over 100 of them, and they are demanding a ransom of 5,000 taels, threatening to kill her otherwise, the messenger replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. The head of the Liu family said he knows you are a master swordswoman and begs for your help. I will go. Liu Shuang interrupted him, turning towards the weapon rack. The ethereal purple fringe of the Jinghan sword swaying violently with her hurried steps. I will go too. Su Wangquan immediately followed, gripping the Luqing sword tightly. The more people, the more help. Shen Qingci picked up the shattered shadow sword from the corridor, the dark jade fringe glinting coldly in the morning light. I shall accompany you. She turned to the messenger. Prepare 3 swift horses. We depart in half an hour. Hafeng Ridge was treacherous, with the bandits hiding in a cave halfway up the mountain. When the trio arrived, they spotted several bandits drinking at the cave's entrance, each wielding curved knives. It seems the Liu family did not dare to report to the authorities, Shen Qingci remarked quietly, drawing the shattered shadow sword stealthily. Shuang, you take the left flank. Wang Quan, you take the right. I will charge straight ahead. Liu Shuang nodded, and the Jinghan sword sliced through the air, instantly severing the throats of 2 bandits with swift precision. Su Wanshuan's Luqing sword was equally effective, the pale yellow fringe whipping through the air to ensnare a bandit's ankle, yanking him down to the ground before delivering a finishing blow. The commotion at the cave entrance alerted those inside, and shouts of violence erupted immediately. Liu Shuang charged forward, the Jinghan sword darting like a purple lightning bolt. The silk on the ethereal purple fringe splattered with droplets of blood, intensifying its ferocity. Following closely behind, Su Wangquan found the pale yellow fringe of her Luqing sword coming alive, ensnaring the weapons of her foes whenever danger approached. Shen Qingci's shattered shadow sword, displaying overwhelming dominance, left a trail of death or injury among the bandits, swiftly carving a bloody path through the cave. Cousin, Liu Shuang located her bound relative in the innermost stone chamber. Just as she was about to step forward, an arrow suddenly shot from the shadows, aimed directly at the girl's heart. Watch out. Su Wangquan reacted swiftly, the pale yellow fringe of the Luqing sword wrapping around the arrow's shaft, pulling it aside just in time for it to graze the girl's hair and embed itself in the pillar. A burly bandit chief charged out from the shadows, brandishing a large knife towards Liu Shuang. Dare to invade my territory? You seek death. Liu Shuang turned to confront him, the Jinghan sword clashing against the blade, sparks flying. Eager to rescue her cousin, her movements became frantic, and she inadvertently exposed a flaw, resulting in the bandit landing a blow on her shoulder. Sister Shuang, Su Wangquan cried out, thrusting the Luqing sword towards the bandit's back, but he evaded her strike. Just then, Shen Qingci's shattered shadow sword streaked through like a bolt of ink, piercing the bandit chief's throat with pinpoint accuracy. She steadied the staggering Liu Shuang, her brow furrowed. The wound is deep. We must stop the bleeding. Liu Shuang gritted her teeth as she untied her cousin's ropes. Just as she began to speak, her vision darkened and she collapsed. When she awoke again, she found herself lying on the grass outside the cave. With Shen Qingci tending to her wound, her fingers imbued with a gentle internal force that alleviated the pain. Su Wangquan squatted beside her, offering a piece of warm dried food, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister Shuang, you scared me to death. Liu Shuang managed a weak smile, about to respond, when suddenly, Shen Qingci leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, carrying the fragrance of grass and wood. You mustn't act so recklessly next time. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Liu Shuang's face flushed instantly, and even the pain from her wound seemed to lessen. Su Wangquan, witnessing the tender moment, stamped her foot in exasperation. Master, Why did you only kiss Sister Shuang? Shen Qingci smiled at her, reaching out to ruffle her hair, and kissed her forehead as well. You were brilliant too. Your timing in ensnaring that arrow was impeccable. Su Wanchuan's face brightened instantly, and she leaned over to plant a kiss on Lu Shuang's cheek as well. Sister Shuang, this is a reward for your bravery. Lu Shuang felt somewhat dazed by the two kisses, touching her lips, and then the cheek that Su Wanquan had kissed, and suddenly burst into laughter. The ethereal purple fringe of the Jinghan sword swayed beside her, the pale yellow silk still entwined, dancing in the wind like a sweet knot. As Shen Qingci gazed at her smile, warmth blossomed in her eyes. The dark jade fringe of the shattered shadow sword, the pale yellow fringe of the Luqing sword, and the ethereal purple fringe of the Jinghan sword lightly brushed against the grass, creating a delicate sound, as if they were accompanying this moment of tranquility. The distant mountain wind carried the scent of grass and wood, and Lu Shuing suddenly felt that the wound on her shoulder was not as painful anymore. With these two individuals by her side, even amidst the peril of swords and blades, there lay an abundance of warmth. Chapter 57. The depth of spring at the Sword Cottage. Morning dew condensed into droplets upon the azure tiles of the Sword Cottage, cascading from the eaves and shattering into fine splashes upon the flagstones. Shen Qingci, grasping the shattered shadow sword, stood at the steps, the sword's tip inclined towards the ground, the dark jade tassel suspended in midair, gently swaying with her breath. She awaited Lu Shuing, who had suffered from a fever due to an inflamed wound the previous night and had only just recovered from her illness. At this moment, she should be awakening. Shermu, has Shuang Jie awakened? Su Wanshu, cradling the Luing sword, rushed in, her pale yellow tassel tracing arcs in the morning light. I've baked yam cakes. If she awakens, she can enjoy them. As soon as she spoke, Lu Shuang appeared, supporting herself against the doorframe. The smoke-purple tassel of her Jinghan sword draped over her shoulder. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale, she was able to stand steadily. It's good that you're awake. Shen Qingci sheathed her sword and stepped forward naturally to support her waist, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the bandage on her shoulder. Does it still hurt? Lu Shuang shook her head, her gaze landing on the food box in Su Wanshu's hands, her throat moving slightly. I'm hungry. The three of them gathered around the low table in the Sword Cottage. Su Wanshu, with a flourish, opened the food box, revealing steaming yam cakes sprinkled with osmanthus petals. Just as Lu Shuang reached for a piece, Shen Qingci pressed down on her wrist, prompting her to lower her head and blow gently on the cake before releasing her grip. You've just recovered from a fever. Eat it warm. Lu Shuang took a bite of the cake and suddenly turned to Su Wanshu. Why does your Luing sword tassel have an extra bell? Su Wanshu paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. I bought it in town yesterday. The shopkeeper said it could drive away little insects when hung on the sword. She jangled the silver bell on the tassel. Look, Shuang Jie, it rings when moved. Isn't it amusing? Lu Shuang remained silent, but nudged her own Jinghan sword towards Su Wanshu, the pale yellow thread entwined with the silver bell tassel. With a gentle touch, the bell chimed. Shen Qingci emerged from the inner room holding a medicinal bowl, and upon witnessing this scene, she chuckled. All right, enough playing with the tassels. Shuang, it's time for a dressing change. She placed the bowl on the table and, with utmost gentleness, began to untie the bandage from Lu Shuang's shoulder, as if afraid of shattering a precious treasure. I have already cleaned the blood from that bandit leader off the tassel. It's just a bit darker now, but it suits you even better. Lu Shuing's shoulder instinctively tensed, yet it relaxed as Shen Qingci's fingertips brushed against the wound. The coolness of the medicinal liquid against her skin elicited a slight gasp, and Shen Qingci immediately halted. Did I hurt you? No. Lu Shuing turned her head, inadvertently locking eyes with Shen Qingci, which brimmed with fragmented morning light and her clear reflection. Shen Qingci suddenly lowered her head, placing a gentle kiss at the edge of her wound, imbued with the faint bitterness of herbs. There, it won't hurt now. Lu Shuang's ears flushed crimson, and the Jinghan sword slipped from her grasp, the smoke-purple tassel unfurling, becoming further entangled with the bell tassel of the Luing sword. Shimu, why did you kiss Shuing Jie's wound? Su Wanshu exclaimed, pounding the table, yet secretly nudging the Luing sword closer to the Jinghan sword. If there were to be a kiss, it should be on the face. Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow. Where do you think it should be kissed instead? Su Wanshu was momentarily speechless, her fingers unconsciously poking at the bell of the Luing sword. I think Shuang Jie's profile is beautiful. Kiss the profile. Just as Lu Shuang was about to retort, Shen Qingci had already leaned in and kissed her along her cheek, from the temple to the jawline, the fragrance of herbs brushing against her skin, softer than the spring breeze. Lu Shuang's hand rested on Shen Qingci's waist, unsure whether to push her away or to pull her closer, ultimately grasping the hem of her garment, her knuckles turning white. Ahem. Su Wanshu suddenly coughed, pointing towards the doorway. There's a visitor. At the entrance stood a girl in a blue cloth shirt, holding a basket. Upon witnessing the scene inside, her face instantly flushed crimson, and she turned to flee. Shen Qingci called out to her, "Are you from the Lu family fort? Come in. We were just saying we wanted to thank you for the news you brought yesterday." The girl halted, her face still red as she stepped inside and placed the basket on the table. I am Miss Lu's maid. The master asked me to bring some tonics." She stole a glance at Lu Shuang, then quickly lowered her head. Miss said that she is very grateful for the 3 lady heroes' rescue and will surely come to thank you in person another day. Su Wanshu's eyes brightened, and she leaned towards Lu Shuang, whispering, "Shuang Jia, her gaze towards you seems a bit off. Does she like you?" Lu Shuang ignored her, merely picking up the Jinghan sword that had fallen to the ground, only to find that the smoke-purple tassel was hopelessly knotted with the bell tassel of the Luing sword. Shen Qingci smiled and reached out to help untangle it, their fingertips brushing against one another, both pausing for a moment before instinctively pulling away as if shocked. "Let me handle it." Su Wanshu volunteered, fiddling with the 2 swords for a while, only to tighten the knot further. "Oh no, what is happening?" She anxiously leaned towards Shen Qingci. "Shermo, look, they don't seem to want to part." Shen Qingci observed the entangled tassels and suddenly laughed. Perhaps they were always meant to be intertwined. She glanced at Lu Shuang, her eyes glimmering with a gentle warmth akin to water, just like the bond among the 3 of them. Lu Shuang's gaze drifted over Shen Qingci's lips, then to Su Wanshu's puffed cheeks, finally resting on the intertwined tassels, the corners of her mouth subtly curving into a smile. On the smoke-purple tassel of the Jinghan sword, the pale yellow thread was tied to the silver bell. On the pale yellow tassel of the Luing sword, it was entwined with the smoke-purple silk. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting intersecting patterns of light upon the tassels, reminiscent of their intertwined shadows. The maid observed this scene and suddenly murmured. Our miss said that when she was in the stone chamber, she heard the sword's tassels ringing continuously and thought they were celestial beings sent by heaven, accompanied by singing swords. Su Wanshu immediately chimed in, "Indeed. Our swords not only sing, but also fall in love." Lu Shuang lightly tapped her head, but just as her hand lifted, Shen Qingci grasped it, placing Lu Shuang's fingers against her lips and gently kissing them. "Don't move your hands. It might pull at the wound." The bells in the sword cottage chimed once more, mingling with the laughter of the 3, resonating far into the morning light. The droplets from the eaves continued to fall, striking the flagstones like a musical accompaniment to the entwined tassels, adding a cheerful cadence to the unspoken tenderness. Chapter 58. The sword tassel entwined with wine at the eaves of Tingzhu Xian, an old lantern hung, its flickering candlelight just ignited by Su Wanshan as twilight seeped in. The orange glow filtered through delicate bamboo strips, casting a fragmented web upon the bluestone tiles. Shen Qingci sat at her desk, honing her sword, the blade of the swaying sword reflecting her lowered gaze, with her eyelashes casting gentle shadows beneath her eyes. The osmanthus wine, warmed on the table, bubbled softly, and the spout of the tin pot occasionally splashed a droplet of wine onto the laid-out Xian paper, spreading into a small patch of pale yellow. "Shermu, this sword blade can reflect a person now." Lu Shuang entered, holding 2 small dishes, the fragrant beans in the celadone dish still steaming. The sword tassel, which had been wound for half a month around her wrist, remained untied. The smoke-purple and goose-yellow knots polished to a sheen, resembling a piece of smooth jade. Shen Qingci raised her gaze, her fingertips lightly tracing the blade, a hint of mirth in her voice. "If we continue to polish it, it might just become a mirror." She set down the sword and reached for a dish, her fingertip grazing Lu Shuang's wrist where the knot had left a faint mark, yet she had not seen her untie it. "Do not pull at it if it cannot be undone." Shen Qingci picked up a pair of scissors, but was stopped by Lu Shuang's hand. "It cannot be undone." The other's fingertips were slightly cool, brushing against her hand gently. "The knot Shimu tied should be left as it is." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanshan burst in, clutching the Luing sword, the new gem on the tassel dazzling under the candlelight. "Shermu, Shuang Jia, I've finished carving the sword sheath." Look at this entwined branch pattern. Isn't it more beautiful than the last one? She placed the sword on the desk and suddenly noticed the wine pot beside it. Ah, the osmanthus wine is warmed. Just as Shen Qingci was about to pour the wine, Lu Shuang had already taken the pot, filling 3 white porcelain cups. The liquid shimmered amber, and a bit of wine splashed onto Lu Shuang's fingertips, which she did not wipe off before Shen Qingci seized her wrist. You've spilled it everywhere. Shen Qingci lowered her head, her tongue lightly licking the wine from her fingertip, the action as natural as breathing. Lu Shuang's face flushed, and her hand trembled, nearly dropping the wine pot. Su Wanshan, holding her cup, stared wide-eyed and suddenly banged the table. I knew it. I saw Shermu holding Shuang Jie's wrist on the back mountain last time. You two indeed have something going on. Shen Qingci did not deny it, merely pouring half a cup of honey water into Su Wanshan's cup, leisurely saying, what does a child know? She raised her cup to clink against Lu Shuang's. Shall we taste? This year's osmanthus is sweeter than last year's. Lu Shuang's fingertips were still warm, and as she raised her cup, some liquid splashed onto Shen Qingci's sleeve. Leaning closer, she gently licked away the droplet, her eyelashes brushing against Lu Shuang's forearm, the breath scented with wine evoking a tingling sensation. It is sweet. When she looked up, their eyes met, the distance between them suddenly narrowing to the extent that they could count the fine specks of dust on each other's eyelashes. Shen Qingci was the first to move, her fingertip pinching Lu Shuang's chin, kissing her softly yet firmly, leaving no room for retreat. The sweetness of the osmanthus wine mingled with the fragrance of the soapberry in Lu Shuang's hair, and the knots binding their wrists swayed gently, as if counting the moments slipping past their lips. Su Wanshan, peeking through her fingers, was suddenly tapped on the back of her head by a figure standing at the door. Ying, who, unbeknownst to them, was holding an unfinished wooden sword sheath. What are you looking at, little girl? Ying set the sheath down on the desk, her gaze sweeping over the entwined pair, a knowing smile in her eyes. She was the daughter of the town's blacksmith, skilled in wood carving, and had been invited by Su Wanshan to look at the sword sheath, inadvertently stumbling upon their secret. Lu Shuang, breathless from the kiss, turned her head away, her hair brushing against Shen Qingci's earring, the cool jade pendant bringing her back to her senses. Shermu, she gasped with a smile, someone saw us. Let them see. Shen Qingci picked up the swaying sword, lightly flicking the blade to loosen the knot entwined around their wrists by a measure, intentionally leaving part of it intact. After all, this sword tassel was meant to be seen. Su Wanshan and Ying had already huddled together, discussing the sword sheath, chattering animatedly about how many branches of osmanthus to carve. Suddenly, Ying pointed at the inner side of the sheath. Let us leave a hidden compartment here, the kind that can hold a note. Su Wanshan immediately nodded. Great idea. In the future, Shuang Jie can write love letters to Shermu and hide them here. Lu Shuang's face flushed again as she tossed a fragrant bean at Su Wanshan, scolding, what nonsense. Yet the bean was caught by Shen Qingci, who slowly popped it into her mouth, saying, whether love letters are written or not does not matter. Her gaze on Lu Shuang warm with the lingering effects of the wine. After all, she is right here. The wine pot gradually emptied, and the candlelight was replenished with fresh wax. Shen Qingci leaned the polished swaying sword against the wall, the tassel dangling gently, swaying against the untied knot on Lu Shuang's wrist, producing a soft sound upon contact. Ying had already carved the sheath into its initial form, while Su Wanshan was applying vermilion to the entwined branch pattern, and Lu Shuang leaned against Shen Qingci's shoulder, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the palm of her hand. Shermu, Lu Shuang suddenly spoke, her voice soft. Let us practice swordplay on the back mountain tomorrow. I've just grasped a new move, the entwined branch style, and want to try it with you. Shen Qingci squeezed the back of her neck, kissing the top of her head. All right. Her gaze swept across the warm glow filling the room, landing on the 3 porcelain cups lined up on the table, one filled with honey water, 2 bearing traces of wine. Much like the people within the room at this moment, each possessing their own sweetness, yet intertwined in an inseparable warmth. Outside the window, the wind swirled with the fragrance of osmanthus, crashing against the lantern, causing the candlelight to flicker and stretching the overlapping shadows on the wall, the shadow of the sword tassel entwined with that of the sheath, resembling an everlasting knot that could never be untied. Chapter 59. The Sword Pavilion tests new techniques. As dawn broke, the morning dew lingered on the window panes of the Sword Pavilion, while Shen Qingci stood in the courtyard, sword in hand. The tassel of her sword of fragments, dampened by the dew, swept gently across the bluestone slabs with her movements, leaving behind delicate traces of water. "Shifu, wait for me." Lu Shuang, clad in a camouflage cloak, rushed out, draping Shen Qingci's outer robe over her shoulders. "Why didn't you wait for me to join you?" She wrapped the robe around Shen Qingci, her fingertips brushing against the coolness of her shoulder, unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. "You're up so early. Be careful not to catch a chill." Shen Qingci grasped her wrist, the tassel of her sword instinctively entwining around Lu Shuang's forearm, imbued with the morning's coolness. "Do you wish to try a new technique?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow as the sword of fragments cut a silver arc in the morning light. "Isn't it time to practice your entwining style?" Lu Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly drew her falling twilight sword, the ruby on its tassel shimmering as she assumed her stance. "I've been ready for this." Before her words finished, the tip of her sword lunged towards Shen Qingci's heart, only to veer sharply 3 inches away, gliding along the spine of the sword of fragments, a manifestation of her newly comprehended entwining technique. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, her wrist twisting as the sword of fragments seemed to come alive, following the momentum of the falling twilight sword. The tassel traced a graceful arc in the air, ensnaring the tassel of Lu Shuang's sword. "Quite impressive," she remarked, intentionally leaving an opening, allowing Lu Shuang's blade to graze her side, yet the hurried conclusion revealed a flaw. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Lu Shuang found her sword entangled by Shen Qingci's tassel. As they pulled, her balance faltered, sending her tumbling into Shen Qingci's embrace, her nose brushing against the collarbone of her mentor, the contact so poignant it nearly brought tears to her eyes. "Shifu, you're being unfair," she mumbled, burying her face into Shen Qingci's neck, unwilling to look up. "You've left too many openings." Shen Qingci lowered her gaze, her lips brushing against Lu Shuang's hair, moist with morning dew. "As a punishment, you must kiss me to make amends." Lu Shuang's ears flushed crimson as she discreetly glanced towards the entrance, where Su Wanwan and Ying were peeking through the doorframe, both holding freshly steamed osmanthus cakes. In a flurry, she pushed Shen Qingci away, but instead found herself pulled closer. In the next moment, Shen Qingci's kiss descended, cool and mingled with the scents of dew and grass, tender as if they were not sparring, but sharing an intimate moment. Lu Shuang's sword clattered to the ground as she wrapped her arms around Shen Qingci's neck, surrendering to the gentle intrusion of her lips. The tassels of the falling twilight sword and the sword of fragments intertwined even more tightly, the ruby and onyx pendants clashing softly, as if keeping time for two souls unwilling to part. "Ahem." Su Wanwan coughed deliberately, entering with the osmanthus cakes. "If you keep this up, the sun will be upon us." Ying chimed in. She said she would teach me how to engrave the beads on the sword tassels. Ying followed closely behind, holding a wooden box filled with various gemstones. "Sister Shuang, you mentioned wanting to inlay a moonstone on your sword tassel last time. I've brought the materials." Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, she added, "But, could you demonstrate that technique again? I want to engrave it on the sheath." Finally releasing Lu Shuang, Shen Qingci gently wiped the moisture from the corner of her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Want to learn?" Here, she retrieved the falling twilight sword and placed it back into Lu Shuang's hands. "Practice the entwining style 10 more times, and I shall teach you how to counter it." Lu Shuang nodded, biting her lip as her ears burned with warmth, the tassel of the falling twilight sword swaying on her wrist, entwining beautifully with that of the sword of fragments. Su Wanwan had already sidled up to Ying, contemplating a pink crystal. "Would this look good in my firefly sword?" "It would surely be beautiful." Ying smiled as she helped embed the crystal into the sword's tassel. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow from the pink crystal onto their intertwined hands, resembling a sprinkle of stars. Observing this scene, Shen Qingci suddenly tapped the ground lightly with her sword and said to Lu Shuang, once more, "This time, do not hold back." Taking a deep breath to suppress her fluttering heart, Lu Shuang drew the falling twilight sword once more. The ruby on its tassel gleamed brilliantly. In the morning light, the two swords clashed again, the soft sounds of their tassels colliding and the sharp ringing of their blades melded with the laughter of Su Wanwan and Ying, weaving a gentle net that captured the morning light, the shadows of the swords, and the unspoken joy shared among the four maidens. As Lu Shuang executed the entwining style again, Shen Qingci did not counter, but deliberately allowed the tassel of her sword of fragments to tighten around Lu Shuang's. When their swords were completely entwined, she leaned closer to Lu Shuang's ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear. This technique is called locking hearts. Do you remember? Lu Shuang's sword suddenly halted, her gaze meeting Shen Qingci's eyes brimming with laughter, and she instantly understood that the so-called sword techniques were never solely about combat. They concealed a heartfelt truth, one that yearned to keep her close. From the distance, the aroma of rice porridge wafted from the kitchen, as Ying instructed Su Wanwan on how to paint patterns on the sword tassels with icing. The morning dew in the sword pavilion gradually evaporated, leaving only glistening droplets on the sword tassels, reminiscent of unguarded, sparkling joy. Chapter 60. The frost blade reflects the peach blossom. The plum blossoms at the sword pavilion have bloomed, clusters of red petals bending the branches, with a delicate frost glistening under the sun. Shen Qingci ascended the wooden ladder to pluck a plum branch, her pristine white fingertips gently turning the flower stem, red blooms cascading over her shoulders, imparting a chill that surpassed the snowman at the courtyard's edge. Careful, Shermu. Lu Shuang rushed over, her skirt held aloft, cradling a green porcelain vase in her arms. Ying mentioned that new rice wine steeped with plum blossoms could ward off the cold come spring. She looked up at Shen Qingci, a freshly picked red plum tucked behind her ear, her nose reddened by the chill. As Shen Qingci lowered her gaze, the tiny snowflakes from her hair fell onto Lu Shuang's head, resembling a sprinkle of fine salt. Steadying herself, she smiled as she bent down, her fingertips gliding past Lu Shuang's ear to pluck the red plum, pinning it to her own garment. Your earring is askew. Lu Shuang's earring, a small pearl, shimmered as Shen Qingci's fingertip brushed against it. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe, her lips grazing Shen Qingci's chin, infused with the sweet fragrance of rice wine. Does this count as a successful ambush? Shen Qingci's hand holding the plum branch paused momentarily, the latter swaying lightly. She leaned down to kiss, the cold fragrance of the plum mingling with the wine's warmth, spreading as she pried open Lu Shuang's lips. Suddenly, the ladder creaked, and both of them tumbled into the snow, with Shen Qingci instinctively shielding Lu Shuang in her embrace, her back colliding with the snowman, snowflakes cascading onto her. Shermu. Lu Shuang hurriedly scrambled up, brushing the snow off Shen Qingci's clothes. When her fingertips grazed a wound on Shen Qingci's back, she halted abruptly. Did you aggravate your old injury again? Shen Qingci clasped Lu Shuang's hand against her heart, which beat rapidly and steadily. It's nothing, she insisted, tugging Lu Shuang back into the snow, the red plums sliding from her garment, resting upon their intertwined sleeves. Stay here with me for a while. In the warmth of a distant pavilion, Su Wanyuan was perched by the window, waving a handkerchief, suing. Shermu. Ying has warmed the plum wine. Behind her, Ying was polishing swords. The scabbard of the Luqing sword bore newly carved vine patterns, adorned with a red tassel that echoed the plum blossoms of the sword pavilion, vibrant and lively. Lu Shuang was pinned in the snow by Shen Qingci's kisses, struggling to catch her breath, when she suddenly heard the crisp sound of porcelain clinking from the pavilion, laughing as she pushed Shen Qingci away. Stop it, or they start gossiping. Yet Shen Qingci persisted, biting her lip, until their breaths mingled with the snow's chill, at which point she leaned her forehead against Lu Shuang's, chuckling softly. What's there to fear? Your lip print on my face is just the right way to inform them. Inform them of what? Su Wanyuan burst out of the pavilion, her eyes wide as she spotted the two entangled in the snow. Are you rolling snowballs? Why does Shermu have a lipstick mark on her face? Ying followed behind, carrying two swords, shaking her head in resignation. Wanyuan, let us go warm the wine first, and let them continue. She leaned Shen Qingci's fragmented shadow sword, and Lu Shuang's falling sunset sword against the pillar, their tassels trailing in the snow, the dark jade and rubies glistening as if set ablaze. At last, Lu Shuang broke free from Shen Qingci's embrace, her cheeks more radiant than the plum blossoms. Is your old injury truly fine? She brushed away the snow from Shen Qingci's hair, her fingers grazing a raised scar, a remnant from last year's defense at Hefeng Ridge, where an arrow nearly pierced her lung. It's healed, Shen Qingci replied, taking Lu Shuang's hand and pressing it against the scar on her back. Feel it, it has scarred over. Suddenly, she lowered her head, kissing Lu Shuang's wrist, where faint red marks lingered, calluses formed from years of sword practice, thicker than before. Lu Shuang clasped Shen Qingci's wrist in return, her own bearing a similar layer of callous, yet rougher. The heart-locking technique Shermu taught me, I have mastered it. Without warning, she drew her sword, the falling sunset sword carving a crimson arc through the snow, the ruby tassel scattering snowflakes that crystallized into tiny ice shards in the wind. Look. Shen Qingci watched her swordplay, warmth spreading through her gaze. Almost there, she mused, retrieving the fragmented shadow sword, the tip lifting a red plum and presenting it to Lu Shuing's lips. Heart-locking is not about binding the other, but rather letting them willingly remain upon your sword tassel. Lu Shuing bit into the plum, the sweetness mingling with a hint of bitterness on her tongue. Suddenly leaning in, she kissed Shen Qingci's scar, gently licking it. How about this? Does it count as willingly? The wine jug in the warm pavilion emitted a soft thud, and Su Wanyuan's exclamation echoed against the paper window. Eyeing, look, they're kissing again. Shen Qingci chuckled, pulling Lu Shuing into her embrace, allowing the falling sunset sword and fragmented shadow sword to intertwine in the snow. The red plums continued to fall, the snowlight reflecting on the sword's frost, as if bestowing a layer of eternal tenderness upon their tangled bond. Let us go, time for some wine. Shen Qingci brushed the snow off Lu Shuing's shoulder, her fingertips squeezing her warm earlobe. If we keep this up, Wanyuan will throw all the plums into the wine jar. Lu Shuing followed her towards the warm pavilion, but suddenly turned to glance back at the two swords leaning against the pillar, their red and black tassels entwined tighter, as if to say, regardless of how many techniques one masters, what one truly desires to bind is always each other. The aroma of wine wafted from the warm pavilion, mingling with the scent of plum blossoms, transforming the winter of the sword pavilion into something sweet. Lu Shuing's fingertips still bore traces of snow, having just brushed against Shen Qingci's old scar, when Shen Qingci suddenly clasped her wrist, pinning it in the snow. The red plums slipped from her garment, resting between their overlapping necks. As Shen Qingci leaned down, flakes of snow cascading from her hair into Lu Shuang's collar, provoking a gentle shiver. Are you afraid? Shen Qingci's breath caressed Lu Shuang's frostbitten nose, her lips first grazing the corner of Lu Shuang's mouth, imbued with the crispness of snow, then deepening without haste, merely rubbing her lips repeatedly, as if warming a jade piece frozen by the snow. Lu Shuang's lashes glistened with frost, brushing against Shen Qingci's cheek as they fluttered, reminiscent of butterfly wings gliding over snow. Until Lu Shuang could no longer suppress a soft hum, Shen Qingci finally captured her lower lip, her tongue exploring within, tinged with the sweet scent of plum wine. The cold of the snow crept under their clothes, yet their body heat intensified. Lu Shuang's hand slipped inside Shen Qingci's collar, gliding over the uneven scar, her fingertips tingling from the warmth of sweat near Shen Qingci's neck. Shen Qingci let out a muffled sound, biting down on Lu Shuing's tongue, pressing her other hand against the nape of her neck, as if to meld this warmth, imbued with the fragrance of plums, into her very bones. As laughter from the warm pavilion drifted over, Shen Qingci was just licking the snowflakes from the corner of Lu Shuang's lips, suddenly breaking into a smile, the joy spilling from her lips into their kiss. Lu Shuang tasted a hint of sweetness, like melted snow water mingled with plum nectar. She reached up to embrace Shen Qingci's nape, as a red plum fell from her hair into the snow, mingling their scents, blooming vividly against the white backdrop, resembling the lipstick mark adorning Shen Qingci's lips. Chapter 61. Jian Sui Chan Shui. The accumulated snow on the training ground was compacted underfoot, the blue stone slabs glimmering with a cold light beneath the snow. Shen Qingci grasped the swaying sword, standing in the center, as snowflakes from the black jade tassel fell like whispers with each swing of her sword, tracing elegant arcs in the snow. Today's lesson on the tread snow technique emphasized the principle of soft overcoming hard, with the swordplay embodying 3 parts tenderness and 7 parts severity, reminiscent of the snowflakes resting upon her shoulder. Master swordplay has become increasingly exquisite, Su Wangquan exclaimed, hopping in place with the Luiying sword in the corridor. The pale yellow tassel glistened with snow under the sun, dazzling the eyes. Sister Lu, look. When Master turns, doesn't he the tassel seem to dance? Lu Shuang was applying antifreeze oil to her sword. As she twisted the red tassel of the Luoxia sword between her fingers, she looked up just in time to see Shen Qingci sheathing her sword. The sweeping motion of the swaying sword stirred up snowflakes that splashed against her temples, dusting her fair cheeks with a hint of glistening white, adding a touch of brilliance beyond the ice crystals in the corridor. Are you mesmerized? Shen Qingci's voice, laced with mirth, reached her as she walked over, leaving footprints in the snow. Leaning the swaying sword against a pillar, the snow on the tassel melted into droplets that trickled down onto Lu Shuang's hand, causing her to shiver slightly. No, Lu Shuang stammered, hastily lowering her head to wipe her sword, her ears reddening. Master's tread snow technique is more, she hesitated, unsure whether to say elegant or impressive, finally managing to utter, even more formidable. Su Wangquan giggled from the side and suddenly dashed into the snow with the Luing sword, exclaiming, "Let me try." The pale yellow tassel traced a crooked line in the snow, but as she attempted the technique, her feet slipped, sending her sprawling into the snow, only to be swiftly caught by Lu Shuang, who yanked her back by the collar. Impulsive, Lu Shuang brushed the snow off her. The tread snow technique requires a grounded stance. Your knees weren't even bent. It's no wonder you fell. Shen Qingci approached, gently pressing her fingertip against Su Wangquan's waist. You need to exert force here, like this. Suddenly, she grasped Lu Shuang's hand, pressing against her waist. Her posture is the most correct. Feel how stable her waist is? Lu Shuang froze, Shen Qingci's fingertip still resting on the back of her hand, their warmth seeping through the fabric, making it nearly impossible for her to hold her sword. Su Wangquan, with a silly grin, reached out to touch, only to be swatted away by Lu Shuang. Focus on your own sword. Suddenly, the snow began to fall heavily, large flakes descending upon the training ground, quickly accumulating a thin layer. Shen Qingci encouraged Su Wangquan to contemplate the swordplay on her own and turned to lead Lu Shuang towards the warming pavilion. Your old injury tends to flare up in the snow. Let's warm by the fire. The charcoal fire in the warming pavilion blazed brightly, and Ying was seated by the furnace, stringing beads onto a sword tassel. Upon seeing the two enter, she held up a pigeon blood red gemstone with a smile. Sister Lu, look, this matches your Luoxia sword perfectly. She affixed the gemstone to the red tassel, making it appear as if it were ablaze. Just as Lu Shuang took the sword, Shen Qingci pressed her down onto a bench. Kneeling, she began to remove the snow from her boots, and when her fingertips brushed against Lu Shuang's cold ankle, she looked up suddenly. Do you remember the tread snow technique I taught you last time? I do, Lu Shuang replied, her voice tightening. Looking at Shen Qingci's lowered gaze, she noticed snowflakes clinging to her eyelashes, resembling a sprinkle of stardust. However, she struggled to master the same entangling finesse Shen Qingci possessed. In an instant, Shen Qingci stood, the black jade tassel of the swaying sword entwining around her wrist. With a gentle tug, Lu Shuang fell into her embrace. The door of the warming pavilion was slightly ajar, allowing the wind and snow to carry the fragrance of plum blossoms inside, settling upon the overlapping fabric of their garments. The essence of the tread snow technique lingered in the air as Shen Qingci's breath brushed against Lu Shuang's nose, warm with the scent of charcoal, conveying that the opponent's sword should willingly be ensnared by your tassel. Lu Shuang's breath caught, the Luoxia sword clattering to the ground as the red tassel intertwined with the black jade tassel of the swaying sword. Under the glow of the charcoal fire, the red appeared even more vibrant, the black deeper and more profound. She wrapped her arms around Shen Qingci's neck, leaning in, their kiss as gentle as falling snow, yet imbued with an unmistakable urgency, trailing from the corners of her lips to her earlobes, and down to her neck, melding the long-held yearnings of winter into this fervent contact. Shen Qingci let out a soft laugh, her hand sliding to the nape of Lu Shuang's neck, deepening the kiss. As her tongue parted Lu Shuang's lips, she tasted a faint hint of antifreeze oil mingled with the fragrance of snow in her hair, creating a strangely sweet sensation. Their bodies were pressed closely together, allowing them to feel each other's racing heartbeats, akin to the most urgent rhythm of the tread snow technique, echoing against the sound of the charcoal fire in the warming pavilion, blending with the soft clinks of Su Wangquan practicing her swordplay outside. Reverberating within their increasingly intertwined hearts, Lu Shuang's fingers clutched the fabric of Shen Qingci's attire, wrinkling it deeply, mirroring her own breath, which was in disarray. When Shen Qingci's kiss traveled from her lips to the scar, left by last year's sword wound on Black Wind Ridge, a soft whimper escaped Lu Shuang, imbued with a tinge of pain and an inexplicable itch, burying her face against Shen Qingci's shoulder, her voice trembling. Master. Shen Qingci's kisses continued to linger upon her scar, gently soothing the pain of years past. Loosen your grip, you might tear my clothes. Yet Lu Shuang tightened her hold, as if wishing to imbibe this person, this kiss, and all the warmth of the warming pavilion into her very bones. Outside, the snow continued to fall, while Su Wanquan's swordplay gradually adopted a rhythm. The sound of the pale yellow tassel sweeping through the snow mingling with the heavy breaths in the warming pavilion, weaving a tender net that enveloped the entire winter of the training ground. Time slipped away unnoticed until Shen Qingci finally pulled back slightly, her fingertip brushing over Lu Shuang's swollen lips, the mirth in her eyes shining brighter than the glowing embers. Do you understand now? She teased, pinching Lu Shuang's heated earlobe. The essence of the tread snow technique is not about forceful pulling, but about not wanting to let go, Lu Shuang completed, nuzzling her nose against Shen Qingci's chin. The red tassel still entwined with the black jade tassel resembled two birds entwined in affection, just as they were now. Shen Qingci nodded with a smile, about to speak when a loud thump echoed from outside, followed by Su Wanquan's startled exclamation. Oh no! The Luiying's sword fell into the snow. The two hurriedly separated. As Lu Shuang picked up the Luoxia sword, she noticed that a pigeon blood-red gemstone had fallen from the tassel and was lying by Shen Qingci's boot. She bent down to retrieve it, only to have Shen Qingci beat her to it. The gemstone sparkled between Shen Qingci's fingers, casting the shadow of their entwined forms. This, Shen Qingci pressed the gemstone into Lu Shuang's palm. Deliberately brushing her fingertip across her palm is a token of the tread snow technique. Outside the warming pavilion, Su Wanquan stomped her feet while clutching the Luiying's sword, the pale yellow tassel dusted with snow resembling tearful eyes. Ying stood beside her and suddenly pointed towards the warm pavilion with a smile, saying, Look, the falling sunset sword tassel of Jie Shuang and the fractured shadow sword tassel of Shermu seem to be entwined even more closely. Don't you think? Su Wanwan followed her gaze and beheld two swords leaning against the doorframe of the warm pavilion, their crimson tassels and inked jade tassels intertwined in a beautiful concentric knot. Snow fell upon them, quickly melting into droplets that dripped down the tassels, resembling unhidden tears or the sweetness that one could no longer contain. She suddenly laughed, brandishing the Luiying's sword and running into the snow, exclaiming, I too shall practice the snow entwine technique. I want my sword tassels to entwine with Shimu's as well. The two individuals inside the warm pavilion overheard her words and exchanged smiles, the glow of the charcoal fire illuminating the intertwined sword tassels, casting red and black shadows that gently swayed upon the wall, as if responding to the spirited vow outside, as if to say, All right, come entwine. After all, these sword tassels and this heart never intended to let go. The snow continued to fall, and on the bluestone slabs of the training ground, 3 footprints of varying depths gradually marked a path extending from the warm pavilion into the snow, resembling an unfinished tale, awaiting the caress of the spring breeze to transform into a more entwined form. Chapter 62. The rains embrace the delicate threads of spring rain weave gently, painting the azure tiles of Tingzhu Xian a deep indigo. The iron horse at the eaves jingles, shattering the tranquility of the corridor. Shen Qingci stands poised at the steps with the broken shadow sword, its ink-colored tassel cascading like a waterfall, droplets of rain rolling along the threads, leaving small floral imprints on the bluestone slab. Lu Shuang practices her swordplay in the rain. The crimson tassel of the falling sunset sword weighed down and soaked, each swing sending up a fine mist of water. Loosen your wrist a bit more, Shen Qingci calls out, as she lightly flicks the broken shadow sword, the ink tassel sweeping through the rain curtain, gathering the strands of rain into a small cluster. The essence of the rain entanglement technique lies in entanglement, not in cutting. Lu Shuang pauses, the falling sunset sword resting in the mud. Droplets from its tips falling against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. She feels as though her strength dissipates quickly. When she looks up, strands of rain delicately land on her eyelashes, her vision veiled by the mist as she gazes at the figure beneath the corridor. Shen Qingci steps into the rain, the ink tassel of the broken shadow sword gently intertwining with the crimson tassel of the falling sunset sword. She raises her hand to cover Lu Shuang's hand, her fingertips grazing the calluses formed from years of wielding a sword, warm and damp, causing Shen Qingci's fingertips to curl slightly. Follow my wrist movement. Her breath caresses Lu Shuang's ear, mingling with the rain and seeping into her breath. The falling sunset sword arcs smoothly in their palms, the rain droplets on the crimson tassel suddenly forming a delicate chain that wraps around the ink tassel 3 times. Do you see it? Shen Qingci's lips are mere inches from hers, the warmth of her breath brushing against Lu Shuing's lips, guiding rather than forcing the entanglement. In an unexpected moment, Lu Shuing turns and clasps Shen Qingci's waist, the falling sunset sword clattering to the ground, the crimson tassel creating an arc in the rain. Her kiss is cool from the rain, yet tinged with a clumsy urgency, as her tongue gently pries open Shen Qingci's lips. It feels like the unrestrained force during practice, yet it entangles tightly. The ink tassel sweeps across the nape of her neck, igniting a series of shudders, and as she deepens the kiss, droplets roll down their entwined jaws, indistinguishable as rain or something more. A soft cough emerges from behind the rockery, and Su Wanwan peeks out, holding the Luiying sword, the pale yellow tassel shimmering like a dazzling gem. I came to retrieve the sword manual. Lu Shuang abruptly pulls away, the crimson tassel still caught with the ink tassel, resembling a child caught sneaking sweets, her ears flushed crimson. Yet Shen Qingci laughs, the ink tassel gently shaking free the entangled crimson tassel. Perfect timing. Let Shuang teach you the rain entanglement technique. She bends to pick up the falling sunset sword, the water chain still intact on the tassel, glimmering in the rain. The essence of the move she has just comprehended. Lu Shuang's face grows warmer as she swings her sword, the crimson tassel brushing against Su Wanwan's hair, splattering droplets onto her shoulder. Observe the wrist angle closely. Her voice is slightly hoarse but intentionally raised, as if concealing something. Shen Qingci retreats to the corridor, watching the intertwined figures in the rain, the ink tassel swaying gently at her waist. The rain falls upon her hand, cool to the touch, more memorable than the previous warmth of their lips. Some techniques are more demanding than the written words of the manual. For instance, that kiss entwined tighter than the crimson and ink tassels, likely to linger in her heart for a long time. The rain weaves diagonally, making the azure tiles of Tingzhu Xian glisten. Lu Shuang's falling sunset sword has just hit the ground, the coolness of the hilt still lingering in her palm, only to be enveloped by Shen Qingci's warmth, infused with the essence of the rain. When the other's lips descend, her mind buzzes, as if a myriad of tiny fireworks have exploded, an amalgamation of tension, confusion, and a long-hidden delight, akin to sneaking a taste of sweets in secret. Shen Qingci's kiss carries the chill of the rain, yet burns with an astonishing heat. At first, Lu Shuang remains rigid, the breath between their lips mingling with the rain. Reminiscent of the sensation when Shen Qingci taught her the techniques, so close, so disconcerting. But inexplicably, that tension melts into softness. As her tongue tentatively meets Shen Qingci's, she hears her heart pounding like a drum, faster than the swiftest sword. She instinctively clutches Shen Qingci's clothing, her fingertips brushing against the softness at her waist, causing her to flinch as if burned, yet she cannot bear to let go. This feeling of intimacy is unlike the clashes of swordplay, devoid of the need to calculate force or change moves. Merely the closeness of their lips transforms all strength into water, along with the thoughts hidden within the tassels, surging forth with the kiss. Shen Qingci's hand rests gently at the nape of her neck, not forceful, yet imbued with an irresistible tenderness. Lu Shuang feels Shen Qingci's tongue glide over her gums, a teasing sensation that sends shivers through her, urging her to lean in closer, to grasp this moment of warmth tightly. She suddenly recalls the sword manual she perused by lantern light last night, stating that the entangling technique should leave some leeway. Yet in this moment, she wishes to exert all her strength, like the crimson tassel entwining the ink tassel, binding the person before her even tighter, so that this rain and the world around them can only contain the two of them. When they finally break for air, Shen Qingci leans back slightly, their noses touching, their breaths mingling in a shared urgency. Lu Shuang gazes at the rain-drenched eyelashes of Shen Qingci, a warmth flooding her eyes. All those competitive moments during sword practice, the awkwardness when witnessing Shen Qingci teach others, ultimately stemmed from a desire for this person's gaze to rest solely upon her. Still in a daze, Shen Qingci's thumb brushes over her flushed lips, her voice low and sweet as honey. Weren't you just quite urgent? Lu Shuang's face flushes scarlet, and just as she intends to retort, she is kissed once more. This kiss is deeper, imbued with a knowing smile, conveying all the thoughts she left unspoken. The rain continues to fall. The crimson and ink tassels intertwining at their feet, much like their hearts at this moment, chaotic yet sweet enough to make one's heart tremble. Chapter 63. Jian Sui Changxing. As twilight gracefully enveloped the flying eaves of Tingzhu Xian, Shen Qingci was meticulously polishing the shattered Yingjian. The entwined branch patterns on the scabbard gleamed under her careful touch. Her fingertips grazed the seventh notch, a remnant of the encounter 3 years prior at Heifeng Ling, where she had deviated the sword's edge by half an inch, now serving as a distinguishing mark of the scabbard. Shifu. Shu Yingjie has broken the sword again, Su Wanwan exclaimed as she rushed in, clutching the 2 shattered halves of the Qingfeng. Her hair was still dusted with the remnants of the practice field. She insisted on practicing the Changxing style before you finished teaching it, and the result. As Shen Qingci looked up, Lu Shuing entered the room, her sleeve torn by sword energy, revealing a small arm stained with droplets of blood. In her hand, she clutched the remnants of the broken sword, her complexion pale as the blade itself. I did not break it, she declared, slamming the remnants onto the table, the sparks from the fracture still flickering, a testament to the poor quality of the material. Shen Qingci refrained from responding, instead retrieving some medicinal ointment and approaching Lu Shuing, just as her fingertips brushed against the wound. Lu Shuing grasped her wrist forcefully. Does Shifu think I will never master the Changxing style? Lu Shuying's voice was tense, as if her throat was constricted by shards of ice. You take the time to explain things to Wanwan multiple times, yet with me, you merely say to comprehend the essence. Shu Ying, Shen Qingci gently extricated her hand, dipping a cotton swab into the ointment and pressing it against the wound. The essence of the Changxing style lies not in the speed of the sword, but in the softness of the energy. Observe this Jian Sui. She tugged at the Jian Sui at Lu Shuying's waist, a string of blood-red tassels entwined with a shattered star stone, a birthday gift from the previous year, now trembling in rhythm with her breaths. You tend to concentrate all your energy at the tip of the tassel, causing it to become overly rigid, resulting in a break. Lu Shuing turned her face away, though her ears flushed with embarrassment. The wind from the practice field had carried Shen Qingci's words into her ears. The Changxing style is akin to weaving a net, allowing the sword energy to flow around the opponent's strength, leaving a margin in each circle. She felt aggrieved. It was she who had initially learned the sword, yet she now felt like an outer disciple. Suddenly, Shen Qingci smiled, picking up the broken sword and lightly brushing her fingertip over the fracture. Strangely, the once shattered blade began to close, leaving only a faint mark, akin to a kiss from moonlight. Watch closely. With a flick of her wrist, the Ying Jian was drawn in an instant, its light slicing through the twilight, intertwining the drifting willow catkins outside into a delicate string. Each flake cloaked in a soft golden glow, resembling a string of luminous stars. This is the Changxing style. Shen Qingci returned the sword to its scabbard, and as the shattered star stone on the tassel brushed against Lu Shuying's red tassel, the 2 strands entwined into a harmonious knot. It is not about condensing your energy into a piercing force. Rather, it is about transforming it into a thread capable of bending, retracting, and following the opponent's energy, ultimately converting their strength into your own. Lu Shuying's breath hitched. She gazed at the catkin entwined with the tassel and was suddenly reminded of 3 months ago when Shen Qingci had blocked the poisonous claws of the Black Wind Old Demon to save her. At that time, Shifu's tassel had ensnared the demon's poisonous claws, which, though soft as silk, had bound the opponent as securely as iron chains. It was not that Shifu had failed to teach her. It was her own impatience to win that had caused her to forget the most fundamental aspect of entanglement. I'm sorry, Shifu, she murmured, lowering her head, her voice heavy with remorse. I should not have. Before she could finish, a warmth enveloped the nape of her neck. Shen Qingci's palm rested there, her calloused hand, a testament to years of sword practice, felt warmer than a hearth. Foolish child, Shifu's breath grazed her ear, like a feather brushing against her heart. I instruct Wanwan because she is too gentle. She needs to be hardened. Teaching you is because you are too rigid. You must learn to be soft. Lu Shuing suddenly pivoted, colliding into Shen Qingci's embrace. The fragrance of the tassel mingled with the faint scent of herbs on Shifu's garments, a scent she had been familiar with since childhood. She wished to express that she was not eager to win, but rather feared that Shifu would deem her useless. However, the words caught in her throat came out as a choked whimper. Shen Qingci gently patted her back, reminiscent of the times when she had cried after a fall with her sword. Twilight poured in through the window, casting their shadows on the wall, resembling a blurred ink painting. Suddenly, Lu Shuing lifted her head and pressed her lips against Shen Qingci's. It was an inexperienced kiss, tinged with urgency, accidentally grazing against the other's teeth. She felt like a startled creature, wanting to retreat, but was held in place by Shen Qingci's grip on her nape, deepening the kiss. Shifu's lips were soft, carrying a refreshing minty coolness. As she gently pried Lu Shuying's lips apart, Lu Shuying felt all her strength drain away. The words she had long suppressed came rushing forth. Shifu's gaze had lingered on her during practice. Shifu's fingertips were gentle when she tied her tassel, and the 3 days of secret joy when Shifu declared that her sword possessed spirit, all coalescing into a tremor at her tongue, mingling with Shen Qingci's breath, rendering her eyes moist with emotion. Shen Qingci's kiss was light, like snowflakes landing on her lips, gradually melting away. Her fingers wove through Lu Shuying's damp hair with a tenderness that seemed uncharacteristic of a sword cultivator, as if cradling fragile glass. It was only when Lu Shuying could no longer catch her breath that Shen Qingci withdrew slightly, her thumb brushing against Lu Shuying's swollen lip corner, the mirth in her eyes brighter than candlelight. Do you understand now? The final lesson of the Chongqing style is hard entanglement. Lu Shuying nodded dazedly, suddenly recalling Su Wanwan's whispered words about Shifu's tassel, which had been replaced with the same red silk as hers a decade ago. She gazed at the intertwined tassels, Shifu's ink tassel entwined with her red one, glowing in the twilight like 2 stars woven together. Shifu, she grasped Shen Qingci's garment tightly, her fingertip resting against Shifu's heart, which beat as rapidly as her own. You once said that a sword cultivator's intentions are concealed within their sword. So, does your Ying Jian harbor my name? Shen Qingci did not answer but smiled, raising her hand. The Ying Jian was drawn once more, spinning in the air, revealing countless tiny shadowy characters on its blade, as if stars had fallen upon its spine. It was engraved 3 years ago, waiting for you to learn the art of entanglement before revealing it. The twilight outside had deepened, and from the direction of the practice field came Su Wanwan's exclamations and the sharp clash of swords. Yet Lu Shuying felt no desire to move, wishing only to linger in Shifu's embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her garments, savoring the warmth lingering on her lips. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Shen Qingci pinched her earlobe gently. Go now, mend the broken sword. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the variations of the Chongqing style. After a brief pause, she added, only for you. At that, Lu Shuying laughed and dashed out, her red tassel trailing high behind her. Shen Qingci stood before the window, watching her silhouette fade into the twilight. Her fingertips lightly caressed her lips, still warm with the lingering heat of shuiying, akin to a newly ignited star, stirring a tremor in her heart. She lowered her gaze to the fragmented shadow sword, its inscription glimmering under the moonlight. 10 years ago, when she exchanged the sword tassel, she should have realized that the way this girl looked at her was never that of a disciple towards a mentor, but rather like a sunflower gazing at the sun, an unmistakable fervor that could not be concealed. The breeze in the corridor stirred the gentle sounds of the tassels. The ink tassel entwined with the red one, the red tassel wrapped around the ink, revolving in the moonlight like a dance understood only by them. Shen Qingci smiled softly, grasping the sword sheath tightly before turning back into the room. Tomorrow, she would teach Shuying new sword techniques, needing to refine them further, making her aware that within the sword of her mentor lay not only her name, but also an unbreakable bond for this lifetime. As the night deepened, the lights in Tingzhu Xian shone late into the evening. As Su Wanwan rubbed her eyes while passing by, she caught sight of 2 shadows nestled together, poring over the sword manual through the paper of her master's window. One red tassel was tightly entwined with the other's ink tassel, as if to entwine until the end of time. She secretly covered her mouth and smiled, having long said that the way her mentor looked at Sister Shuiying was more focused than when examining the sword manual. It turned out that the romantic whispers of sword cultivators were hidden within the tassels, concealed in the unspoken teachings, and nestled in this tender embrace, sweet enough to make the tassels tremble. Chapter 64. The sword tassel entwined with the moonlight. As the moonlight seeped into the training ground, the frost upon the bluestone tiles shimmered with a cold glimmer. Shen Qingci stood at the center, grasping the fractured shadow sword, its ink-black tassel hanging at her wrist, tracing the ground with each swing of her sword, the frost dust swirling in the moonlight, resembling tiny stars. Today, the practice of the Zumuan form emphasized the sword moving in harmony with the moon, requiring the shadow of the tassel to align with the moon's reflection, a true test of one's temperament. The tassel of the Shimu was always half a beat faster than the moon. Lu Shuiying leaned against the corridor pillar, the red tassel of the falling sunset sword twirling around her fingertips, reddening her knuckles. Was this a deliberate flaw? Shen Qingci sheathed her sword, the moonlight caressing her profile, accentuating the line of her jaw. It was not a flaw. She stepped forward, the ink-black tassel brushing against Lu Shuiying's hand, causing her to shiver slightly. The Zumuan form required patience, waiting for the moon to descend into the tassel. Lu Shuiying curled her fingers, tightening the red tassel in her palm. She recalled 3 days prior during sword practice, when she hastily urged the red tassel to catch up with the moon's shadow, only to find herself ensnared by Shen Qingci's ink-black tassel, the sword tip mere inches from her heart. Suddenly, Shimu had leaned down, playfully nipping her ear, whispering that a hasty sword could never catch the moon. Sister Shuiying, daydreaming again, Su Wangquan exclaimed, emerging from behind a rockery, brandishing the firefly sword. The pale yellow tassel adorned with pink crystals sparkled blindingly in the moonlight. Shimu said she would teach us the Moon form. If you don't come soon, I will tie your red tassel to my sword. Just as Lu Shuiying was about to scold her for being foolish, Shen Qingci had already taken the firefly sword, lightly flicking the pale yellow tassel with her fingertip. The Moon form requires 3 to practice. It cannot succeed without 1. She returned the sword, her gaze lingering on the entangled red tassel of Lu Shuiying, a gentle smile gracing her eyes. First, untangle the tassel. Be careful not to hurt your hand. On the stone table of the training ground, 3 oil lamps flickered merrily. Shen Qingci stood in the center, the ink-black tassel of the fractured shadow sword hanging between the two, with Lu Shuiying's red tassel on the left and Su Wanquan's pale yellow tassel on the right. The 3 tassels swayed gently in the moonlight, resembling 3 luminous ribbons destined to intertwine. Pay attention to the angle of the moon's reflection. Shen Qingci's voice, tinged with the clarity of moonlight, instructed that the sword must be heavy while the tassel should be light, allowing the shadows to form a circle upon the ground. Su Wanquan's firefly sword moved first, the pale yellow tassel carving a half-arc on the ground, but as it approached the red tassel, it suddenly veered off course. Lu Shuiying's falling sunset sword had unknowingly changed direction, the red tassel entwining with the ink-black tassel, inadvertently pushing the pale yellow tassel outwards. Sister Shuiying is being unfair, Su Wangquan protested, lifting her sword to poke at the red tassel, only to be blocked by Lu Shuiying's sword sheath. Shimu said we need to form a circle. Why do you keep leaning towards her? Lu Shuiying said nothing, yet the red tassel, taking advantage of the defensive move, wound another half-circle around the ink-black tassel. Suddenly, Shen Qingci's fractured shadow sword dipped, the ink-black tassel wrapping around the red tassel, binding the two together firmly. She smiled at Su Wangquan. Isn't this a circle now? Su Wangquan pouted in frustration, but noticed that Lu Shuiying's ears were flushed under the moonlight. Suddenly realizing, she stepped back 2 paces with her firefly sword, declaring, I'll practice over there. I won't disturb your circle making. The training ground fell silent, save for the gentle sound of the wind rustling through the tassels. Lu Shuiying's red tassel was tightly ensnared by the ink-black tassel, the warmth of the jade pendant pressing against Shen Qingci's wrist, sending tingles through her fingertips. Shimu, she suddenly spoke, her voice as soft as moonlight. That day in the rain, you said that the entanglement of the heart is more important than that of the sword. Shen Qingci's ink-black tassel gently tugged, causing Lu Shuiying to stagger forward, landing against her chest. The sheath of the fractured shadow sword pressed against her abdomen, the coolness of the metal contrasting with the warmth of Lu Shuiying's palm resting on her nape. Do you believe it now? Shen Qingci's lips were close, her breath brushing against Lu Shuiying's lips, asserting that it was never the moon that was eager to chase after. Lu Shuiying's breath quickened suddenly. As she tilted her head back, she found herself gazing into Shen Qingci's eyes, softened by moonlight. Warmed by the red tassel, like a vine finally finding something to cling to. In a moment of impulse, she wrapped her arms around Shen Qingci's waist, pressing her lips down in a desperate kiss. The red tassel struggled between their overlapping garments, tightening its grip. This kiss was heavier than the one in the rain, imbued with the clarity of moonlight and the heat of their suppressed emotions. As Lu Shuiying's tongue tentatively pried open Shen Qingci's lips, countless memories flashed in her mind. The first day of sword practice when Shermu corrected her posture, the silhouette that shielded her on Haifeng Ridge, and the focused gaze sewing her tassel under the lamp. It dawned on her that the tenderness woven into those years of swordplay had long ensnared her heart, and now, with this kiss, it all unraveled, leaving only a torrent of yearning. Shen Qingci's hand slipped into Lu Shuang's hair, her fingers grasping a strand of dark silk, firm yet unmistakably possessive. The kiss gradually transitioned from fervent entanglement to a gentle caress, their tongues dancing as if rehearsing the most intricate of intertwining techniques, retreating an inch only to advance 3, rendering Lu Shuang breathless, clutching Shen Qingci's garment as if it were a lifeline. The red and ink-black tassels entwined between their knees, the moonlight casting long shadows over their entangled tassels, resembling 2 serpents entwined, inseparable. Lu Shuang could distinctly feel Shen Qingci's heartbeat, transmitted through the thin fabric, colliding with her own, more urgent than the cadence of the Zhumun form, louder than the hum of the firefly sword. A soft gasp escaped her lips when Shen Qingci's ink-black tassel brushed against her waist, igniting a shiver. This subtle motion reminded her of the previous night in the sword hall, when Shermu had similarly entwined her wrist with the tassel, whispering that her sword should have been entwined by now. It seemed some words carried hooks, and now, through this kiss, they were burrowing deeper into her heart. Shen Qingci's kisses gradually traveled from her lips to her jaw, then to her neck, leaving a trail of cool, damp marks. Lu Shuang's fingertips dug into Shen Qingci's back, conveying all the unspoken words. I no longer wish to chase the moon. I only wish to pursue your sword tassel, Shermu. Can we entwine only my red tassel into this fervent touch? Time slipped away unnoticed until Shen Qingci finally raised her head, her fingertips brushing over Lu Shuang's swollen lips, her eyes sparkling brighter than the moonlight. Do you understand now? She asked, pinching Lu Shuang's heated earlobe. The final step of the Zhumun form is to let the moon chase you. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed under the moonlight, the red tassel still entwined with the ink-black one. Suddenly, she leaned down, biting Shen Qingci's wrist, leaving a faint mark. Then, Shermu, is it not time for me to catch up with you as well? Shen Qingci chuckled softly, her laughter causing the tassels to quiver. I've been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, a startled exclamation from Su Wangquan echoed from a distance. Both individuals turned their heads in unison, witnessing the pale yellow tassel of the Lu Ying sword entangled in a pine tree. Su Wangquan was on her toes, tugging at it, causing the branch to sway erratically. Moonlight streamed through the leaves, casting a cascade of silvery fragments upon her. Clumsy and awkward, Lu Shuang chuckled and attempted to depart, only to be halted by Shen Qingci. As the inky tassel loosened slightly, the crimson tassel slipped down, leaving a small knot at the end, reminiscent of an unfinished promise. Go, Shen Qingci whispered, her kiss landing softly atop Su Wanquan's head, guiding her in untangling the tassel, and with a playful pause, she added, the circle of the Yingyue style is incomplete without any one of us. Lu Shuang hesitated in her steps, glancing back to find Shen Qingci standing in the moonlight, the fragmented shadow of the sword's inky tassel hanging before her, the warm jade at the tip reflecting the moonlight, shining like a star that would never fall. At this moment, she realized that the pursuit of the moon was never about chasing after it. It was about knowing someone awaited you in the moonlight, understanding that her sword tassel would remain for you, and recognizing that the kiss concealed a waiting more reassuring than any swordplay. Under the moonlight, the 3 strands of sword tassels finally formed a circle, crimson, ink, and pale yellow intertwined, resembling 3 hearts drawn closely together. The startled cry of Su Wangquan and Lu Shuang's guiding voice mingled with the wind, while Shen Qingci's gaze remained steadfastly on the owner of the crimson tassel, tender as the moonlight, entwined like the sword tassel, weaving the long night into sweetness. Deep within the sword tomb, the scent of rust and pine resin permeated the air. Lin Yinxiu crouched beside a pile of broken swords, her fingertips gliding over a long sword marred by rust. The blade bore the inscription Gui Yin, her beloved sword lost 3 years prior. After such a lengthy search, it turned out to be here. Shen Jinghan's voice emerged from behind, accompanied by the soft sound of a sword sheath brushing against itself. He held an oil lamp, its dim light casting their shadows upon the shattered swords, intertwining into a mosaic of flickering patterns. Lin Yinxiu did not turn around, her fingers caressing the blade's chipped edge. You once said this sword was too fragile for me. Indeed. Her words were abruptly halted as Shen Qingci's presence drew closer, his chest pressing against her back, his calloused hand, a result of years of sword practice, gently covering her hand that grasped the sword. I was wrong. His breath brushed against her ear, carrying the fragrance of the sword tassel. It is not the sword that is fragile. It is that I failed to teach you how to release your strength. Lin Yinxiu struggled slightly, but found herself gripped tighter. His palm was scorching, and even through the coarse fabric, she could feel the searing energy belonging to a sword cultivator. Suddenly, she turned around, her nose colliding with his chin, causing both to emit muffled sounds of surprise. Jinghan, you. The remainder of her sentence was caught in her throat. His kiss came urgently and heavily, akin to his breaking wind sword, sharp enough to cleave the air, yet soften the moment it reached her lips, his tongue cautiously prying open her teeth, infused with a hint of clumsy gentleness. The broken swords beneath them emitted faint sounds, and Lin Yinxiu unconsciously grasped his sword tassel, which she had woven herself, the blue-green silk entwined with a small stone, now digging into her palm, serving as her sole anchor. She could feel his heartbeat, resonating against her ribs like a drum, more frantic than her own hand wielding the sword. When oxygen became scarce from their kiss, Shen Qingci gradually pulled away, their foreheads touching, his nose brushing against her scattered hair. Gu Yin, I found someone to repair it, he said hoarsely, his fingertip grazing her reddened lips. From now on, allow me to protect you. No need for you to wield a sword again. However, Lin Yinxiu smiled, tiptoeing to peck his lips, retrieving the Gu Yin from the ground, the blade glimmering dully under the oil lamp's light. In the path of sword cultivators, how could there be a way without wielding a sword? But she thrust the sheath into his hands, her palm pressed against his. From now on, you must allow me to weave your sword tassel. The bluestone slabs of the sword testing platform still bore fresh sword marks, remnants of the recent duel between Shen Qingci and Xiaohang. Shen Qingci's hanjiang shui was slanted against the edge of the platform, the ice-patterned jade pendant on her sword tassel still quivering, while Xiaohang's Fenchin lay at her feet, the flame patterns on the blade reflecting the evening glow, painting their shadows in shades of gold and crimson. You lost. Shen Qingci looked up at him, a smile gracing her lips. Her tousled bangs tousled by the sword's energy. In that last move, Xiaohang's sword could have struck her shoulder, yet it had deviated by a mere fraction, the blade grazing her sleeve and carving a deep gash beside the platform. Xiaohang remained silent, merely bending down to pick up Fenchin, his fingertip brushing against the flame patterns on the blade. His fingertip bore thick calluses, a testament to years of sword handling. Yet it now lightly caressed her cheek, radiating the warmth of the sword. I never take a girl too seriously. Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow, grasping his wrist and pressing his hand against her chest. Xiaohang, do you dare to say that move was not intentional? Her heartbeat raced, pounding against his palm as if attempting to break free. You think I can't tell? When did your Fenchin become so soft? His Adam's apple bobbed, his gaze falling upon her lips, flushed from the wind, his voice low, almost a sigh. Then why do you think I let you? Before he could finish, he suddenly leaned down, capturing her in a kiss. This kiss bore the heat of the Fenchin's sword, akin to a raging wildfire, enveloping her breath in an instant. Shen Qingci had intended to push him away, but upon touching the sword tassel on his back, she froze. That tassel bore the safety knot she had gifted him, now damp with sweat, yet firmly entwined with his sword sheath, much like her heart, now in disarray. Her hanjiang shui lay toppled, the ice-patterned jade pendant entwined with his safety knot, producing a series of delicate clinks upon the stone slabs. Shen Qingci could feel the warmth of his tongue, hotter than his sword, scorching enough to make her eyes sting, leaving her with no choice but to clutch his clothing tightly, swallowing back all playful and mischievous words, replacing them with a suppressed soft moan. As the evening glow enveloped the sword-testing platform, Xiaohang finally released her. Shen Qingci's lips were swollen and red, her glare at him devoid of strength, resembling a cat that had been excessively teased. He chuckled softly, reaching to untangle their entwined sword tassels, only to tie a tight knot on her safety knot. This knot cannot be undone. Rain pelted against the windows of the sword chamber, as Su Muya sat at the desk, polishing her sword. The blade of the Shui Jin glimmered coldly in the candlelight, yet her movements appeared somewhat distracted. Outside, within the curtain of rain, stood a figure holding an umbrella, their dark robe drenched by the downpour, cradling a broken sword in their arms. Come in, she said without looking up, her voice colder than the rain. Xie Yunlan stepped inside, raindrops cascading from his hair, pooling into small puddles on the blue bricks beneath. He placed the broken sword upon the table, its blade inscribed with the characters Jinghan, a testament to the weapon he had wielded 3 months prior in his defense of her, now cleaved asunder by the malevolent forces of the demonic sect. It could not be mended. Su Muyan's fingertips grazed the fracture, her voice tight with emotion. She had anticipated chastising him for his recklessness, questioning why he always shielded her, yet when the words reached her lips, only a dry inquiry escaped. "How are you?" Xie Yunlan offered no reply. Instead, he approached her, bending down to grasp her hand that clutched the sword. Her fingertips were icy, trembling slightly, a manifestation of her lingering fear. He lowered his gaze, pressing a gentle kiss upon the back of her hand. The coolness of the rain mingling with the warmth of his touch, causing her to instinctively retract her hand. "Mu Yan," he uttered her name, his voice imbued with moisture. "Had I not pushed you away that day at the cliff's edge, it would not be the sword that lay broken now." Su Mu Yan averted her gaze, yet her eyes grew warm with unshed tears. She recalled the moment he lunged toward her, his dark robes unfurling like wings, enveloping her securely, while he himself tumbled down the stone slope, clutching the Jinghan tightly. Suddenly, the sound of rain was muffled. Xie Yunlan encircled her from behind, resting his chin atop her head, his kiss landing softly in the hollow of her neck. The kiss was delicate, akin to a feather's caress, infused with a faint herbal scent from his presence, mingling with the sandalwood fragrance of the sword pavilion, evoking a peculiar sense of tranquility. Her shui jian fell to the ground, the silver threads of its tassel entwining around his fingers, as if silently beseeching him to remain. Su Muyan's hand pressed against his, clearly feeling the calluses on his palm, the testament to years of swordsmanship and a decade of protection over her. "You must never do this again," she implored, her voice laced with a tremor, yet her words were stifled by his kiss. Xie Yunlan deepened the kiss, imbued with an irresistible tenderness, parting her lips and weaving all the unspoken worries and affections into this kiss beneath the rain-soaked night. Outside the sword pavilion, the rain continued to fall, while within, the candlelight danced joyfully, reflecting the intertwined sword tassels and their mingling silhouettes, reminiscent of a painting submerged in water, blurring the boundaries yet clarifying their sentiments. These fragments, articulated through elements of swords, tassels, and sword intent, enhanced the atmosphere, merging the sharpness of the sword cultivator's essence with the delicacy of emotion, resonating with the identity of the sword cultivator while accentuating the tension and warmth found in love. Chapter 65. The entwined hearts of swords. The drizzling rain of late spring clung to the sword tassels, and Su Wanwan held the hand of Jinghan, her fingers trembling slightly. Shen Qingci's Tingshui sword rested against her neck, its blade cool from the post-rain chill, yet it did not truly press down. This marked the 30th day of their practice in the art of dual swords. The master often remarked that her sword spirit was too superficial and required refining through such methods. Focus your energy in the dantian. It does not mean to hold your breath, Shen Qingci's voice whispered near her ear, imbued with a faint herbal fragrance. See, the tassel of the sword is steadier than your sword intent. Su Wanwan lowered her gaze and indeed observed the white tassel of her master intertwined with her own red one, swaying gently in the breeze. The white was pure and serene, while the red was fervent and passionate, mirroring their current distance. Her breath became erratic. With a slight twist of her wrist, Jinghan brushed past Tingshui, nearly nicking the sleeve of Shen Qingci's attire. Imprudent, Shen Qingci chided, flipping her wrist, causing Tingshui to gracefully circle behind Su Wanwan, the spine of the sword lightly tapping her lower back. "Have you forgotten the third form's conclusion?" A soft wince escaped Su Wanwan, yet she dared not evade. The force of her master was always perfectly measured, painful enough to awaken her senses, yet not injurious. Strangely, every time she was struck in this manner, her heartbeat felt tangled like the threads of the sword tassels, chaotic and disordered. As the rain ceased, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating Shen Qingci's profile. She lowered her head to untangle the intertwined sword tassels, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow on her eyelids. Suddenly, a tightness gripped Su Wanwan's throat, and, almost unconsciously, she lifted her hand to brush away a droplet of rain from her master's hair. Shen Qingci froze. Their eyes met, and the air was charged with an electric tension. Su Wanwan's fingertips lingered in her master's hair, feeling the silky texture and the slight warmth of her body. Memories of 3 days prior at the sword mound in the back mountains flooded her mind, where her master had taught her the return to unity style, punctuated by a kiss imbued with herbal fragrance. At that moment, she had thought it a dream, but the lingering warmth on her lips was undeniable. "Master," her voice emerged hoarsely. Shen Qingci abruptly withdrew her sword, turning away with a gust of wind, the white tassel arcing through the air as if fleeing. "That's enough for today." Her tone was cool, yet she did not meet Su Wanwan's gaze. "Go back and practice the conclusion 100 times. Su Wanwan watched her figure vanish at the end of the corridor, still clutching the fragment of the white tassel that had been blown away by the wind, realizing she had inadvertently torn off a small piece of her master's sword tassel. That night, she sat by the window, cradling the sword and running her fingertips over the white tassel. Moonlight fell upon the scabbard, illuminating the characters Jinghan, and she suddenly found the name rather foolish. What fleeting glance was there, when it was evidently a clinging vine that, once entangled, would not release its hold? Lost in thought, a soft sound emerged from outside the window. She looked up to see Shen Qingci standing beneath the eaves, holding a medicinal jar, her shadow elongated by the moonlight. Unable to sleep? Shen Qingci's voice was softer than during the day. "The medicine is ready. Come and drink." Su Wanwan held the bowl of medicine, observing her master seated opposite, mending the sword tassels. Her movements were delicate, the silver thread dancing at her fingertips as she gradually reconnected the torn white tassel. "Master," Su Wanwan suddenly spoke, "are you perhaps a little afraid of me?" Shen Qingci's hands paused momentarily, but she did not look up. "Nonsense. Then why do you always avoid me?" Su Wanwan set the bowl down, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "You flinch when practicing swords. That day at the sword mount, you clearly felt something." Under the candlelight, Shen Qingci's face flushed a faint red as she abruptly set down her needle and thread. Impudent. Yet her eyes lacked the strength of her words. Resembling a child whose hidden feelings had been exposed. Summoning her courage, Su Wanwan leaned closer, gently taking her hand. Her master's hand felt cool, with tiny blood spots at her fingertips from mending the sword tassels. "Master, I know you cherish your mentor, but I..." Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Qingci suddenly leaned in and kissed her. This kiss was unlike the previous one. It bore the slight bitterness of medicine and an imperceptible tremor. Su Wanwan closed her eyes, feeling her master's fingertips weave through her hair, the cool silver thread of the sword tassels pressing gently against her nape, as if tying a knot for her. Outside the window, the moonlight suddenly dimmed, as if ensnared by clouds. The Tingshui and Jinghan swords lay side by side on the rack, their tassels once again intertwined, the white wrapping around the red entwining the white, becoming inseparable. "Master," Su Wanwan gasped, her nose brushing against Shen Qingci's, "please, do not untangle this tassel." Shen Qingci remained silent, simply placing Su Wanwan's hand over her heart. It beat fiercely, as if concealing an unsheathed sword, finally discovering the one it wished to protect. The candlelight flickered, the aroma of medicine mingling with the scent of the sword tassels, enveloping the room. Su Wanwan suddenly understood that some emotions resembled sword tassels. They appeared to be troublesome entanglements, yet in truth, they were a willing binding. Chapter 66. The sword entwined the twilight resembled a sheet of rice paper steeped in ink, gradually blurring the eaves of Jingxin. Lin Wanqing, grasping the Suijing sword, stood upon the star-gazing platform, the sword's tip resting upon the bluestone tiles, evoking a faint echo. 3 days prior, while descending the mountain for supplies, she encountered her senior sister, Chu Yao, besieged by members of the Xiantian sect. They had derided their femininity, claiming that women were unworthy of wielding swords. It was only through the teachings of their matron, Shen Qingci, and the Luyun 13 styles that she managed to assist her sister in escaping. Yet now, as she held the sword, her hand trembled more than it had during the confrontation with the Xiantian sect. "What occupies your thoughts?" Chu Yao's voice floated from behind, imbued with her characteristic warmth. Lin Wanqing turned to see her senior sister, holding a food box, her moon-white robe glowing softly in the dusk. The jade hairpin in her hair swayed gently with her steps, a gift from their matron last year. "I was considering." The words of the Xiantian sect, Lin Wanqing admitted, lowering her gaze as the tassel of the Suijing sword swept across the ground. They said that female sword cultivators were ultimately on a path of lesser significance, incapable of achieving greatness. Chu Yao opened the food box to reveal 2 bowls of lotus seed soup. As the sweet aroma wafted in the air, she suddenly raised her hand, her fingertips lightly tapping Lin Wanqing's sword sheath. Our matron once faced 7 elders of the Xiantian sect, each with a single sword. At that time, they dared not utter such words. Lin Wanqing met her senior sister's smiling gaze. She recalled their matron, Shen Qingci, always donned in simple white sword attire. Her hands, with pronounced knuckles, guiding them through their sword techniques, occasionally brushing against their wrists, leaving a cool sensation. Each recollection sent her heart into a tumult. But the matron is the matron, and I am myself. She stirred the lotus seed soup, her voice softening. Today, while practicing the Bini style, I faltered again. The way the matron looked at me, it seemed there was some disappointment. Chu Yao chuckled lightly, brushing away the dust from Lin Wanqing's shoulder. You are far too earnest. The matron was observing your grip, not harboring disappointment. She paused, her fingertip gliding to Lin Wanqing's wrist, gently correcting her sword-holding posture. See, here it should be a bit looser, like this. At the moment their fingertips touched, Lin Wanqing instinctively recoiled, nearly spilling the lotus seed soup. Chu Yao's fingers, calloused from years of sword practice, were unexpectedly warm. The heat coursing up her skin, flushing her cheeks. Sister, what is there to fear? Chu Yao arched an eyebrow, suddenly leaning in, her nose nearly brushing against Lin Wanqing's forehead. When we practice the Bini style, we are much closer than this. Lin Wanqing's breath hitched. She recalled the previous day's practice when their swords had intertwined, her senior sister's hair brushing against her cheek. Carrying a faint scent of pine, the fragrance from the hair oil given by their matron. As dusk deepened, the copper lanterns on the stargazing platform flickered to life, casting a warm glow upon their intertwined hands. Chu Yao suddenly seized Lin Wanqing's Sujing sword, the red agate tassel clashing with the white pearl of her own Ning Shuang sword, producing a crisp sound. Actually, the matron sent me to convey something to you. Chu Yao's voice lowered slightly, tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. Your sword heart is too anxious. You need someone to temper it. Temper it? Lin Wanqing was bewildered. Yes. Chu Yao's gaze fell upon her lips, her throat gently moving. For instance, like this. Before the words fully escaped her lips, she suddenly leaned in, kissing Lin Wanqing. The kiss was tender, imbued with the sweetness of lotus seed soup, akin to the gentle caress of the first spring rain upon her lips. Lin Wanqing froze, her mind blank, consumed only by the coolness of her senior sister's lips and the lingering scent of pine on her body. She wished to push away, but her hand would not obey, instead grasping Chu Yao's robe, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Noticing her rigidity, Chu Yao softened her kiss, her tongue gently prying open Lin Wanqing's lips, laced with both trepidation and yearning. Lin Wanqing's breath began to quicken, her initial resistance gradually dissolving into reciprocation. She closed her eyes, allowing her senior sister to lead her, merging all her anxieties and fluttering emotions within this kiss beneath the enveloping dusk. Time became an abstract concept, and eventually, Chu Yao pulled back slightly, resting her forehead against Lin Wanqing's, their breaths mingling in warmth. Wanqing, do not take the words of the Xiantian sect to heart. The path of a female sword cultivator is not one to be validated by others, but one we forge ourselves. She raised her hand to smooth Lin Wanqing's disheveled hair. The matron said, you and I are meant to be as one. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing recalled the way their matron had looked at them that morning, a glimmer of mirth hidden in her gaze. At that moment, she had been oblivious. But now she understood that their matron had long seen through it all, recognizing her every attempt to draw closer to her senior sister, perceiving the sentiments concealed within the tassel of her sword. Sister, her voice trembled, not from sorrow but from the relief of finally shedding a heavy burden. Chu Yao smiled, kissing away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the tassels of the Suijing sword and Ning Shuang sword had intertwined, the red agate and white pearl reflecting one another, sparkling in the lantern's glow. It is time to return and report to the matron. Chu Yao grasped her hand, lifting the two swords side by side, the sound of their tassels clashing resonating clearly in the night breeze. The matron awaits us to complete the Bini style. She intends to teach us new sword techniques tomorrow. Lin Wanqing nodded, allowing her senior sister to lead her down from the stargazing platform. The moonlight enveloped them, casting elongated shadows that resembled entwined sword marks etched upon the bluestone tiles, indelibly inscribed upon each other's hearts. In the distance, within the sword pavilion, Shen Qingci stood by the window, observing the two figures gradually receding, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She picked up the Guiyan sword from the table, the azure jade pendant on its tassel swaying lightly, a token from her past with her senior sister, Ling Xuanyue. Now, it seemed that the legacy of sword cultivation within Jinghan encompassed not only sword techniques, but also the bonds entwined within the sword tassels, enduring through generations, tightly woven and profoundly sweet. The night breeze swept through the sword pavilion, carrying with it the faint sounds of laughter from the direction of the stargazing platform. Shen Qingci lowered her gaze, caressing the blade of the Guiyan's sword, softly murmuring, "Senior sister, look, our path continues to be tread by others." The sword tassel swayed gently, as if in response to her words. Chapter 67. The reflection of hearts. The twilight enveloped the eaves of Jinghan, tinting the bluestone tiles in deep indigo hues. Lin Wanqing, cradling her sword pouch, stood beneath the listening wind corridor, her fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the hilt of the broken shadow sword, upon which the character for Wan was delicately inscribed by her master's wife, Shen Qingci. "What are you dawdling for?" Chu Yao's voice echoed from the other end of the corridor, laced with her customary teasing tone. "If we don't hurry to the sword pavilion, your master's lotus seed soup will be cold." Lin Wanqing looked up to see her senior sister leaning against a pillar, the hem of her moon-white robe caught by the wind, revealing the frost sword hanging at her waist. The white pearls adorning the sword tassel gently clinked together with her movements. Suddenly, the memory of the kiss shared 3 days prior at the star-gazing platform flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. "I'm coming," she stammered, quickly lowering her gaze. As they traversed the winding corridor, the light from the sword pavilion grew brighter, and the sweet aroma of lotus seed soup wafted toward them. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Shen Qingci seated at her desk, honing a sword. The Xian iron sword in her hands seemed to come alive, the sound of its edge gliding against the whetstone resonating like a melodious chime. "Master," both girls called in unison. Shen Qingci raised her gaze, her eyes lingering on their intertwined hands. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Wanqing's hand had been taken by Chu Yao, their sword tassels entwined, the red agate and white pearls mingling together. A gentle smile graced her lips as she pushed 2 bowls of lotus seed soup toward them. "After practicing the double lily stance all afternoon, you should drink something to soothe your throats." Lin Wanqing accepted a bowl, her fingertips feeling the warmth of the porcelain, yet her heart raced as if it were cradling a rabbit. Stealing a glance at Chu Yao, she noticed her senior sister focused intently on scooping the soup. The sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating her profile and casting her graceful neck in a near-transparent glow. "Wanqing's swordplay today is steadier than yesterday," Shen Qingci remarked suddenly, her gaze fixed upon Lin Wanqing. "But during the final stance, your wrist strength still needs improvement." Lin Wanqing felt her cheeks heat up. "It is my folly." "It is not folly, but rather impatience," Chu Yao interjected, setting down her bowl. "You are always striving to match my pace, which disrupts your rhythm." She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wanqing, her expression playful. Lin Wanqing shot her a reproachful glance, but did not pull her hand away. Shen Qingci observed their entwined sword tassels and declared, "Today, I shall teach you the united heart stance." Rising, she retrieved the Guiyan sword from the wall, its blade gleaming coldly under the light. This technique emphasized the merging of their energies and the alignment of their sword paths, requiring even deeper mutual understanding than the double lily stance. The two followed her to the training ground, where Shen Qingci demonstrated the stance. Holding the Guiyan sword, she envisioned a coordinated strike with an opponent, her sword tip tracing beautiful arcs through the air, sometimes resembling 2 swallows in flight, at other times akin to blooming twin lotus flowers. Lin Wanqing watched, entranced, suddenly realizing that within her master's swordplay lay an unfathomable tenderness. "Have you grasped the concept?" Shen Qingci sheathed her sword. "Chu Yao, you lead Wanqing in practice." Chu Yao nodded, taking up the frost sword. "Relax and attune to my breath," she instructed Lin Wanqing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wanqing raised the broken shadow sword. Their sword tips met, initially hesitant, as Chu Yao's movements were assertive while hers were softer, often resulting in misalignment. After several attempts, Lin Wanqing felt disheartened, her wrist slackened, and the broken shadow sword nearly slipped from her grasp. "Don't rush." Chu Yao grasped her wrist, her warm palm resting against Lin Wanqing's skin. "Feel my breath. When I inhale, you lower your wrist. When I exhale, you raise your sword." Her voice was low and gentle, infused with the scent of pine, brushing against Lin Wanqing's ear. Lin Wanqing's heart raced anew, her gaze drawn to Chu Yao's lips. 3 days ago at the stargazing platform, those very lips had been so near, carrying the sweetness of lotus seed soup. You're losing focus. Chu Yao playfully flicked Lin Wanqing's forehead with her finger. The gentle pressure jolted Lin Wanqing back to reality. Watching from the side, Shen Qingci suddenly interjected, "Let us pause." She moved between them, stating, "In the path of sword cultivation, technique is secondary, while the heart is fundamental. The essence of the united heart stance lies not in the alignment of sword paths, but in the reflection of hearts." Turning to Lin Wanqing, she continued, "You are so focused on keeping pace that you forget to walk together." Lin Wanqing lowered her gaze, observing their intertwined sword tassels, and suddenly comprehended something profound. After dinner, Chu Yao led her to the stargazing platform. The moonlight was exquisite tonight, the Milky Way spanning the sky, illuminating the bluestone tiles as if covered in a layer of silver frost. "Did you understand Master's words?" Chu Yao inquired, twirling the tassel of the frost sword in her hand. "Indeed," Lin Wanqing nodded. "I must not always strive to catch up with you. I should walk alongside you." Chu Yao smiled, her face radiant in the moonlight, captivating enough to quicken one's heartbeat. She suddenly stepped forward, clasping Lin Wanqing's hand, their sword tassels intertwining completely. "Wanqing," she softly called, a hint of unnoticeable tension in her voice. 3 days ago at the stargazing platform, I did not inquire about your feelings." Lin Wanqing's heart skipped a beat as she looked up into Chu Yao's eyes, which held the entire starry sky and a small piece of herself within. Senior sister. Before she could finish, Chu Yao leaned in and kissed her. This kiss was deeper than the one shared 3 days prior, infused with the moonlight's clarity and the sweetness of lotus seed soup. Initially stiff, Lin Wanqing soon relaxed, wrapping her arms around Chu Yao's neck. The night breeze caressed the stargazing platform, carrying the distant lights of the sword pavilion and the faint sound of Shen Qingci's cough, suggesting that she was still honing her sword beneath the lamp. Chu Yao's kiss deepened gradually, her tongue gently prying open Lin Wanqing's lips, filled with both exploration and reverence. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes, allowing herself to sink into this tenderness, the sword tassel of the broken shadow sword pressed between them like a beating heart. Time seemed to dissolve as they finally parted, foreheads resting against one another, their breaths intertwining. "This is the true essence of the united heart stance," Chu Yao murmured with a soft chuckle, her fingertip tracing Lin Wanqing's lips. "It is not merely the alignment of sword paths, but the synchronization of heartbeats." Lin Wanqing nodded with a smile, suddenly recalling the Guiyin sword resting on her master's desk. It was said to be the practice sword of her master and the late senior sister, Ling Xuanyue, and the jade pendant on its tassel bore a striking resemblance to the white pearls on the frost sword. "We should return. Master must be waiting anxiously," Chu Yao said, taking her hand. Their sword tassels intertwined, resembling an inextricable knot. As they descended the star-gazing platform, Lin Wanqing suddenly remarked, "Senior sister, let us practice the united heart stance again tomorrow." "Certainly," Chu Yao replied, glancing at her, her eyes sparkling brighter than the stars. "But first, we must ask Master to teach us how to untangle the tassels. We cannot leave them entwined forever." Lin Wanqing recalled the look in her master's eyes as she observed them today and realized that some entanglements need not be unraveled. The lanterns of Jinlu remain aglow, as Shen Qingci gazes at the intertwining figures outside the window. Gently caressing the jade pendant of the Guiyin sword, she whispers, "Senior sister, behold, the tale of Jinlu continues to unfold." Outside the window, the fragmented shadows and the sword tassels of Ning Shuang sway gently, shimmering with delicate glimmers under the moonlight, reminiscent of the days when the Guiyin sword entwined with the Han Shuang sword. Chapter 68. The ember entangled with the sword. The winds of Zhongyuan night wrapped around the moist air, causing the white banners outside the sword pavilion to sway gently. Shen Qingci stood beneath the eaves, her fingers clutching a half-burned wick, entwined with dark red thread, a remnant of the cord that Lu Shuiying had accidentally frayed while crafting a sword tassel for her last year. She had salvaged it and wrapped it around the everlasting lamp. And now that the wick had burned out, the thread remained stubbornly entwined around the charred core. "Shermu, Shuiying Jia has locked herself in the practice room again." Su Wangquan rushed over, holding the Luiying sword. The pale yellow tassel glistened with dew in the moonlight, and I could hear the trembling sounds of swords inside, as if they were weeping. Shen Qingci's fingertips grazed the charred thread, and her throat tightened. 3 days prior, During the sword discussion conference, Lu Shuang had defended her by using the Luoxia sword to meet the Xian Tai Min elders' shattering mountain palm. Although victorious, she was publicly mocked, accused of relying on her sect for protection. After returning to the mountain, she locked herself in the practice room, refusing even to take medicine. The door to the practice room was bolted from within. Shen Qingci raised her hand and gently tapped. The sound of her knuckles against the door mingling with the oppressive sword aura within, evoking an indescribable dull pain. Shuang, open the door. Her voice was soft, as if fearing to disturb something fragile, and she brought forth a calming aura. The sword sounds abruptly ceased. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Lu Shuang standing in the shadows, her damp hair clinging to her neck, the red tassel of the Luoxia sword hanging at her side. Blood droplets from the tassel splattered onto the bluestone floor, blooming into a small dark red flower. What brings you here, Shermo? Her voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, her gaze avoiding Shen Qingci's, fixated on her left hand, which was wrapped in bandages, a wound from the forceful encounter with the palm technique, now seeping blood. Shen Qingci said nothing, walking straight into the room and placing a bowl of medicine on the stone table. The practice room was unlit, illuminated only by the moonlight seeping through the window, revealing a floor strewn with broken sword remnants. Lu Shuang had shattered all the practice swords she had used, their jagged edges glinting coldly in the moonlight. Using broken swords to vent her anger. What kind of sword cultivator is that? Shen Qingci bent down to pick up a shard, still marked with Lu Shuang's sword marks, crooked and devoid of its former sharpness. Suddenly, Lu Shuang thrust her sword forward, the red tassel sweeping toward Shen Qingci's face, but halted just inches away. The tip of the Luoxia sword aimed directly at the charred thread clenched in Shen Qingci's hand. Does Shermu also think I am useless? Lu Shuang's voice trembled, her eyes shining with unshed tears in the shadows. Winning the competition only led to scorn, and protecting Shermu resulted in accusations of dependence. My sword? What is wrong with your sword? Shen Qingci raised her hand, her fingertip gently resting on the spine of the Luoxia sword, where she had carved the character for tenacity years ago. 3 years ago, when you split the miasma at Hafeng Ridge with this sword, did you ever say it was useless? Last year, when you held it to help me find the ice spirit herb at Handan, did you ever say it was useless? The Luoxia sword clattered to the ground, the red tassel leaving a trail of blood. Lu Shuang suddenly crouched down, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling violently. But they say a female sword cultivator's sword, no matter how sharp, cannot uphold a family. Shen Qingci also crouched down, gently brushing aside her damp hair. The moonlight fell perfectly upon Lu Shuang's wound, the flesh beneath the bandages showing a bluish hue, reminiscent of the injuries she had sustained when besieged by Xian Tai Min years ago. When I was 15, the first time I stepped onto the sword discussion platform, I was surrounded and called a yellow-haired girl by 3 male cultivators. Shen Qingci's voice was soft, as if recounting someone else's tale. I knocked them all off the platform, and they called me ruthless, unworthy of being a hero. She grasped Lu Shuang's wrist, wrapping the charred thread around the outside of her bandage. You see, there will always be those who cannot bear to see a woman wield a sword. It is not because our swords lack sharpness, but because they fear our swords understand better what it means to protect and uphold. Lu Shuang lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, landing on the back of Shen Qingci's hand, causing her to shiver slightly. Shimu, silly girl. Shen Qingci leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her wound, the coolness of the medicinal herbs lingering. When your sword protects me, it is stronger than any other. When your sword weaves tassels for me, it is softer than any other. Such a sword cannot possibly be useless. Suddenly, Lu Shuang reached out, gripping Shen Qingci's clothing tightly, pulling her in close. Their breaths intertwined, mingling with the scent of medicine, sweat, and their unrestrained trembling. She tilted her head, colliding with Shen Qingci's lips. This kiss was urgent and fierce, like her sword technique, imbued with reckless obstinacy. Yet upon touching the softness of the other's lips, it softened into a delicate caress. In the shadows of the practice room, the red tassel of the Luoxia sword entwined with the black tassel at Shen Qingci's waist. The blood droplets at the tips mingled, staining the 2 colors into an ambiguous purple. Lu Shuang could taste the bitterness on Shen Qingci's lips, a flavor born from years of brewing medicine for her, mixed with her own tears, creating an oddly sweet sensation. She suddenly recalled last year's Zhongyuan night, On a night just like this, when Shimu sat in the eaves teaching her to craft sword tassels, the tips of her fingers occasionally brushed against Lu Shuiying's hand, saying that a good tassel must bear weight, just like a good intention. Enduring through trials. At that time, she did not understand, but now enveloped in this kiss, she realized that bearing weight does not mean enduring alone, but knowing that someone will catch all the storms for you when you are exhausted. As the last spark of the wick extinguished, Shen Qingci gently pushed her away, her fingertip brushing against Lu Shuiying's swollen lips, the moonlight in her eyes brighter than ever. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Accompany me to the back mountain. Lu Shuiying blinked in a daze. The elder of Xian Taimin said you rely on your sex protection, so let us show him. Shen Qingci picked up the fallen Luoxia sword, the red tassel swirling in her palm, demonstrating how the women sword cultivators of Qingyun Mountain uphold the heavens with two swords. The wind outside had ceased at some point, and the distant, everlasting lamp glowed warmly in the night. Su Wangquan, cradling the Luiying sword, squatted on the stone steps outside the practice room, hearing Lu Shuiying's soft laughter blend with the gentle sound of the tassels swaying, like a song caressed by the evening breeze. She furtively looked up, seeing in the moonlight the black tassel of Shimu entwined with the red tassel of Shuiying Jia, dangling from the window, the blood droplets at the tips falling onto the bluestone, blooming into a small, sweet-scented flower. Though the lamp of Zhongyuan night may extinguish, the heartfelt intentions entwined with the sword, much like the knots on the tassels, shall only grow tighter, binding their fates into a singular, unbreakable connection. Chapter 69. The sword tassel entwined in snow. The snow on Qingyun Mountain arrives earlier than in other places. When the door is pushed open on a crisp morning, the training ground is already blanketed with half a foot of snow, and the icicles hanging from the eaves form a crystalline curtain, dazzling in the sunlight, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Lin Wanqing exhales a cloud of white breath, her hand gripping the hilt of the sword. Reddened from the cold, the sword in her hand, the shattered shadow, is an ancient blade, its scabbard adorned with icy patterns that glimmer with a ghostly blue light in the low temperature, resembling the sharpness tempered by snow. Senior sister, how do you think I performed with this move? The stunning swan. She lightly touches the ground with her toes, spinning in the snow, the sword light stirring up a flurry of snowflakes, while the red agate on the sword tassel twirls with her movements. Master says this move requires a grounded waist, but I always feel it's lacking something. Shen Qingci stands in the corridor, draped in a white fox fur coat, twisting a freshly picked frozen plum in her hand. The waist is indeed grounded, she replies with a voice as clear as the crisp sound of snow breaking branches, but your wrist is too stiff. She raises her hand, tossing the plum branch, which grazes the edge of Lin Wanqing's sword and precisely interrupts her spinning momentum. When sheathing the sword, it should be as delicate as plucking a flower, not like chopping wood. Shen Qingci's fingertips trace the spine of the sword, which still bears the marks from last night as practice. Back in the day, when I battled the master of Xiantian's sect, it was this subtlety in controlling the momentum that allowed me to win half a move against him. Lin Wanqing gazes down at the sword tassel, where the red agate is speckled with snow, resembling a droplet of blood. However, the people of Xiantian's sect claim that female sword practitioners merely play with ostentation. She kicks the snow, sending flakes splattering against the scabbard. Just days ago, the townsfolk below the mountain were gossiping, saying that the female sword practitioners of Qingyun Mountain only dance in the snow for others to see. Let them talk. A bright voice emerges from behind the snow, accompanied by the gentle jingling of a sword tassel. Su Qinghan walks over, her wind-chasing sword half a foot shorter than Lin Wanqing's, its tassel woven from ice silkworm silk, which the snow does not cling to or melt. Last year, senior sister defeated 3 strong men from Blackwind Stronghold on the sword debate stage. Why don't they say that was ostentation? Lin Wanqing's eyes brighten. Senior sister, are you going to the town? Take me along. But first, I need to practice the stunning swan 30 more times. Shen Qingci retrieves a warm stove from the corridor and hands it to her. Practice first, then head to the back courtyard. We have guests today. Guests? The people from Xiantian's sect. Su Qinghan brushes off the snow from her shoulders, the silver bells on her sword tassel chiming lightly. They claim it's for an exchange of skills, but in truth, they want to probe the depths of Qingyun Mountain. She suddenly smiles, her eyes crescent-shaped, but they brought an interesting person, said to be Xie Yunxi, the close disciple of the master of Xiantian's sect, who won numerous male practitioners at last year's martial arts conference with the mountain split palm. Lin Wanqing's face flushes instantly. She recalls Xie Yunqi from last year's martial arts conference, clad in dark attire, effortlessly shattering bluestone with a single palm, her loose hair dancing in the wind, more dazzling than the banners on the stage. Why are you blushing? Su Jinghan pokes her cheek. Could it be senior sister? Lin Wanqing slices through the snow mound with her sword, sending snowflakes splattering onto Su Jinghan. I'm going to practice. Shen Qingci watches her flustered retreating figure, then turns to Su Jinghan with a raised brow. You're teasing her again. A little teasing adds to the excitement. Su Jinghan sways her sword tassel against the corridor pillar, the ice silkworm silk striking the wood with a crisp sound. Besides, Xie Yunqi's visit today may not be solely for an exchange. She leans closer to Shen Qingci, her voice lowered. I heard she secretly passed a note to Wanqing, asking if the plum blossoms on Qingyun Mountain have bloomed. Shen Qingci chuckles softly, about to speak when suddenly the sound of hooves crunching through the snow reaches them from outside the courtyard. She raises her hand to steady the hilt of her Lockhart sword, the black jade tassel warming under her body heat, a gift from Lu Hanyu years ago, who said that the two words Lockhart should be matched with the sturdiest of swords. The people from Shantian's sect arrived earlier than anticipated. Leading them is the master of Shantian's sect, clad in a sable cloak, followed by 4 disciples, with Xie Yunqi trailing behind, her dark robe dusted with snow. The black stone pendant on her sword tassel swaying gently with each step. Her gaze sweeps across the training ground, and upon spotting Lin Wanqing, her footsteps momentarily falter. Master Shun. The master of Shantian's sect bows slightly, his tone tinged with arrogance. I have long heard of the unique techniques of the female sword practitioners of Qingyun Mountain and have come today to seek your guidance. Seeking guidance is too much to say. Shen Qingci returns the gesture, her fingertips discreetly forming a sword gesture in her sleeve. On such a slippery, snowy day, why not have a cup of hot tea to warm yourselves first? No need. The master of Shantian sect waves his hand. My disciple, Xie Yunqi, wishes to compete again today against your esteemed disciple, who has previously bested her. This will allow us to witness the mysteries of Qingyun Mountain's sword techniques. He hints at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing grips the shattered shadow tightly, her knuckles turning white. Xie Yunqi suddenly speaks, her voice colder than snow. Lin Jr. sister, last time you mentioned that the stunning swan had not yet reached its peak. May I ask you to enlighten me today? Su Jinghan chuckles lightly from the side. Xie young lady is quite direct. She turns to Shen Qingci. Master, how about we have the match right here in the training ground? Competing in the snow is perfect for assessing whose footwork is steadier. Shen Qingci nods and steps back into the corridor. Lin Wanqing takes a deep breath, snowflakes landing on her lashes, but she suddenly smiles. Xie Yunqi's sword tassel glimmers in the morning light, the black stone pendant entwined with a delicate red thread, matching the hue of her own red agate. Please. Lin Wanqing draws her sword, the shattered shadow slicing through the snowy curtain. Creating a silver arc, Xie Yunqi's breaking wind sword responds in kind, the black stone striking against the red agate with a clear sound. The two swords clash in the snow, initially testing each other, sparks flying from the blades and melting into small black dots on the snow. Gradually, the rhythm quickens, Lin Wanqing's stunning swan emphasizing graceful spins, while Xie Yunqi's mountain split palm is heavier and more masculine. Their sword lights stirring up snowflakes like two entangled lights. Junior sister's swordplay has quickened. Su Jinghan cheers from the corridor, suddenly tugging Shen Qingci. Look at Xie Yunqi's control. She is clearly holding back for Wanqing. Shen Qingci observes, noting how Xie Yunqi's sword tip approaches Lin Wanqing's throat 3 times, only to veer away at the last moment. The sword tassel brushes past Lin Wanqing's hair, sending snowflakes cascading onto her lips, resembling a sprinkle of sugar. In a sudden shift, Lin Wanqing changes tactics, the sword momentum dropping sharply as she employs the entwined branch technique, a defensive move Shen Qingci had taught her. The sword tassel wraps around Xie Yunqi's wrist, using the power of rotation to neutralize the force. Xie Yunqi clearly did not anticipate this move. In the instant her wrist is ensnared, her sword nearly slips from her grasp, and the two stumble together, tumbling into a snowdrift. Snowflakes seep into their collars as Lin Wanqing finds herself atop Xie Yunqi, her nose brushing against the other's collarbone, catching the scent of sandalwood from her robes. Xie Yunqi's hand still clutches her sword, but the sword tassels are entangled in a tight knot, and as they struggle to rise, they only become more ensnared. Don't move. Shen Qingci suddenly presses down on the back of Lin Wanqing's neck. Her voice low and husky, as if muffled by snow. Look. Lin Wanqing followed her gaze to two swords embedded in the snow, their blades crossing to form a petite archway. The entwined tassels, adorned with red agate and black stone, gleamed astonishingly in the snowy light. The surrounding cheers abruptly hushed, and the expression of the Shen Qingci master shifted from pale to flushed. Yet, Shen Qingci leisurely lifted her teacup, gently blowing away the froth. Shen Qinci's fingertips brushed against Lin Wanqing's frostbitten earlobe, and suddenly, she leaned in, bestowing a kiss imbued with the taste of snow upon the corner of her lips. It was a delicate touch, akin to snowflakes landing on her lips, fleeting, yet it left Lin Wanqing's eyes wide with surprise. With this entangled branch move, Shen Qingci licked the snowflakes from her lips, her voice laced with mirth. I concede. Lin Wanqing sprang up abruptly. The tassels still entwined around her opponent's wrist, the red agate clashing against the black stone, producing a melodious chime. She turned and fled, leaving a trail of hurried footprints in the snow, only to be intercepted by Shen Qingci beneath the corridor. Why are you running? Shen Qingci brushed the snow from her shoulders. You should be rejoicing after winning the sparring match. Lin Wanqing covered her face, her voice muffled within her palm. Master. Jinghan chuckled, shaking the tassel in her hand, which had somehow become entwined with a red string, identical to Shen Qinci's black stone pendant. Shen Qingci master. She called out to the visitor with a grim expression. Today in the sparring match, Qingyan Mountain has triumphed, correct? The Shen Qingci master waved his sleeve dismissively and departed, yet Shen Qingci remained, standing in the snow, watching Lin Wanqing's retreating figure. The red string on the tassels swaying gently in the wind. Suddenly, Shen Qingci recalled a moment from many years ago when Lu Hanyue stood in the snow in a similar manner, her tassels entwined with her black jade, saying, Qingci, a woman's sword not only protects the mountain gate, but also captivates the heart. At that time, she did not comprehend. Now, gazing at the intertwined tassels in the snow, she suddenly understood. The snow continued to fall, swiftly covering the sword marks on the training ground, leaving only the pair of entwined tassels, red as fire and black as ink, burning brightly against the expanse of white. Lin Wanqing hid behind a pillar, secretly observing Shen Qinci's retreating figure, only to notice that the hem of her dark robe was speckled with a fragment of red agate that had fallen from her tassels, resembling a hidden red bean in the snow, awaiting the spring breeze to transform into a sea of blossoms across the mountains. Chapter 70. The sword tails entwined as the Jinghan had just passed. The melting snow on Qingyan Mountain converged into delicate streams upon the stone steps, the tinkling sound mingling with the sharp resonance of swords slicing through the air. In the center of the training ground, Lu Shuang's Luoxia sword was clashing against Shen Qingci's Suijing sword, their red and black tails entwined, trembling under the force of their internal energies. Droplets of water splattered onto the bluestone slabs, leaving a constellation of damp marks. With a surge of strength, Shen Qingci pressed her sword tip downward slightly. The black jade tail of the Suijing sword brushed against Lu Shuang's hand, sending a chill that made her fingertips quiver. Look, even your sword tip shakes. Do you still think you can defeat me? Lu Shuang bit her lip, her back teeth aching. Last night, she had received a challenge from Shantian sect, demanding her presence in 3 days, stating that if she lost, Qingyan Mountain would have to surrender the Chuanxin sword manual. She was acutely aware that this was a ploy by the formidable sect master of Shantian, whose liaison palm was unmatched. Her sword technique was predominantly gentle. A direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Is my Shermu deliberately setting me up? She suddenly spun around, the Luoxia sword leveraging the force of her rotation to free itself from the entanglement, the red tail drawing a fleeting shadow in front of Shen Qingci. If this were a real battle, that opening would have cost you your life. Shen Qingci chuckled lightly, and suddenly, the Suijing sword changed its stance. The sword tip glided down the spine of the Luoxia sword, the black tail wrapping around Lu Shuang's wrist. With a gentle tug, she dismantled Lu Shuang's strength. This is the disengaging technique. Shermu's breath brushed past Lu's ear, fresh like the scent of grass and trees after rain. The palm technique of Shantian is forceful. What you need to learn is not to meet it head-on, but to do it like this. Her fingertip pressed against Lu Shuang's pulse point, guiding her internal energy through the meridians, suppressing the turbulent energy within Lu Shuang. drawing the opponent's strength toward her own sword tail and redirecting it. Shen Qingci's lips were close to Lu Shuang's, the warmth of her breath brushing against Lu's neck, just as it was now. Lu Shuang's breath faltered. Shenmu's black tail remained entwined around her wrist, and where the red and black tails overlapped, droplets of water rolled down the threads, splattering onto their clasped hands, burning like fire. Suddenly, she recalled a whisper from 3 days prior. When Su Wangquan had mentioned that Shenmu had practiced the disengaging technique all night, wearing the sword tails down. It turned out that Shenmu had already planned for her. She just hadn't said it outright. I refuse to rely on others. She turned her head, her eyes slightly reddened. I want to win them fairly, to let everyone know that a woman's sword cultivation is not merely about entangling, but also about piercing. Before her words faded, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the training ground. Su Wangquan rushed in, holding the Luying sword, the silver bells on the pale yellow tail ringing. Shenmu, Shuangjia. There are guests at the foot of the mountain. It's senior sister Bai from Yaowang Valley. As her words fell, a white figure had already floated into the arena. Bai Lingsu, clad in a simple white dress of Yaowang Valley, bore a short dagger at her waist. With a silver-threaded tassel entwined around a medicinal pill, the bitter scent of herbs wafting even from afar. Qingci, her voice was colder than Shen Qingci's, her gaze sweeping over the entangled sword tails. I heard about the challenge from Xiantian at the foot of the mountain. Shen Qingci released Lu Shuang's hand, the black tail swaying gently. Why has Lingsu come? Yaowang Valley has always refrained from meddling in martial affairs. I have come to deliver medicine. Bai Lingsu produced a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and tossed it to Lu Shuang. This is the Ning Shen Dan. It will protect your heart meridian during battle. Pausing, her gaze fell upon Lu Shuang's swollen wrist, marked by the red impressions left by the black tail. Have you not mastered the disengaging technique that Qingci taught you? Lu Shuang tightened her grip on the porcelain bottle, her ears flushing. She recognized Bai Lingsu, who had saved Shenmu's life years ago with golden needles when she was poisoned on Haifeng Ridge. It was rumored that the two had been rivals on the Jinluan platform and also confidants. She was eager for victory, but could not calm her mind. Shen Qingci accepted the tea Bai Lingsu offered, their fingertips brushing momentarily, both pausing slightly, as if an electric current had passed between them. You have arrived just in time. Help me assess her sword techniques. Bai Lingsu's short dagger suddenly sprang from its sheath, the medicinal pill on the silver-threaded tassel glinting in the sunlight. Prepare to receive. Her movements were swifter than Shen Qingci's. The dagger tip aimed directly at Lu Shuang's shoulder, yet it abruptly changed direction mere inches away, the tassel wrapping around the red cord of the Luoxia sword, gently tugging it off course. Did you see that? Bai Lingsu sheathed her dagger, her breath steady. Though Xuantian's palm technique is forceful, there is an opening. When they exert strength, their left shoulder will dip slightly. You merely need to entangle their wrist with your sword tail and then leverage it to stab at their right rib. As she spoke, she raised her hand to demonstrate, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against Shen Qingci's hand. Lu Shuang observed keenly, noticing Shenmu's ears turning faintly red, as if kissed by the spring sun. Let me do it. Shen Qingci suddenly grasped Bai Lingsu's hand, pressing her fingertip against the spine of her sword. This will clarify things. The two hands overlapped on the Suijing sword, the black and silver tails intertwining like two climbing vines. Lu Shuang felt overwhelmed, clutching the Luoxia sword tightly and turning to leave, only to be called back by Bai Lingsu. Miss Lu, please wait. Bai Lingsu's tone softened. When Qingci and I were younger, we often practiced swordplay like this. She glanced at Shen Qingci, a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes. On the Jinluan platform, she won against me with the Chuanqin technique by half a move, yet I always felt she had let me win. Shen Qingci chuckled lightly. It was your kind heart that prevented you from being ruthless. Lu Shuang's heart sank heavily. So there existed such a profound bond between Shenmu and Bai Lingsu. Watching the two stand side by side in the sunlight, she felt like an outsider, losing even the strength to grip her sword. That night, Lu Shuang practiced the sword in the Jinlu, the red tail of the Luoxia sword cracking like thunder, yet she could not master the disengaging technique. Suddenly, someone grasped her wrist from behind. It was Shen Qingci, carrying a faint scent of medicine. Still sulking? Shenmu's voice whispered at her neck. Don't take Lingsu's words to heart. Lu Shuang struggled, but could not break free. Does Shenmu think I am inferior to Bai Lingsu? Her voice quivered with unshed tears. Her sword is swift and steady, unlike mine. Before she could finish, her lips were suddenly sealed. Shen Qingci's kiss bore an irresistible tenderness. As her tongue pried open Lu Shuang's lips, she tasted a faint bitterness, the flavor of the Ning Shun Dan that Bai Lingsu had sent, revealing that Shermu had secretly tested its properties for her. This kiss was heavier than any previous one, infused with Shermu's unique chill and fervor. The black tail entwined with the red tail swayed gently between their intertwined figures, droplets of water falling onto the sword sheath like unshed tears. Lu Shuang could feel Shermu's heartbeat through the thin fabric, trembling more than her own hand upon the sword, yet resolute as a rock. Silly girl. When Shen Qingci released her, his fingertip brushed against her swollen lips. Ling Su's sword was swift, yet it could not protect Qingyun Mountain. Your sword, though gentle, can ensnare my heart. She lowered her head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon the tassel of Lu Shuang's sword, and that was sufficient. Lu Shuang suddenly comprehended that the bond between her master and Bai Lingsu was a kindred spirit forged on the path of the rivers and lakes. Whereas her entanglement with her master was an intention of guardianship concealed within the tassel of the sword, inherently distinct. 3 days later, the leader of Xintian's sect arrived as scheduled. In the martial arena, Lu Shuang's falling sunset sword clashed against the opponent's cracking mountain palm. The crimson tassels danced in the gust of the palm wind, yet they steadfastly clung to the opponent's wrist. When she employed the unloading edge technique to redirect the opponent's palm force towards her sword's edge, she unexpectedly caught sight of Shen Qingci, standing beside Bai Lingsu in the corridor. The two sword tassels lightly brushed against each other, as if to cheer for her. At the moment she thrust out the final strike, Lu Shuang's red tassel intertwined with Shen Qingci's dark tassel, forming a ribbon of red and black under the sunlight. The instant the leader of Xintian's sect conceded, she abruptly turned and collided into Shen Qingci's embrace, imprinting a kiss, imbued with the essence of sword wind, upon her master's lips. Bai Lingsu chuckled softly by the side, the pills on the silver tassel gently swaying. It seems I have lost. Shen Qingci remained silent, merely tightening his hold around Lu Shuang. The red tassel of the falling sunset sword and the dark tassel of the shattered shadow sword intertwined even more closely, as if to convey that some blades must be sheathed, while certain bonds must be steadfastly embraced, such as the kiss at this moment and the years that lie ahead. Su Wanjian raised the Luiying sword in joyous celebration, the silver bells of the pale yellow tassel resonating throughout the martial arena. Sunlight streamed through the gaps of the sword tassels, casting fragmented light spots upon the ground, resembling countless intertwined knots, binding the figures of the three women together firmly. Chapter 71. The sword's fringes entwined with wind. The wind of Guyu wrapped around with a moist warmth, causing the bamboo groves of Qingyun Mountain to whisper softly. On the bluestone arena, the shadows of three swords intertwined in the sunlight. Shen Qingci's swinging sword lay horizontally at the center, its dark jade fringes cascading like a waterfall. Lu Shuang's loxia sword pointed diagonally toward the ground, its red fringes entwined with a newly adorned pearl. Su Wanwan's Luiying sword still danced in midair, its pale yellow fringes tinkling in the breeze. The essence of the backwind technique lies in allowing the sword to follow the wind. With a gentle tap of her sword tip, Shen Qingci stirred the air, causing the fringes of all three swords to rise simultaneously. Behold, as the wind blows eastward, so do the fringes. When the wind changes direction, so do they. The techniques of sword cultivators should naturally align with the forces of nature, not resist them. Before her words could fully escape, an urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. The disciples tasked with guarding the mountain stumbled in, brandishing a blood-stained arrow feather. Mistress, this is bad. The people from Heifeng Zhai have attacked. They demand we hand over Sister Lu. The color drained from Lu Shuang's face. She recognized the iron eagle insignia on the arrow last year. During her campaign to eradicate the remnants of Heifeng Zhai, she had personally slain the chieftain's brother, who had vowed to make her pay in blood. Do not panic. Shen Qingci sheathed her sword, the dark fringes circling her wrist as she activated the 9-turn array at the mountain gate, instructing the kitchen to bring forth the prepared healing medicine to the front hall. Turning to Lu Shuang, she gently tapped her trembling hand. Are you afraid? No. Lu Shuang tightened her grip on the Luoxia sword, the pearl on the red fringe warming under her touch. Yet, their arrival was indeed suspicious, as the remnants of Heifeng Zhai should have been long scattered. Suddenly, Su Wanwan pointed toward the distant horizon. Mistress, look. What is that? The group looked up to see dark clouds rolling in from the west, the wind intensifying, bending the bamboo groves low, while the sword fringes in the arena were pulled taut by the gusts, as if yearning to break free from their hilts. Shen Qingci's gaze fell on the edge of the clouds, where flickers of violet lightning danced, exuding a sinister aura. "It is not Heifengzhai." Her voice turned grave, and the swaying sword was drawn once more, the dark fringes held straight against the wind. "Someone is using Heifengzhai's name to lure us out of formation. Wanwan, you guard the inner hall. Shuang, come with me to the front hall." The incense burner in the front hall still billowed fragrant smoke. Just as Shen Qingci placed a barrier at the threshold, a deafening roar erupted outside. The forces of Heifengzhai loomed ominously along the mountain path, led by a man on a black horse, his face obscured by a grotesque bronze mask. With a swing of his wolf-toothed club, the entire mountain trembled slightly. "Shen Qingci, stop hiding like a turtle. Hand over Sister Lu, and offer 3,000 taels of silver, and I shall spare your Qingyun mountain." Lu Shuang's Luoxia sword unsheathed with a whoosh, the red fringes rustling in the wind. "Cowardly rodent. If you have the guts, remove your mask and face me in single combat." "Very well." The masked man suddenly laughed, his laughter imbued with an unsettling quality. "If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall remove my mask." Just as Shen Qingci was about to intervene, Lu Shuang charged forward with her sword. The red fringes of the Luoxia sword created afterimages as her first strike aimed directly at the man's throat, only to be blocked inches away by the wolf-toothed club, which was enveloped in a layer of black mist. The sword tip met resistance as though it had pierced through cotton, exerting no force whatsoever. "Sister, be careful." Su Wanwan had followed them outside unnoticed. The pale yellow fringes of her Luiying sword suddenly shot out, wrapping around Lu Shuang's wrist and pulling her back. "That black mist is dangerous." In that instant, the masked man's wolf-toothed club swung toward Lu Shuang's lower back with a force that could shatter mountains. Shen Qingci's swaying sword shot forth like a silver bolt, the dark fringes yanking on the red fringes of the Luoxia sword, allowing both women to evade just in time as the club struck the bluestone arena, cracking it open with a fissure nearly 10 feet long. It is indeed bone-eroding mist. Shen Qingci's fingertips delicately brushed against the sword fringes, causing the black mist that had clung to the dark jade fringes to dissipate instantly. These are remnants of the demonic cult. Heifengzhai is merely a facade. Lu Shuang's back was already slick with cold sweat. Had it not been for her mistress's swift action, she would have likely suffered a grievous injury. She suddenly recalled a similarly dire moment 3 years prior, when her mistress had stood protectively in front of her, binding a poisoned arrow with the dark fringes of the swaying sword, declaring that Shuang's life was more precious than the rules of Qingyun Mountain. "Let us fight together." The masked man waved his hand, and the forces of Heifengzhai surged forward like a tide. Amidst the clash of blades, many resorted to the sinister arts of the demonic cult. Shen Qingci's swaying sword danced through the throng, each sweep of the dark fringes dispersing the black mist bit by bit. Lu Shuang's Luoxia sword guarded her side, the red fringes entangling the weapons of several foes, leveraging their strength to overthrow them. Su Wanwan's Luiying sword was the most agile, the pale yellow fringes twisting like a serpent, adept at ensnaring enemies' wrists from the most unexpected angles. The 3 swords wove together in the chaos of battle, the dark, fierce red, and lively yellow creating an impenetrable net against the wind. Lu Shuang suddenly realized the backwind technique her mistress taught had reached a new understanding. Her red fringes followed the trajectory of the dark fringes, which in turn utilized the strength of the pale yellow fringes, intertwining their powers into a single force, much stronger than any individual effort. "Now!" Shen Qingci suddenly shouted, the dark fringes of the swaying sword fiercely wrapping around the wolf-toothed club. "Shuang, use locking heart." Lu Shuang understood. The red fringes of the Luoxia sword climbed up the club's handle, tying a tight knot. Su Wanwan's pale yellow fringes ensnared the masked man's ankle. With a simultaneous exertion of force, they yanked the masked man off his black horse. As the mask fell to the ground, Lu Shuang gasped in shock. The face bore a striking resemblance to the chieftain's brother she had slain last year, with only a sinister red mole adorning his brow. "You killed my brother. I will make you all pay." Before he could finish, Shen Qingci's swaying sword pressed against his throat. The dark fringes brushed his face, carrying a faint scent of pine. "Speak. Who sent you?" The masked man suddenly erupted in maniacal laughter, blood streaming from his 7 orifices as he declared, The cult leader will not spare you. The female sword cultivators of Jinghan Mountain must die. His body swiftly turned black, and moments later, he dissipated into a pool of black water, leaving only the bronze mask behind. Shen Qingci picked up the mask, tracing her fingertips over its intricate patterns. It is from the Blood Shadow cult. They have been silent for 10 years, and now they can no longer restrain themselves. The wind gradually calmed, and sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the disarrayed front hall. On the red tassel of Lu Shuang, dark water stains lingered, while Su Wangquan crouched on the ground, tying knots in the tassels of the Luing sword. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Madam, Sister Shuang, your sword tassels are entwined in a deadlock." Shen Qingci lowered her gaze and beheld the inked tassel of the Suijing sword entwined with the red tassel of the Luoxia sword, shimmering in the sunlight like a rainbow. Just as she was about to untangle them, Lu Shuang unexpectedly pressed her hand down, the pearls on the red tassel warming against Madame's wrist. "Do not untie them." Lu Shuang's voice was soft yet remarkably resolute. "It is just fine as it is." Shen Qingci's movements halted. She gazed at the reddened rims of Lu Shuang's eyes and the newly formed wounds on her sword-wielding hand. Suddenly leaning forward, she placed a kiss, tinged with the metallic taste of blood, at the corner of her lips. This kiss came as a surprise, yet bore an unmistakable tenderness, akin to a final vow on the battlefield, or the relief of survival after a calamity. Lu Shuang's breath caught abruptly. The remnants of blood from earlier still clung to Madame's lips, mingling with her own tears, creating a strange sweetness. She could feel the ink and red tassels gently swaying between their intertwined figures, as if keeping rhythm for their kiss, whispering that regardless of whether the threat came from Heifeng Zhai or Shuang Jiao, as long as their tassels remained entwined, they would fear nothing. Su Wangquan, peeking through her fingers while covering her eyes, suddenly realized that the knot formed by Madame's ink tassel and Sister Shuang's red tassel resembled a blooming flower. Stealthily, she entwined the pale yellow tassel of her Luing sword into the mix, silently wishing, "If they are to be entwined, let it be tightly, so that Madame and Sister Shuang will never part." The incense burner in the front hall reignited, wisps of smoke spiraling in the sunlight, as if to preserve this moment of tranquility forever. Shen Qingci gazed at the 3 clusters of tassels intertwined, and a smile broke upon her lips as she recalled her master's words about the arduous path for female sword cultivators. Yet, in this moment, she felt that as long as these tassels remained intertwined by her side, no matter how difficult the journey, it could bloom into something beautiful. The wind rose again, causing the tassels to sway gently. The threads of ink, red and yellow, brushed against each other in the breeze, producing delicate sounds, like an unfinished melody, waiting for them to continue singing through the years to come. Chapter 72. The blood-soaked sword tassel. The night at Jinghan Mountain is always infused with the refreshing aroma of pine resin. The bloodstains in the front hall have been meticulously cleaned, yet the dark red remnants nestled within the crevices of the floor tiles still glisten coldly under the moonlight. Shen Qingci sits on the threshold, her fingertips entwined with the inked jade tassel of the shattered shadow sword, the dried blood crust at its tip rough against her skin. A remnant from the wound of Lu Shuang earlier in the day. "Are you still looking?" Lu Shuang's voice drifts from behind, slightly hoarse, as she cradles a bowl of medicine that steams gently in the cool night air. Shen Qingci turns to see the moonlight illuminating Lu Shuang's bandaged arm, where the bone-corroding mist had burned her still oozing blood. "Why aren't you asleep?" She accepts the bowl, her fingers brushing inadvertently against Lu Shuang's wrist, both pausing as if a current has surged between them. "It hurts too much to sleep." Lu Shuang sits beside her, the falling sunset sword leaning against her leg, its red tassel glistening with medicinal liquid. "Xixiang, do you think the Blood Shadow sect will really come looking for trouble?" Shen Qingci scoops some medicine with a spoon, cools it slightly, and brings it to Lu Shuang's lips. "What if they do?" It would be the perfect opportunity for them to witness that the female sword cultivators of Jinghan Mountain are not to be trifled with. Lu Shuang obediently opens her mouth to drink the medicine, the bitterness spreading instantly across her tongue. She frowns and reaches for the bowl. "I can do it myself." Before she can finish, Shen Qingci gently presses her wrist down. The fragrant touch of the medicine-laden fingertips is light, yet holds her immobile. "Open your mouth." Shen Qingci's voice is low, imbued with a tenderness that brooks no refusal. In the moonlight, her profile appears soft, the coolness of her demeanor significantly dulled, causing Lu Shuang to suddenly feel that the medicine might not be so bitter after all. Just as she feeds her halfway, a sharp sound of swords slicing through the air pierces the night. Su Wanwan's voice follows in alarm. Xixiang, there are assassins. In an instant, Shen Qingci shields Lu Shuang behind her, drawing the shattered shadow sword, which glimmers silver, the ink jade tassel taut in the night breeze. A dozen figures clad in black have already landed in the courtyard, the leader wielding a crescent-shaped blade entwined in black mist, resembling the masked man from earlier. Shen Qingci, prepare to pay with your life. The black-clad figure howls as they charge forward, the blade's wind swirling with the bone-corroding mist, inducing dizziness at its mere scent. Shuang, retreat. Shen Qingci commands, her shattered shadow sword tracing a circle, dispersing the black mist in its wake. Yet Lu Shuang does not back down. She raises the falling sunset sword, the red tassel darting forward to strike at the opponent's flank. Xixiang has said, a sword cultivator's retreat lies not behind. Su Wanwan's Luiying sword emerges from the side, its pale yellow tassel ensnaring the assassin's ankle like a nimble creature. Watch my tangle silk technique. The three form a triangular stance, the ink, red, and yellow tassels intertwining and swiftly separating in a dance of combat, their coordination growing ever more harmonious. The black-clad assailants wield their blades with ferocity, yet their techniques reveal a hasty disarray. Shen Qingci quickly discerns their vulnerabilities. Although the bone-corroding mist is toxic, it is evidently diluted compared to the day prior, suggesting they are mere novices. Shuang, attack the left side. She calls out. As the ink tassel ensnares the back of an opponent's blade, Lu Shuang's red tassel follows suit, wrapping around their wrist, while Su Wanwan's yellow tassel effectively blocks their escape route. With a crack, the falling sunset sword sends the assassin's weapon flying, and the shattered shadow sword is poised at their throat. Speak. Where is the lair of the Blood Shadow sect? Shen Qingci's voice is as frigid as ice, blood droplets from the ink tassel falling onto the assassin's neck, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. At the Broken Soul Cliff. Before the words fully escape, the black-clad figure suddenly convulses, blood gushing from their 7 orifices, meeting the same fate as the masked man from earlier. Shen Qingci furrows her brow and retracts her sword. Just as she notices Lu Shuang sway, her face paling as she clutches the bandage on her arm, the blood seeping forth now in ominous black. Shuang. Shen Qingci's heart tightens as she rushes to support her, her fingertips feeling the heat of the wound. The venom of the bone-corroding mist has indeed activated in the night. Lu Shuang bites her lip in silence, her red tassel wrapping around Shen Qingci's wrist as if seeking support. Xixiang. I'm fine. Yet, her words are cut short by a sharp gasp of pain. Shen Qingci carries her into the inner chamber, with Su Wanwan trailing closely behind. Under the moonlight, Lu Shuang's complexion grows increasingly pale, and Shen Qingci suddenly halts in the corridor, leaning down to kiss her. This kiss is filled with urgency and tremor, devoid of the restraint of the day, nor the tentative nature of the past, only pure anxiety and fear. Lu Shuang is taken aback, the searing pain from her wound seemingly enveloped by this unexpected softness. She tastes the medicinal essence on Shen Qingci's lips, mingled with a faint scent of pine. The red tassel instinctively tightens around the ink tassel, as if grasping at a lifeline. Do not sleep. When Shen Qingci parts from her lips, her breath quivers, their foreheads touching. If you dare to fall asleep, I shall pluck every pearl from your red tassel. Lu Shuang is amused, yet tears spill down her cheeks. Xixiang, it hurts a bit. I know. Shen Qingci carries her onward, her voice choked. Hang in there, we'll reach the medicine room soon. As the lantern in the inner chamber is lit, Shen Qingci personally extracts the blackened blood from Lu Shuang's wound. When the silver needle pierces her fingertip, her hand trembles. A level of anxiety she had not experienced even when facing the demon sect leader at the Broken Soul Cliff. Lu Shuang observes Shen Qingci's focused profile and suddenly feels that perhaps the pain from the bone-corroding mist is not entirely unwelcome. At least, it reveals a vulnerable side of Shen Qingci, fragile like glass beneath the moonlight. While Su Wanwan brews the medicine, she steals glances at the inner chamber, where Shen Qingci is gently blowing on Lu Shuang's wound. Their shadows are closely intertwined on the wall, the ink and red tassels entwining like a flower blooming in the night. She recalls Shen Qingci's words, a fine sword tassel must intertwine with one who understands it, lest it be lonely. The breeze outside continues to blow, carrying the coolness from the distant mountains, yet it cannot disperse the warm glow within the inner chamber. As Shen Qingci finishes bandaging Lu Shuing's wound, the horizon begins to lighten with dawn. Lu Shuing has fallen asleep by the bedside, the ink tassel draping over her hand, as if silently guarding her. Lu Shuing gently touches the tassel, suddenly realizing that even if the Blood Shadow sect were to strike at their doorstep, as long as Shen Qingci is by her side, she fears nothing. Morning light filters through the window, illuminating the entwined sword tassels. The red vibrant and the ink serene. After a night of turmoil, they rest quietly together, as if to say, regardless of the turmoil of the previous night, dawn will invariably arrive, bringing forth new hope and even tighter bonds. Chapter 73. The sword tassels entwined in morning light as dawn began to break. The thin mist enveloping Qingyun Mountain had yet to dissipate, and the stone slabs of the training ground glistened with a layer of dew. Shen Qingci held the swaying sword, standing in the center of the arena, the dark jade tassel hanging by her side, gently swaying in the morning breeze. Having just completed 3 rounds of the Liuyun stance, a fine sheen of sweat adorned her brow. As she raised her gaze, she happened upon Lu Shuing descending the stone steps, cradling the Luoxia sword, the red tassel adorned with a blade of grass that resembled a delicate flower. "Good morning, Shermu," Lu Shuing greeted, her voice tinged with a slight hoarseness from sleep. She twirled the Luoxia sword in her hands, the red tassel brushing against her trousers, causing the grass to scatter onto the ground. "I guessed you would be here." Shen Qingci sheathed her sword, the dark tassel clinking softly against the scabbard. "Today we are to investigate Duanhanya, but your arm injury. It's healed nicely." Lu Shuing promptly rolled up her sleeve. Although the bandaged area still bore a faint pink hue, the dark marks had indeed vanished. Su Wanchuan's medicine was far more effective than the ordinary wound ointment. She had added morning dew to it, claiming it was specifically designed to treat such malevolent toxins. At that moment, Su Wanquan dashed out from the kitchen, a bamboo basket in hand, the pale yellow tassel bouncing on the handle. "Shermu, Shuang Jia, I brought some osmanthus cakes for the road." Upon nearing them, she noticed the swords in their hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, you are both ready? My Luiying sword has awakened too." She drew her sword, the tip tracing a slender arc of brilliance in the morning light, the yellow tassel following suit in a gentle curve. Just as the 3 were about to set off, hurried footsteps echoed along the mountain path, and several figures clad in dark attire rushed forth. The leader bore a scar across his face, wielding a ghostly dagger that glimmered ominously in the mist. "Shen Qingci, did you not expect this? Duanhanya is the territory of our Blood Shadow sect. Dare to intrude, and you shall pay with your life." Shen Qingci swiftly positioned herself to shield Lu Shuing and Su Wanquan behind her, the swaying sword unsheathing with a sharp hiss. "Is that so? Just you lot?" The dark tassel extended into a taut line, radiating an air of formidable menace. The scarred face let out a wild laugh as he swung his dagger towards her. "Last year, you escaped. This time, your luck has run out." The blade, shrouded in black mist, was even more potent than the previous year's bone-eroding fog. Shen Qingci sidestepped, the dark tassel coiling around the blade and leveraging it aside, causing the scarred man to lose his balance and stagger against a nearby tree. "Shuang Jia, to the left." Su Wanquan called out as her Luiying sword ensnared another cultist's wrist, the yellow tassel tightly binding their pulse point. Lu Shuing's Loxia sword responded swiftly, thrusting towards the cultist's side. The red tassel grazed their clothing, eliciting a cold sweat from the opponent. The trio moved in perfect synchrony, as though rehearsed 1,000 times, their black, red, and yellow tassels weaving a net that ensnared the cultists within. In the midst of the skirmish, a tall, slender cultist suddenly hurled a poison dart aimed at Su Wanquan's back. Lu Shuing, quick as lightning, raised her Loxia's sword, the red tassel ensnaring the dart and redirecting it, clattering harmlessly against a rock. When Su Wanquan turned, she caught a glimpse of Lu Shuing's profile, the morning light casting a golden edge along her jawline, causing her heart to skip a beat, nearly loosening her grip on the yellow tassel. "What are you daydreaming about?" Lu Shuing chided, tugging at her. Su Wanquan snapped back to reality, tightening the yellow tassel to secure her captive even more. Shen Qingci had gained the upper hand against the scarred man, the dark tassel constricting around his throat, ready to sever his breath with the slightest exertion. However, she noticed blood seeping from Lu Shuing's bandage, the wound reopening from the earlier dart deflection, and her focus faltered as she shouted, "Shuiying." In that moment of distraction, the scarred man wriggled free, his dagger slicing through the air towards Shen Qingci's back. Without a moment. Chapter 74. Sui Jianyu. The moonlight in Qingyun Mountain always carries a touch of chill, filtering through the window panes of the sword practice arena and weaving a silver net upon the bluestone floor. Shen Qingci's swaying sword leans against the stone table, its dark tassel cascading down, entangled in a tight knot with the red tassel of Lu Shuing's Loxia's sword. The two of them crouch beside the table, struggling to untangle it, only to find it becoming even more knotted. "Don't move," Shen Qingci says, pressing down on Lu Shuing's hand as she reaches for the tassels. Her fingertip accidentally brushes against Lu Shuing's hand, causing her to retract as if scalded, which only worsens the situation. "Let's just leave it as is." When Lu Shuing raises her eyes, she unexpectedly meets Shen Qingci's averted gaze. Her ears blush subtly. Lowering her head, she gazes at the intertwined tassels with a smile. "Is my master intending to bind with me until dawn?" "Don't speak nonsense." Shen Qingci turns her face away, but reaches out to bring the two swords together. "We are heading to the Handan tomorrow to investigate some disturbances. The entanglement of these tassels is fortuitous, preventing you from carelessly losing your sword again." Just as her words fall, a sudden sharp sound of swords slicing through the air echoes from outside the courtyard. Su Wanyan rushes in, cradling the Luiying sword, with yellow tassels dusted with grass clippings. "Master, Shuiying." There are uninvited guests at the foot of the mountain, claiming they wish to learn sword techniques. The leading woman has a black tassel on her sword, looking rather sinister. Shen Qingci and Lu Shuiying exchange glances, simultaneously drawing their swords. The swaying sword and Luoxia sword collide, their entwined tassels carving an arc of dark red in the air, resembling a delicate chain. In the clearing at the foot of the mountain, a dozen figures in black surround a woman clad in dark robes. Her sword emits a dark sheen, and the black tassel flutters eerily in the moonlight. Upon seeing Shen Qingci and the others approach, she suddenly sneers. "I have long heard of the famed female sword cultivators of Qingyun Mountain. Today, I shall see whether your reputation is well-deserved or merely a facade." Enough of the chatter. Shen Qingci unsheaths the swaying sword, the dark tassel taut in the air. "Strike if you dare, but do not tarnish this moonlit night." Clearly taken aback by her directness, the woman in dark robes lunges forward with her sword. The black tassel slithers towards Shen Qingci's throat like a venomous snake, but is suddenly ensnared by the crimson tassel of Lu Shuiying's Luoxia sword, which strikes from the side. The red tassel hooks onto the opponent's blade while the dark tassel wraps around her wrist, their coordination flawless, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. "Interesting," the woman in dark robes remarks, twisting her wrist. The black tassel suddenly explodes into a cloud of darkness. "Try this." Within the mist, countless small sword shadows emerge, all laced with poison. "Shuiying, left flank." Shen Qingci calls out, tightening the dark tassel to rip open a path through the black mist. Lu Shuiying raises her red tassel, and the Luoxia sword slices through the fog, accurately dispelling 3 poisoned sword shadows. The yellow tassel darts from an angle, while Su Wanyan's Luiying sword has circled to the opponent's rear. "What you said is true, Shuiying. That black tassel is truly repulsive." Surrounded by 3 sides, the woman remains unruffled. Suddenly, the black tassel swells to several feet, entangling all 3 swords. "Your tassels are indeed flamboyant, but alas." Before she can finish, she realizes her black tassel is being gradually consumed by the dark red dual tassels. The black mist dissipates into white smoke upon contact with the dark tassel, vanishing entirely when touching the red tassel. Her face fills with disbelief. "Master's dark tassel can purify evil, while my red tassel is designed to combat poison." Lu Shuiying smiles as she tightens her grip. "The malevolence within your black tassel will serve as excellent nourishment." Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qingci advances, the dark tassel coiling around the opponent's sword hilt. "Yield." The woman in dark robes attempts to struggle but sees Shen Qingci lean closer to Lu Shuiying, whispering in her ear, "Pull the tassel." The warm breath brushes against Lu Shuiying's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. With a sudden surge of strength, the red tassel yanks the opponent's sword away. The figures in black scatter in disarray. The woman in dark robes gazes at her fallen sword, suddenly smiling. Qingyun Mountain truly lives up to its reputation. However, her gaze sweeps over the entwined tassels of Shen Qingci and Lu Shuiying. "Your tassels are far more impressive than your sword techniques." Shen Qingci does not respond, but instead bends to pick up the opponent's black tassel, which crumbles to ash at her touch. Lu Shuang gazes at her profile, suddenly recalling the intimate whisper from moments ago, her cheeks flushing hot enough to fry an egg. She deliberately raises her voice. Master, that black tassel looks ominous. Our dark red tassel is far more appealing. Su Wanyan joins in, the yellow tassel entangled with the dark red dual tassels forming a knot. This makes it even more secure. Upon returning to the sword practice arena, the moonlight has climbed onto the stone table. Shen Qingci observes the tangled dark red and yellow tassels and suddenly brushes her fingers through Lu Shuang's hair. I hope I didn't frighten you earlier. Lu Shuang shakes her head, her fingertip lightly grazing Shen Qingci's hand. With you so close, master, I completely forgot how to wield a sword. Shen Qingci is momentarily taken aback, then chuckles softly, leaning closer. This time, without the distance of evasion, her warm breath hovers above Lu Shuang's lips. Then, shall we try again? Lu Shuang's eyelashes flutter, and before she can respond, her lips are gently covered. The dark red dual tassels sway lightly by their sides, moving with their breaths. Su Wanyan, sensing the moment, tugs at the yellow tassel and runs off, leaving only the moonlight to cast a silvery glow upon the entwined sword tassels. The kiss is not deep, yet it seems to bind the tassels of the two swords together completely. As Shen Qingci pulls away, she gazes at the flushed corners of Lu Shuang's eyes, feeling that the moonlight is warmer than ever before. The tassels cannot be untangled now, Lu Shuang murmurs, her tone laced with mirth. It is better that way. Shen Qingci takes hold of the two swords, the dark red dual tassels gently colliding beneath the moonlight. Just like this, it is perfect. In the distance, Su Wanyan's voice calls out, Master, Shuang. The lotus seed soup is getting cold. The two exchange knowing smiles and head towards the kitchen, the tassels trailing behind them, casting a long shadow reminiscent of a red ribbon entwined with the moonlight. Chapter 75. Frostblade entwined. The first snow on Qingyun Mountain arrived unexpectedly, blanketing the practice yard's bluestone slabs with a delicate layer of frost that crunched underfoot. Shen Qingci's fragmented shadow sword leaned against a pillar, tiny ice crystals glistening upon its ink-colored tassel. She was bent over, adding coal to the stove, the warm glow of the fire casting a gentle light on her profile, softening her features more than usual. Is Master Mother secretly roasting sweet potatoes again? Came the playful voice of Lu Shuang from outside the corridor, laughter lacing her words. Snowflakes adorned her shoulders, and the red tassel of her falling sunset sword caught a few, resembling scattered plum blossoms. Straightening up, Shen Qingci held a pair of coal tongs. Is it permissible for you to take Su Wanwan to rummage for bird nests while I can't roast a couple of sweet potatoes to warm my hands? Though feigning annoyance, the corners of her mouth curled upward. As Lu Shuang approached, she noticed a white porcelain bowl on the stone table, filled with freshly warmed rice wine, alongside 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks. I knew Master Mother favored you, she teased, elongating her words as she reached for a sweet potato. However, as her fingertips brushed the charred skin, Shen Qingci gently tapped her hand with the coal tongs, cautioning, let it cool before you eat. It might burn you. Then I shall have a sip of wine first. Lu Shuang lifted the bowl, the sweet aroma of the rice wine mingling with the crisp scent of snow as she took a sip. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. Master Mother, it seems there is some commotion down the mountain. Shen Qingci, possessing sharper hearing than Lu Shuang, had already caught the distant sound of hooves, more than one pair, gripping the fragmented shadow sword. She watched as ice crystals fell from the ink tassel. They are not our people. Before she could finish her sentence, a dozen figures on black horses burst through the mountain gate, led by a woman clad in a dark cloak, its hem embroidered with silver thread. The sword in her hand shimmered coldly in the snowy light, clearly infused with a chilling poison. Shen Qingci, has it been well with you? 3 years ago, you severed my brother's sword vein. Today, the debt must be repaid. In an instant, Lu Shuang drew her falling sunset sword, its red tassel taut like a drawn bowstring. So it is a disciple of the Hanyu Palace. Master Mother, it was her brother who first practiced forbidden techniques to harm others. Severing his sword vein was lenient. Let's talk. The woman in the dark cloak lunged forward, her sword thrusting directly at Shen Qingci's face. Shen Qingci sidestepped, the fragmented shadow sword tracing a dark arc as it met the opponent's blade, producing a sharp clang akin to metal striking stone. Your Hanyu blade is even more venomous than it was 3 years ago. Her tone remained indifferent as she executed 3 swift attacks, targeting the wrist, the most vulnerable point of one who practiced forbidden techniques. Seeing this, Lu Shuang raised her red tassel high, her falling sunset sword striking from an oblique angle, creating a pincer attack alongside Shen Qingci. Their sword tassels intertwined amid the fierce battle, the ink and crimson hues darting across the snow like flowing flames. Witnessing this, the disciples of Han Yu Palace surged forward, and Su Wanwan, wielding the Luing sword, had appeared at the corridor's edge, her yellow tassel flicking. Sister Shuang, Master Mother, I will hold them back. With agile strikes, she targeted the legs of the black horses, swiftly toppling 2. The woman in the dark cloak found herself entangled with Shen Qingci while fending off Lu Shuing's sneak attacks, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Suddenly, she let out a chilling laugh. Her sword technique shifted, and white mist erupted from the Han Yu blade, freezing the thin frost on the stone slabs in its wake. Taste the bitterness of being frozen for 1,000 miles. Shen Qingci realized too late that this forbidden technique had grown even more tyrannical than 3 years prior. She immediately shouted, Shuang, use the flowing fire technique. Understanding instantly, Lu Shuang's falling sunset sword ignited with a faint red glow, the red tassel dancing like flames. This technique was a unique creation of their master and disciple, harnessing Lu Shuang's righteous inner strength to counteract frigid energies. At the moment their swords clashed, the ink and crimson tassels intertwined tightly, the red glow spreading along the ink tassel, igniting a warmth on Shen Qingci's sword. The white mist from the dark-cloaked woman collided with the red light, hissing as it melted like ice meeting fire. Impossible. Her expression turned to shock as her wrists slackened, the Han Yu blade slipping from her grasp and embedding itself in a nearby snowdrift. Shen Qingci did not pursue the advantage, but simply stood with her sword at the ready. Return and inform your palace master that should you dare to employ forbidden techniques again, severing a sword vein will be the least of your concerns. The woman in the dark cloak shot her a fierce glare before retreating with the remaining disciples in disarray. The snow continued to fall, leaving only the 3 of them in the practice yard. Su Wanwan skipped over. The yellow tassel entwined with the ink and crimson ones, forming a knot. Master Mother and Sister Shuang are so formidable. That flowing fire technique was stunning. As Lu Shuang bent down to untangle the tassels, she chuckled at the remark, inadvertently nicking her fingertip on the ice crystals of the ink tassel. Shen Qingci immediately took her hand, gently kissing the wound, the warmth of her lips causing Lu Shuang to freeze in place, forgetting even to breathe. Master Mother, she stammered, looking up to find herself lost in Shen Qingci's gaze. Those usually cool eyes now radiated warmth akin to the fire in the stove, a warmth that felt capable of igniting flames. Su Wanwan, sensing the moment, covered her eyes. I'll go find sweet potatoes, and dashed away. The corridor fell silent, the only sound being the gentle patter of snowflakes landing on the umbrella's surface. Shen Qingci opened an oil paper umbrella, sheltering the 2 beneath it. Lu Shuang's heart raced as if it might burst from her chest. She could smell the scent of snow pine mingling with the faint aroma of rice wine from Shen Qingci's hair, causing her cheeks to flush. Were you afraid just now? Shen Qingci's voice was soft, carrying a hint of huskiness, her warm breath brushing against Lu Shuang's ear. Lu Shuang shook her head, then nodded, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the red tassel. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Shen Qingci suddenly bent down and gently kissed her. The kiss was light, infused with the crispness of snow and the subtle sweetness of rice wine, akin to the first snow melting upon her lips. Snowflakes still clung to Lu Shuang's eyelashes, fluttering down as she blinked, landing upon the intertwined sword tassels. Shen Qingci's hand cradled her neck softly, the ink and crimson tassels hanging down beside them, blanketed by the snow, resembling a delicate layer of powdered sugar. It's undone, Shen Qingci whispered as she withdrew from the kiss. Only then did Lu Shuang realize that their entwined sword tassels had come apart, the ink tassel stained with a hint of red, and the red tassel marked with a touch of black, as if they had left imprints of one another. Master Mother, she wanted to say something, but was silenced by Shen Qingci's fingertip pressing against her lips. Shen Qingci smiled, warmth radiating from her gaze, more intense than the fire. The sweet potatoes must be cooling. In the distance, Su Wanwan called out, Master Mother, Sister Shuying, the sweet potatoes are burnt. They exchanged amused glances, hand in hand, making their way towards the kitchen. In the snow, their footprints formed 2 lines, interwoven in depth and shallowness, resembling a string of knots. The ink and crimson tassels brushed gently in the wind, producing a delicate sound, mingling with the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, more melodious than any love confession. Chapter 76. Jian Sui Chan. May the snow of Dongji weighed down the May branches of Qingyun Mountain, while a few clusters of red May emerged from the crevices of the training ground's blue stones, their petals dusted with snow, appearing as red as if steeped in blood. Shen Qingci's swaying sword leaned against the May tree, its dark tassel gently entwined with a partially open blossom, swaying lightly in the breeze. Is the Shermu sneaking off to pluck May flowers again? Lu Shuang approached from the corridor, cradling the Luoxia sword, its red tassel adorned with a newly woven net, crafted from silk threads dyed with rouge by Su Wanwan, glowing warmly in the snow's light. Just days ago, she had mentioned saving it to make May tea for the disciples. Shen Qingci raised her hand and tucked the blossom into Lu Shuang's hair, her fingertips brushing against her earlobe. This variety is wild May. Its flavor is potent, unsuitable for brewing tea, but rather. She paused, her gaze lingering on Lu Shuang's flushed earlobes, adorned beautifully. Lu Shuang's heart skipped a beat, about to speak when suddenly, the sound of a sword's cry pierced the air from outside the mountain gate. It was not the sound of Qingyun Mountain's swords. It was urgent and fierce, akin to countless dull blades scraping against iron. Su Wanwan rushed in, clutching the Luiying sword, the silver bells on its pale yellow tassel clanging, her voice tinged with distress. Shermu, Sister Shuang, it is the Blood Shadow cult. They have set fire to the medicine hall down the mountain. Shen Qingci's expression darkened instantly. The medicine hall was left behind by Lingsu, containing the herbs to cure Lu Shuang's lingering poison of bone erosion. She tightened her grip on the swaying sword, causing the May blossom to fall, crushed into the snow, leaving a murky red stain. Take the disciples to the back mountain for safety. Shuang and I will go investigate. I will not hide. Lu Shuang's Luoxia sword unsheathed with a whoosh, the red tassel leaving a fleeting shadow in the snow. They burned the medicine hall, clearly targeting me. In the snow outside the mountain gate, the disciples of the Blood Shadow cult had already formed ranks, led by a woman clad in a crimson robe, her face obscured by a silver mask. The soft sword in her hand was entwined with crimson tassels, the tips dripping with black blood, poisoned with the deadly Huagu San. Shen Qingci, Lu Shuang. The woman's voice, muffled by the mask, was like gravel grinding together. Today, we are not here to seek battle, but to deliver a grand gift. She waved her hand, and two cult members dragged a burlap sack forward, from which faint groans emerged, an apprentice who had descended the mountain to collect herbs. Release him. Lu Shuang's red tassel stood rigid, the sword's tip aimed directly at the woman's throat. What do you want with me? Do not be hasty. The woman in the crimson robe chuckled lightly, her soft sword suddenly coiling around the apprentice's neck, the crimson tassels brushing against his cheek. I have heard that Miss Lu's Liuxia style can protect others well. How about we make a wager? If you can withstand 3 of my strikes within 100 moves, I will let him go and provide you with the antidote for Huagu San. Should you fail, she licked her lips, then your sword's bone will repay the damage to the medicine hall. Just as Shen Qingci was about to step forward, Lu Shuang restrained her wrist. The red tassel of the Luoxia sword entwined with the dark tassel of the swaying sword, gently tugging. Shermu, I accept this wager. As she lifted her gaze, the May blossom fell to the snow. They seek me. Do not tarnish your sword. The first strike came swiftly and venomously. The woman's soft sword slithered towards the snow like a crimson serpent, the poisoned tip grazing Lu Shuang's ankle, causing white smoke to rise from the snow. Lu Shuang spun to evade, the red tassel suddenly wrapping around the opponent's sword spine, leveraging the rotational force to pull back. This was the disarming technique Shen Qingci had taught her. Yet, the opponent's internal strength was surprisingly heavier, the soft sword suddenly taut, the poisoned tip striking fiercely against her arm. Shuang. Shen Qingci's dark tassel nearly slipped from her grasp, but Lu Shuang's gaze held her firm. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth in silence, the red tassel tracing a long crimson line in the snow as the poisoned tip tore through her sleeve, dark vapor rising from the wound. Suddenly, she smiled, the red tassel of the Luoxia sword expanding dramatically, like a burning ribbon, coiling around the opponent's soft sword, advancing towards the woman's face. This technique, Chan Mei, is newly taught by Shermu. Care to experience it? The woman in the crimson robe clearly did not anticipate Lu Shuang's audacity to counterattack, hurriedly retracting her sword for defense, yet the red tassel ensnared her wrist. Seizing this momentum, Lu Shuang leaped, the edge of the Luoxia sword brushing against the opponent's mask, which clattered to the ground, revealing a face eerily reminiscent of the masked figure who had perished at Duanhuan Cliff years ago, save for a red mole at her brow. You are. Lu Shuang's movement faltered momentarily. At that moment, the woman suddenly sneered. A concealed dagger shooting from her sleeve, aimed directly at Lu Shuang's heart. The dagger was entwined with an even darker poison than that of the soft sword. Shen Qingci's swaying sword shot forth like a bolt of ink-colored lightning, ensnaring the dagger while she lunged forward, using her back to absorb the blow. Shermu. Lu Shuang's voice was a heart-wrenching wail. Shen Qingci's ink-colored sword robe was instantly drenched in blood. Yet she pressed her hand against Lu Shuang's nape, drawing her into an embrace, her voice barely a whisper. Do not fear. Before she could finish, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto Lu Shuang's red tassels, resembling a rain of crimson snow. Lu Shuang's eyes turned bloodshot. She cradled Shen Qingci's falling form, the red tassels of the Luoxia sword erupting in a blaze of blood-red light, sending the surrounding cult members sprawling. The red tassel entwined with the dark tassel, binding their intertwined figures in a fatal knot, as if to tether their lives together. You all shall perish. Her voice, tinged with tears, was colder than the snow. The Luoxia sword stirred up a storm of red may petals in the snow, their petals mingling with the sword's aura, coalescing into a blood-red barrier that ensnared the Blood Shadow cult members within. The woman in the crimson robe attempted to break free, only to find the red tassel constricting her throat, tightening with each struggle until, with a scream, she was reduced to ash. The snow gradually ceased. Lu Shuang knelt beneath the May tree, cradling Shen Qingci, the dark tassel of the swaying sword and the red tassel of the Luoxia sword entwined in a cluster, the blood-soaked areas forming a thin layer of ice, dark red, as if blackened. She trembled as she raised her hand, wishing to wipe away the blood at Shen Qingci's lips, but was gently restrained by Shen Qingci's grip on her wrist. Silly girl. Shen Qingci's breath grew weaker, her fingertips brushing against the lingering fragrance of May and Lu Shuang's hair. Do not seek vengeance for me. Just live well. I will not. Lu Shuang leaned down, fiercely kissing her. This kiss, imbued with the sweetness of blood and the clarity of May, was akin to the entangling technique they had practiced together, pouring their very essence into one another. She tasted the bitterness on Shen Qingci's tongue, the poison of Huagu's sand, yet she could not bear to release her, wishing to preserve Shermu's warmth with this kiss. Shen Qingci's eyelashes fluttered, and she suddenly raised her hand to grasp Lu Shuang's nape, deepening the kiss. The dark and red tassels wound tighter between their necks, like a searing chain, locking the final warmth within their lips. Until the distant sound of Su Wanwan and Bai Lingsu arrived, she gently pushed aside Lu Shuang, her lips grazing the corner of her mouth. Remember, the place where the sword tassels intertwine is where the heart resides. As Bai Lingsu's golden needle pierced through Shen Qingci's fingertip, Lu Shuang watched the entwined sword tassels and suddenly comprehended what her master meant by entwined hearts. It was never merely a technique. Even across the bounds of life and death, one could find their direction through this intricate binding. The snow began to fall again, landing on the plum branches and the interwoven sword tassels, yet it could not conceal that striking shade of red. Lu Shuang gripped the Luoxia sword tightly. The red tassels entwined with the black ones, akin to holding her master's still warm hand. She understood that the debt owed to the Blood Shadow sect had yet to be settled, but as long as these tassels remained intertwined, she would dare to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to reclaim her master from the grasp of Yama. Su Wanwan knelt beside her, gently wrapping the pale yellow tassel around the intertwined red and black ones, softly saying, "Master will be fine. Look, Shuing, these tassels are bound so tightly that even the heavens cannot unravel them." Snowflakes cascaded from the plum branches, landing on the hands clasped together by the three, resembling a sprinkle of silver shards. Lu Shuing gazed at Shen Qingci's pale face and suddenly smiled, for when her master awakens, she would permanently tie this intricately knotted sword tassel to their sword hilts, ensuring that every future snowfall and every plum blossom would witness this unbreakable bond. Chapter 77. Sui Jinghan. The flickering candlelight in Jianlu cast three shadows upon the wall, fluctuating between clarity and obscurity. As Bai Lingsu retracted the final golden needle, the bloodstain on Shen Qingci's back ceased to spread, yet her complexion remained as pale as parchment, her breath faint as the flicker of a dying candle. Lu Shuang clasped her still warm hand, the crimson tassel of the luoxiao sword entwining their wrists. The scab at the tassel's tip brushing against Shen Qingci's hand like a flower refusing to wilt. Though her sword spirit was temporarily stabilized, the residual poison of the dissolving bones still gnawed at her meridians. Bai Lingsu immersed the silver needle into a medicinal bowl, the dark blood diffusing into the water. The medicine I prepared must be changed every 2 hours. You all, we shall stand guard. Lu Shuang's voice was hoarse, the crimson tassel tightening further. Bai Shiji, can we trust the disciples of Kunlun? They claim they wish to assist in investigating the lair of the Blood Shadow sect. Bai Lingsu paused in her task of cleaning the silver needle. Although the Jinyue, sword of the Kunlun elder, is righteous, the hearts of those in the martial world are often inscrutable. They sought to ally with the righteous and the wicked 3 years ago to seize the swordsmanship secrets of Qingyun Their approach this time may not be out of goodwill. She glanced at Shen Qingci's sleeping visage. When Qingci was awake, she despised being indebted to others. Before she could finish her thought, a sudden clashing sound of swords echoed from outside the courtyard. Su Wangquan, clutching the Luiying sword, peered out through the window, her pale yellow tassel trembling in her grasp. Shuangjia, it's the disciples of Kunlun fighting with our guards. They demand entrance to Jinlu to pay respects to Shermu's Suashing sword. Lu Shuang sprang to her feet, the Luoxia sword unsheathing with a whoosh, the crimson tassel taut under the candlelight. How dare they? Bai Lingsu restrained her wrist. Do not act impulsively. We are close to the inner hall. If we disturb Qingci, it will be troublesome. She retrieved a jade token from her sleeve. Take this to the front hall and tell them I instructed them to behave. The elder of Kunlun values his reputation and will not refuse me this favor. As Lu Shuang accepted the jade token, her fingertip brushed against Shen Qingci's ink-colored sword tassel, which had unknowingly slipped from the sword hilt and entwined with her crimson tassel, silently pleading for retention. She lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss on Shen Qingci's forehead, imbued with the coolness of the medicine. I will return soon. The commotion in the front hall had ceased, the disciples of Kunlun barred at the steps, the elder in gray robes leaning on the Jinyue, sword with a cold smirk, the jade pendant on his sword tassel glinting ominously under the torchlight. Is it truly so unreasonable to merely take a glance at the Suashing sword? How petty the girl of Qingyun Mountain is. The elder chuckled. Lu Shuang displayed the jade token, the crimson tassel swaying with her movements. Shermu is currently in recovery. The Suashing sword must remain by her side to guard her spirit. I cannot comply with your request. The elder's gaze fell upon her crimson tassel, narrowing his eyes. Miss Lu, your tassel is quite entwined with that of the Master Shen. However, I wonder, should Master Shen fail to awaken, who shall safeguard the sword manual of Qingyun Mountain? This remark struck a painful chord with Lu Shuang, her crimson tassel suddenly wrapping around the elder's Jinyue sword, the tip of her sword mere inches from the elder's throat. If you dare to curse my Shermu again, do not blame Luoxia's sword for being merciless. Impudent. The disciples of Kunlun immediately surrounded her, the copper bells on their sword tassels clanging, daring to disrespect the elder. Cease at once. Bai Lingsu's voice rang out from outside the hall. Unbeknownst to them, she had changed into the physician's robe of Yawang Valley, carrying a medical box. Did the elder come at this late hour merely to spar under the guise of courtesy and seize our sword? The elder's expression shifted, releasing his grip on the Jinyue sword. By Valley Master, you speak gravely. I merely heard of Master Shen's peril and came to inquire. He pivoted, his gaze sweeping over Lu Shuang. Yet, Miss Lu's swordplay does bear some resemblance to Master Shen's. Why not engage in a few exchanges? It would allow me to gauge the capabilities of the successor of Qingyun Mountain. This was evidently a challenge. Lu Shuang's internal strength was already waning from days of vigilance, and the elder was a seasoned master. To confront him directly would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yet, if she refrained from battling, it would reflect poorly on Qingyun Mountain. I shall accompany the elder for a few rounds. Su Wangquan suddenly stepped forward, the pale yellow tassel of the Luiying sword intertwining with Lu Shuang's crimson tassel. Shuangjia, return to guard Shermu. I shall seek the elder's guidance. Wangquan. Lu Shuang attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Bai Lingsu. Bai Lingsu shook her head at her, whispering, Kunlun seeks to probe our depths. Allowing Wangquan to test her mettle is wise. Her gentle techniques are particularly effective against aggressive swordplay. She may not lose. Indeed, Su Wangquan's Luiying sword exhibited remarkable agility. The pale yellow tassel moved like a small serpent, wrapping around the elder's wrist just before the Jinyue's sword struck, evading 7 strikes with deft maneuvering. The elder appeared somewhat surprised, the force of his Jinyue sword gradually intensifying, the jade pendant on the sword tassel ringing ominously as it clashed against the Luiying sword. Your entangling technique is commendable, but alas, your internal strength is too shallow. He suddenly changed his approach, the Jinyue's sword cleaving towards Su Wangquan's shoulder with a fierce and unyielding force, clearly showing no mercy. Lu Shuang's crimson tassel immediately shot forth, ensnaring the yellow tassel of the Luiying sword, while the Luoxiao sword aimed directly at the elder's rib. The two of them, one offensive and one defensive, wove a net of crimson and yellow in the air, forcing the elder to retreat half a step. Excellent! Bai Lingsu cheered from the corridor. This dual entanglement is even more exquisite than when Qingci taught you. The elder's expression darkened entirely, the azure light of the Jinyue sword surging violently. Since you wish to join forces, I shall accompany you to the end. At that tense moment, a soft sound emanated from the direction of Jinlu, the unmistakable sound of the Suishing sword being unsheathed. Lu Shuang's heart raced, the crimson tassel slackening instantly. All heads turned to see Shen Qingci propping herself against the door frame, the ink-colored tassel of the Suixing sword hanging by her side. Her complexion remained pallid, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. If the elder wishes to spar, why not allow me to join you? Shimu. Lu Shuang and Su Wangquan rushed forward, supporting her from either side. Shen Qingci's ink-colored tassel entwined with theirs, giving a gentle tug. Do not fear. She turned her gaze towards the elder, the Suishing sword tracing a crescent arc in the moonlight. 3 years ago, you sought to seize my sword manual through the alliance. Today, you wish to take advantage of my plight. The reputation of Kunlun has been thoroughly tarnished by your actions. The elder's Jinyue sword began to tremble. Your sword's spirit. Thanks to your interference, it has awakened. Shen Qingci's ink-colored tassel suddenly surged several feet, wrapping around the azure tassel of the Jinyue sword. This binding technique is one you once implored me to teach, but to which I refused. Today, I shall allow you to witness it, so you may perish with understanding. The ink-colored tassel constricted tighter, the beads on the azure tassel falling to the ground with a cacophony. The elder's face turned purple, the Jinayu sword clattering to the ground, and he pointed at Shen Qingci, attempting to speak, but the ink-colored tassel rendered him speechless. Begone. Shen Qingci released Sui Zi, her voice as cold as ice, informing the Kunlun sect leader that should he dare to covet Qingyun Mountain again, her swaying sword would not hesitate to stain itself with the blood of righteous sections. The Kunlun disciples scrambled away, dragging their elder, leaving the front hall in a serene silence. Just as Shen Qingci was about to take a step, she suddenly stumbled and fell. Lu Shuiying, quick-witted and agile, caught her. The red tassel entwined tightly with the ink-colored one. Shirmu. It's all right. Shen Qingci leaned against her, the sweetness of medicinal herbs lingering in her breath, though she felt somewhat drained. Suddenly, she lowered her head and gently pecked Lu Shuang's lips, a feather-light touch. Yu and Wanwan's twin entanglement was excellently practiced. Lu Shuang's face instantly flushed crimson, while the person in her arms chuckled, the laughter causing the sword tassels to tremble lightly. Su Wanwan covered her eyes and dashed away, her pale yellow tassel tripping over the threshold, yet she called back, I'll go prepare the medicine. Shirmu and Shuang Jie, take your time. The candlelight in the sword pavilion continued to flicker, casting the entwined ink-red tassels upon the wall, resembling two shadows leaning against each other. Shen Qingci's fingertips brushed against Lu Shuang's red tassel, still stained with her own blood. This tassel has been entwined for so long. It cannot be undone. Then let it remain. Lu Shuang kissed the crown of her head, tightening the red tassel once more. Thus, we shall be entwined for a lifetime. Bai Lingsu stood in the corridor, observing the intertwined figures within the sword pavilion. Suddenly, memories of many years ago surfaced. She, Shen Qingci, and Ling Shuanghua practiced swordplay at Wangyue Cliff, their sword tassels similarly intertwined. Ling Shuanghua had laughed, stating that a good sword tassel should entwine the soul, just as good people should entwine the heart. At that time, she did not comprehend. Yet now, Gazing at the intertwined ink-red tassels, she suddenly understood that what is meant by soul entwining is simply the essence of being within one another, even across the boundaries of life and death, allowing one to find their way home through this bond. As the candle burned down to its end, Lu Shuang discovered a withered plum blossom nestled in Shen Qingci's hair, the same one that had fallen there days prior. Carefully, she plucked it and tucked it into Shen Qingci's frequently perused sword manual. In that moment, she felt that the moonlight in the sword pavilion, the fragrance of herbs, the entwined sword tassels, and the warm breath of the person in her arms all represented the most stable semblance of the world. The tassels continued to entwine, the souls remained vigilant. Regardless of the storms that lay ahead, as long as these three figures persisted and these three tassels remained intertwined, the dawn over Qingyan Mountain would forever be present. Chapter 78. Jian Sui Yu. The moonlight at Jian Lu possesses a certain favoritism. As it casts a silvery hue upon Shen Qingci's hair ends, it chooses to adorn Lu Shuang's crimson tassels with glimmering specks reminiscent of fine diamonds. Just as Shen Qingci manages to sit up, she is gently pressed back onto the soft couch by Lu Shuang. The red tassel of the Luo Xia sword entwines with the dark tassel of the swaying sword, forming a charming bow at the edge of the couch. This is a binding technique newly taught by Su Wanwan, claiming it to be the most secure, more reliable than the red strings of the matchmaker god. Rest a little longer, Shermu, Lu Shuang says, as she brings the medicine bowl to her lips. The porcelain edge brushes against her chin, and the red tassel sweeps across Shen Qingci's wrist, causing her to flinch from the ticklish sensation. Bai Shizhi remarks that her awakening has depleted too much of her sword spirit, and she must nurture it, as one would cherish jade, with patience. With a smile, Shen Qingci opens her mouth, but before the medicinal liquid can touch her tongue, a sharp sound of sword wind slicing through the air erupts from outside the courtyard. It is not a technique from Qingyan Mountain. That fierce sword energy carries a metallic scent of rust. Charging directly towards Jian Lu, it is from the Blood Shadow sect. They dare to pursue us. Shen Qingci pushes the medicine bowl aside. The swaying sword is already in her hand, and the dark tassel stirs of its own accord. A few days prior, she had allowed them to return to report, hoping that the leader of the Blood Shadow sect would come to atone for their sins. It seems I have been too lenient. Lu Shuang's red tassel instantly tightens, and the Luo Xia sword is swiftly drawn. Shermu, rest. I will confront them. Together, Shen Qingci insists, holding her wrist, the dark tassel and the red tassel intertwining more tightly. Have you forgotten? Our twin binding cannot be complete without both of us. As they reach the courtyard entrance, they see a dozen figures clad in black leaping down from the eaves. At the forefront, a woman in a purple robe sneers. Her soft sword resembling a venomous tongue, its tassel an eerie shade of purple-black. Shen Qingci, it is rumored that your sword's spirit is damaged. It seems to be true. Today is the perfect day to take your life and claim your swaying sword as the prized possession of our Blood Shadow sect. Su Wanwan rushes out from a side room, clutching the Luoying sword, her pale yellow tassel trembling with anger. Shameless. Coming to cause trouble just as Shermu awakens. Watch as I pierce you. She swings her sword forward, the silver bells on her tassel ringing, as if marking the rhythm of her movements. The purple-robed woman flicks her wrist, ensnaring the tassel of the Luoying sword with her soft sword, her sneer deepening. You little girl dares to join the fray? Watch as I sever your tassel. The soft sword suddenly tightens, and Su Wanwan's yellow tassel creaks ominously. On the verge of snapping. Your opponent is me. Lu Shuang's red tassel lunges forth like a spirit snake, accurately wrapping around the purple-black tassel. The Luo Xia sword, infused with fiery sword energy, cleaves towards the foe. Last time you severed my left arm, but you have not learned your lesson. Which arm do you wish to lose this time? The purple-robed woman is forced to retreat defensively, her soft sword clashing against the Luo Xia sword, creating a shower of sparks. She stumbles back, her eyes gleaming with malice. Lu Shuang, do not think you are impressive for having defeated me once. Today, I bring soul-binding threads, specifically crafted to counter your flowery binding techniques. Suddenly, she throws out a dark pouch, and slender silver threads instantly wrap around the red tassel, beginning to erode its luster. Childish trick. Shen Qingci's swaying sword swiftly positions itself between them, the dark tassel unfurling like a waterfall, ensnaring the silver threads layer upon layer. The dark arts of the Blood Shadow sect possess little capability. With a gentle twist of her wrist, the dark tassel suddenly emits a faint azure light. The silver threads, upon contact with the light, disintegrate into ashes, like ice meeting fire. This is the purifying technique, specifically designed for those who engage in underhanded tactics. The purple-robed woman, taken aback, attempts to flee, but Shen Qingci blocks her escape. The dark tassel of the swaying sword and the red tassel of the luo sword weave a net in the air, trapping her in the center. This is an advanced technique of their twin binding, which Shen Qingci had previously deemed too taxing on sword spirits, yet today flows effortlessly, the intertwining hues of ink and red creating blossoms of sword energy, each imbued with a fierce aura. Is this all Qingyun Mountain can rely on? These entangled techniques? The purple-robed woman is forced to retreat step by step, her soft sword losing its rhythm. If you possess the ability, engage in single combat. To deal with you, there is no need for decorum. Lu Shuang's red tassel suddenly wraps around the woman's ankle, catching her off guard and causing her to tumble to the ground. The luo sword is immediately poised against her throat. The last time I spared your life, it was to send a message to your leader. I did not expect you to recklessly walk into your doom. Shen Qingci crouches down, the dark tassel lightly brushing against the purple-robed woman's face, her tone flat, yet chilling. Return and inform your leader that within 3 days, if he does not come to atone with his followers, I shall personally visit the Blood Shadow sect's main altar and incinerate all your clandestine techniques. The purple-robed woman grits her teeth, refusing to speak, as Lu Shuang's red tassel tightens further, causing her to cry out in pain. Understood. Our leader said that if you can truly stand, he invites you to battle at the Duanhuan Cliff. He said, he wants you to experience the taste of betrayal from those you trust the most. These words strike Lu Shuang like a poisoned needle, eliciting a visceral reaction. Last year, when she was captured by the Blood Shadow sect, they had used forged letters to make Shen Qingci believe she had betrayed her. Although they later clarified the misunderstanding, the scar still burns unexpectedly. Her red tassel trembles violently, and the luo sword nearly slips from her grasp. Shen Qingci immediately grips her wrist, the dark tassel tenderly entwining with the red one, her fingertips gently patting her hand. Do not heed her nonsense. She looks up at the purple-robed woman, her gaze as cold as ice. Scram. After the purple-robed woman escapes in a flurry, Su Wanwan notices Lu Shuang's face has turned frightfully pale and hurriedly hands her a water flask. Sister Shuang, are you all right? Do not take that witch's words to heart. Shermu trusts you above all. However, Shen Qingci suddenly pulls Lu Shuang close, placing a firm kiss upon her lips. This kiss is not the usual light peck tinged with medicinal taste. It carries an undeniable assurance, as the dark and red tassels intertwine around their necks, marking their bond. Lu Shuang is momentarily taken aback before wrapping her arms around Shen Qingci's waist, burying her face in the crook of her neck, the red tassel brushing against her clothing, igniting a ticklish sensation in her heart. Last year at Duanhuan Cliff, I knew that letter was false. Shen Qingci's voice whispers against her ear, tinged with a slight huskiness. Your tassel has entwined with my sword for 3 years, whether loose or tight. I can tell at a touch. If you truly wish to betray, this tassel would have long since severed. Lu Shuang suddenly bursts into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks, splattering upon their entwined tassels. Shermu, you clearly punished me to guard the woodshed for 3 months back then. That was to prevent you from becoming arrogant. Shen Qingci lowers her head to lick away her tears, the taste imbued with herbal fragrance. The woodshed is closest to my Jianlu. I used the excuse of inspections to see you daily. Did you truly think I was there just to check if the firewood was stacked? Su Wanwan, covering her eyes and exclaiming embarrassment, secretly entwines the yellow tassel of the Luing sword with theirs, forming a small heart-shaped knot. The moonlight cascades upon the 3 intertwined tassels, red as fire, dark as night, yellow as stars, entwined into an inseparable warmth. Shen Qingci suddenly let out a soft gasp, pointing at the red tassel of Lu Shuang. Look, the spot that was ensnared by the soul-locking threads has sprouted tender shoots. Lu Shuang leaned in for a closer look and indeed saw delicate, pinkish new threads emerging from the tip of the red tassel, glistening in the moonlight like newly hatched spring buds. Shen Qingci's dark tassel gently brushed against the tender shoot, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Sister Bai was right. A good tassel can cultivate its own spirit, just like us. Lu Shuang continued, as the red tassel playfully entwined with the dark one, returning a kiss upon her lips, this time infused with a hint of mischief. Once we defeat the Blood Shadow sect, let us plant a tree at Wangyue Cliff, burying the 3 tassels at its roots, allowing them to grow into vines that reach high into the sky. Sounds splendid, Shen Qingci agreed, tightening her grip. And we shall hang a sign upon the tree, inscribed with the words Jingyun's 3 treasures, the tassels, the sword, and the 3 of us. Su Wanwan immediately raised her yellow tassel in cheer. I want to be at the very top. The moonlight at the sword cottage suddenly took on a uniquely gentle quality, enveloping the 3 figures in a warm embrace. The distant wind carried the essence of Duanhuan Cliff, yet it could not disperse the entwined tassels and fervent kisses, as if the very air was laced with honey, sweetening the hearts of those entangled. Tinged with a hint of steel's edge, though they were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, they felt grounded as if standing on firm soil, reassured by the presence of one another, knowing the intertwined tassels would never break. With just a turn, warmth awaited their lips. Lu Shuang suddenly recalled the words Shen Qingci had shared while teaching her the art of twin entwining. No matter how tightly the tassels are bound, they cannot compare to the bond of hearts. But how does one bind a heart? Perhaps it is in the shared frowns during moments of pain, the laughter that arrives before the other's smile, chasing away the adversaries, and stealing a kiss under the moonlight, allowing life to flow by. At that time, she had not comprehended, but now, with the taste of the shared elixir lingering on her tongue and her fingertips caressing the warm tassels, she suddenly understood. This entanglement was never a troublesome burden. Even amidst the shadows of swords and blades, they could grasp one another's warmth, steadfastly moving forward, knowing that no matter how far they traveled, the entwined tassels would always draw them back beneath the same moon. Chapter 79. Jian Sui Exine. The morning mist of Qingyun Mountain had yet to dissipate, and a layer of thin frost had settled upon the stone steps of the Jianlu. Shen Qingci stood at the edge of the cliff, gripping the Suing sword, its ink-colored tassel hanging over the green stones, dusted with a touch of white frost, resembling a string of tiny stars. Behind her came a soft sound, and without turning around, she knew it was the sound of Lu Shuang's red tassel trailing on the ground, more familiar than the rhythm of morning dew falling. Shirmu, seen your sister by mentioned that remnants of the Shuang sect are lurking at the foot of the mountain, Lu Shuang said, her red tassel entwining with Shen Qingci's ink tassel as she gently tugged it. She wants us to take a look, while also trying out the newly practiced dual entanglement technique. Shen Qingci turned around, her fingertips brushing over the frost flowers on Lu Shuang's red tassel. Practicing until the 3rd watch again last night. Your tassel has frayed edges. Are you trying to catch up to Shirmu's speed? Lu Shuang replied, lowering her head to nuzzle against Shen Qingci's sleeve, her red tassel wrapping around her wrist. Besides, with Shirmu's ink tassel protecting us, I'm not worried about damaging it. Just then, a sudden sound of swords clashing echoed from below the mountain, a tone not of Qingyun Mountain, infused with a malevolence that pierced through to the very marrow of the bones. Su Wanyuan burst forth from the mist, clutching the Lu Ying sword, her pale yellow tassel trembling like a bell in the wind. Shirmu, Shuang, they are here. They brought an old man in a black robe, and his sword tassel is black. As the 3 of them descended the mountain, they stumbled upon a group of over a dozen figures in black surrounding a woman in gray. The woman's sword was broken in half, her white tassel stained with blood. Seeing Shen Qingci approach, she cried out urgently, Shen Zhongmen, the Shuang sect has taken our sect's soul-gathering pearl, claiming they will sacrifice it at the Duanhuan Cliff. The old man in the black robe suddenly turned his head, revealing a face lined with deep wrinkles beneath his hood. The black tassel sword in his hand hissed ominously. Just in time. Leave the Su Ying sword behind, and I shall spare your lives. His tone was audacious. Shen Qingci's ink tassel suddenly surged, coiling around the old man's black tassel like a serpent. At the moment of impact, frost flowers scattered. With your poison-broken sword? Lu Shuang's red tassel swiftly followed, intertwining with the ink tassel to form a net. The Luo Xia sword slashing towards the old man's left shoulder with fiery sword energy. Last time I let you escape. This time you shan't have such good fortune. The old man in the black robe sneered, and the black tassel suddenly spread apart, transforming into countless fine needles shot towards the 2. Su Wanyuan's yellow tassel expanded just in time, forming a small umbrella to shield them from behind. Shuang is right. Old poison, taste my Lu Ying rain. The pale yellow sword tassel shed sword energy like starlight, knocking the fine needles down one by one. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qingci tightened her grip on the ink tassel, the Su-Ying sword slicing through the air in a silver arc, forcing the old man to retreat repeatedly. However, the black tassel was truly sinister. The part ensnared by the ink tassel began to dissolve slowly, emitting a pungent black smoke. It was a tassel made from bone corrosion powder. She called out sharply, "Shuaying, use the Jinghan technique." Lu Shuaying immediately understood, and where the red and ink tassels overlapped, a pale golden light ignited. The black smoke hissed as it collided with the light, dissipating into nothingness. The two sword tassels twisted tighter together, resembling intertwined fire dragons, compelling the old man to withdraw his sword for self-preservation. "These two little girls possess some skill," the old man remarked, turning his black tassel towards Su Wanyuan. "Alas, this yellow-haired girl is about to lose her life." Su Wanyuan, focused on dealing with a nearby black-clad assailant, did not anticipate the black tassel would suddenly entangle her yellow tassel. By the time she reacted, her wrist was already in pain from the binding, and the Lu-Ying sword nearly slipped from her grasp. "Wanyuan." Lu Shuing attempted to assist, but was ensnared by the old man's sword, a black mark suddenly appearing on her red tassel. At that moment, Shen Qingci abruptly released her ink tassel entangled with the old man and redirected it toward the black tassel attacking Su Wanyuan. Her movement was as swift as lightning. The cold light of the Su-Ying sword grazed past Su Wanyuan's hair, accurately severing the source of the black tassel. "Shimu!" Lu Shuing exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Shen Qingci endure a strike from the old man, a splash of glaring red staining the ink-colored tassel. "It's nothing." Shen Qingci gritted her teeth, pulling back the ink tassel. Her fingers brushed over the black mark on Lu Shuing's red tassel, which was radiating heat. "Let us deal with him first." She suddenly leaned in, pressing a hurried kiss against the corner of Lu Shuing's lips, tinged with a hint of blood. "This is a calming incantation. I'll give you something sweet later." Lu Shuing's face flushed crimson, but her red tassel surged with vitality, tightly entwining with the old man's black tassel. The Luo Xia sword and Su-Ying sword merged into one, emitting a dragon-like sword cry that shattered the bone-corroding black tassel. "Impossible." The old man staggered backward, staring at the bare sword hilt in horror. "How can your tassels?" "Because our tassels are entwined with the heart, while yours are entangled with poison." Shen Qingci's ink tassel, wrapped in red light, lightly rested on Lu Shuing's red tassel, both swords simultaneously pointing toward the old man's throat. "Wanyuan, send him on his way." Su Wanyuan's yellow tassel immediately coiled around the old man's ankle, and the Lu-Ying sword deftly lifted a fallen tassel from the ground, piercing precisely into the old man's heart. This move is called Sui Sui Pingan. It's meant to send vile individuals like you to hell. Seeing their leader slain, the black-clad assailants fell into disarray. However, Shen Qingci swayed slightly. The force of the earlier blow was heavier than expected, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. Lu Shuing quickly supported her, her red tassel anxiously rubbing against Shen Qingci's ink tassel. "Shermu, I told you not to take it head-on. If I hadn't Wanyuan would have been in danger." Shen Qingci smiled as she wiped the blood from the corner of her lips. The ink tassel gently entwined with Lu Shuing's red tassel. "I promise to give you something sweet." She lowered her head to kiss Lu Shuing again, this time without haste, imbued with tender concern, her tongue softly brushing over Lu Shuing's lips, which were tightly pressed together in anxiety, conveying both the bitterness of medicinal herbs and a hint of sweetness. Su Wanyuan turned away, covering her eyes, yet the yellow tassel stealthily approached, tying a small knot upon the intertwined ink and red tassels. The morning mist gradually dispersed, sunlight falling upon the three entwined sword tassels, red as fire, ink as night, yellow as stars, melting the frost at the cliff's edge, flowing down the stone steps like unspoken sweetness. "By the way, Shermu." Lu Shuing suddenly remembered something, lightly tapping Shen Qingci's ink tassel. The gray-clad woman mentioned that the Shui-Ying sect intends to sacrifice the soul-gathering pearl at Duanhuan Cliff. Could it be related to last year's soul-devouring array? Shen Qingci's ink tassel paused momentarily. "It's possible. Wanyuan, go inform senior sister Bai to have the disciples guard the entrance to Duanhuan Cliff. Shuang, let us investigate the origins of the soul-gathering pearl." Her words were interrupted by Lu Shuing's kiss, the red tassel playfully wrapping around her wrist. "Before we investigate, let us complete this kiss first." Lu Shuing's red tassel rubbed against her ink tassel, the light in her eyes brighter than the sun. "I was too hasty earlier. I didn't get to taste the sweetness." Su Wanyuan shouted from the side, I saw nothing, while the yellow tassel swayed lazily, tying another knot upon the two tassels. Shen Qingci deepened the kiss with a smile, as the ink and crimson tassels intertwined into a beautiful concentric knot in the morning light. From the direction of the sword cottage, the call of Senior's sister echoed, while the distant winds carried the essence of Duanhuan Cliff. Yet, as long as the place where their lips met was warm and the intertwining of the sword tassels was firm, it seemed that no matter how treacherous the path, they could traverse it with laughter. After all, a good sword tassel entangles the soul, and a good person entwines the heart, and their tassels had long since woven an inextricable fate. Chapter 80. The sword tails at Duanhuan Cliff. The winds at Duanhuan Cliff always carry a hint of rust. Shen Qingci stood beneath an ancient pine tree at the cliff's edge, the swaging sword embedded at an angle in the crevice of a stone, its dark sword tail hanging down. When the wind stirred, it intertwined with the crimson tail of Lu Shuaying, who approached gracefully. Shermo. Sister Bai mentioned that the gathering soul pearl is the treasure of Lichen Pavilion, capable of gathering souls, and also. Lu Shuaying's words were abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent sword cries. She turned sharply, her crimson tail tightening like a bowstring. An attack was imminent. A dozen figures clad in black emerged from the mist, led by a woman adorned with a blood-red lotus embroidered on her black robe. The bone sword in her hand glimmered with a grayish hue, its tail woven from hair, releasing a foul odor with her movements. Shen Qingci, surrender the whereabouts of the gathering soul pearl, and I shall ensure your remains are whole at Qingyun Mountain. Shen Qingci remained silent, merely casting a glance at Lu Shuaying. Their sword tails remained entwined, the dark and crimson hues lightly colliding in the wind, as if whispering secrets. Lu Shuaying suddenly smiled, tugging at the crimson tail, causing the Loxia's sword to burst forth with a spark. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. There's no need for idle chatter. The bone sword clashed with the Luoxia's sword, and the woman's hair tail exploded, transforming into countless fine needles aimed at Lu Shuaying's face. Shen Qingci's dark tail shot out like a spirit serpent, weaving a net in the air. The fine needles struck, producing a series of delicate sounds, all repelled outside. Shuaying, to the left, she commanded, pulling the swaging sword from the crevice, sending silver shards scattering. Lu Shuaying's crimson tail suddenly coiled around the opponent's wrist, using the force to spin around, and as the Luoxia sword grazed the woman's neck, it drew a trail of blood. Is that all you've got? She raised an eyebrow, and with a quick tug, the crimson tail tied a knot in the woman's hair tail, causing the bone sword to slip from her grasp. Yet, the woman suddenly laughed, and from beneath her robe emerged countless hands, each wielding a small bone dagger, swarming forward like a tide. The thousand hands formation of Lichen Pavilion? Shen Qingci's dark tail surged, shielding Lu Shuaying behind her, as the arc of the swaging sword multiplied in density. It seems you did not only steal the gathering soul pearl, but have also mastered forbidden techniques. And what of it? The woman's voice rasped like sandpaper. Today, you shall experience the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 blades. Lu Shuaying's crimson tail entwined with Shen Qingci's dark tail, the two colors twisting into a single rope as the energies of the Luoxia sword and swaging sword collided, erupting into a burst of golden red light. Shermo, let us break through together, she shouted, standing on tiptoe to peck at the corner of Shen Qingci's lips. The crimson tail sprang away, entangling the nearest bone dagger, using a kiss as the catalyst. This was a technique you taught me. Shen Qingci's ears flushed red in an instant, yet the dark tail tightened its grip. Act more appropriately, she chided, though her sword techniques became increasingly fierce, the dark sword energy enveloping the red light, shattering the incoming bone daggers into fragments. Amidst the chaos, Su Wangquan, accompanied by several disciples, burst forth from the side, her pale yellow tail resembling a string of lanterns, darting through the shadows. Sister Shuaying, Shermo, there's a cellar over here. The gathering soul pearl might be inside. Her Luoying sword suddenly pointed towards the cliff wall. I just saw a black-clad figure slip in there. Upon hearing this, the black-robed woman abruptly abandoned Shen Qingci, lunging directly at Su Wangquan with her bone sword. Seeking death. Be careful, Wangquan. Lu Shuaying attempted to rush to her aid, but was ensnared by several bone daggers, a fresh wound appearing on her crimson tail. Seeing this, Shen Qingci swiftly released her entangled dark tail, and the swaging sword struck like a flash of black lightning, accurately cleaving the spine of the bone sword. The sound of impact reverberated as the black-robed woman staggered back 3 steps. While Shen Qingci felt a prick from a poison needle shot from the woman's sleeve, dark stains rapidly spreading across her black robe. Shermu. Lu Shuang's eyes widened with distress, her crimson tail swelling several feet, sweeping aside the surrounding black-clad figures. As she turned to Shen Qingci, her voice trembled. It's the heart-eating needle. Shen Qingci pressed her hand down, her complexion pale, yet her gaze bright. Stay calm. It hasn't struck a vital point. She turned to Su Wangquan. The seller. Su Wangquan immediately understood, her Luiying sword and yellow tail darting into the dark entrance of the cliff. The black-robed woman, witnessing this, frantically lunged forward. Stop her. Lu Shuang pushed Shen Qingci behind her, her crimson tail spreading like a net. Shermu, go pursue. I will hold them off. The Luoxia sword danced with relentless precision, the blood droplets on her tail being shattered into mist by the sword energy, lending her moves an added ferocity. Without hesitation, Shen Qingci swiftly tied a knot with her dark tail around Lu Shuang's crimson tail. Wait for my return. As the Suijing sword vanished into the dark entrance, she glanced back, seeing Lu Shuang deftly evade a bone dagger, her crimson tail entwined with the opponent's hair tail, flashing a smile as vibrant as a flower blooming fiercely in blood. The cellar was damp, with an oil lamp embedded in the stone wall casting a dim yellow light. Indeed, a figure in black was prying open a stone box with a dagger. Shen Qingci's dark tail lashed out, ensnaring the opponent's wrist when she suddenly heard a soft sound behind her. She pivoted swiftly, the Suijing sword in hand, only to be taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Lu Shuang. Why did you follow me? Shen Qingci frowned, wishing to check for injuries. But Lu Shuang placed a hand on her shoulder. The crimson tail wrapped around her sleeve, concern radiating from her gaze. Sister Bai's people are here. I couldn't leave you be. She stood on tiptoe, her crimson tail gently curling around Shen Qingci's neck. Shermu, you have been poisoned. Just as Shen Qingci intended to downplay the matter, her lips were sealed. Lu Shuang's kiss was frantic and trembling, as her tongue cautiously explored. It carried the bitter taste of the detoxification pill she always kept on hand. The crimson tail entwined with the dark tail, forming a gentle lock around their necks. The books say that a kiss can transmit internal energy. When Lu Shuang drew back from her lips, their noses brushed together, a droplet of blood from the crimson tail landing on Shen Qingci's collar, resembling a small red flower. Though I cannot ascertain its truth, I wish to try. Shen Qingci smiled, tightening her dark tail around Lu Shuang, pulling her closer. Silly girl. She lowered her head to kiss, this time taking the initiative, as the dark and crimson sword tails intertwined under the oil lamp, casting beautiful arcs that rendered the faint glow of the gathering soul pearl within the stone box dim in comparison. Cough, cough. Su Wanchuan's voice echoed from the dark entrance, her pale yellow tail peeking in. We got the pearl. If you don't mind, perhaps you could find a more suitable place for your affection? It's a bit too strong in here. As the two separated, their sword tails remained entwined, resembling an inseparable bond. Shen Qingci glanced at the gathering soul pearl within the stone box, its ethereal blue light reflecting upon Lu Shuang's flushed cheeks. Suddenly, the winds at Duanhuan Cliff seemed less frigid. Let us go? She took Lu Shuang's hand, their dark and crimson tails trailing along the ground, leaving behind intertwining marks. Xixiang, Lu Shuang abruptly halted, the red tassel entwining with Shen Qingci's ink-colored tassel, forming a knot known as Changxiang Shou, a new lesson I have acquired. Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who taught you this? It was by Shiji's maid who mentioned that for those in love. Cough, cough. Su Wanwan interrupted with another bout of coughing, her golden tassel nearly burying her head in her arms. Shixing, Shuiying Jia, the black-clad assailants outside have been dealt with. Bai Shijia is wondering, shall we roast a chicken at the cliff summit to celebrate? Lu Shuiying's face flushed deeper as she tugged at Shen Qingci, exclaiming, let us go. Chicken roasting. As Shen Qingci was pulled along, she observed the intertwining tassels gently swaying in the breeze, suddenly realizing that perhaps the path of the Jianghu is characterized by this warmth of entwined tassels, the sweetness of lips and teeth in unison. Even if one were to occasionally succumb to poison or engage in a skirmish, it is of little consequence. As the bonfire blazed at the cliff's peak, Bai Shiji's disciples were busy clearing the battlefield. Shen Qingci leaned against a pine tree while Lu Shuang cautiously tended to her wounds with the red tassel. Su Wanwan approached, holding a golden-brown roasted chicken leg, grease glistening on her yellow tassel. Shixing, Shuingjia, you were just down there. Enjoy your chicken. Lu Shuing interjected, her face aflame, while the red tassel quietly formed another knot on Shen Qingci's ink tassel. Shen Qingci took a bite of the chicken leg, gazing at the increasingly entwined tassels, and suddenly smiled. Perhaps this is the most beautiful form, the sword present, the person near. The tassels intertwined, and hearts bound together. Regardless of the blood shadow sect or the gathering soul pearl, as long as this touch of crimson and that hint of pale yellow are by one's side, even the longest road can be traversed with a smile. The wind rustled through the pine needles, carrying the aroma of roasted chicken, stirring the three intertwining tassels, akin to a song yet to be completed. Chapter 81. Suichan Duanhan. The moonlight at Duanhanya exuded a chilling aura, bathing the freshly cleared battlefield in its glow, as broken swords and traces of blood lay frozen in the stone crevices, covered with frost. Shen Qingci crouched at the edge of the cliff, the ink tassel of her swaying sword dangling into the mist below, the blood droplets clinging to its tip, trembling in the wind. Remnants of the injury inflicted when Lu Shuang had shielded her from a hidden weapon moments ago. Are you still watching? Lu Shuang's voice emerged from behind, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. She held a ceramic pot containing the freshly brewed detoxifying soup, its steam rising into the moonlight like mist. Shiji said the residual poison from the heart-eating needle hasn't been eliminated yet. You must drink it while it's hot. As Shen Qingci turned, she caught sight of Lu Shuang wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, a result of a cut she sustained while evading the bone blade of the black-robed woman during their earlier battle. Suddenly, the ink tassel sprang back from the cliff's edge, entwining around Lu Shuang's wrist with a gentle yet unmistakable insistence. Your injury. It's no longer painful. Lu Shuang presented the ceramic pot to her lips, the red tassel brushing against her chin with a teasing tickle. Yet, it seems you are more difficult to manage than Wang Quan when it comes to taking medicine. Just as Shen Qingci was about to respond, a sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed from the mist. It was not the sword from Qingyun Mountain. The sound was deep and muffled, reminiscent of a massive stone grinding against metal. Su Wangquan burst forth from the mist, wielding the Luing sword, its pale yellow tassel jingling with a cry of alarm. Shiji, Shuangjia, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect, has arrived. He has brought many people, claiming he will flatten Duanhanya. Before she could finish, a shadow had already landed on a massive stone 3 zhang away. The figure was clad in a dark robe trimmed with gold, holding a pitch-black sword, its tassel wrapped in golden threads. With a black orb the size of a dove's egg dangling from its tip, the missing Juhanju. Shen Qingci. The leader's voice seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, the Juhanju shimmering with an eerie light under the moon. Surrender your swaying sword, and Lu Shuang, and I will allow you to remain intact. Lu Shuang's red tassel instantly tightened, and the Luo Xia sword was unsheathed with a whoosh. You are delusional. The little girl has spirit. The leader sneered, suddenly pointing the black sword at Shen Qingci. What a pity, your Shiji will soon become a soulless husk. The poison from the heart-eating needle will strike at her heart within 3 days, and by then. Shut your mouth. Shen Qingci's ink tassel surged, entwining around the opponent's golden-threaded tassel like a spirit snake. When their tassels collided, the light of the Juhanju intensified, and amidst the mist below the cliff, the wails of countless vengeful spirits echoed, a testament to the heinous methods of the Blood Shadow sect, which used the living to forge jewels. The leader's black sword suddenly swung forth, a wave of black mist rushing toward them. Then let you taste the agony of being devoured by countless souls. Lu Shuang's red tassel immediately wrapped around Shen Qingci's ink tassel, intertwining their 2 colors into a single cord. The sword energies of the Luo Xia and Sui Ying swords clashed, exploding in a burst of golden red light, the culmination of their practice of the Tong Xian Per. As the golden light met the black mist, the wails of the vengeful spirits intensified but were held at bay 3 feet away, unable to approach. Quite interesting. The leader's golden-threaded tassel suddenly unraveled, transforming into countless golden strands that ensnared the 2 women. Unfortunately, your unity is utterly feeble before the Juhanju. The golden strands descended like a net, but Shen Qingci pulled Lu Shuang with her, twisting away, the ink and red tassels leaving ghostly trails in the mist. Su Wanchuan's yellow tassel suddenly darted out from the side, the Luing sword wrapping around the nearest golden strands, Shuang Jie is right. Old demon, let me pierce you. Yet there were too many golden strands. And Su Wanquan's yellow tassel was quickly ensnared, causing the Lu Ying's sword to clatter to the ground. Lu Shuang attempted to provide aid, but was forced back by the leader's black sword, a fresh line of blood appearing on her red tassel. Observing this, Shen Qingci abruptly released her entanglement with the red tassel, and the swaying sword struck like a bolt of black lightning against the spine of the black sword. With a resounding clang, the leader staggered back a step, while Shen Qingci felt a poisonous needle graze her left shoulder, the ink of her robe swiftly spreading into a dark stain. Shiji! Lu Shuang's eyes widened in anguish as her red tassel shot out several feet, sweeping aside the black-clad attackers. As she turned to Shen Qingci, her voice trembled. This is the heart-eating needle. Shen Qingci grasped her hand tightly. Though her face was pale, her eyes shone brightly. Stay calm. It hasn't struck a vital area yet. She glanced at Su Wanquan. Understanding immediately, Su Wanquan drove the Lu Ying's sword, with its yellow tassel, into a hidden door within the cliff. Upon witnessing this, the leader abruptly abandoned Shen Qingci, charging straight for Su Wanquan with the black sword. You seek death. Be careful, Wanquan. Lu Shuang attempted to rush to her aid, but was caught by several bone blades, a fresh wound appearing on her red tassel. Observing this, Shen Qingci's ink tassel surged free from its entanglement with the red tassel, and the swaying sword struck like a black bolt of lightning against the spine of the bone sword. With a resounding clang, the black-robed woman was forced back 3 steps, while Shen Qingci felt the poisonous needle from the opponent's sleeve graze her left shoulder, the ink robe rapidly spreading with a dark hue. In the chaotic battle, Lu Shuang's red tassel suddenly entwined with Shen Qingci's ink tassel, their 2 colors weaving a net that ensnared the leader within. As the Luo Xia sword, infused with fiery sword energy, slashed toward him, Shen Qingci suddenly tightened her grip on the ink tassel. The swaying sword thrust upward from below, revealing their newly developed Jinghan technique, requiring their tassels to intertwine tightly to unleash its power. In this moment, the ink and crimson tassels gleamed brilliantly in the moonlight, forcing the leader to retreat step by step. Impossible. The leader's golden-threaded tassel suddenly latched onto the Jinghan, causing the black orb to emit a blinding light. How could a jewel forged from the lives of 100 people fear mere girls like you? Black mist erupted from the Jinghan, the wails of the vengeful spirits threatening to shatter eardrums. Shen Qingci abruptly pulled Lu Shuang closer, delivering a passionate kiss upon her lips. This was not the usual tenderness. This kiss was imbued with resolute heat, as the ink and red tassels entwined tightly around their necks, leaving an indelible mark. Shuang utilized the Jinghan technique. Her voice was a whisper against Lu Shuang's ear, resonating with inner strength. I will protect you. You must destroy the pearl. Tears instantly fell from Lu Shuang's eyes. Yet the red tassel tightened even more. Shiji, obey me. Shen Qingci's ink tassel glowed with a cerulean light, wrapping the black mist layer upon layer. Do not forget, our tassels are still entwined. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth and nodded, her red tassel leveraging the force to spring forth, the Luo Xia sword blazing with golden red light, charging like a burning meteor straight toward the Jinghan. The leader's golden-threaded tassel frantically lashed out. Yet it was firmly held back by Shen Qingci's ink tassel. The collision between the azure light and the golden strands sparked a shower of sparks, as blood dripped continuously from the corner of Shen Qingci's mouth. Yet the ink tassel tightened its grip, like a dragon reluctant to let go. Now is the moment. Shen Qingci roared, the ink tassel suddenly surging several feet, ensnaring all the golden strands around her. Lu Shuang's red tassel instantly wrapped around the Jinghan, and as the edge of the Luo Xia sword brushed past the black orb, a piercing crack echoed through the air. The radiance of the Jinghan dimmed abruptly, and the souls trapped within the dark mist exhaled sighs of liberation. Suddenly, the golden tassel of the cult leader snapped, and he staggered back, clutching his heart, his face a portrait of disbelief. My pearl. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Qingci yanked back the ink-hued tassel, and the broken shadow sword pierced through his throat. The moment the Jinghan touched the ground, it transformed into countless glimmers, dissipating into the fog. Shen Qingci swayed, ultimately succumbing to her fatigue and collapsing. Lu Shuang, swift of hand and keen of eye, caught her, the crimson tassel entwining further around her blood-soaked garment. Shirmu, please wake up. Foolish girl. Shen Qingci's voice was as light as a sigh, her fingertips brushing against the bloodstains on the crimson tassel. Do not cry. I am unscathed. Suddenly, she smiled, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Look, our tassels are still intertwined. Su Wangquan rushed over, cradling the Luiying sword, her pale yellow tassel gently resting upon the entwined dark red ones. Her voice choked with emotion. Shirmu, Sister Shuang, we have triumphed. Gradually, the mist dissipated, and the moonlight cascaded upon the three intertwined sword tassels, the red like flames, the ink like night, and the yellow like stars. Shen Qingci leaned against Lu Shuang's embrace, her breathing steadily calming. The ink-hued tassel rested upon her hand, forming a beautiful knot with the crimson one. Lu Shuang lowered her head to kiss the top of Shen Qingci's hair, and the red tassel tied another knot upon her ink-hued one. This time a new longevity knot she had recently learned. Bai Lingsu had said that this knot would safeguard peace and ensure longevity. In the distance, the shouts of disciples from Qingyun Mountain echoed, as Bai Lingsu rushed towards them with a medicine box in hand. Lu Shuang held Shen Qingci close, watching the entwined three strands of sword tassels gently sway in the moonlight. Suddenly, she felt that the so-called Jinghan cliff might not be a place for severing souls, but rather a place for discovering bonds. Much like the tassels of herself and her Shimu, intertwined for so long, they had already woven their souls into an inseparable fate. The wind swept through the cliff valley, carrying the fresh scent of pine resin, stirring the entwined sword tassels, producing a delicate sound, as if to say, the road ahead is still long. As long as these tassels remain intertwined, there is nothing to fear. Chapter 82. Sword-entwined morning light filtered through the mist of Duanhuan Cliff, casting mottled patterns upon the blue stones. Shen Qingci leaned against Lu Shuang, her complexion still pale, yet her lips bore a hint of color. Lu Shuang carefully wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of her lips, the red tassel brushing lightly against Shen Qingci's chin, bringing a ticklish sensation. Awake? Lu Shuang's voice was soft, as if fearing to disturb the recently revived soul. Shen Qingci slowly opened her eyes, dew droplets clinging to her lashes, the ink-colored tassel slipping from her fingertips to rest on Lu Shuang's wrist. You've made my arm numb. Her voice was hoarse from sleep, yet it concealed a playful undertone. Lu Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she was about to rise, she was tugged back by Shen Qingci. The ink tassel entwined with the red one, circling around their wrists. Don't move. Shen Qingci tilted her head and gently pecked Lu Shuang's lips, akin to morning dew falling upon petals. Let us stay like this a while longer. Lu Shuang's heart raced, the red tassel instinctively tightening, binding their wrists closer. In the distance, the sound of Su Wangquan humming a tune while tidying the battlefield echoed, the pale yellow tassel occasionally scraping against stones, producing a crisp sound that did not disrupt the tranquility at the cliff's edge. Suddenly, a swift gust of sword wind swept in from the east, carrying a chilling aura of menace. Shen Qingci's eyes snapped open, the ink tassel taut, and the shattered shadow sword gripped firmly in her hand. Lu Shuang also rose, the falling sunset sword unsheathing with a spark of fire, revealing three sword cultivators clad in dark iron armor. The leader bore a heavy sword on his shoulder, its tassel resembling chains, clanking ominously as they collided. The remnants of Shuiying's sect, indeed hiding here. The heavy sword cultivator's voice was grating like stone. By the order of the alliance leader, we are here to cleanse the sect. Shen Qingci scoffed. Alliance leader? You merely seek to seize the remnants of the soul-gathering pearl. You dare to claim authority? Seeking death. The heavy sword cultivator swung his sword, the wind scattering stones. Shen Qingci sidestepped, the ink tassel entangling the opponent's chain-like tassel. Using the momentum to spin, the shattered shadow sword gliding past the heavy sword blade, igniting a shower of sparks. Lu Shuang's falling sunset sword entwined like a red serpent around the long sword of the left side cultivator, their red and silver tassels intertwining. She suddenly spun, leveraging centrifugal force to hurl him toward the stone wall. This was a technique she and Shen Qingci had recently practiced, specifically designed to counter aggressive sword maneuvers. Wangquan, go inform senior sister Bai. Lu Shuang called out. Su Wangquan acknowledged and, with the yellow tassel tracing an arc in the morning light, dashed into the dense forest. The right side cultivator seized the moment to attack Shen Qingci from behind, his tassel imbued with a deep blue poison. Shen Qingci, seemingly possessing eyes at her back, abruptly released the heavy sword cultivator's chain, deftly wrapping the poisoned sword's tassel with the ink tassel. The shattered shadow sword retaliated, its tip pressing against the opponent's pulse point. The cultivator screamed, his long sword slipping from his grasp, his wrist swelling to a purplish hue. Is that all you've got? Shen Qingci raised an eyebrow, the ink tassel tightening suddenly, flinging the poisoned sword toward the heavy sword cultivator. The heavy sword cultivator deflected it, yet Lu Shuang seized the opportunity, thrusting the falling sunset sword straight into his ribcage. The red and ink tassels crossed midair, ensnaring him in their midst. Shizuan, tangle his left leg, Lu Shuang urged. Shen Qingci understood, the ink tassel coiling around the heavy sword cultivator's ankle like a serpent, while Lu Shuang retracted her sword to strike, the red tassel wrapping around his sword-bearing wrist. Their cooperation was seamless. The moment the tassels intertwined, a golden-red sword aura erupted. The heavy sword cultivator was both astonished and furious, wildly slashing his heavy sword. Yet he could not break through the veil woven by their tassels. The chain-like tassel was frayed by the ink-red duo, the links falling to the ground with a clattering sound. Suddenly, Shen Qingci tightened the ink tassel, and Lu Shuang exerted force simultaneously, the red and ink tassels pulling taut. With a sharp crack, the heavy sword cultivator's wrist was brutally twisted, the heavy sword clattering to the ground. Shen Qingci's fingertip pressed against his danzhong point, and he groaned, collapsing onto the ground. The remaining two sword cultivators exchanged glances and simultaneously lunged at Lu Shuang, recognizing her as the key to their coordination, aiming to sever that connection first. Shen Qingci's gaze sharpened, the ink tassel expanding several feet, ensnaring one cultivator's neck, while the shattered shadow sword advanced toward the other's face. Shuang, catch the sword, Shen Qingci commanded. Lu Shuang instantly understood. Releasing the heavy sword cultivator's ankle and entwining the ink tassel around Shen Qingci's. Their swords clashed, the sword aura rebounding through the tassels, forming a rotating halo. The two sword cultivators were swept by the halo, their long swords shattered, and they were hurled against the stone wall, rendered unconscious. As the smoke cleared, Shen Qingci leaned against Lu Shuang's shoulder, panting, the ink and red tassels still entwined, resembling two serpents intertwined at the neck. I'm a bit tired, she said weakly. Lu Shuang steadied her, raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. Let me channel my energy for you. Just as her fingertip brushed Shen Qingci's dantian, she was firmly held in place. Shen Qingci lowered her head, kissing Lu Shuang's lips. This time, it was no mere brush, but a passionate expression of survival, an indomitable desire for possession. Lu Shuang's eyelashes fluttered, the red tassel unconsciously wrapping around the ink tassel, tightening further. In the distance, Su Wonkin's voice grew closer, yet neither of them released their hold until their breaths intertwined, their tassels weaving an unbreakable bond in the morning light. Shizun. Lu Shuang's voice quivered, her cheeks flushed. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, resting her forehead against Lu Shuang's. Call me Qingci. The ink and red tassels swayed between their wrists, sunlight filtering through their entwined tassels, casting fragmented spots of light on the ground, reminiscent of scattered stars. When Su Wangquan arrived with Bai Ling Su, she stumbled upon this scene, suddenly covering her eyes, yet peeking through her fingers. It turned out that Shizuan and sister Shuang's tassels could indeed entwine in a manner sweeter than a heart knot. Bai Ling Su cleared her throat, prompting Su Wangquan to immediately tug her and turn away. Let us go check on those captives and let them have some time alone. Watching the two retreating figures, Shen Qingci lowered her head to kiss the top of Lu Shuang's head, the ink tassel tying a tight knot on the red one. Shuang, she whispered, let our tassels remain entwined like this from now on. Lu Shuang nodded, the red tassel nuzzling against the ink one, as if responding to their vow. The wind swept through the cliff gorge, carrying the delicate sounds of their tassels clashing, resembling an unfinished love song, resonating far into the morning light. Chapter 83. The resonance of twin swords in the fleeting moment when the morning mist was torn apart by the sword's aura. Shen Qingci's shattered shadow sword had already pierced through 7 strands of black fog. The inky sword tassel, akin to a venomous serpent, ensnared the left wrist of the leading figure in black attire, the sharp crack of shattered bones mingling with the mist as the opponent's black silk tassel was poised to exhale poisonous smoke, only to be tightly constricted by Lu Shuang's crimson tassel. The falling sunset sword, ablaze with a 3-foot flame, surged upward against the tide of the toxic smoke, pinning the sword-bearing hand, along with its wrist and blade, against the cliff face. Ah! The figure in black howled in agony, as the short dagger in his other hand lunged towards Shen Qingci's back. Unflinching, Shen Qingci remained steadfast. The inky tassel suddenly straightened, dislocating the opponent's left arm with a violent tug. In a swift counter, the shattered shadow sword pierced through his shoulder blade, its tip lifting a blood-stained fragment of black robe, casting a crimson arc in the morning light. The leader had commanded that they must remain alive. The remaining 6 figures in black roared in unison, their black silk tassels weaving a deadly net. Lu Shuang's crimson tassel swelled to an impressive length, twirling with the falling sunset sword within the toxic web. Wherever the sword's edge passed, the poisonous net dissipated into azure smoke, while the flowing silks of the crimson tassel scraped against the bluestone, igniting sparks. Harnessing the momentum of her rotation, she collided 3 of the black-clad adversaries together, and with a vertical slash from the falling sunset sword, their swords shattered into 2 pieces amidst a flurry of stone fragments. Suddenly, Shen Qingci's inky tassel entwined with Lu Shuang's crimson one, the 2 colors twisting into a braid. The energies of the shattered shadow sword and the falling sunset sword clashed, erupting in a golden-red wave of light. Within the radiant surge, the inky tassel mercilessly struck one enemy's throat, while the crimson tassel tightened around another's neck. As the remaining 2 figures in black sought to vanish into the dense fog, they were hurled back by the luminous wave, crashing against the ancient pine at the cliff's edge. The pine trembled, needles cascading down, mingling with the blood they coughed amidst the branches, a surreal rain. Your tassels. The leader, pinned against the cliff, stared at the entwined crimson and inky tassels, black blood trickling from his eyes. These are no ordinary sword tassels. They are forged from soul threads. Shen Qingci stepped upon his face, the shattered shadow sword pivoting at his throat. It is too late to comprehend. The inky tassel suddenly constricted, twisting the remaining hand into a braid. Last time, we allowed your leader to escape. This time, it is time to settle the score. Before the words had left his lips, a deafening roar resonated from the bottom of the cliff. Countless black silk tassels emerged from the mist, surging forth like a horde of serpents. At the edge of the fog, a figure draped in a cloak of bones stood suspended in midair, lightly tapping his bone staff. All the black silk tassels abruptly stood erect, their tips aimed directly at Shen Qingci and Lu Shuang. It is the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Lu Shuang's crimson tassel coiled around Shen Qingci's waist, the falling sunset sword held horizontally before them, for she had brought at least 100 individuals with her. Shen Qingci's inky tassel entwined around her wrist, the shattered shadow sword pressed against the back of her blade. In the moment their palms met, the intertwined crimson and inky tassels ignited into flames, golden red flames creeping up the sword's body. Shuang, do you remember the last move we practiced? I remember. Lu Shuang's crimson tassel blazed even fiercer, drawing from the tassels as kindling and blood as fuel, igniting the heavens. Both swords surged forth, a golden red fire dragon roaring out from the entwined tassels, crashing into the swarm of black silk tassels. The cacophony of screams, the crackle of burning fabric, and the shattering of sword tassels melded into chaos, as the cliff face was scorched black by the fire dragon's wrath. Seizing the moment, Shen Qingci grasped Lu Shuang by the nape of her neck, kissing her amidst the fiery spectacle. This kiss bore the chill of a blade, the heat of flames, and their hurried breaths intertwined. The flowing silk of the crimson tassel brushed against Shen Qingci's cheek, while the tail end of the inky tassel entwined with Lu Shuang's hair, their blood mingling within the flames of the tassels, intensifying the fire dragon's fury. It was not until the leader of the black-clad figures turned to ash in the flames that Shen Qingci released her, their noses brushing against one another. As the flames of the inky and crimson tassels gradually coalesced into a small orb of light upon their clasped hands. That kiss just now, Lu Shuang's lips were flushed and warm, the crimson tassel gently nudging the inky one. It was a down payment. Shen Qingci licked the blood bead from the corner of her lips, the inky tassel entwining her fingers, promising that once the figure in the bone cloak was dealt with, there would be sweeter moments to come. The thunderous roar from the cliff's base grew ever closer, the figure in the bone cloak becoming increasingly distinct amidst the mist. Yet, as Shen Qingci gazed into the flames dancing within Lu Shuang's eyes, he suddenly smiled. Their tassels remained intertwined. Their swords continued to burn. This was enough. Chapter 84. The fire of grain spreading across the plains. The bone cloak's bone staff slammed heavily against the cliff's edge, causing the entire cliff face to tremble. Dark silk tassels, concealed within the stone crevices, surged forth like a tide, their tips radiating a sinister glow. Shen Qingci shielded Lu Shuang behind her, the shattered shadow sword spinning in her palm, as the ink tassels snapped taut, grinding the first dozen black silk strands that had ensnared them into powder. Shuang, left flank. Lu Shuang understood, and the falling sunset sword, accompanied by the red tassels, spun out. As the sword's edge cleaved through the poisonous mist, the red tassels suddenly unfurled, transforming into a shower of starfire. Each spark igniting a cluster of golden red flames upon contact with the black silk strands. This technique, the fire of grain spreading across the plains, had become significantly more refined since their last practice. She fought while laughing, the flames from the red tassels spreading along the black silk strands, swiftly creating a safe zone. It was natural. Suddenly, Shen Qingci's ink tassels coiled around her wrist, the two swords crossing to form a crucifix, their sword energy shaking loose stones from the cliff summit. After all, having practiced together for 3 months, it would be a shame if they could not master it. Wouldn't he? Lu Shuang felt her cheeks flush as the red tassels swelled, ensnaring the advancing black silk strands and thrusting them towards Shen Qingci. Stop your banter. Catch. With a twist of her wrist, Shen Qingci maneuvered the shattered shadow sword along the force of the red tassels, the ink tassels whipping out like a long whip, forcefully smashing the ensnared black silk strands against the cliff wall. With a resounding bang, golden red light erupted in the poisonous mist, sending a dozen black-clad figures tumbling into the thick fog below. The bone cloak sneered coldly in the mist, a mere trick. With a flick of the bone staff, the burning black silk strands suddenly retracted, crawling back along the red tassels towards Lu Shuang's arm. Not good. Shen Qingci reacted swiftly, the ink tassels wrapping tightly around Lu Shuang's arm, forcing back the encroaching flames. She could manipulate the fire. Lu Shuang gritted her teeth, swinging the red tassels, but the black silk strands clung like a festering sore, their flames only intensifying. At this rate, we will be consumed by our own flames. Sweat beaded on her forehead. The flames had already licked up to her wrist. Qingci, we need to split our attacks. No. Shen Qingci rejected without hesitation, tightening her grip on the ink tassels. She is waiting for us to split our attacks. Before her words could finish, she suddenly spun Lu Shuang around, their swords interweaving in the air, ensnaring the incoming black silk strands entirely. Do you remember the heartlock technique I taught you? Lu Shuang was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes sparkled with realization. You mean? Yes. Shen Qingci's ink tassels suddenly shimmered with silver light, merging with the golden red flames of the red tassels, igniting as one. Before the words could leave her lips, she grasped Lu Shuang by the back of her neck and kissed her without hesitation. The kiss was fervent and urgent, imbued with the heat of the burning tassels and their hurried breaths. The ink and red tassels burst forth with blinding radiance, engulfing the ensnared black silk strands, tearing open a rift in the poisonous mist atop the cliff. The voice of the bone cloak echoed angrily from the fog. Impossible. This technique was thought to be lost. As the kiss deepened, Lu Shuang suddenly pressed her hand against Shen Qingci's back, transferring all her spiritual energy. Shen Qingci harnessed this force, uniting the shattered shadow sword and falling sunset sword into a singular beam of light, which struck fiercely towards the direction of the bone cloak. With a thunderous explosion, when the light dissipated, only the shattered bone staff and the drifting ashes of black silk strands remained atop the cliff. Lu Shuang leaned against Shen Qingci. Panting, her lips swollen and flushed, the flames of the red tassels gradually subsiding, leaving a faint golden mark around her wrist. It seems, this technique was worth practicing. She gently touched her lips with her fingertips, her voice husky from their kiss. Shen Qingci looked down, her nose brushing against the top of Lu Shuang's head, the ink tassels tenderly entwining with the red ones. Indeed, it was not in vain. Pausing, she suddenly chuckled. But could you perhaps give a warning next time? I nearly had my meridians severed by the energy you transferred. Lu Shuang playfully punched her, her cheeks reddened to the point of embarrassment. You were the one who initiated the surprise attack. Was it a surprise attack? Shen Qingci leaned closer, her breath brushing against the corner of Lu Shuang's lips. I recall someone did not push me away just now. That was... Lu Shuang faltered. While the red tassels quietly entwined around the ink tassels, tying a delicate knot around her wrist. From below the cliff, Su Wanyan called out, "Sister Qingci, Sister Shuang, are you all right? We smell something burning." Shen Qingci held Lu Shuang's hand as they descended the cliff, the ink and red tassels trailing behind them like a long, luminous ribbon, binding them together. "Let us go." She glanced at Lu Shuang, unable to conceal the mirth in her eyes. "I must show Wanyan that I, Sister Qingci, have not been scorched, but rather have acquired a sweet trophy." Lu Shuang shot her a reproachful glare, yet her steps involuntarily quickened, the fringes of the red tassels brushing against Shen Qingci's hand, leaving a trail of tantalizing sensations. The sunlight streamed through the rift in the poisonous mist, illuminating the intertwined tassels, casting their shadows long upon the ground, embroidering an everlasting tassel flower upon the azure stones below. Chapter 85. The shadows of the ears of grain. The setting sun cast a long shadow over Wangyue Cliff, the blue stone of the training ground heated to an unbearable warmth, yet the brilliance of the two swords surpassed even the sun's intensity. Ling Shuang's sword, fragments of stars, ignited with a golden-red flame, while Su Wanqing's sword, Luying, shimmered with a silver-white glow. The crisp sound of their sword tips clashing echoed through the cliffs, startling a flock of cold crows resting on the pine trees. Master S' fiery combat style remained as formidable as ever. Su Wanqing leveraged her momentum to pivot. The silver-white sword tip brushed against the golden-red one, sparking a cascade of fire. If this practice continued, my Luying sword would surely be melted into molten iron. As Ling Shuang retracted her sword, the golden-red tip circled her wrist thrice, the bell at its end chiming softly. "Are you frightened? When your master first learned this move, I struck her shoulder with my sword tip, and she stubbornly claimed it was a mere scratch after lying down for 3 days. The corners of her eyes slightly lifted, the sunset reflected in her gaze, warmer than the brilliance of the sword tips. Su Wanqing's ears flushed with sudden warmth. She understood that Ling Shuang referred to Lin Jinghan, a name that existed only in annotations of sword manuals and in rare mentions by her master, the one whose presence was forever tied to a piece of white jade adorning Ling Shuang's sword tip. She tightened her grip on the Luying sword, and unexpectedly, the silver-white tip entwined with Ling Shuang's golden-red one, resembling a timid serpent. "Master, actually I have mastered my master's shadow split technique and wish to seek your guidance." As Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, the golden-red tip suddenly tightened, ensnaring the spine of the Luying sword. "Oh? Then let us see if you possess the spirit of your master." Before her words could settle, Su Wanqing had already spun and launched an attack. The silver-white sword shadows instantly divided into 3, each bearing the silver-white tip, resembling 3 blossoming flowers of moonlight. Yet, Ling Shuang remained unperturbed. Her sword, fragments of stars, rotated in her palm, and the golden-red tip surged like a blazing whip, capturing all 3 sword shadows. Too slow. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the sword tip tightened. When your master practiced this move, she could split the shadows into 7, each with real force. Su Wanqing stumbled, on the verge of colliding with Ling Shuang's sword spine. In a moment of desperation, she released her left hand, and the silver-white tip suddenly dispersed, transforming into a myriad of fine particles of light. This was her secret modification, merging the shadow split technique with the dispersion technique. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Shuang's eyes as the golden-red tip, like an extension of her arm, caught each particle of light and reformed them into the shape of the silver-white sword tip. "Cunning," she scolded lightly, yet her sword withdrew its momentum. "But this is intriguing." Breathless, Su Wanqing looked up, meeting Ling Shuang's smiling gaze. The evening breeze suddenly tousled their hair, causing the half-piece of white jade around Ling Shuang's neck to brush against Su Wanqing's hand, cool to the touch. It was then she noticed the silver strands in her master's hair, dyed golden red by the setting sun. "Master," she inexplicably reached out, intending to brush away the grass that had settled in Ling Shuang's hair. "You have won again." Just as her fingertips were about to touch the strands, Ling Shuang abruptly turned her head, and their breaths collided in an instant. Su Wanqing's silver-white tip had unknowingly entwined with Ling Shuang's golden-red tip, forming a tight knot between their wrists. The cold crows returned to the pine trees, chattering as if mocking them. Ling Shuang's gaze fell upon the slightly trembling lashes of Su Wanqing, dusted with remnants from their training. She recalled how Lin Jinghan used to be like this, often lost in thought during practice, oblivious to the grass blades that clung to her lashes. A gentle stirring in her heart felt both ticklish and bittersweet. Wanqing, her voice softened. The golden-red tip climbed along the silver-white tip, wrapping around Su Wanqing's wrist. Were you trying to prove yourself stronger than your master with that last maneuver? Su Wanqing's face flushed instantly. She was about to shake her head when Ling Shuang leaned forward. The sunset perfectly illuminated the space between them, casting Ling Shuang's shadow onto her face, infused with the warmth of the sword tips. Actually, there's no need for comparison. Ling Shuang's thumb brushed against her reddened earlobe. You possess your own strengths. Before she finished speaking, a sudden clang of swords echoed from afar, the presence of demonic cultivators. They both turned simultaneously, spotting 3 dark figures soaring through the sky, their black aura nearly overshadowing the setting sun. It's the Blood Shadow sect. Ling Shuang's tenderness vanished in an instant, the golden-red tip igniting with fierce flames. Wanqing, utilize the maneuver you just executed. Su Wanqing responded promptly, drawing her sword. The silver-white tip exploded in the air before reassembling, intertwining with the golden-red tip into a net. As the dark swords of the demonic cultivators struck, they utilized the entangling force of the sword tips to spin, like 2 birds entwined, evading the attack while merging the golden-red and silver-white sword energies into one, piercing the forehead of the leading demonic cultivator. Clang! At the moment the dual swords penetrated the protective black aura of the demonic cultivator, Ling Shuang suddenly turned her head, planting a light kiss on the corner of Su Wanqing's lips. So gentle, like a sword tip brushing against skin, yet imbued with the warmth of the golden-red sword tip. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, almost losing her grip on the silver-white tip. Distracted, Ling Shuang chuckled softly, the golden-red tip tugging her to spin, evading the dark sword that struck from the side. Remember this feeling. When hearts are united, the swords will truly merge as one. Su Wanqing's cheeks burned, and the silver-white sword tip erupted with unprecedented brilliance, drawing upon the warmth of the kiss. She pushed the shadow split technique to its limits, the silver-white and golden-red sword shadows weaving a massive net, ensnaring the 3 dark energies of the demonic cultivators within. Combine. At Ling Shuang's command, their sword tips collided at the heart of the net. The golden-red and silver-white radiance exploded, scorching the black energy into ashes like a red-hot branding iron against rice paper. The demonic cultivators cried out in agony as they plummeted, leaving only the echoes of clashing sword tips between the cliffs. Su Wanqing covered her burning lips, watching Ling Shuang retract her sword. The golden-red tip gently tapped her silver-white tip, as if reminding her of something. Master, her voice trembled slightly. As Ling Shuang turned, the half-piece of white jade glimmered in the sunset. That last strike counts as your reward. I must say, you performed better than your master did back then. She dropped her sword on the first kiss I gave her. Su Wanqing gazed at Ling Shuang's receding figure, feeling the warmth on her lips, and suddenly realized that the sword tips binding their wrists had transformed into a heart knot without her noticing. The evening breeze rustled through, intertwining the golden-red and silver-white tassels, producing a delicate sound, as if whispering secrets. She suddenly recalled the words tucked within her master's sword manual. When the sword tips intertwine with the heart, there is no need to question victory or defeat. Chapter 86. Sui Luo Xing, he the night at Wangjia is perpetually infused with moisture, and the dew seeps through the crevices of the green stone training ground, adorning Shen Qingci's dark sword tassel like a string of shattered diamonds. She has just finished teaching Lu Shuang the newly created Lu Shuang style, her fingertips still lingering with the warmth of the red tassel. The silver bell tied to it was casually plucked from Duanhuan Cliff the day before, now swaying gently with Lu Shuang's breath, casting delicate shadows in the moonlight. Shifu, the ending of this move is always off. Lu Shuang's red tassel tangled around the hilt of the Sujing's sword, pulling her closer. Could you demonstrate it again, but slower? As Shen Qingci was pulled and stumbled into Lu Shuang's embrace, her nose collided with the plum blossom sachet on the other's shoulder, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Filled with the snow plum essence from the back mountain, delicately sweet. How improper, she chided lightly, squeezing Lu Shuang's earlobe, while her dark tassel obediently entwined with the red one. Observe closely, your wrist must turn half a circle, like this. Before she could finish, a sudden sharp sound of fabric slicing through the air echoed from the distance. It was not the graceful movement of Qingyun Mountain. The sinister aura was laced with the scent of blood, pressing ominously towards them. It was the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect. Quite the opportunist, Shen Qingci thought, her dark tassel tightening instantly. As the Sujing sword was drawn, it emitted a silvery glow. Shuiying, take defensive position on the left. Lu Shuiying's red tassel darted out like a serpent, the Loxia sword carving a crescent arc under the moonlight. A perfect moment to test the newly practiced Qingyu style. 7 dark figures surged from the pine forest, the leader wielding a serrated sword with a hilt made from human bones, emanating a ghastly pallor. Shen Qingci, Lu Shuiying, his voice grated like 2 stones rubbing together. The soul-devouring array set by the master only requires your sword tassels as bait. Today, you have conveniently delivered yourselves, saving us the trouble of pursuit. Just you? Shen Qingci scoffed, her dark tassel suddenly expanding several feet, yanking the opponent's bone tassel with force. The serrated sword nearly slipped from his grasp, and in a fit of rage, he swung his weapon, the teeth grazing the spine of the Sujing sword, sparking a cascade of flares. You invite punishment for refusing to drink the toast. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shuiying's red tassel ensnared his ankle, and the Loxia sword, imbued with fierce sword energy, lunged towards his back. Shifu said, against malevolent spirits. There are no rules to follow. The red and dark tassels intertwined midair, forming a golden-red halo. Igniting the garments of the dark figures it swept past into flames. Amidst their screams, the remaining 6 black-clad figures hurled poisoned darts. The tips, shrouded in black mist, transformed into venomous snakes upon hitting the ground, slithering towards the 2. A mere trick, Shen Qingci declared, her dark tassel sweeping like a whip, shattering the snakes. Shuiying now? The 2 spun around. Propelled by the guidance of the tassels, their sword energies colliding and igniting a shower of starlight. Suddenly recalling the Lu Shuang style practiced during the day, Lu Shuiying's red tassel dispersed into countless fine strands, entangling the 2 closest dark figures. Shen Qingci, understanding her intent, pulled back the dark tassel entwined with the strands, causing the 2 to crash into one another, the Luoxia sword piercing through their ribs with ease. In the heat of battle, the leader of the dark figures abruptly bit his tongue, causing the bone tassel to erupt in blinding white light. Soul devour, he howled, as the white light transformed into myriad fine threads, aiming to penetrate the foreheads of Shen Qingci and Lu Shuiying. This was a forbidden technique of the Blood Shadow sect, using one's own essence to consume the opponent's sword soul. Not good. Lu Shuiying swung her red tassel desperately to block the white light, but was forced back half a step by the opponent's spiritual force. Shen Qingci suddenly grasped her wrist, merging the dark and red tassels in their palms into a golden-red orb. Let us use the soul merge. At the moment the orb exploded, the moonlight seemed to be drawn in, weaving a silver-white cocoon around them. The white light collided with the cocoon, emitting a sizzling sound, gradually being consumed. The leader of the dark figures, his face filled with horror, attempted to retreat, but was pinned to a pine tree by 2 sword energies shot from the cocoon. Impossible. His bone tassel shattered inch by inch, his form consumed by the flames. As the smoke cleared, the cocoon began to dissipate. Lu Shuiying, exhausted, leaned against Shen Qingci, remnants of grass caught in her hair, while the silver bell on the red tassel chimed softly. Upon looking up, she met Shen Qingci's gaze, deep as the starry river captured in the moonlight. Shifu's eyes are truly bright, she murmured, inexplicably reaching out to gently touch Shen Qingci's eyelashes. Shen Qingci seized her wrist, the dark tassel warmly wrapping around the red one. Because you are within them. Lu Shuiying's face flushed instantly, and as she turned her head away, she found herself caught by Shen Qingci's hand at the nape of her neck. When Shen Qingci's kiss descended, it carried the crispness of the snow plum sachet and the coolness of the moonlight. Unlike the urgency or fervor of past encounters, this kiss was gentle, like a feather grazing the heart, or the tassels entwining the hilt of a sword, so tender it could bring tears. The red and dark tassels fell beside them, the soft chime of the silver bell mingling with their breaths, resonating harmoniously in the tranquil cliffside. The distant sounds of the pine trees and the chirping of insects faded into the background, leaving only the softness of their lips meeting and the warmth of the entwined tassels. Shifu. Lu Shuiying's voice was tinged with emotion, her eyelashes glistening with moisture. As Shen Qingci withdrew from her lips, she brushed her nose against Lu Shuiying's. Why the tears? Just moments ago during the soul merge, weren't you quite brave? Because I knew Shifu was there. Lu Shuiying's red tassel tightened around Shen Qingci's waist, drawing her closer. As long as I am with Shifu, I fear nothing. Shen Qingci chuckled softly, her laughter causing the tassels to tremble gently. Suddenly, she bent down and swept Lu Shuang into her arms, where the dark and red tassels entwined in a delightful tangle. Let us return to the Jinlu. Lu Shuang wrapped her arms around Shen Qingci's neck, the red tassel brushing against her chin. Aren't we going to clean up the battlefield? Let that girl Wanquan handle it. Shen Qingci's steps were steady, the moonlight elongating her shadow. Our time should be devoted to more significant matters. Lu Shuang ceased to question further, burying her face in Shen Qingci's neck. The breath of the dark tassel mingled with the fragrance of snow plum, lulling her into a tranquil slumber. She suddenly noticed a small daisy had somehow adhered to Shen Qingci's dark tassel. A remnant from the day when Su Wanquan had playfully attached it, now brushing against her red tassel, as if bearing witness to their kiss beneath the moonlight. The lights of the Jinlu soon illuminated, the warm orange glow filtering through the window, casting their intertwined shadows upon the wall. The red and dark tassels draped at the bedside, the silver bell chiming occasionally, as if whispering unfinished love stories. As Shen Qingci gently brushed the grass from Lu Shuang's hair, she suddenly spoke softly, "Once we deal with the Blood Shadow sect, let us plant a plum tree at the summit of Wanhua Cliff." "All right," Lu Shuang replied, her red tassel entwining around her fingers. "Let us choose the hardiest one, so it blooms every year. And we must hang a swing beneath the tree." Shen Qingci lowered her gaze, planting a tender kiss upon her brow. "We could sit upon the swing, observing the intertwined sword tassels and watching the plum blossoms flourish upon the branches." Moonlight seeped through the window's crevice, cascading upon the entwined sword tassels, where hues of gold and crimson flowed within the radiance, resembling two luminous rivers. Lu Shuang gazed into the starlit expanse of Shen Qingci's eyes and suddenly realized that the so-called journey of the Jianghu might not require grandiose gestures. As long as this person is by one's side, with the sword tassels sharing warmth, even merely guarding a solitary lamp while witnessing the intertwining of the tassels is indeed a splendid day. The silver bells upon the red tassels chimed softly, as if in gentle agreement with this promise. Chapter 87. Meixia Shuangsui. The snowfall at Qingyun Mountain arrived earlier than in previous years. The red plum blossoms in the practice yard had just begun to bud when a night snow weighed down their branches. Shen Qingci donned a dark cloak, leaning her fragmented shadow sword against the plum tree, its ink-black tassels drooping and catching a few snowflakes, resembling a silent shower of stars. "Are you secretly admiring the plums again?" The voice of Lu Shuang drifted over, wrapped in the cold air. She held a warming stove, the red tassel of her luoxia sword peeking out from her cloak sleeve, sweeping across the snow on the stone steps, leaving behind a faint crimson trace. As Shen Qingci turned around, the tassels of her cloak brushed against the plum branches, shaking off the snowflakes that landed on her shoulder. "By the time you finish practicing the Hanjing style, the snow will have melted." She reached out to accept the warming stove, her fingertips brushing against Lu Shuang's frostbitten ear. "Why not wear more layers? I wanted to come find you early." Lu Shuang nestled closer, her red tassel entwined with Shen Qingci's ink-black one, wrapping around their wrists. Senior Sister Bai said that the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect are hiding in the cold pool at the back mountain. The heavy yin energy there is just right for our newly practiced Zhuangxue style. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a sword echoed from the direction of the cold pool, an unsettling tone not belonging to Qingyun Mountain. The chilling sword energy mingled with the sound of water, like ice needles piercing through human bones. Su Wanjing dashed over, carrying the Luing sword, her pale yellow tassels frozen stiff, trembling as she spoke. "Master, Shuang, they are sacrificing living people. The pool is stained red." When the three arrived at the cold pool, they encountered 7 figures clad in black, surrounding a stone platform by the water's edge. A boy in a blue cloth shirt was bound to the platform, and the leader, wearing a gray robe, held a curved sword with tassels made of ice silkworm silk, shimmering with a ghostly blue in the snow's glow. "Shen Qingci, you arrived just in time." The gray-robed man sneered, lifting the boy's chin with the sword. "This child's sword soul is remarkably pure, perfect for sharpening my Bingpa sword. Release him." Lu Shuang's red tassel tightened instantly, and the luoxiao sword was drawn with flames. Where the sword energy swept across the snow, it ignited into golden red flames. "Last month at Duanhuan Cliff, I spared your hand. It seems I left a hidden danger." The Bingpa sword clashed with the luoxia sword. and the ice silkworm tassels suddenly exploded, transforming into countless tiny ice needles shooting towards Lu Shuang's face. Shen Qingci's ink-black tassel darted out like a spirit snake, weaving a net in midair. The ice needles collided, producing a series of delicate, crisp sounds, all blocked outside. "Shuang, take the left flank," she commanded, pulling the fragmented shadow sword from the snow, sending glimmering shards of ice flying. Lu Shuang's red tassel suddenly wrapped around the opponent's ankle, using the force to spin around. As the Luoxiao sword grazed the gray-robed man's neck, it drew a line of blood. "Is that all you've got?" She raised an eyebrow, and the red tassel tied a tight knot on the ice silkworm tassel, gently pulling it, causing the curved sword to slip from his grasp. However, the gray-robed man suddenly laughed. The pool's water surged violently, and countless ice shards shot up from the depths like a poisoned arrow formation. "The Bingpa formation of the cold pool, do you think it is merely decoration?" He stepped onto the ice shards, lunging towards Shen Qingci. The ice silkworm tassel coiled around the fragmented shadow, sword's ink-black tassel, beginning to freeze. This tassel is infused with 1,000 years of cold ice. It can freeze your sword's soul. Indeed, Shen Qingci's ink-black tassel was frozen for half a foot. She frowned slightly, and suddenly twirled Lu Shuang around, intertwining the tassels of their swords in midair. The golden-red flames collided with the ghostly blue ice, producing a sizzling sound that generated a mist. "Shuang, Zhuangxue." Understanding her cue, Lu Shuang twisted the red and ink-black tassels into a single strand, and the sword energies of the Luoxia and fragmented shadow swords erupted in a burst of golden-red light. In the moment the light exploded, flames ignited in the white mist, melting the ice shards. And even the gray-robed man's ice silkworm tassels began to dissolve. Impossible. His face turned pale with horror as he turned to jump into the pool for escape, only to be ensnared by Shen Qingci's ink-black tassel at his back. "Where do you think you're running?" With a flick of her wrist, the fragmented shadow sword pierced through his heart. The ice shards on the tassel completely melted away. "Your ice cannot freeze our fire." The remaining black-clad figures scattered in fear. Su Wanjing rushed over to untie the boy's bindings, gently patting his back with her yellow tassel. "Don't be afraid, it's all right." The waters of the cold pool gradually calmed, but the snow fell even heavier. Lu Shuang leaned against Shen Qingci, her red tassel entwined with her ink-black one, forming a thin layer of ice around their wrists, which quickly melted into water from their warmth. "That was close," she said, her voice laced with lingering fear, as her nose brushed against the plum fragrance on Shen Qingci's cloak. Shen Qingci lowered her head, planting a gentle kiss atop Lu Shuang's head, the snowflakes landing on her lips, cool and refreshing. "With me around, you have nothing to fear." She took Lu Shuang's hand, their ink-black and red tassels leaving intertwined trails in the snow. "Let's go back and have a bowl of ginger soup. I will teach you a new tassel knot." Lu Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and her red tassel instinctively tightened. The snowlight illuminated Shen Qingci's profile, turning her eyelashes white, as if dusted with frost. When they reached the plum tree bent under the weight of snow, Shen Qingci suddenly halted. "What is it?" Lu Shuang looked up, colliding with her smiling gaze. Without a word, Shen Qingci raised her hand to brush away the snowflakes from Lu Shuang's hair, the ink-black tassel gently hooking under her chin. The snow continued to fall, wrapping the flower buds on the plum branches like red agates. As she leaned down to kiss, the crispness of the snow mingled with the faint fragrance of the plums, unlike the usual fervor or urgency. This kiss was soft, like a feather brushing against the heart, and like a sword tassel entwined around a hilt, perfectly tender, evoking tears. The red and ink-black tassels hung down beside them, snowflakes landing on their intertwined tassels, instantly melting into droplets of water, dripping onto the snow below and creating small wet marks. The distant sounds of the cold pool and the wind rustling through the pines became mere background noise, leaving only the softness of their lips brushing against each other and the warmth of their shared breaths. "Master." Lu Shuang's voice was nasal, her eyelashes dampened. When Shen Qingci pulled away from her lips, she gently nudged her nose against Lu Shuang's. "Why are you crying? You were quite brave when using Zhuangxue earlier." "Because I knew Master was there." Lu Shuang's red tassel wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer. "As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything." Shen Qingci chuckled softly, her laughter causing the plum branches to shake and drop more snow. Suddenly, she bent down and plucked a snow-dusted red plum branch, tucking it into Lu Shuang's hair. "This branch is for you." Lu Shuang's face flushed deeper, the red tassel brushing against Shen Qingci's hand, leaving a trail of delicate tingles. Let's head back, Shen Qingci said, taking her hand, the ink-black and red tassels swaying gently in the snow. If we linger any longer, the ginger soup will cool. Su Wanjing followed behind, cradling the Luiying sword. The pale yellow tassel occasionally brushing against the intertwined ink-red double tassels, like a curious little beast. She gazed at the intertwining footprints of the two in the snow, suddenly realizing that those footprints were always closely aligned, like two unbreakable knots. The light in the Jinlu soon illuminated, casting a warm orange glow through the window panes, projecting three shadows onto the wall. The red tassel, the black tassel, and the yellow tassel were entwined together, warmed by the crackling hearth. As Shen Qingci served ginger soup to Lu Shuing, Lu was busy crafting a new braid with the red tassel. Su Wanwan leaned on the table, the yellow tassel dozing off while entangled with the others. Shifu, Lu Shuing suddenly looked up, the red tassel forming a beautiful knot around her wrist. Once the snow stops, shall we plant a plum tree by the cold pond? Certainly, Shen Qingci replied, blowing gently on the ginger soup before bringing it to her lips. We should choose the most frost-resistant variety, so it blooms year after year. And we must hang our tassels on the tree, Lu Shuing added, taking a sip of the ginger soup, her eyes sparkling brighter than the hearth's flames. Let them intertwine in the wind, just like us. Shen Qingci smiled, reaching out to tousle her hair, the black and red tassels softly colliding in her palm, producing a gentle sound. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the fragrance of plum blossoms mingled with the scent of herbs seeping through the door cracks, lingering like an unfinished song. Su Wanwan turned over, the yellow tassel tightening its embrace around the dark red tassel, mumbling about roasted sweet potatoes, which made the two exchange knowing smiles. It turned out that the so-called Jianghu, the so-called longing, was merely a bowl of ginger soup on a cold night. The intertwined tassels in the snow, and that kiss beneath the plum tree carrying the scent of snow. Simple, yet warm enough to withstand all the storms to come. Chapter 88. Sword entwined in snow. The snow upon Wangyue Peak carries a refreshing sweetness, cascading softly onto the plum branches, akin to the gentle chime of silver bells. Shen Qingci's dark sword tassel hangs at her waist, gathering the half-melted snowflakes. As she raises her hand to brush off the accumulated snow from the stone table, the tassel glides across the bluestone slab, leaving behind a moist trace. Shermu, this pot of warm snow brew is perfectly heated, Lu Shuang announces as she approaches with a small red clay stove, the falling twilight sword leaning against the stone bench, its silver bells jingling lightly with her movements. She places the wine pot upon the stove and retrieves 2 plates of candied fruits from her sleeve. That girl Su Wanquan insists on foraging fresh pine cones to accompany the drink, likely losing track of time in the woods once again. Shen Qingci takes the white porcelain cup she offers, the warmth at the rim meeting her fingertips. Upon raising her gaze, she encounters the light in Lu Shuang's eyes. This girl is always like this, fierce as a blazing fire during sword practice, yet soft as melted snow in private. She lowers her head to sip the wine, the warm liquid gliding down her throat, releasing a faint plum fragrance. No worries, let her play. Today is a rare moment of leisure, perfect for trying out the newly practiced Hanjiangyin. Before her words fade, a sudden clash of swords echoes from the distant pine forest. It is not the tune of Qingyun's sect. The sinister sword aura wrapped in wind and snow crashes toward them, startling the snowflakes from the branches. Lu Shuang instantly grips the sword hilt, her red tassel taut. It's the people from Haifeng's High. How dare they invade Wangyue Peak? Shen Qingci stands, the shattered shadow sword unsheathing with a dark arc of light, where the sword aura sweeps across the snowy ground, forming a thin layer of ice. The remnants that escaped from Duanhuan Cliff last month seem to have found allies. Her gaze sweeps to the forest's edge, where 7 figures in black approach through the snow. The leader, clad in purple robes, wields a serrated sword, its tassel fashioned from human bones, glinting coldly in the snowlight. Shen Qingci, I trust you are well. The purple-robed man sneers, dragging his serrated sword through the snow, leaving deep marks. Last time, you severed my left arm. Today, I shall use the snow of Wangyue Peak to cleanse your broken sword. Lu Shuang's falling twilight sword has already transformed into a streak of red light, entwining the opponent's sword spine, utilizing the force to spin and raise a flurry of snow. You think you are worthy to tarnish Shermu's sword? She twists her wrist, the blade grazing the serrated sword, igniting sparks that pepper the snow with tiny black dots. Shen Qingci remained still, merely lowering her gaze to the dark tassel at her waist. The tassel seems to have acquired a spirit of its own, trembling gently with the crisp sounds of clashing weapons in the distance. It is only when Lu Shuang's red tassel becomes ensnared by the opponent's bone bead tassel that she steps forward. The trajectory of the shattered shadow sword is colder than the snow, slicing precisely toward the purple-robed man's wrist, not to injure him, but to sever the string of bone beads. With a clang, the bone beads scatter across the snow, and the purple-robed man's expression shifts dramatically. You dare destroy my bone spirit tassel. Those who insult my sex sword tassels shall be punished. Shen Qingci's voice is fainter than the snow, as the dark tassel suddenly expands, coiling like a spirit snake around another black-clad man's ankle. With a fierce tug, he loses his balance, and Lu Shuang's falling twilight sword pierces his shoulder blade. The wind and snow grow more intense, staining Lu Shuang's red tassel with blood, yet it burns ever brighter. She and Shen Qingci stand back-to-back in the snow, their dark and red tassels intertwining behind them, forming a net that blocks the incoming hidden arrows. Shermo. Their swords are coated with bone-corrosive powder. As she parries, her sleeve is cut open, and snow falls onto the wound, sending a sharp pang through her. Shen Qingci grips her wrist from behind, the dark sword aura flowing through the point of contact, suppressing the pain. Do not be afraid, she murmurs, as the shattered shadow sword and falling twilight sword cross, their tassels forming a deadlock, utilizing the twin-born tassel. Lu Shuang feels warmth in her heart, the red tassel tightening suddenly. The two sword auras explode in the snow, intertwining black and red into a colossal bloom, sending the black-clad men staggering back. The foremost two are even hurled away by the sword aura, crashing against a pine tree before sliding down, spitting black blood. The purple-robed man, astonished and furious, frantically swings his serrated sword, but cannot break through the barrier formed by the condensed sword aura. Do you think this is the end? He suddenly produces a black porcelain vial from his bosom, and as he pulls the cork, a foul black mist spreads, claiming to corrode the spiritual power of sword cultivators. Let us see how you defend against this. Shen Qingci suddenly laughs, the dark tassel gently lifting Lu Shuang's chin. As she tilts her head, their lips meet. The snow lands upon them, instantly melting away. Snowflakes cling to Lu Shuang's eyelashes, trembling as Shen Qingci kisses her, the red tassel involuntarily coiling around her waist. This kiss lacks the usual fervor, yet it carries a breathtaking tenderness, akin to a cold plum quietly blossoming in the snow, shielding them from the tempest outside. The dark and red sword tassels flutter behind them, dissipating the foul black mist into fragments. What is this? The purple-robed man stares in disbelief, the porcelain vial clattering to the ground. As the kiss concludes, Shen Qingci rests her forehead against Lu Shuang's, her dark pupils reflecting the swirling snow and Lu Shuang's flushed cheeks. The affection of sword cultivators is ever more potent than toxic mists. She softly states, as the shattered shadow sword suddenly slips from her grasp, piercing like a bolt of dark lightning through the purple-robed man's throat. The remaining black-clad men scatter in fear, yet Lu Shuang does not pursue. Instead, she reaches out to press against Shen Qingci's clothing, her fingers caressing the collar dampened by snow. Shermu, just now. Shen Qingci raises an eyebrow, the dark tassel gently brushing against her red tassel. Did you not like it? I liked it. Lu Shuang's voice is soft as a whisper, yet resolute. She suddenly stands on tiptoe, returning the kiss, the red tassel entwining around Shen Qingci's neck. I want more. From afar, Su Wangquan's call echoes, Shermu. Sister Shuang. I've found such large pine cones. Her voice halts abruptly upon witnessing the entwined figures by the stone table, as she hides behind a tree, her pale yellow sword tassel covering half her face, secretly smiling like a squirrel that has stolen honey. The snow continues to fall, the plum branches bending slightly under its weight, yet the flower buds at their tips show hints of red against the cold wind. Shen Qingci's dark tassel and Lu Shuang's red tassel intertwine, frozen into a semi-transparent shell of ice by the snow, yet the curve of their connection remains unaffected, resembling an inextricable knot. Is it cold? Shen Qingci brushes the snow from Lu Shuang's hair, her fingertips grazing the tip of her reddened nose. Lu Shuang shakes her head, curling closer into her embrace. With Shermu here, even the coldest snow feels like it's wrapped in sugar. Shen Qingci chuckles softly, her laughter shaking the snow from the branches, landing upon their clasped hands. She suddenly recalls the years past when she first took Lu Shuaing as her disciple, the girl often hiding behind the door, secretly watching her practice swordsmanship, her red tassel clenched white. How could one have anticipated that? One day, this blazing inferno would intertwine with one's own icy essence, kissing amidst the swirling snowstorm with a fervor surpassing that of wine. "Let us depart," she urged, grasping Lu Shuaing's hand, the intertwined sword tassels producing a delicate sound akin to cracking ice. "Let us return and allow Su Wanwan to roast the pine nuts, then warm a pot of snow brew." "Very well," Lu Shuaing acquiesced, yet deliberately slowed her pace, allowing the entangled sword tassels to leave a long trail in the snow, akin to an invisible thread binding their hearts closely together. In the distance, amidst the pine forest, Su Wanwan, clutching a pine nut, gazed at the two figures walking away hand in hand. Suddenly, she seized the largest pine nut and stuffed it into her mouth, laughing indistinctly, sweeter than the pine nuts. The pale yellow sword tassels swayed behind her, the snowflakes clinging to them refracting tiny glimmers of light, resembling a sprinkle of stars. Chapter 89. Sui Chanyu. The moonlight cascaded like silk, flowing over the glazed tiles of Wanjiu Peak, weaving a delicate veil upon the bluestone slabs of the training ground. Lin Wangxing's Luing sword was nestled within the stone crevices, its silver tassel reflecting the moonlight as if scattered with countless stars. Having just concluded her evening lessons, the lingering chill of sword energy still tingled at her fingertips when she unexpectedly collided with a warm embrace. "Have you become so engrossed in your practice?" Shen Qingci's voice was laced with amusement as her hand gently tightened around Lin Wangxing's waist. The inky tassel slipped from her sleeve, intertwining with the silver tassel of the Luing sword. "I just witnessed your swordplay beneath the corridor. Your moonfall technique has improved once again, though your wrist strength still lacks a fraction at the conclusion." As Lin Wangxing tilted her head back, the fragrance of plum blossoms brushed against her nose, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. "Why are you here, Shimu? I thought you were to interrogate the captives from Hefengjai tonight." "I have completed the task." Shen Qingci looked down, her dark pupils reflecting both the moonlight and Lin Wangxing's silhouette. "Yet you, my dear, have not even had dinner. Are you truly intent on becoming a sword fanatic?" Her fingertip brushed against Lin Wangxing's damp forehead, the calluses on her fingers sending a shiver through Lin Wangxing's body. Suddenly, a clatter resonated from the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground as Su Wanyan emerged from behind a pillar, clutching a heavy sword. The pale yellow tassel fluttered like a startled chick. "Shimu, Sister Wangxing, I knew you hadn't left. You were secretly practicing." She slammed the heavy sword to the ground, the bells on the tassel ringing. "I overheard in the kitchen that the captives revealed the hideout of Haifeng's is within the caves of Duanhuan Cliff, and they mentioned a batch of poisoned arrows infused with Hualing sand that are to be delivered." In an instant, Lin Wangxing tightened her grip on the Luing sword, the silver tassel drawn taut. "Hualing sand. Isn't that a forbidden drug capable of corroding a sword cultivator's spiritual energy?" Shen Qingci's gaze darkened slightly as the inky tassel suddenly unfurled, coiling around a nearby stone pillar like a serpent, pulling forth three shadowy figures concealed in the darkness. "It seems we need not search for them anymore." With a flick of her wrist, the inky tassel tightened around the throat of one of the shadows. The shadow guards of Haifeng's are indeed more agile than flies. The three shadows simultaneously drew their swords, the blades gleaming a sinister greenish-black, evidently poisoned. The leader sneered, "Shen Qingci, do not think yourself triumphant just because you captured a few lowly minions. Our chieftain has decreed that tonight we shall spill the blood of Wangyue Peak to honor our fallen brothers." Su Wanyan had already hoisted her heavy sword onto her shoulder, the pale yellow tassel sweeping across the moonlit ground. "Just you lot? Have you forgotten how Sister Wangxing severed your ear last time at Duanhuan Cliff? Should I demonstrate my smashing technique once more?" Lin Wangxing unsheathed the Luing sword, its silver tassel slicing through the air. "Shermu, leave the left flank to me. Beware of their swords." Shen Qingci's inky tassel expanded, ensnaring the blades of the two on the right. "The poisoned arrows may be concealed within their sheaths." Before her words could settle, the shadow's sword sheaths suddenly unleashed three dark arrows, their tips enveloped in green mist. As Shen Qingci spun, her inky tassel formed a net, intercepting the poisoned arrows, the clash of sword energy igniting sparks. However, Lin Wangxing's Luing sword darted forth like a silver serpent, its silver tassel entangling the spine of an opponent's sword before violently twisting. With a sharp crack, the shadow's long sword shattered into two pieces. She deftly twisted her wrist. The sword tip aimed directly at the opponent's heart, only to pause upon discovering that the shadow harbored an infant swaddled within, the fabric embroidered with the unique cloud patterns of Wangyue Peak. You have been distracted. Shen Qingci's voice had barely left her lips when another shadow lunged forward, its poisoned sword aimed at Lin Wanqing's back. Su Wanyan swept her heavy sword horizontally, deflecting the poisoned blade. The pale yellow tassel grazing across the shadow's face, leaving a trace of blood. Sister Wanqing, do not be fooled by their ruse. This is a trick of Haifeng's Hai. Regaining her focus, Lin Wanqing saw the shadow clutching the swaddled infant draw a dagger to strike. The Luing sword hastily defended, but the silver tassel was severed midway by the knife's wind, and she felt a sharp sting. A blood mark suddenly appearing on her arm as green mist began to creep up her wound. Wanqing. Shen Qingci's eyes widened with fury as the inky tassel lashed out, forcefully smashing the shadow's head against the stone pillar, the brain matter mingling with the moonlight. Shermu. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled, a piercing itch radiating from her wound as her spiritual energy felt as if it were being gnawed upon by countless ants. Shen Qingci immediately pressed her finger against Lin Wanqing's shoulder, her inky sword tassel entwining with the silver one as she leaned down, transferring her spiritual energy, infused with a familiar warmth, yet repeatedly repelled by the green mist. Hualing San is indeed a tyrant. Shen Qingci bit her fingertip, letting her blood drip onto Lin Wanqing's wound. Her blood mingled with spiritual energy, glowing with a golden light, causing the green mist to emit a horrific shriek. Wanyan, keep a close watch on the remaining captives. Su Wanyan braced her heavy sword against the ground, vigilantly observing the shadows bound by the inky tassel. Rest assured, Shermu. Shen Qingci lifted Lin Wanqing into her arms and carried her towards the medical quarters, the severed tassel of the Lu Ying sword brushing against her hand, sending a jolt of pain. The scent of medicine mingled with moonlight as she laid Lin Wanqing upon the couch. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing grasped her sleeve, the silver tassel entwining with her inky one as it gently tugged. Shermu, will I become a cripple? Nonsense. Shen Qingci cleansed the wound with medicinal powder, her movements delicate as if fearing to shatter glass. You are my disciple. The soul of the Lu Ying sword is etched within your bones. This mere Hualing San cannot defeat you. She blew softly on the wound, the warmth of her fingertips seeping through Lin Wanqing's skin. When I was afflicted by this poison, it was tenfold worse than your case, yet here I stand before you. Lin Wanqing gazed at the proximity of Shen Qingci's features, the moonlight streaming through the window, weaving a silvery frost into her hair. Memories flooded her mind of 3 years prior, when she had first arrived on the mountain, often mocked by her senior brothers for her clumsy swordplay. It was Shen Qingci who stayed with her late into the night at the training ground, using her inky tassel to guide Lin Wanqing's silver one, correcting the arc of her wrist with painstaking detail. The moonlight then was as it was tonight, stretching their shadows long, where the intertwined sword tassels seemed to radiate a warm glow. Shermu, she suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Did it hurt back then? Shen Qingci paused, her actions faltering before she broke into a smile, lightly tapping Lin Wanqing's nose. It did, painfully so, to the point I wished to cast aside my sword. But each time I thought of those waiting for me to teach them, I gritted my teeth and persevered. As she leaned down to change the dressing, the inky tassel brushed against Lin Wanqing's neck, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood. Look, are you not well now? Abruptly, Lin Wanqing raised her hand, the silver tassel hooking onto Shen Qingci's inky one, pulling her back. Shen Qingci, caught off guard, collided with Lin Wanqing's lips as she leaned down. In that moment, the moonlight appeared to freeze. The taste of herbs lingered on Lin Wanqing's lips, reminiscent of the iced bitter tea she cherished, yet Shen Qingci felt a sweetness bloom upon her tongue. She did not retreat. Instead, she pressed her hand against Lin Wanqing's nape, the inky and silver tassels entwining between them like two intertwining beams of light. Lin Wanqing's eyelashes trembled like the wings of a startled butterfly, yet her eyes remained wide open. She beheld the reflection of herself within Shen Qingci's pupils, witnessed the moonlight fracturing into stars amidst the inky darkness, and observed the entwined sword tassels glowing softly. Shermu. Her voice quivered between her lips and teeth, tinged with lingering tingles and an unexpected warmth. Shen Qingci gently nipped at her lower lip, both as a reprimand for her momentary distraction and as if to ascertain something. It was only when Lin Wanqing's breath faltered that she slightly withdrew, their foreheads touching, the black tassel and silver tassel knotted together in an inextricable bond. Remember this feeling? Her voice was slightly hoarse. When it hurts, or when you are afraid, just think of this kiss. Lin Wanqing's cheeks burned as if they could fry an egg, yet she could not help but inquire, what if I can't remember? Shen Qingci chuckled softly, the sound reverberating against Lin Wanqing's lips. If you can't remember, then ask for another. Suddenly, a call from outside interrupted. Shermu, the captive has confessed. It says the poisoned arrows will arrive at the northern entrance of Duanhuan Cliff at the hour of the rabbit. Shen Qingci acknowledged, but did not rise immediately. Instead, she caressed Lin Wanqing's lips with her fingertip, where her warmth lingered. Rest for a while. I will wake you at the hour of the rabbit. She tucked the blanket snugly around her, the black tassel gently patting the silver tassel. This time, it's my turn to guard you. Lin Wanqing clutched her sleeve tightly, the silver tassel forming a small bow with the black tassel. Shermu, do you think we can win? If we cannot, Shen Qingci bent down, placing a light kiss on her brow, akin to a sliver of moonlight. I will carry you off Duanhuan Peak, and we shall go to the mortal realm to see the lanterns, never to wield swords again. Lin Wanqing chuckled, the painful tingling of her wound seeming to lessen. She watched as Shen Qingci entwined the black and silver tassels, securing them to the bedpost like a delicate chain, one end tethered to her, and the other to the figure who had just turned away to arrange the defenses. The moonlight deepened, and the medicinal scent in the infirmary gradually mingled with a hint of sweetness. Lin Wanqing touched her lips, which seemed to still carry Shen Qingci's essence, reminiscent of sandalwood mingled with moonlight, pure yet gentle. As she closed her eyes, she envisioned the two sword tassels soaring in the moonlight, one as dark as night and the other as bright as stars, entwined into eternity. At the first toll of the hour of the rabbit, Lin Wanqing awoke. Shen Qingci was asleep beside her, the black tassel resting loosely on her hand like a small, slumbering serpent. Just as she attempted to rise, Shen Qingci opened her eyes, the slumber in her dark pupils dissipating instantly, replaced by a piercing light. Awake? How much spiritual energy have you recovered? Almost there. Lin Wanqing flexed her wrist, and the Luiying sword leapt from its sheath, the silver tassel tracing a bright arc in the air. Shermu, it is time to set off. Shen Qingci nodded, and the black tassel suddenly tightened, pulling her into an embrace. As Lin Wanqing collided into her arms, she received a kiss imbued with the morning dew's dampness. This kiss was not as lingering as the previous night's, but bore an intensity akin to a tempered blade, aiming to etch their breaths into one another's very bones. Come back alive. The black tassel entwined with her silver tassel, forming a tight knot on the sword hilt. You too. Lin Wanqing stood on tiptoe to kiss her chin, the silver tassel brushing against the back of her hand gently, like an unspoken act of affection. The training ground had gathered 30 sword cultivators, with Su Wanyue leading the charge, her heavy sword in hand, the pale yellow tassel gleaming in the morning light. Sister Wanqing. Shermu, all is ready. Watch how I cleave their quivers apart. Shen Qingci mounted her warhorse, the dark sword unsheathing with a swift motion. Remember, destroy arrows when you see them, spare lives when you see people, and capture the living to inquire about the antidote. Yes. 30 swords unsheathed simultaneously, the tassels swirling in the wind, black, silver, and pale yellow, weaving strands of flowing light. Lin Wanqing rode alongside Shen Qingci, the silver and black tassels intertwining beneath the horse's belly. Whenever she turned her head, she could always see Shen Qingci's profile illuminated by the morning light, recalling the kiss from the previous night, suddenly realizing that even if her spiritual energy was indeed eroded, as long as she could hold on to that shadow of darkness, she could once again wield her sword. The wind at the northern entrance of Duanhuan Cliff carried the scent of rust. The people of Haifeng village were indeed unloading carts, dozens of boxes of poisoned arrows piled near the cliff's edge, green mist seeping from the boxes. At Shen Qingci's command, the sword cultivators of Wangyue Peak surged forward like a tide. The black tassel first ensnared the throat of the foremost courier, while the silver tassel transformed into a beam of silver light, cleaving the box of poisoned arrows in half, the green mist dissipating upon meeting the sword wind. It's Shen Qingci. The village chief, sensing danger, charged forward with a wolf-toothed club. Take her down. Su Wanyue's heavy sword swept across. the pale yellow tassel stirring up a fierce wind that forced the village chief to retreat repeatedly. Last time you got away. This time, see where you can hide. Her swordplay was fierce, each strike carrying the force to shatter mountains and stones, compelling the village chief to meet her blows head-on. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's silver tassel ensnared an arrow poised to be shot, redirecting it to pierce the heart of the archer. Just as she was about to pursue, she saw the village chief's wolf-toothed club slip from his grip, hurtling towards Shen Qingci's back. The old scoundrel had concealed a hidden weapon. Shermu. Lin Wanqing's Luing sword flew from her grasp, the silver tassel tracing an arc in the air, colliding precisely with the wolf-toothed club. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a poisoned arrow grazed her elbow, green mist splattering onto Shen Qingci's sleeve, instantly burning a hole in the fabric. Wanqing. As Shen Qingci turned, the black tassel had already severed the village chief's neck. She gazed at the wound on Lin Wanqing's arm, her pupils constricting in alarm. How did you get injured again? Just a minor wound. Lin Wanqing rushed forward to embrace her, the silver tassel tightly entwining with the black tassel. Shermu, are you all right? Shen Qingci did not respond, but lowered her head to kiss her. This kiss, tinged with the scent of gunpowder and a hint of blood, was more intense than the moonlit kiss of the previous night, akin to two swords crossing, embodying a resolve of mutual annihilation. The black and silver tassels entwined wildly in their clasped hands until Su Wanyue's voice rang out. Shermu, Sister Wanqing, we found the antidote. When they parted, the tassels were so intertwined that their individual identities were indistinguishable. Lin Wanqing gazed at the hole in Shen Qingci's sleeve, her eyes welling with warmth. It's all my fault for not protecting you well. Fool. Shen Qingci wiped the blood from the corner of her lips with the black tassel. The way of the sword cultivators is to shield one another from arrows. She lifted the captured poisoned arrow. With a surge of sword energy, the antidote formula emerged along the shaft. See, we have one. As the sun rose above Duanhuan Cliff, the sword cultivators of Wangyue Peak were already tallying their spoils. Su Wanyue approached, cradling a jar of strong liquor, bits of grass clinging to the pale yellow tassel. Shermu, Sister Wanqing, shall we celebrate? Shen Qingci took the wine jar, deftly breaking the clay seal with a single palm, allowing the fragrant aroma of the wine to intermingle with the morning light. She poured a bowl of wine for Lin Wanqing, then filled one for herself. As their bowls met, the dark and silver tassels lightly clinked